Speed's production had received great support from the LAPD, and maintaining good relations would undoubtedly benefit both him and Universal. Back at Universal in Los Angeles, Levitt presented the second phase of the promotional plan. Everyone would rest for 2 days, then split into 3 groups. Group 1. Linton would promote the film in Japan, France, and Germany, 3 days in each. Group 2. Catherine would promote in the UK, particularly fitting since she was British and had just been proudly nicknamed the English Rose by British media due to Speed's success. Group 3. Dennis Hopper, Jeff Daniels, and Joe Morton would continue promoting in other North American cities. Everyone else was fine with this, but Catherine was reluctant to be apart from Linton. Throughout the cross-country roadshow, she never seemed exhausted despite the grueling schedule. In fact, thanks to the vitality boost from Linton every day, she was vibrant, radiant, and appeared years younger. Life was pretty great. She didn't want to separate, yet the promotional window was tight. The crucial period was within the first 3 weeks of release, after which impact would drop sharply. Moreover, returning to the UK for promotion was a way to return home in triumph and build a solid foundation there. For the greater good, she begrudgingly agreed. Still, she vowed to intensify her efforts with Linton in the next 2 days before departing, to heal her troubled heart with one last passionate encounter. Chapter 184. Revisiting the collaboration. After discussing the second phase of the promotional plan, Levitt invited Linton to Lew Wasserman's office. Upon arriving, Linton noticed that Roman, the head of the production department, was also there. It seemed they were about to discuss the investment in The Rock. Linton had a hunch about this. Sure enough, after the secretary served coffee to everyone, Lew Wasserman took the initiative to speak. Linton, about the Rock project you mentioned last time, I think it's time for us to have a formal discussion about cooperation. Weren't you waiting to see the reaction after Speed premiered? It's only been 2 weeks, and you're already making a decision? Linton joked with them, also subtly expressing some dissatisfaction. Of course, those 2 weeks were enough to show the results. Plus, Hoff from the LAPD and I have been in touch. I believe you have spoken on the phone as well. Their image among the public has greatly improved due to the movie. This proves the promotional effect is indeed effective and unexpectedly good, Lew Wasserman explained. So, with this precedent, I'm confident that if we approach the Pentagon for sponsorship, we will succeed. And, I must admit, our previous stance was too conservative. But Universal Pictures is a publicly listed company. Film investments must go through project review committees and the board of directors for approval. Before now, the project couldn't pass auditing. Please understand. But now it can pass. With Speed as a precedent, they have no reason to reject it. If you can bring over the Speed-related materials, we'll immediately start the process. Call the project review committee and the board. Once the project is approved, we'll expedite cooperation and get it launched. Actually, the project has already been initiated and a lot of early preparation is underway. However, your participation and investment is still welcome in principle, but the previous terms remain unchanged. Please specify the terms again. First, the maximum investment share for you is 40%. The project will be controlled and produced by Linton Studios, with other production cooperation terms the same as Speed. That's no problem. Anything else? Second, we want to participate in the North American distribution of The Rock, with no more than 30% share. Distribution costs can follow Speed's terms. What about overseas distribution? We won't participate in overseas distribution. It can be entirely handled by you. The three of them exchanged glances. In principle, we agree, but your team must share North American distribution costs proportionally. Of course, but your billing must be audited by our financial officers. Rest assured, we're long-term partners. It's our own people. We won't cheat you, and we'll offer preferential rates. Though those were nice words, Linton knew better. Capitalists often promised sweet things, but had other plans. Still, it was necessary to maintain appearances. All right, I'll have Robert send over the Rock-related materials later. I hope by the time I return from overseas promotion, your internal audit process will be completed. After settling that matter, Linton discussed with Lew Wasserman the donation for the LAPD Community Appreciation event. Linton had already kept a tally. During the filming of Speed, direct and indirect support from the LAPD had saved the production over $3 million, which was still in the studio's accounts. They decided to donate $2 million to the LAPD at the appreciation event in the name of the Speed Studio. That amount was quite sincere, ranking in the top 3 among LAPD's annual donations, excluding disaster relief or insider transactions. Catherine's plan didn't go as she wished. When they returned to the estate, except for Christiana, who was busy on set with Happy Death Day, Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Winona Ryder, Shania Twain, Cameron, Jennifer Connelly, Heidi Klum, and even Naomi, who had just returned from the promotional tour, were all waiting at the estate. Speaking of Naomi, Sony Columbia Pictures management was chaotic. TriStar Films, a subsidiary of Columbia, had produced a North American box office hit, Sleepless in Seattle. By July 23rd, Sleepless in Seattle had grossed $98.31 million in its 3-week North American run, with industry forecasts expecting over $120 million in total North American box office. Logically, overseas distribution would be assigned to the parent company, Columbia Pictures, for full-scale release abroad to maximize global box office returns. However, bizarrely, TriStar Films wanted to distribute Sleepless in Seattle overseas independently. But establishing overseas distribution channels was not easy. The parent company had ready channels, yet they insisted on building a separate system, an absurd and unreasonable choice. This caused the overseas release of Sleepless in Seattle to be indefinitely delayed, inevitably affecting its foreign box office and frustrating the principal creators greatly. However, for Tom Hanks and Naomi, the impact was minimal. In Hollywood, an actor's status and salary depend mainly on the box office performance of their last 3 films in the North American market. Overseas markets were only a reference. But an actor's value isn't just about salary. Commercial value reflected in advertising endorsements and business promotions mattered more. Brands often valued global box office, global influence, or sales power. With 2 consecutive films grossing over $100 million in North America, Naomi naturally rose to first-tier star status. While still on the promotional tour, she received numerous invitations and endorsement offers. Moreover, the endorsement brands were much higher in tier. Her agent was screening offers, with a basic requirement: no second-tier brands accepted regardless of the fee. First-tier stars demanded first-tier clientele. Of course, all this was nothing to Linton. Everyone believed that with him, they would eventually become first-tier. Except Madonna, who was already a top-level superstar with unprecedented commercial value. Few, except perhaps Linton, could compare to her. She was herself a master of top-tier resources and was gradually transforming into capital. For her, the key was to maintain youthful looks and vitality, which no one but Linton could provide. So, when Linton and Catherine returned, Madonna immediately started organizing a party. With Linton leaving soon for overseas promotion, time was tight, and they couldn't afford to waste it. Soon, the main house echoed with sometimes sweet, sometimes joyful, sometimes impassioned, sometimes high-pitched singing, lasting all night long. At this moment, Linton was deeply grateful the estate's former owners had designed the master bedroom and large bed so luxuriously spacious, allowing him and his entourage to enjoy themselves freely. Chapter 185, On-Set Visit. Happy Death Day had been shooting since July 16th. It had been almost 10 days. As a co-producer, Linton hadn't yet visited the set, which felt a bit off. Besides, the film's 3 leading ladies were his choice. So from both a professional and personal perspective, he should check in on them. The party with the ladies didn't wind down until 9 a.m. After breakfast, Linton told the restless ladies, "You all enjoy the estate during the day, relax, and entertain yourselves. I'm heading over to the Happy Death Day set." Madonna, playing the mistress role, linked her arm with his and spoke the group's mood. "Then you better come back early. We're all waiting for you." Linton hesitated. He couldn't guarantee he'd be back that night. After all, the set had 3 women, and they might not easily let him leave. "If you can't make it back, just bring Christiana and the others here. You can't just leave so many of your women alone. We're counting on you to keep the party going tonight," Madonna added, reading his thoughts, and gave Jennifer a signal. Jennifer quickly stepped forward, took his other arm, and placed his hand on her chest. Honey, come back tonight. Your precious babies misses you. Darling, we'll even do a sexy uniform show for you tonight, okay? Madonna, seeing his hesitation, offered more. All right, you have fun during the day, I'll be back tonight, Linton said, feeling for the first time the trouble of having too many women around. Pasadena, Los Angeles, Jessen High School. The Happy Death Day crew was filming on location here. Since it was summer break, the school was closed, so filming could go on nonstop. Director Ryan had been nearly overwhelmed before shooting began when the three stunning beauties joined the crew. He'd heard that having one beauty in a Hollywood crew was a good thing. Even if they did nothing, just looking at them lifted everyone's spirits. But when there were two beauties, instead of doubling the effect, it often meant disaster. Like two lions in one den, they'd compete, undermine, even fight, making the set chaotic. Now there were not two, but three top-tier beauties, all recommended by the big boss. Ryan dreaded the thought of diva tantrums and princess syndrome, potentially clashing on set. Such a scenario was too tragic to imagine, and as a new director, he wondered how he'd handle it. But he couldn't refuse them. Feeling doomed, he prepared to ask Linton for help anytime, even if it meant being looked down on by the boss. After all, the three women were arranged by Linton himself. To his surprise, none of his worries came true. The three beauties didn't quarrel but acted like good friends, laughing and chatting daily, even discussing the script together. More importantly, they fully respected Ryan's authority as director, showing no diva behavior. Ryan was puzzled. Had the Hollywood culture changed? Was the sun rising in the west? Whatever the case, it was excellent for the production. He truly enjoyed the authority of the director on set, and filming progressed smoothly. Linton, of course, saw no need for any undercover visits. Kenneth and Ryan already knew he would come today. Not only those two, but Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai also knew. When he arrived, filming was in progress. He saw Monica handing a cake to Christiana, and then a take where Christiana tossed away the uneaten cake. Because it was a time loop horror film, this scene required multiple takes with different expressions for various timeline segments in the movie. With his professional eye, Linton noticed both actresses were somewhat inexperienced in their acting. But since it was a horror, not an art film aiming for awards, their performances were sufficient. He didn't interfere, but quietly watched beside Kenneth. The crew was professional. The director didn't stop filming because of Linton's arrival. Interrupting would waste too much time as lighting, camera, and acting were all at the right moment. After an hour, with the scene fully shot, Ryan called a 20-minute break and hurried to Linton. Boss, sorry about earlier. We were filming and couldn't greet you sooner. It's fine. It's as the saying goes, there's no business like show business. As director, everything on set revolves around filming. Actors also came over to greet him. Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai couldn't show too much affection publicly, but their eyes gleamed with unspoken feelings. Linton, glad to see you here, said the male lead, who to Linton's surprise was Matt Damon. In just 2 years, Matt had landed a leading role. Truly, stars who make it big aren't ordinary. Considering his acting and looks, Matt was perfect for the role. His current pay was likely still modest, and with his previous role in Step Up, it made sense to cast him. At noon, Linton personally increased the crew's meal allowance by $30 each. Being the boss and co-producer, he wanted them to feel his appreciation. The crew was small, just over 100, so it wasn't a big expense. However, during lunch, Linton didn't join Kenneth and Ryan. Instead, he went into Christiana's trailer to eat with the three ladies. Of course, they didn't eat much. The real action soon ignited. The trailer started rocking rhythmically. Lunch was short since they had afternoon filming and the women wanted some fun, so they had to hurry. 2 hours later, after the fun wound down and the trailer was tidied, Christiana invited, Honey, why not come to the crew hotel with us tonight? Do you have scenes to shoot in the evening? No, we're all free tonight. Well, your sisters are waiting at the estate. After you're done, have your bodyguards take you there. We're throwing a big party at the estate tonight. Okay, you leave in the afternoon. We'll go to the estate directly tonight to avoid paparazzi. Monica and Noriko didn't know what the big party was like, but were enthusiastic and agreed enthusiastically. Chapter 186, Pulp Fiction. In the afternoon, the film crew continued shooting. Linton quietly observed from the side, accompanied by Kenneth, but he didn't offer any comments or suggestions. After all, the production was running smoothly. The director's shots, the actors' performances, and the schedule were all well managed. At this moment, Bob Weinstein entered the set with a tall white man and approached Linton. "Boss, may I have a moment of your time? Kenneth, find us a quiet place where we won't disturb the crew's filming." They moved to a temporary office prepared at the school for the crew. "Boss, this is Quentin Tarantino, a very talented director. He previously directed a low-budget indie film called Reservoir Dogs, which did well at the box office, grossing close to $2 million. Including merchandise, his debut film was profitable." "Hello, Mr. Anderson. It's an honor to meet you." The tall man, a white man with a typical Italian-American look, stepped forward to greet Linton. "Quentin Tarantino, not bad. I've seen Reservoir Dogs. It's well made," Linton greeted him. Could it be that he came for Pulp Fiction? If so, this would be a godsend, offering both fame and fortune. Pulp Fiction was a classic that had cemented its place in film history. The movie not only received multiple prestigious nominations, including the Oscars for Best Director and Best Screenplay, but also won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival. It practically swept up awards and had a huge fanbase worldwide. More importantly, it achieved tremendous artistic success and was also a commercial hit, earning over $200 million globally, achieving the rare feat of excelling both artistically and commercially. Quentin was a genius director, destined to produce many great works. His films won awards and yielded solid returns, making him a worthwhile investment. In the previous life, Miramax Films only truly made huge profits and took off after this movie. Linton had once considered cutting in, but after acquiring Miramax, he lost interest. There were plenty of good projects for him, and he never expected one to come knocking at his door. "Boss, Quentin has a movie script and is looking for our investment. I've read it, and it's quite good. Sure, like I said, if it's under $3 million, you can decide on your own. However, Quentin's new movie requires a larger investment, exceeding my authorization limit. But the script is really good. Could you please take a look?" Bob handed the script and project proposal to Linton. The cover clearly said Pulp Fiction, so it really was this project. It seemed the momentum of history was strong. Although Miramax had been acquired by Linton, Quentin still found Bob Weinstein, who finally brought the project to him. Of course, it was also possible that at this time Quentin only had contacts with the Weinstein brothers in the film industry. The film world was pretty closed off and blindly revered successful people, rarely giving newcomers a chance. It was hard for new directors to raise investment. Linton read the script carefully. It was indeed well written with a complete story, but the narrative structure was not the usual commercial single-line story. Instead, it was an artistic multi-threaded, flashback narrative typical of an art film. Then he reviewed the project proposal, which was very detailed with a reasonable budget. The total investment was listed as $8 million. It specifically stated that Quentin wanted to direct himself. Of course, director and screenplay pay were modest, only about $300,000 combined. An artistic commercial film directed by a newcomer, asking for $8 million was quite challenging to find funding for in Hollywood. Quentin had some fame from Reservoir Dogs. If he wanted to make a film with an investment under $3 million, it would be easy to attract investors. But he suddenly bumped the budget up to $8 million. Naturally, no investor had confidence in him. He had gone around Hollywood's major studios trying to find funding, but nobody was willing. No wonder the project ultimately came around to Bob, who introduced it to Linton. But since Linton had exceptional insight, knowing this film would be both an artistic and commercial success, he couldn't pass it up. $8 million, not a huge investment. When do you plan to start filming? The script has gone through many revisions. We just need the investment, then we can start immediately. I want to start as soon as possible. If possible, I hope to participate in next year's Cannes Film Festival. Not bad. Your script uses many innovative techniques, especially the multi-threaded narrative, which fits Cannes well. After saying that, Linton pondered for a few minutes while Bob and Quentin nervously awaited his response. Then he broke the silence. "We're investing in this project." Having decided to invest, Linton no longer hesitated. Since he was about to leave for overseas promotion the day after tomorrow, He thought it was best to finalize things that afternoon. After a nod to Kenneth, Linton took Bob and Quentin back to the company and had his assistant notify Robert, Mary, Harvey, and Klinsman to prepare for a meeting. In the conference room, Linton had Bob introduce the Pulp Fiction project to everyone in detail. "I've decided. The company will fully fund this project. Robert, arrange for the project approval as soon as possible." "Will do. I'll take care of it right after the meeting." Mary, organize the funds and assign financial personnel to the crew to ensure proper and compliant use of the money. "Understood." "Bob, since you found the Pulp Fiction project, you will be the producer. Quentin Tarantino will direct. After the meeting, coordinate with legal to sign contracts with him for directing and screenwriting." "Thank you for your trust, boss," Bob said, thrilled. He had high hopes for Pulp Fiction and a good personal relationship with Quentin. However, as an employee with limited decision power, this investment far exceeded his authority. Though hesitant, he brought Quentin to see Linton, and to his surprise, Linton not only fully invested but also made him the producer. This greatly exceeded the earlier stated limit of $3 million for indie films. It seemed their new boss was remarkably generous. Bob resolved to perform well and make this project a success. Maybe this would open the door for him to enter the commercial film arena. His prospects and network would expand, and perhaps in 3 years he could start his own company again. Quentin was ecstatic. After countless rejections, he was nearly hopeless. Though Miramax had been absorbed, he boldly approached Bob Weinstein. Unexpectedly, things turned around. Within 2 hours, Linton agreed to invest and finalized every detail. Finally, someone recognized his talent. His dream was set to take off, and he felt a kinship with Linton. Bob, quickly set up the project team. Pick your production department staff carefully and prepare swiftly. Quentin wants to attend the Cannes Film Festival. Time is tight. Got it, boss. Mission accepted. May I ask for a small favor? Go ahead. What is it? Chapter 187. Uniform Party. Can I ask you to be the co-producer of this project? Why this idea? There are 2 main reasons. One is that Quentin and I haven't had experience managing a successful commercial film, and you're the expert in that field. I need you to oversee the crew. There's also something else. The second reason is that your star power can be a major selling point and boost the box office when the film launches. Actually, there was another reason Bob didn't mention. Since this was the first commercial film he was responsible for under the new company, it had to succeed. Failure was not an option. Linton knew that Pulp Fiction was both a box office and critical success, so it wouldn't be a loss for him to be a co-producer. He agreed readily and even offered to invest extra capital. Harvey, meanwhile, was especially keen behind the scenes. His reason for staying at Linton's company was originally directed by the White House's influence, aiming to help him build connections in Hollywood that could be useful for future Democratic campaigns. Plus, contract clauses forced his tenure. Before this, he had gone from being a boss to an employee, then to deputy manager of a department, which was a huge psychological leap. His power had significantly diminished, and he worried about not meeting the White House's expectations. Now that he saw Linton wanting to grow the distribution business, he knew he would become valuable and naturally gain more exposure to Hollywood networks. After the meeting, Linton kept Bob and Quentin back, holding the script, and asked, "What are your thoughts on the casting?" They felt bitter. The film hadn't even started production, yet casting decisions were being taken away. But they had no choice and had to accept. "Boss, do you have specific candidates? You guys can make other decisions yourselves. I won't interfere. But I will personally choose the 2 female leads, Mia and the supporting actress Phoebe. Thank you for your consideration, boss." Considering the conditions, he probably wouldn't need to leverage casting for control. Enough of worrying about the boss's business. Let's just make this first film. Don't worry, my vision is better than yours, and I will definitely pick the best 2 fit for those roles. Since Linton knew Pulp Fiction would be a huge success, winning awards from the Cannes Palme d'Or to American Awards season and even the Oscars, the key creative staff had garnered much recognition. Though Winona Ryder had become famous early with good film resources, she had never had a true box office hit, and her standing was still just below A-list level, unable to cross that threshold. Seeing Naomi Watts outpace her and Cameron Diaz, Catherine Zeta-Jones, and Jennifer Connelly all closing in, she was understandably eager. He wanted to help her, and be fair. So he planned to give her the role of Mia to help her break into the top tier. As for the supporting role of Phoebe, though lighter in scenes, she was also impressive. That part would go to Heidi Klum. Her main battlefield still being modeling, and moderate movie exposure would be very beneficial. This role suited her perfectly. By then, time was nearly up for work. Thinking of the group of enchanting ladies waiting at home who'd prepared a party, Linton couldn't sit still and decided to head home. There were stewardess uniforms, school uniforms, nurse uniforms, police uniforms, white-collar uniforms. Various colors: black, red, flesh-toned white. It dazzled him, and his excitement grew. What to do? He would have to give it his all and dive bravely into the fun. Later, Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, and Noriko Sakai quietly arrived after finishing their day's shoot. Christiana had attended yacht parties before and was no stranger to such scenes. For Monica and Noriko Sakai, this was their first time witnessing such an event, and their faces flushed. Yet, having mentally prepared, they quickly adapted. Beautiful songs played one after another, lingering in the air. That night, amid the lively festivities, his Starlight Spark ability quietly advanced to level 8 of the Radiant Core stage. After a simple breakfast, the three felt refreshed and energized as they left the estate for the set. Before leaving, they made plans to attend tonight's party again. Chapter 188: Microsoft Stock Volatility. At the end of last year, Microsoft had launched Windows 3.1, which quickly gained global popularity thanks to its powerful system functions and excellent user interface. Microsoft's stock price steadily climbed, and its market value approached $25 billion this year. Since Skycrest Capital purchased Microsoft shares, the stock had risen nearly 30%. Everything seemed great, but then something unexpected happened. In the first half of the year, Bill Gates had hired Michael Larson to lead his family office and established Cascade Investments. Last week, Larson announced on behalf of Bill Gates' family office a stock reduction plan. Bill Gates, who owned more than 43% of Microsoft shares, planned to reduce his holdings by 3% annually starting this year to diversify investments. As soon as this statement was released, Microsoft's stock price plummeted, dropping the market value below $23.5 billion and showing signs of further decline. After all, seeing the largest shareholder lack confidence and sell off shares on such a scale shook everyone. They all called Linton to discuss strategies. But Linton, who had insight from the future, already knew Microsoft's trajectory. This sharp drop was actually the last golden buying opportunity. By the end of the year, though the exact month was unclear, the U.S. government's Information Superhighway Plan was announced, and all computer and network communication-related stocks were set to soar. Microsoft and Cisco would lead the surge. Especially after the release of Windows 95 in 1995, their market values skyrocketed wildly, with Microsoft exceeding $600 billion by the end of 1999. But nobody else knew this yet. Winnie and Richard were anxious and had scheduled a meeting at the Charity Foundation's investment office this morning to discuss countermeasures. When Linton arrived, Winnie, Henry, Richard, and Goodman were waiting. After asking the assistant to wait outside, they gathered in the meeting room. "Everyone, please share your thoughts," Linton said. Although he already knew the outcome, he wanted to hear their perspectives. "I'm very optimistic about Microsoft's future," Winnie began. "They hold over 96% of the global market share, a virtual monopoly. Plus, computer adoption is rapidly increasing. Their prospects look very bright." "I agree with Winnie," Richard added. "The big question is why Bill Gates wants to sell off such a large portion of his shares. We're told it's to diversify and cash out somewhat, which is normal in the market. But the scale and continuity of his sell-off are concerning. Maybe Bill Gates discovered new technology or a company threatening Microsoft's position and is preparing an exit strategy. That's just conspiracy theory and paranoia," Linton waved off. "Why do you say that? Let me tell you. If you truly find the signs Richard mentioned, what would a savvy capitalist do? Two options. One, acquire and control that new technology or company yourself. What if they refuse to be acquired? Is there no third option? I'm not sure." Having acquired 7% of Cisco's shares, Richard had successfully joined Cisco's board of directors and received a comfortable monthly salary. However, as a non-executive director, He had no management role. His purpose was to protect Skycrest Capital's interests, not to steer the company. He was familiar with Cisco's story, a classic case of financial capital taking over the founder's control. Faced with that reality, he agreed with Linton. Bill Gates is a powerful capitalist who shouldn't be underestimated. But why this strategy? I'm still unsure and don't know the next move. Henry, Goodman, any thoughts? Given the uncertainties and risks, my suggestion is to reduce our holdings moderately. We currently own too many Microsoft shares, which have appreciated significantly. Henry offered from a risk aversion point of view. Chapter 189. The Microsoft Stock Accumulation Strategy. No wonder Microsoft stock took such a hit. The market was bright, and they hold an absolute monopoly. It was truly invincible. Yet, it was a surprise move by the Bill Gates family office that stunned the market, deliberately creating a massive negative impact and causing the stock price to plunge. But it provided a prime opportunity for them to buy. Any other thoughts? Linton asked. Everyone shook their heads. I'll share mine then. First, the personal computer market is steadily expanding with enormous potential. Everyone agrees on that, right? Absolutely. Everyone responded. Second, Microsoft's operating system dominates the market completely. No question about that. Everyone nodded in agreement. Third, the OS is different from other software or products. It's essential for computers and irreplaceable. Agreed. Still, everyone nodded. And no one has heard of a new tool that could replace computers altogether, right? No chance. Everyone dismissed the idea. So, given all this, who still thinks Microsoft lacks a bright future? What about Bill Gates reducing his shares? Winnie hesitated. The company's fundamentals and future outlook matter most. Share sales by major shareholders don't always have huge impacts. Besides, his holdings were extremely high. Check the market. Among companies valued over $2 billion, how many have individual major shareholders owning more than 30%? Hardly any. They all admitted after some thought. Exactly. So his selling likely isn't because he's losing faith, but to diversify risk, which makes sense. So you're saying we ignore it and keep the status quo? No, we should seize this rare chance. Let's contact Larson from the Gates family office and acquire 2% of shares from him. As long as these don't hit the public market, the stock price will rebound quickly. I believe he's under immense pressure now, so if we help him, the transfer price should be a bit below market value. We already hold a lot of Microsoft stock. Would buying more be too risky? Henry cautiously asked. Not really. Honestly, I've been planning to increase our holdings this year anyway. This situation just lowers our cost. How much shall we buy? My plan is for Skycrest Capital and the Charity Foundation to each add 1%. Is that too much? Winnie asked worriedly. A bit, but this is the last and best opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Do we have that much cash? We don't have cash, but plenty of stock. Henry, check how much we can get by pledging our stocks for loans. Is it enough for both to add 1%? If not, we can ask the film company for some help. After crunching the numbers, Henry reported approximately enough. Excluding already pledged shares, Skycrest Capital can get at least $300 million in loans, and the Charity Foundation at least $250 million. Plus, the foundation has nearly $40 million in cash. Good. Henry and Richard, you'll represent the Charity Foundation and Skycrest Capital. Jointly approach Larson from the Gates family office to negotiate the share purchase, aiming to lower the price as much as possible. What's the floor price? Let's start with a $23 billion market cap as the base, then aim lower. Okay, we'll start tomorrow. Henry and Richard agreed. Also, I'll be overseas promoting a movie for over 10 days starting tomorrow. To avoid disrupting the purchase, I'll sign and authorize the stock pledge documents to Winnie for safekeeping. Keep me updated daily by phone. Once done, if I'm still away, I'll notify Winnie to handle the bank loan process with the authorization and stock certificates to finish the acquisition quickly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. Winnie promised solemnly, feeling trusted. And everything we discussed today stays strictly confidential, he warned. After settling the Microsoft stock increase plan, it was nearly noon. Yet Linton didn't invite Goodman, Henry, or Richard to lunch. When it was just him and Winnie left, she shed her serious investor image and turned into a smitten woman, throwing herself into his arms. Darling, I've missed you so much. You haven't visited in ages. Sweetheart, I miss you too. Whenever I can, I come by. Sounds good, but you're free this afternoon, right? My afternoon work is to be with you. Now that's better. What? About lunch? How about the Hilton? Are there many women at your estate? A few. Forget it. Why don't we eat at my place? You haven't been to my new house yet. Sure. Do you have food there? Don't worry. I've called the housekeeper. Danny, Carter, and Mina will come too. Let them join. Good for them to get familiar with the place. Thanks to a $3 million contribution from him, Winnie bought a detached villa in the affluent Palm Springs community on the Beverly Hills hillside, just 15 minutes from his estate. The gated community was upscale with low housing density and beautiful landscaping. The villa was large, 0.7 acres with over 3,000 square feet, over 3 floors plus a basement. It featured a luxurious outdoor pool, basketball, and tennis courts. The purchase cost $2.6 million. The remaining $400,000 was spent on interior furnishings and decoration. The basement included a 1,000-square-foot gym and an equally sized dance studio. A live-in housekeeper managed meals and daily needs, while other house services were available through the community. 2 female bodyguards, and the housekeeper lived on the first floor. The second floor had 6 guest rooms and a reception room. The third floor had 2 rooms, a smaller 600-square-foot study for Winnie, and a 2,000-square-foot master bedroom with a 500-square-foot walk-in closet and bathroom, plus a 500-square-foot terrace. Despite its size, the master bedroom was cozy, with 2 large photos on the wall above the bed, one of him, one of Winnie. Not a couple's photo, but placed side by side, revealing Winnie's feelings clearly. Darling, even when you're not here, seeing your photos makes me feel secure, Winnie shyly said as he looked at the pictures. Baby, you could live at the estate, Linton said softly, pulling her close. But there are too many women there. I don't mind you having others, but I can't join you and them in all your escapades. That's okay. Just be yourself. Linton always showed her a special, tolerant side. But my love for you isn't any less than theirs. I know. You're the most special person in my heart. Really? Darling, I love you so much, she said, moved, and kissed him. Baby, I love you too. Darling, love me. Aren't we eating first? First, let me have you. Sweet, joyful music started playing. Chapter 190. Izumi Sakai's Tortuous Experience. By the time they came downstairs for dinner, the housekeeper had already reheated the dishes for the 4th time. Luckily, the assistant and bodyguard were dining elsewhere. Otherwise, they might have starved just from staring at a table full of food they couldn't eat. After lunch, the two went to the study. Winnie, besides increasing our shares in Microsoft, I have 2 other things for you to handle. Okay, what are they? First, help me choose a private jet. The last nationwide promo tour was arranged by Universal, providing a business jet for the entire trip. That convenience made me want to own a private plane. Honey, you definitely should buy a private jet. Do you have any specific requirements? The space needs to be as big as possible since every time I travel, I bring my bodyguards, assistant, and other staff. We never travel light. Anything else? The range must be long enough to cross the Pacific or the Atlantic since I plan to do promos worldwide frequently. And the budget, including interior customization, about $25 million. Got it. I'll bring you some options soon. Should it be purchased under the charity foundation's name? No, buy it under the film company's name. That way, it can be written off as a tax expense for the company, which is more cost-effective. Okay, what's the second task? I want to acquire an entertainment newspaper. Help me find potential targets. An entertainment newspaper? The one in Los Angeles. Right, after all, LA is the entertainment capital. Any other requirements, like size or circulation? Obviously, the larger the better, and the wider the circulation, but no specific limits. Anything else? No, just those 2. Thanks for your hard work. Sweetheart, can you stay here tonight? I'm afraid not. Several people are waiting at the estate. Then what are you waiting for? Let's keep doing what we love. Baby, here I come. Linton scooped Winnie into his arms and headed to the master bedroom. Sweet and cheerful singing filled the air. After dinner, Linton bid a reluctant farewell to Winnie and returned to the estate with his bodyguard and assistant. The fairies had already set the scene, including Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, and Noriko Sakai, who had come back early. Another night full of joy and indulgence. At 9 a.m. the next morning, after the party ended, Linton called Winona and Heidi into the study and handed them photocopies of the Pulp Fiction script. This is the film our company is preparing, shooting scheduled for October. 2 roles here are perfect for you. You're both free, right? We are. The 2 answered happily in unison. Good. Winona, the female lead Mia, is yours. Thanks, darling moi. Winona happily blew a kiss. Heidi, the supporting role of Fabian goes to you. Though a minor role, performing it well will make you stand out. Even though your main career is modeling, a dazzling film image will help your modeling career too. Thanks, darling moi. Heidi also happily sent a kiss. Also, if you have time, find a coach to help improve your acting skills. Okay, I'll follow your advice. After bidding a reluctant farewell to everyone, just before leaving, Sophie Marceau and Heidi mysteriously hinted that surprises awaited him later. Linton, along with bodyguards Danny and Carter, and assistants Mina and Bella, went to Universal to meet the promotion staff Jason. They took a direct flight from Los Angeles International Airport to Tokyo, starting the Speed Overseas Promotion Tour. The Japanese roadshow routine was basically the same: media interviews, theater interactions with audiences, and fan meetings. On the first night in Tokyo, after attending a cinema event and returning to the Hilton, Linton found Izumi Sakai waiting in the hotel room, who emotionally threw herself into his arms. Darling, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Although they had been apart for only a bit over 2 months, it felt like forever to Izumi. These past months had been full of unforeseen challenges for her. First, her overseas singer contract for the European and American markets was controversially denied by her management. As is well known, Japanese agencies notoriously exploit their artists harshly and without sufficient profit. Even if they can't develop Western markets themselves, they won't give outsiders a good deal. Though Izumi was already a top singer in Japan and Asia, she had no say in her agency. She had hoped to seek help from Sakato Matsushita as previously promised, but found her sidelined by her own family, with communications cut off, completely unreachable. In the end, she had to turn to Linton for help. Linton contacted Universal's Japan branch, which, after significant cost, transferred her Western contract to Universal a few days ago. Her Western management contract was also signed under WMA with Myra's team through Linton's introduction. Universal wasn't losing out either. If Linton could help Izumi produce a hit song, they would profit greatly. These events had drained her, making her miss Linton all the more. Seeing him now, she couldn't hold back her emotions. Izumi, it's all over now. Though the process was tough, the outcome is good. After my overseas tour, you'll come to LA. I'll arrange a single for you soon. Darling, thank you. Without you, I know this couldn't have been done. Baby, no need to say thanks between us. You're so sweet. Please love me well. Izumi gave him a passionate kiss. Sweet and joyful singing filled the air. To Linton's surprise, in previous gatherings, they had played the games in groups of 3 or 4. He thought Izumi was gentle and obedient. But alone together, he found her passionate and fiery, with impressive stamina and a powerful, rock-style singing voice. The next morning, after their intimacy, Linton gave Izumi the song Complicated, a famous hit by Canadian pop queen Avril Lavigne. It had topped the U.S. Billboard singles chart for 16 consecutive weeks, the longest for any song at that time. Of course, Linton had registered the song with BMI beforehand. He gave it to Izumi to practice, but she'd still need to sign a formal licensing agreement with Universal Records back in LA to legally perform it. As a music expert, Izumi quickly appreciated the song's value and was moved, immediately insisting on extra morning practice with Linton. Chapter 191, Returning Empty-Handed. Previously, Sakato Matsushita was grounded by her family because of his actions. Now that he was in Japan, it made sense to visit Masaharu Matsushita and see if the situation could be properly resolved. After hosting the fan meet and greet in the afternoon, Linton, carrying a valuable oil painting from an auction house in the U.S., went to visit Masaharu Matsushita at his home. When they met, there was an awkwardness between them. They used to have a simple boss-employee relationship, but now neither knew how to define their connection. Masaharu Matsushita looked at Linton with mixed feelings. He remembered inviting Linton to his party last time and introducing his beloved daughter to him. Unexpectedly, this guy had ill intentions and seduced the young woman he had raised for over 20 years. What made him angrier was that this guy was a total playboy. He had many girlfriends in the US and in Japan. Besides Sakato Matsushita, he was involved with 2 female singers ambiguously. It was easy to hide these things from the general public, but as a behind-the-scenes boss of Universal, it was simple for Masaru Matsushita to find out about Linton's chaotic love life. What made him even more heartbroken was that his precious daughter seemed bewitched by Linton and was determined to go to America to be with him, even if it meant having no status or recognition. How could he bear that? If it really happened, the Matsushita family would lose all respect, and the ancestors would be shamed. Besides, in Japan, women from big families were marriage tools. Sakato Matsushita was no exception. Even though she was the best of her generation, the outcome was the same. Only the marriage partner would be stronger and from a more powerful family. It had been 2 months since Sakato Matsushita was grounded, and her attitude still hadn't changed. Masaru Matsushita was both frustrated and thinking about the feasibility of a marriage alliance with Linton. After all, he had witnessed Linton's rise from a poor student to a renowned director and superstar in just 2 or 3 years, a true genius. He was now a confirmed billionaire with limitless potential and a strong chance to become an influential power in America. If Linton married Sakato Matsushita, it would benefit the Matsushita family greatly, no less than marrying into any powerful Japanese family. He also believed it was a rare opportunity for Linton. The premise was that Linton must marry Sakato Matsushita openly and honorably. After sipping his tea, Linton spoke up. "Mr. Matsushita, Sakato and I are good friends. I'm here in Japan, and I'd like to meet her if possible. Just good friends." Masaru Matsushita was slightly provoked. "Oh, rather close friends. But she's willing to leave everything behind in Japan, including her family, to come to America to join you. You see her as just a somewhat close friend." His temper flared. "Mr. Matsushita, please don't be angry. Can I at least see her? Of course, she can see you and even go back to America with you." "Really? But I have one condition." "What's the condition?" Linton thought it wouldn't be that simple. "Simple. You marry her. Then all problems are solved. The Matsushita family will become your strong support." Linton never expected to be pressured into marriage. "Mr. Matsushita, you can't be serious? Do I look like I'm joking? But I'm young and have no intention to marry now. I remember you were born in 71, so you're already 22. When I was your age, I already had kids. But I don't want to marry yet. So you just want to fool her into coming to America for some fun?" His voice raised. "Mr. Matsushita, that's not what I mean. I told you, we're just friends. Please let me meet her. If you don't want to marry her, then there's no reason to meet. Please leave." The old man grew angrier. His precious daughter had so many advantages and the support of the Matsushita family, yet this guy was still making excuses. If not for the fact that he was American, he might have reacted violently. "Mr. Matsushita, even if marriage is on the table, we can't decide it just by talking briefly. Can't we date for a while and see if we're compatible?" Linton proposed a delay. "Then will you promise to cut ties with all those messy women around you?" "Mr. Matsushita, I don't have any messy women. Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Cameron Diaz, Naomi Watts, Winona Ryder, Christiana Reilly, Jennifer Connelly, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai. Should I keep going? Yeah, they're all good friends, just like Sakato. So, you have more than 10 girlfriends, and she's just one of them that you toy with. I don't toy with her or anyone else. We're normally dating friends. You're a morally corrupt scoundrel. Don't waste my time. Leave now. I'll never allow her to meet or continue seeing you." Seeing Linton's playboy appearance, Masaru Matsushita lost all patience and directly kicked him out. Despite Linton's powers, he had no choice but to leave, and the gift he brought was thrown out by Masaru Matsushita. Of course, if Linton tried forcefully or sneaked in, no security system of the Matsushita family could stop him. But what's the point? Even if they met, the conditions were clear, and there was no way he would agree. From Masaru Matsushita's perspective, his approach was understandable. If anyone treated his daughter that way, he'd probably cripple them. His restraint was considerable, given the Matsushita family's prominence in Japan. But Linton was unique, a destined legendary figure who would stand atop the world, wielding immense power and wealth, experiencing the finest beauties. How could he give up his entire forest for one damn tree from the Matsushita family? If he did, would he still be the superstar he was? Could his fans accept that? They might all stop following his story. Chapter 192, Playboy Reputation. Linton finally had no choice but to accept the outcome and returned empty-handed from the Matsushita family. However, with the gentle consolation of Izumi Sakai, he gradually came to terms with it. Given the current situation, it was clear there was no solution between him and Sakato Matsushita. But his own talents were developing at a rapid pace, faster than anyone could have imagined. When he reached the pinnacle of his Starlight Spark abilities and had amassed enough influence and power to make a significant impact in the industry, these obstacles wouldn't be issues anymore. As for Sakato Matsushita, he certainly wouldn't give up on her on his own. It would depend on her persistence. If she could withstand her family's pressure, and if after 5 to 6 years she remained unmarried, he would definitely give her a proper explanation and welcome her into his circle. However, if she gave in to the pressure and married someone else according to the family's arrangements, then it would only be a matter of missed fate between them. Of course, as long as she wore the small rosewood bracelet he had given her, she would enjoy health and peace for the rest of her life. After all, what they shared was not passionate, unforgettable love, so there was no need for unnecessary lingering sentimental attachments. He couldn't see himself as an innocent young man anymore. He decided to be a man of taste, boundaries, and responsibility, even if that meant being a bit of a cad. Having worked out his strategy, he freed his mind from worry and focused on cherishing the companion by his side, Izumi Sakai. Among the 3 women from Japan, he was most satisfied with Izumi Sakai. Though not a top-tier beauty by looks, she was highly cultured, independent, strong-willed, and talented. What was even more rare was her pure innocence toward the world. When they were together, she was sometimes as gentle as water and sometimes as passionate as fire. In the days following, Linton spent the daytime promoting speed according to the schedule and the nights wholeheartedly enjoying sweet moments with Izumi Sakai, whose melodious singing was endlessly delightful. 3 days later, the Japan promotional tour ended successfully. Linton said goodbye to the reluctant Izumi Sakai, and, after agreeing on a meeting time in Los Angeles, boarded a plane with his entourage bound for Paris. Of course, the promotional efforts paid off well. Speed grossed over $16 million in Japan, with a notable boost during the 3 days of his promotion. Total box office was expected to surpass $30 million. Moreover, soundtrack sales had exceeded 400,000 copies and were set to surpass 800,000 in total. Arriving in Paris, he was unexpectedly surprised to find Sophie Marceau had returned early just to accompany him. That was the surprise she had mentioned earlier. And truly, it was a wonderful surprise. At least during his 3 days in France, Linton experienced great happiness. Sophie was unreserved, staying close to him, attending daytime promotional events for Speed, and spending joyful nights together. With Sophie's company, the media frenzy over their romance dominated front-page headlines. The exposure greatly boosted the film's box office, which climbed steadily. At the end of the French promotion, as they parted, Sophie confided the truth to Linton. Her full support despite the rumors was because his circle was already quite large. The sisters had collectively decided to limit new additions, so her visit was unanimously approved to prevent other temptresses from luring him away. Linton was speechless but realized the truth. His harem was already extensive, with 11 rooms in the mansion occupied, including Charlize Theron, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai, each needing a room. Only 2 rooms remained on the second floor. Those 2 rooms had to be reserved. Otherwise, family members visiting later would have no place to stay. Lodging them in an apartment building was unthinkable. It was clear that the threshold for new members joining the harem would need to be raised. Next, flying to Germany, Heidi Klum had also returned early to Berlin to take over the tour, accompanying him without reservation. German media followed with a frenzy of rumors about the two, again driving massive exposure and climbing box office numbers for Speed. She said her return to Berlin was also supported unanimously by the harem sisters. On one hand, it helped promote the film. On the other, she could benefit from the heat of the rumors. After all, creating buzz alongside a world-famous director and star like Linton was quite advantageous. And of course, she was willing and enjoyed supporting his vibrant personal life. The side effect was they effectively blocked many aspiring actresses who fancied their chances, causing those women to curse the two privately. Throughout this whole promotional journey peppered with romances, Linton's bodyguards and assistants were used to it. Only Jason, escorting Linton, looked on enviously, often sighing. Man, some people just have all the luck. Why don't I have such romantic fortune? By the time Linton returned to Los Angeles, Speed had earned over $15 million each in France and Germany, and more than $22 million in Japan. In comparison, although Catherine Zeta-Jones had worked diligently in the UK with higher promotional intensity, the film had yet to reach $13 million there. Still, her return to the UK was a triumphant homecoming, greeted by thunderous cheers everywhere she went. Universal Pictures' UK marketing team specially designed posters with Catherine and Linton sharing the center spotlight. The British media showered her with praise, calling her another British Rose, conquering Hollywood and stepping onto the global stage. Originally, Catherine was only known as a dance theater performer in a small circle, with her previous TV appearances not sparking fame. Now, after this film, she became a household name and a proud representative of Britain, intoxicated by the sweet taste of success. Universal planned a 2-week tour covering major UK cities to maximize Speed's influence. It couldn't be denied that the rumor-driven publicity worked wonders. No wonder every film release was accompanied by such buzz. However, the downside was clear. After the extensive rumor campaigns in France with Sophie and Germany with Heidi, Linton's Playboy reputation was globally renowned. According to information gathered by Bella, his fans grew more loyal, and their numbers kept rising. Being a Playboy equaled strong male charm. Dating multiple beautiful women and stirring up rumors only showed the exceptional appeal of their idol. As long as he didn't cheat, no one would morally condemn him. Naturally, Sophie and Heidi's other goal was achieved. They thwarted many actresses who thought they could seduce him easily, causing them to curse the two behind their backs. By August 4th, the overseas box office for Speed had reached $148 million, with Universal predicting total overseas takings would exceed $300 million. In North America, after 27 days, the box office was at $144.63 million, although daily earnings unfortunately showed a steep decline, with weekday revenues falling below $2 million. Theaters had also significantly reduced showings, with only about 1,300 cinemas and 2,500 screens playing the film now. With the weekend of August 6th approaching, Warner Bros. Was about to release a blockbuster, The Fugitive. Directed by Andrew Davis and starring Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones, and Celia Ward, the film reportedly had a budget exceeding $55 million. Predictably, Speed screenings would be further reduced, but there was no doubt it would cross $180 million in North America. In summary, the film had achieved tremendous success. Chapter 193, Private Jet and Media Acquisition. Back when Linton was still in Paris, Henry and Richard sent some good news. Due to the Bill Gates family's office announcing a massive stock sell-off, Microsoft's stock market value plummeted, causing strong dissatisfaction among all Microsoft shareholders and the company management towards Bill Gates. He was under tremendous pressure. At this moment, Henry and Richard proactively approached for a large-scale stock acquisition. For the Bill Gates family office, this was undoubtedly a timely relief. They desperately needed such a substantial buyer to boost market confidence. Both parties had a strong willingness to cooperate. After a brief negotiation over the price for a few days, they quickly reached a consensus. The final transaction price was calculated based on Microsoft's total market value of $22.8 billion, even slightly lower than the bottom line set by Linton. Linton also informed Winnie and Goodman to cooperate with Henry and Richard to handle bank stock pledge loans and complete the transaction as soon as possible. Skycrest Capital secured a $230 million loan from a California bank through stock pledging, and the Charity Foundation got a $200 million loan from the same bank. By the time Linton returned to Los Angeles, the deal was already finalized. Linton spent $456 million to acquire an additional 2% stake in Microsoft. Combined with his previous shares, he held a total of 4.48125% of Microsoft, making him a significant shareholder. However, these shares were spread across 3 accounts. Skycrest Capital held 2.65625%, the Charity Foundation held 1.715%, and Linton personally held 0.11%. This distribution avoided attracting too much outside attention. By 1999, when Microsoft's market value broke $550 billion, this investment would become an enormous fortune. After completing the transaction, the Bill Gates family office quickly announced that most of the planned stock sell-offs for the year had been completed and that the remaining shares would be sold through large transactions rather than on the open market. Once this information was released, Microsoft's stock price rebounded immediately, with the market value rising back to $24 billion on the same day. A win-win deal for all sides. Everyone at the estate was busy with their own work, so Linton invited Winnie to the mansion to enjoy a brief moment of privacy together. After some intense intimacy, the couple paused and went to the study. Winnie took out several thick documents and hand-picked information about the Gulfstream 4 SP to give to Linton. The business jet you mentioned last time, I did a lot of research. I recommend choosing the Gulfstream 4 SP. Gulfstream is the world's largest luxury private jet manufacturer, and their quality is guaranteed. I think the most important thing about a plane is safety and reliability. Yeah, the first principle in buying a plane is quality and reliability. I've heard that most billionaires choose Gulfstream jets. The Gulfstream 4 SP is a new model released late last year. It's an improved version of the Gulfstream 4. The wing length is 23.7 meters, the fuselage length 26.9 meters, and height 7.4 meters. It can seat up to 19 passengers. It uses 2 Rolls-Royce T611-8 Malawian Quachas turbofan engines, has a cruising speed of 851 kilometers per hour, and a maximum range of 7,820 kilometers. It's currently the business jet with the longest range, capable of transatlantic flights, nonstop from New York to any major European city. However, it can't make the trans-Pacific flight nonstop. For example, a flight from Los Angeles to Japan requires refueling in Hawaii. Sounds good. What's the price? The Bear jet costs $16 million. The interior fittings are customizable. The cabin layout can be designed as you like, even reducing seats to create a bedroom. The fully furnished price should be around $18 million. Only billionaires can afford such super luxury. For Linton, it was no problem. Okay, but I looked into the operating costs of the plane. They're not cheap. Hiring a management company, crew salaries, airport fees, aviation fuel, etc. At least $2 million annually. Linton was already prepared for the high costs. No problem. Do they have any ready? No. These planes need to be ordered in advance. If we order now, the estimated delivery time is 8 months. All right, let's go with that one. I'll leave the interior design to you. Winnie lit up. This was different treatment. Really? Of course, you call all the shots. Okay, I'll call them right now. Soon Winnie scheduled a meeting over the phone to sign the order contract for the next day. Linton also notified Goodman and Mary to come to the mansion because the purchase would be made under the movie company's name. Regarding the entertainment media acquisition, I've also had people investigate. Currently, there are 2 publications potentially willing to sell. Already? Which 2? Hollywood Tabloid. It has a daily circulation of about 6,000 copies and nearly 20 editors and reporters. Because of the small circulation, the paper is barely breaking even. Its current valuation is $2 million. With proper investment, the owner might be willing to sell. Then there's Hollywood Gossip Daily, with a circulation about 4,000 daily and 15 editorial staff. It has been running at a loss since last year, struggling to keep afloat. Its valuation is $600,000, and the owner strongly wants to sell. Anything better? There are many entertainment media outlets in Los Angeles, but the others are doing well and probably not interested in selling. I see. Doesn't matter. I just want a platform. After acquisition, we'll definitely invest heavily and expand. With exclusive news licensing for me and my company, it will surely grow. So, have Goodman arrange people to contact these 2 and see who's willing to sell. Try to acquire one as soon as possible. In the early 90s, before the internet wave, print media was at its golden age. Most owners weren't eager to sell their stakes. Linton didn't want to waste time, so he straightforwardly targeted these two. Will the acquired media be placed under the movie company too? No, the media will be under the charity foundation, which you will manage. Okay, I will get on it ASAP. Our Winnie is really capable. Having you assist me is such a relief, Linton said with a rare compliment after finishing their work discussion, trying to please Winnie. Honey, how are you going to reward me? Winnie twinkled her eyes and climbed onto his lap, wrapping her arms around him like a little girl. What reward do you want? I want you to keep me company tonight and not rest. Baby, no problem. Didn't expect you to have a wild side. Linton scooped her up and headed to the third floor. Do you like it? Of course. Sweet, melodious singing filled the air. Chapter 194, Pentagon's Generous Sponsorship. The next morning, with the cooperation of Goodman and Mary, Linton smoothly signed a contract with the Gulfstream Company's representative for an order of a Gulfstream 4SP, paying a $5 million down payment. The delivery period was set for 8 months. Next, the Gulfstream Company's designers and engineers would further communicate with Winnie to finalize the specific interior design and equipment for the cabin. Universal Pictures also brought good news. The Rock project had completed all internal approval procedures at Universal. Linton, along with Robert and Goodman, went once more to the office of Universal Pictures' Lou Wasserman. Both sides quickly reached a partnership agreement on the Rock project. The film would be produced jointly by Linton Films and Universal Pictures, with a total investment of $55 million. Linton Films invested 60%, Universal Pictures 40%. Linton Films would mainly control the production. After the movie's theater run, they could prioritize extracting 10% of the total film revenue as production management fees. The remaining income would be split based on investment shares. Both parties would share the film's rights proportionally. For distribution, the North American market would be jointly distributed by Universal Pictures and Linton Films, with Universal holding 70% and Linton 30%. Distribution fees were as follows: 20% of North American box office revenue, 20% of all video and television rights revenue, 50% of merchandise revenue. The film was tentatively scheduled for a June release. The exact date would be negotiated once the final cut was ready. The overseas market would be distributed by Universal Pictures. The rights would be bought outright for an amount equal to 43% of the North American box office total. Following the model of Speed, the two sides established the Rock Studio with separate accounting. The studio rented office space near Universal City specifically for the film crew. Robert served as the producer, Michael Bay as the director, Kenneth as the executive producer, and Universal's producer Tim took the role of associate producer. Linton Films, as per the contract, consolidated the previously invested $6 million in early project expenses into the Rock Studio. However, this project differed somewhat from Speed. Given the huge investment and the fact that Michael Bay was still a newcomer director, at Universal's strong insistence, the crew spent $2.2 million to purchase third-party completion bond insurance through the Firefighters Fund Insurance Company. Third-party completion bond insurance was an important innovation and system in the Hollywood film industry. It effectively protected investors and producers against production delays, unfinished films, and various unexpected losses. Its basic function was to ensure the film's timely completion. This insurance provided production guarantee for both the crew and investors. Should issues arise during production, the insurance company must assume responsibility. For example, if shooting was delayed, main actors suddenly quit, or budgets exceeded limits, the insurance company would cover the resulting expenses. If major problems occurred, such as the production company going bankrupt or the director or lead actors leaving, the insurance company might step in to manage the project, find suitable staff, and complete the film. Otherwise, they would owe substantial compensation. Of course, the insurance premiums were not cheap. For an average movie, completion bond fees usually cost about 2.5% of the film's budget. Action, war, or sci-fi films, those involving stunt risks, typically paid around 4% of the budget. Linton Films transferred the remaining $27 million into the insurance company's account, while Universal, as agreed, transferred $22 million to the same account. With the third-party completion bond insurance, every expense of the production required auditing by the insurance company. Michael Bay was displeased but knew these were standard Hollywood procedures. Even top directors like Spielberg or James Cameron had to accept such constraints for big A-list productions. Only if filmmakers like Linton funded their films entirely on their own could they bypass these rules, accepting all risks personally. Michael Bay was truthful when he explained he had a relative working at the Pentagon's Hollywood liaison office. After the crew submitted the script and application, Bay used his connection to schedule a meeting with the liaison chief, Colonel Roger Kahn. Linton, Roman, and Michael Bay brought the project plan and script to meet Roger, seeking support. Roger, after reading the script, was intrigued by the movie's patriotic themes and special forces spirit. Learning that Speed, which was currently screening, was also written by Linton and co-produced by Universal and Linton Films, and remembering how Speed greatly improved the image of American police nationwide, he was fully impressed. He was initially worried why Linton was replaced by Michael Bay as director and whether Bay could deliver the script's effects. But upon hearing Bay was a former first assistant director on Speed and that Linton would serve as co-producer, his doubts vanished. Roger promised full support for the film's production and would personally report to the Pentagon to secure more backing. He also expressed his fondness for Speed, being a fan of Linton's films and music, mentioning his 2 children were also Linton fans. He spoke with Linton privately for a while, requested a few autograph photos, and exchanged contact information. No surprises emerged. After Roger flew to Washington to report to the Pentagon, they agreed to sponsor The Rock. The film's themes of patriotism and military spirit perfectly matched the Pentagon's interests. The Pentagon's sponsorship was extremely generous. They provided the crew with F-18 Hornet fighter jets, missiles, M16 assault rifles, and other advanced active military equipment for filming. They even deployed an active Marine Corps unit to cast as the special forces in the film. All personnel and equipment, even including aircraft fuel, were donated free of charge, showing the Pentagon's high regard for the project. Linton and Michael Bay calculated that this support saved the production at least $6 million in costs. Chapter 195, Charlize Theron's first time. Early on August 7th, Charlize Theron called Linton to remind him that today was her 18th birthday. Linton arranged with his assistant to book a presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel and planned to celebrate with Charlize that evening. By the time he finished filming the music video and arrived at the hotel, Charlize was already there. This day was special for Charlize, and she clearly put a lot of effort into her appearance. Just turned 18, she had light blonde long hair that complemented her statuesque 5 feet 10 inches figure and ballerina-like posture, making her exceptionally radiant. Her slender neck and squared shoulders added to her elegance. Her fair complexion was smooth and glowing with youthful vitality. When she smiled, she radiated the approachable charm of an all-American girl next door, but her sharp facial features gave her a cool, aloof allure when still, making her uniquely captivating. She wore a stunning red evening gown, simple in design but striking. The deep V-neck extended to her waist, showcasing her slender neck and collarbones. The body-hugging silhouette accented her hourglass figure, and the back was largely bare with delicate crossed straps balancing sensuality and elegance perfectly. Charlize's tall, ballet-trained frame in that red gown looked almost sculptural, with every step fluttering the skirt softly, as if releasing silent seduction. When Linton came in, she spun gracefully in front of him, displaying her beauty from every angle. Then she threw herself into his arms and gave him a kiss. "Darling, do I look beautiful?" "Baby, you look stunning," Linton replied honestly, handing her a Louis Vuitton bag. "Happy birthday, baby." "Thank you. Darling, you're so sweet," Charlize said with surprise as she accepted the gift and hugged him tightly again, showering him with kisses. As Charlize shyly and excitedly kissed him, Linton's arms wrapped around her firmly, returning the kiss. Soon, guided by his skilled leading, Charlize relaxed completely in his embrace. "Darling, love me well." Without hesitation, Linton picked her up and went inside. "Darling, you're incredible." Sweet, joyful singing filled the room. What especially pleased Linton was that Charlize really was a first-timer. He felt like he had found a treasure. In the US, especially in the entertainment industry, finding a top-notch beauty who was still untouched was harder than finding a needle in a haystack, unless you started grooming them from kindergarten. Even though her current popularity barely helped his own ability, that was no problem at all. After all, in his past life, Charlize had already reached top star status, and now with his help, her career would only soar, which would be a great boost for his own progress. An hour later, considering Charlize was new to this, Linton worried she might be overwhelmed. After giving her some of his essence to rejuvenate, they paused. "Baby, let's eat first." "Okay, but I want you to pick me up," Charlize coquettishly said, showing no signs of any discomfort after the essence transfer. They affectionately enjoyed the dinner delivered by the hotel. "Sally, how's your acting class going?" "Pretty good. I've learned a lot, and the teacher praised me several times for big improvements." "That's great. Your next movie is called The Rock. It's already in intense prep. Shooting starts at the end of September. Here's the script for your role. Study it when you have time." "Thanks, darling. You're so great, moi. Don't move around too much, or I'll get started again." "Come on, I'm not afraid." The sweet, joyful singing started again, lasting on. Since Charlize was new to this, she couldn't last too long and fell deeply asleep past 3 a.m. "Darling, you're amazing. What should I do when I miss you?" Charlize woke in the morning, curled like a kitten on Linton. "You can call me anytime. Can I be your girlfriend?" "You want to be my girlfriend?" "Yes. Don't you like me?" "But I have many girlfriends." "Are you sure you want to join?" Although she knew Linton was a playboy, she was shocked by his shameless words. "Join? What does that mean?" "It means being my girlfriend together." "Of course, the choice is yours. Are Naomi, Cameron, Catherine, Jennifer, and Christiana all your girlfriends?" Charlize asked in disbelief. "Yes, and even more." "More? So many. Can you keep up?" "Don't underestimate me. Last night I held back because it was your first time. Usually, we party a lot together." "Wow, parties together? Don't they fight?" Charlize felt her world was turned upside down. "If you want to join, you have to accept my rules." "Rules? What rules?" "Rule 1, loyalty. Once you're my girlfriend, no getting involved with other men. Rule 2, girlfriends must care for each other. Any conflict must be worked out openly. No sabotaging or fighting. If you can't accept this, you can leave anytime. If anyone breaks the rules, they're out immediately." Is today April Fool's? I can't believe such nonsense. Charlize felt like losing her mind. "No worries. If you don't want to join, just forget it happened. I never force anyone." "What about the movie role?" Charlize paused, then picked up the script slowly. "Don't worry, it's a gift from me. Gifts I give never get taken back. What you said today changed my perspective completely. Can I have some time to think?" "Of course, the choice is yours. Whatever you decide, I respect it. And don't worry, I won't hurt you. Just keep what we talked about today between us." Linton knew Charlize was different from other European American women, having grown up relatively conservative in South Africa. Otherwise, she wouldn't be a virgin at 18 or agree so easily to join his harem. He didn't want to deceive her or spend time slowly winning her over. He already had many women, and honestly, if she weren't a virgin, he wouldn't be so eager to take her. But since she was, his heart hoped she'd join. Now the choice was hers. If she wanted to join, great. If not, no big deal. At worst, she'd just be a casual partner. "Thanks for understanding and trusting me. And no matter what, thank you for a wonderful night and the lovely gift." No wonder she would become the Queen of Stars. Despite such a big shock today, she could still speak so steadily and gracefully. With that mental strength, cunning, and emotional intelligence, she'd surpass most Hollywood actresses. Of all the women he'd met, only Nicole Kidman could rival her, both top-tier enchantresses at their peak. Chapter 196, Movie Soundtrack, Step Up 2 Premiere. Regarding the soundtrack for The Rock, after careful consideration, Linton decided some changes were necessary. Previously, for The Shallows and Speed, he had only written a theme song for Speed and left the rest of the soundtrack production to Universal. However, the results were less than ideal and didn't meet his expectations. For a big-budget action movie like The Rock, a great soundtrack could really enhance the film and boost its box office performance. In turn, a hit movie would drive strong soundtrack sales. Ideally, These should complement and enhance one another. Frankly, that synergy wasn't achieved with The Shallows and Speed. Recalling retrospectives, Linton remembered a well-known maestro in the film music world, Hans Zimmer. Previously, Hans had made his mark with Rain Man, though he hadn't yet become a household name. His talent was unquestionable. Hans was thrilled to receive Linton's invitation since this would be his first time scoring a top Hollywood blockbuster. After reading the script, Hans offered two competitive pricing options for Linton to choose from. The first was a flat fee of $2 million, with no participation in soundtrack profits. The second was the usual option, no upfront fee but 10% of soundtrack sales revenue. Of course, regardless of the option, the rights to the soundtrack's compositions remained with Hans. The final score, of course, had to satisfy the production team. No question, the first option was chosen immediately. The production team signed a contract with Hans and paid $1 million upfront, with the remaining $1 million to be paid after post-production. Universal Records still handled soundtrack production and distribution, but because the score was provided by the production team, the soundtrack revenue split was 68% to Universal, 32% to the filmmakers. Later, pressed by Daniel, Linton returned to Universal's MV shooting crew to finish filming 4 remaining songs. The 4 female leads had been eagerly waiting for this rare opportunity and, afraid of any last-minute replacements, now officially started shooting. Excited, they all simultaneously tried to charm and tease Linton with various tactics, as if ready to pounce. Though each was gorgeous with fair skin and long legs, Linton immediately lost interest thinking back to Carson and the other 2 during auditions clutching their waists. By the time filming ended, he didn't give them any chance, and they quietly left. Step Up 2 was set for release on August 13th, with promotional efforts in full swing. Leonardo DiCaprio, Jennifer, and Anne were busy with media interviews, talk shows, and variety appearances, doing everything possible to attract audience attention. Thanks to the first film's success and a scandal during filming that PR manager Ellie leveraged to ignite media buzz, Step Up 2 was already a nationwide sensation with tremendous hype. Now it was about converting that excitement into ticket sales. On August 11th, Universal held a grand premiere for Step Up 2 at the Los Angeles Music Hall. Linton cut short his MV shoot to escort Naomi, the original film's female lead, to the event. Though Step Up 2 was a modest commercial production, buoyed by the first film's success and massive fan base, industry insiders were optimistic about its market prospects. Many top stars attended, including Tom Cruise and his wife, Tom Hanks, Kevin Costner, Jodie Foster, Julia Roberts, Sharon Stone, and Meg Ryan. Linton's entourage included Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Cameron Diaz, Winona Ryder, and Catherine Zeta-Jones, who had just returned from UK promotions, lighting up the event. The crowd of fans was huge, mostly from Step Up. After walking the red carpet with Naomi, Linton headed to the guest lounge. As investor, co-producer, and screenwriter, though he didn't see himself as the main creator, other guests treated him like the host, congratulating him eagerly. Sharon Stone and Nicole Kidman both gave him hearty hugs and quietly asked if he was free later to celebrate together. Not likely, especially with Tom Cruise nearby. What a scandal that would be. Perhaps because his movies had successively won big, many stars approached him for collaboration, which he politely deferred to future opportunities. To Linton, Step Up 2's greatest strengths were its outstanding casting and stunning dance sequences. At the after-film sharing, he praised the film profusely. Leo is incredibly handsome, Jennifer is stunning, and they shine throughout the movie, sure to attract countless fans. The dance scenes are breathtaking, especially the rain dance at the end. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I give this film a perfect score and believe it will surprise audiences at the end of the summer season. Amid applause, the host asked Linton to predict box office numbers. They say your box office forecasts are spot on. Can you predict Step Up 2's earnings? With such a great film, Jennifer so beautiful, Leo so charming, and those killer dance moves, the box office will definitely be huge. Can you give a specific number? At least $100 million domestically. His answer barely elicited a reaction. The $100 million mark seemed to have become expected. Just $100 million? That's too low. The host echoed the audience's thoughts. Not at all. Let me tell you, Step Up 2's production cost was only $13 million, so making over $100 million domestically means the investors will make a killing, Linton said. I heard the investor is your production company, right? My goal was $100 million domestic, and you all expect even more. But I'm not going to share the profits with you, Linton joked. Laughter erupted among the audience, followed by thunderous applause. Chapter 197, The English Rose, Linton's American Dream. After the premiere, Linton took Catherine back to the estate. After all, Speed was still showing in theaters, and their romance rumors hadn't died down yet. Winnie also knew that other women would be staying overnight at the estate tonight. Being shy and reserved, she wasn't comfortable partying wildly with the others, so she didn't show up. Before long, Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Cameron Diaz, Winona Ryder, Naomi Watts, and Jennifer quietly arrived at the estate, avoiding the paparazzi. What followed was naturally another wild, crazy, and joyous party. Joyful and sweet songs echoed through the night without pause. But the most excited and best performers were naturally Catherine and Jennifer. Catherine was riding high off Speed's huge success, her popularity soaring and her star power rising rapidly. Besides, she had just returned from a promotional tour in her home country, England, where she was being adored on all fronts. She was utterly enchanted by the experience. The media couldn't stop praising her, calling her the most beautiful English rose. Even the catty girlfriends she had once performed stage plays with, those who often backstabbed and schemed against each other behind the scenes, all changed their tune. They scrambled to appear in front of her, genuinely complimenting her and trying to win her favor, even Rachel Weisz, the one she got along with the least. Their single goal was to see if Catherine could help them break into Hollywood. Sorry, ladies, I'm happy to accept all your compliments, she thought, but no way am I going to get people into Hollywood through me. In short, it felt fantastic. More importantly, her agent told her that she had already received tons of invitations for appearances and commercial endorsements. Starting tomorrow, she would be flying all over America for promotions, not only to earn a hefty appearance fee, but also to maintain and cement her current popularity. Jennifer, because of today's premiere, from the audience's and guests' reactions, especially Linton's public praise and box office predictions, she felt in her gut that Step Up 2 was going to be a massive hit, and she was going to be a huge star. Overcome with excitement, naturally, she displayed incredible energy and enthusiasm during their intimate moments. After the party, during breakfast, the butler Amy delivered the day's newspapers. As expected, the headlines were dominated by Step Up 2's premiere, Linton's box office predictions, and glowing praise for Jennifer and Leo. Hollywood Report's front-page headline read, Step Up 2 premiere, a star-studded event, acclaimed by superstar director. Hollywood Entertainment Review's bold headline, stunning. How much will Linton make from investing in Step Up 2? Hollywood Gossip Weekly's scoop, breaking, Linton's billionaire journey. Entertainment Weekly's feature, Step Up 2, Leo and Jennifer's stunning beauty. They hadn't expected that while promoting Step Up 2 was one thing, the media's real interest was in Linton becoming a multi-millionaire and his money-making abilities. Hollywood Entertainment Review and Hollywood Gossip Weekly each released eye-opening articles analyzing Linton's achievements from his debut until now in music and film, highlighting his earnings in detail. Both concluded the same. Within less than 3 years, Linton had earned more than $400 million through music and movies, second only to Madonna among all entertainment superstars, proving he was a true prodigy, a young billionaire in making, and the embodiment of the American dream. Seeing these glowing articles about Linton, the ladies felt proud and all showered him with kisses and congratulations. If they didn't all have work commitments, the happy party might have started all over again. What they didn't realize was that Linton's true strength was in his investment strategies. A few years down the road, around the new millennium, when he cashed out his stocks, he would shock the world. It was worth mentioning that Cameron Diaz had successfully landed the lead female role in The Mask and was to report to the set today. She was the only actress invited to audition for the role, and her salary was a whopping $3 million, showing how much The Shallow's success had boosted her career. After breakfast, Linton returned to the set to continue shooting the music video. He noticed the crew viewing him differently now, their eyes sparkling with admiration. especially the female lead in the video. She looked at him as if he were a rare treat, using every trick to get close, brush up against, lean on, touch, and hold him. All kinds of obvious moves trying to win him over. Unfortunately for them, Linton's standards had been raised by the top-tier beauties surrounding him. Ordinary charms rarely caught his eye anymore, so their efforts were in vain. Looks like the multimillionaire status had its downsides, but he was used to it, and it didn't affect his focus or filming. That evening, after a busy day, Jennifer quietly arrived at the estate again to wait with Linton for the midnight box office results. At noon on August 13th, Step Up 2's midnight premiere officially began. Thanks to a huge fan base established by the first movie, the film launched its midnight screening in 2,800 theaters across North America, with 3,500 giant screens, an impressively massive scale. All officially releasing theaters participated in the midnight screenings, some with 2 screening rooms each, reflecting the theater's strong confidence in the film. Moreover, since it was late in the summer movie season, most blockbuster films had already premiered, reducing competition. The initial screening count even surpassed Speed's. The movie's soundtrack CD was now available in all music stores, its posters prominently displayed. In collaboration with Universal Pictures, merchandise shops had put up clothing and hats worn by Leo in the film for sale. Spurred by the hot sales of Speed's action figure toys, and thanks to the handsome Leo and beautiful Jennifer, Universal prepared $20 million worth of figures representing the 2 stars from the movie. Jennifer, confident in the film's box office success and with press tours scheduled with and in Leo, chose not to attend the theater screening herself. At the Beverly Hills Theater, 2 screening rooms showed Step Up 2 simultaneously, showing the theater's confidence. The results did not disappoint. By 11:30 p.m., the lobby was already packed with waiting audience members, mostly under 20 years old. Outside, a long queue for tickets stretched endlessly. On the large lobby screen, trailers for recently released movies played, and every time the Step Up 2 trailer appeared, the crowd erupted in screams and cheers. The CinemaScore company's investigator, Jimmy, was assigned to this theater to survey audience reactions post-viewing. He was amazed by the large turnout. He estimated nearly 200 people were there just to see Step Up 2 at this single theater. Chapter 198, Explosive Midnight Screening. Izumi Sakai arrives in America. At 3 a.m., their intense session paused briefly. Linton received a cheerful call from Levitt. Linton, great news. The midnight showing of Step Up 2 hit an 86% occupancy rate, with 2,800 theaters and 3,500 big screens, raking in $1.86 million in midnight box office. That's fantastic. Looks like we've hit another success, haha. Absolutely amazing. Such a booming start, even surpassing Speed's midnight numbers. I have a hunch that the North American box office could easily top $100 million, maybe even reach $150 million. Don't get your hopes too high. The midnight crowd is strong because of the first film's huge fan base. It's not entirely a reliable predictor. Still, success is assured. You're right. The director and the 2 leads we picked are outstanding, far exceeding expectations. Our earlier worries seem unfounded, mainly because everyone worked hard and was talented, which brought this great result. But to achieve high box office returns, the upcoming marketing and distribution need to be solid. Don't worry. Our goals and interests align. And her team will head out at 9 a.m. tomorrow to kick off the nationwide promotional tour. Get some rest and have sweet dreams. But Linton hung up and embraced Jennifer, who was leaning close by his ear. Baby, we did it. Step Up 2 pulled in $1.86 million at the midnight showings. Jennifer, already thrilled, returned a loving kiss and exclaimed, "Darling, you're amazing. I'll make it up to you properly." The new round of passion reignited. After breakfast, Jennifer reluctantly said goodbye to Linton and headed off to Universal Studios, energized, to join and Leonardo for the nationwide city tour. Linton continued working with the crew, shooting his latest music video. According to plan, Izumi Sakai was arriving in Los Angeles today. Since Izumi had already touched his heart deeply and Noriko Sakai had attended his estate party, he didn't bother arranging a hotel for her. Instead, his assistant Mina and bodyguard Carter picked her up from the airport and brought her directly to the estate. He let her choose her own room on the second floor. That evening, after wrapping up shooting, Linton returned to the estate where Izumi greeted him like a loving wife awaiting her husband. She helped with his bag, took off his jacket, and made tea, a warm, delicate contrast to the American women he knew. He hugged her tightly and carried her upstairs. Izumi whispered shyly into his ear, "Darling, let's eat first." "No, I want to savor you first." 2 hours later, freshened up, they went downstairs for dinner. Linton was surprised to find the dining room set for a candlelight dinner. This wasn't Amy, the housekeeper's, doing. His eyes met Izumi's. "Darling, do you like this atmosphere?" Sure enough, it was her thoughtful touch, gentle, romantic. "Sweetheart, it's perfect. Thank you for the effort. After all, it's my first day here. It feels special. I want to cherish it." "All right, tonight we open a bottle of red wine to celebrate. Let's go pick one from the wine cellar." The wine cellar had grown richly stocked over 2 years with various brands and vintages of reds, whites, and champagnes. They chose a 1980 Domaine de la Romanie Conti, under candlelight. With red wine and a beauty like Izumi, everything felt unique. "Izumi, from now on, consider this place home." "Okay, darling, thank you." "Izumi, you're stunning." Under the lights, she radiated a special glow. "Darling, you're handsome too." Izumi climbed into Linton's arms. "Let's toast together." Sweet, joyful music filled the room again. The next morning after breakfast, Linton arranged a female bodyguard for Izumi and provided a Mercedes G-Wagon. She could choose her own car later at the dealership. They headed to Universal Records to meet with Goodman and Mira before going to Daniel's office. Under the watchful eyes of their lawyers, they signed a licensing agreement for the song Complicated, granting Izumi Sakai, a Universal female artist, the singing rights. The copyright of the lyrics and music of the song was divided according to the old rules, 6% each, totaling 12%. Given Linton's influence, he could have negotiated higher royalties for songs performed by others, often demands he didn't even need to make. But since Universal had helped a lot during Izumi's contract renegotiations in the West and sacrificed much, he maintained the original terms. Daniel promised to quickly produce Izumi's single and music video. Yet, with Linton's new album, Flying, set to release at the end of August, releasing Izumi's single now wasn't ideal. To maximize impact, Daniel planned to launch Complicated in mid-October. Linton agreed after consulting Izumi. Linton, who should produce Izumi's single? Lisa as usual. She's familiar and very capable. Sounds good. Daniel called Lisa over, introduced her to Izumi, and assigned her to the single's production. Grateful, Lisa happily took Izumi to the studio for vocal tests and began scheduling production. "Linton, when will your music video finish?" "The crew's still waiting for me. It should wrap up tomorrow. After that, it's up to Jack for post-production." "There's enough time. We plan to release Flying officially on August 26th. From August 24th, you need to dedicate at least 30 days to promotion. Can you manage?" "No, I can only promote until September 7th. I have plans booked for the week starting September 9th. What could be more important than your album promotion? Can't you reschedule?" Daniel urged anxiously. "No, it's long scheduled and can't be changed." Linton firmly refused. "Linton, this album took 2 years and is high quality. With proper promotion, sales will blow up. I'm confident it'll outsell your first album. You've got to prioritize," Daniel nearly shouted. "No means no. The other events matter just as much. I told you before." Linton extinguished any hope. "All right, okay, as you wish. But after that week, can you continue promoting?" Daniel pleaded, nearly exasperated. "Yes. From September 16th to October 5th, I'm available. On October 6th, I have to attend the USC School of Cinema and Television alumni meeting." "Good. No more changes. I'll make the plan accordingly." "No problem. Mira and my assistant Mina will handle specifics. By the way, your recording contract expires next February. Should we start thinking about renewal?" "No problem. I'll coordinate with Mira. You guys can negotiate the terms with her. Rest assured, Universal will offer their best." Chapter 199, Acquisition of Hollywood Gossip Daily. The market performance of Step Up 2 was indeed very impressive. On Friday, It opened in 2,800 theaters with 6,000 screens, raking in $11.83 million on the first day, plus another $1.86 million from midnight screenings. The total first-day box office was $13.69 million, grabbing the top spot for daily earnings. The second place went to The Fugitive, which had earned $9.17 million. The Fugitive arrived. The massive success of the previous Step Up had sparked a wave of imitators. Now, sparked by Step Up 2's success, many more film studios were preparing to jump into the youth musical genre. But Linton knew very well that without exceptional quality and careful cost control, any new projects entering the market now were likely to suffer huge losses. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Step Up 2 had premiered 3 years after the first film. During those 2 years, numerous copycat projects flooded in, many being poorly made films that bored audiences. Most of those projects ended up in significant losses. Although Step Up 2 was of good quality with truly spectacular dance sequences, its North American box office failed to reach $60 million, falling short of expectations and even underperforming the first movie. Fortunately, most of the films in this genre hadn't been released overseas, so international audiences hadn't grown tired of the style. Step Up 2 had gained an outstanding $130 million overseas. Now, only 1 year had passed since the first film's release, with only 2 competing youth musical films released in the meantime. These 2 films, Paramount's Dance Fever High and Warner Brothers' Dancing Life, were both of high quality with good box office numbers, not wearing out the audience. By the second half of the year, 5 or 6 more similar youth musical films were set to release. It was likely that by the end of the year, audiences would start growing weary of the genre. However, none of this affected Step Up 2. Thanks to Universal's ramped-up promotion and relentless publicity tours featuring Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer, the film's box office kept soaring, with weekday drops remaining healthy. From Monday to Thursday, it made $22.73 million, and by the end of the week, the North American total reached $58.84 million. Starting the second week, the film was released overseas in 10 countries. Even better, merchandise related to the film, the hats and clothes Leonardo's character wore, plus dolls of Leonardo and Jennifer, turned into hot sellers. Sales reached $14.3 million, $7.8 million, and $7.3 million respectively. Leonardo and Jennifer also showcased their immense star power, driving strong product sales. However, soundtrack sales were only modestly successful. Although Linton composed 2 theme songs called Level Up and Shake Your Pom Pom, the overall album quality was just decent. Despite the film's popularity, only about 700,000 soundtrack albums were sold, far less than the first film's soundtrack sales. Nevertheless, Level Up and Shake Your Pom Pom both entered Billboard's top 50 singles. Seeing these results, many studios could no longer sit still as 7 or 8 new youth musicals announced green lights. Meanwhile, the media started mocking Linton for misjudging the box office, claiming his forecasts were way off. But Linton didn't care. He preferred underestimating rather than boasting and then being proven wrong. Let them laugh. It only added buzz around the film and boosted his profits. On August 16th, Linton and Lew Wasserman attended a social appreciation banquet hosted by the LAPD, where they were warmly welcomed by top officials. After donating a $2 million check on behalf of the Speed Studio, the LAPD hierarchy fully accepted them as insiders. They even upgraded their access cards to gold status, granting them more privileges. Thanks to Hoff's introductions, Linton got acquainted with most mid to high-level LAPD officers, exchanging business cards. He believed this would make his future dealings with the LAPD smoother or at least more convenient. After over 10 days of discussions and negotiations, Winnie and Goodman finally reached a purchase agreement with the shareholders of Hollywood Gossip Daily. The Linton Charity Foundation acquired full ownership for $700,000. The acquisition closed on August 18th. Linton, accompanied by assistant Mina and PR agent Ellie, along with Winnie and Goodman, visited the Hollywood Gossip Daily office. The office was located in a Burbank building, with less than 2,000 square feet of space. It housed editor-in-chief Sharon Lehman, 3 editors, 11 reporters, and 1 accountant. The news content mainly relied on on-site reporters collecting material for the editors to cobble together copy. When there wasn't any valuable breaking news, the editor-in-chief and editors sometimes concocted gossip stories by speculation. It was all tabloid content anyway. They also bought stories from paparazzi, but with limited budgets, they generally couldn't get the most valuable exclusives and mostly depended on the reporters' gathered material. Because exclusive or highly appealing news were rare, the tabloid sales had always been stagnant, and the morale of the editorial team and reporters was low. When the staff heard Linton was their new owner, they cheered from the heart, knowing he was a hot Hollywood millionaire. They no longer worried about budget problems. Moreover, Linton himself was a major star and renowned playboy. His every move attracted public attention. As long as he was willing, the tabloid would have instant access to news, at least priority rights. Future sales wouldn't be a problem. After a simple welcome, Linton held a straightforward meeting. He originally intended to ask about reasons for poor sales and suggestions for improvement, but instead, he ended up listening to complaints, mostly that they simply didn't have enough money. No money meant low morale. No money meant they couldn't pay informants well, so exclusive news weren't prioritized or acquired. No money meant paparazzi withheld valuable stories. No money meant weak distribution channels, all of which severely hurt sales. All right, since you all say money is the main issue, I'll solve it right now. I'm injecting $2 million cash into the paper. $1 million for channel expansion and $1 million to improve your reporting tools, staff salary, informant payments, and news purchases, said Linton. Sharon, come up with a specific plan for channel expansion and incentive schemes, and submit them to Winnie for review. Thank you, boss. Everyone cheered together. Hold on, I'm not done. Now that I've solved your problems, I'm going to expect results. You have 3 months to double the paper's sales. Can you do it? Everyone felt tense. This new boss wasn't easy to fool. They had just made it clear that money was the only problem, and now that was solved, they had no excuse but to say, doubling sales in 3 months? No problem. Great. Since you're confident, here's the deal. Today's August 18th. In 3 months, by November 18th, I want to see results. If you do it, everyone gets at least a 10% raise. If not, I'll get serious, starting by firing Sharon and hiring an experienced editor from outside. As for the rest, I hope Sharon will seriously weed out underperformers based on merit. Everyone exchanged glances. Linton was not just hard to fool, but a tough boss, holding both carrot and stick, an effective approach. But this was better than the paper's current dying state. Maybe this shakeup would turn things around. As they contemplated, Sharon spoke up. Boss, no problem. If sales don't double in 3 months, I'll resign. But I have one condition I hope you can agree to. Go ahead. What's the condition? As a major Hollywood director and star, you're naturally a hot news item. I hope you can provide us convenience by allowing the paper to have priority rights, preferably exclusives, on your news. Sure, I can promise that. Coordinate with my assistant later. I'm happy to cooperate with any stories you want to run, including publicity stunts and dating rumors. Sharon eagerly asked. No problem. But for extreme stories, have my PR Ellie review them first. Linton smiled approvingly, seeing she was a capable ally. After all, his main goal in acquiring the paper was to boost coverage of himself and his women. But he wouldn't order it as a task that would cause laziness. Instead, using incentives to make them chase sales actively would be far more effective. Chapter 200, Herbal Remedies. After the funds were fully secured, facing Linton's clearly swinging carrot-and-stick approach, Hollywood Gossip Daily immediately erupted with new energy, showing visible changes. Editor-in-Chief Sharon, authorized by Linton, conducted an interview with her assistant, Megan, and requested some materials. That day, Hollywood Gossip Daily published an article titled, Explosive, Hollywood Superstar Linton and His Women. The article listed the girlfriends who had rumored affairs with Linton since his debut, including Cameron Diaz, Naomi Watts, Winona Ryder, Sophie Marceau, Heidi Klum, Noriko Sakai, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Jennifer Connelly, and gave a simple introduction to Linton's relationships and emotional entanglements with them. At the end, it hinted that as a well-known Hollywood playboy, why so many stunning beauties willingly fell into his arms one after another. Was there some secret that the public didn't know? What was the current status of his relationships? Readers were invited to follow the report the next day. Indeed, Sharon planned to serialize Linton's romantic history. She believed that with a multimillionaire, the American dream symbol, and a Hollywood superstar like Linton, they would surely attract massive public attention and boost newspaper sales. Assistant Mina and PR agent Ellie assessed that it wouldn't cause any negative impact on Linton. After all, his public image was already as a playboy, and fans liked it. The results did not disappoint. That day, Hollywood Gossip Daily's sales increased by 50%, and that was before the expansion of sales channels. The sales boost meant higher bonuses, broader career prospects, invigorated spirits among staff, and increased work enthusiasm. Sharon then promptly introduced plans for expanding distribution channels and employee performance evaluations. After auditing by Winnie, they began to implement everything swiftly and decisively. While expanding newspaper sales networks, they simultaneously improved the quality of content to attract more readers. She already dreamed that Hollywood Gossip Daily would grow into a powerful media outlet under her leadership, and one day, she would become a famous Hollywood media editor-in-chief. By late August, more than a month had passed since Aunt Kelly left for her trip. On August 21st, bodyguard Danny picked up Aunt Kelly from the airport, bringing a huge box of herbal supplements such as Mwira Plama, Clavo Huasca, Guarana, Chuchawasi, Maca, and others to Linton's Los Angeles estate. Linton was baffled, asking, "Who exactly are you bringing all these herbs for, coming all this way with 2 huge boxes?" Aunt Kelly gave a disdainful look and pulled out several prescriptions, speaking passionately. "Who else could it be for? With you wasting your health every day and juggling multiple women simultaneously, you're bound to be drained dry by those ladies. I managed to get these from several local experts through my cousin. These are all traditional herbal remedies used by indigenous communities in Southern Colombia. Starting today, follow these prescriptions daily. Each prescription is for 1 month. I've organized them in order for you to rotate and take good care of yourself." Linton was stunned. "My body needs remedies? I'm the one supporting others, not the other way around. Aunt, I'm in great shape. No need for any supplements or health care. Who says you don't? You're young, and it looks like you're healthy, but partying every night. Even a strong body can't keep up forever. If you don't replenish, you might get worn out by them soon. Of course, if you can control yourself and date just one girlfriend at a time like a normal person, maybe it's okay. But can you really manage that?" All right, I'll listen. But I don't need so many boxes. Maybe I can give half to Uncle." Aunt Kelly looked shocked. "What? You want your uncle to be chasing a bunch of vixens like you too? Are you looking for a beating?" Linton quickly explained. No, don't misunderstand. I mean, he's middle-aged, needs some extra care. It'll make your lives more harmonious, nothing else. Don't worry about him. I've prepared for him already. You must take these herbs on time every day. Don't slack off on me. Okay. How have you guys been back home? Why didn't Uncle and Judy come with you? They wanted to come, but I refused. Why? Because of your shameless party scene with all those vixens. What if they see that and get spoiled? Would I dare let them come? Last time was a special case. Don't dwell on it. Do you dare say your house doesn't have any women tonight? Even just one?" Aunt Kelly looked utterly scornful. Linton couldn't respond confidently. After all, Izumi Sakai had been staying at his house recently, and Naomi Watts had just finished filming a commercial in New York and was coming back to Los Angeles tonight for some fun. He reluctantly admitted, "There'll be 2 tonight," but quickly added, "Most of the time, I usually only have 1. Like the past few days. Seems like I came at the wrong time. Should I check your girlfriend's schedules before visiting next time?" "No, that's not what I meant. I was just saying it's not as chaotic as you think. Whatever, I can't control you. Just take care of yourself. My sister only has you, and the Anderson family line depends on you to continue." All right. I'll take my medicine on time, okay?" Seeing Aunt Kelly's relentless scolding, Linton raised his hands in surrender. Good. Health is the most important. You might be a playboy, but what good is that if you don't have a strong body? Enough. Just take the medicine on time and don't give me any other trouble. Okay, good. By the way, I'll head back to San Francisco tonight. Can't stand your messiness here. It's not that bad. We won't bother you. All right, enough about that. Let me update you about the situation back home in detail," Aunt Kelly said, weary, decisively changing the subject back to business. Chapter 201, Popine. How's everything going? Has the trip been smooth? Everything went really well. When we landed in Popine, Uncle had the younger cousins accompany us the whole time. We spent 2 days there, visiting El Morro del Tulcan, the Francisco Jos de Caldas Auditorium, the clock tower, and a bunch of historic landmarks. Did you have fun? Yeah, it was great. We enjoyed all the places we visited. The food was fantastic too, so many different cooking styles. You know how they say you need to soak in culture and find inspiration when you're working on art? I really think you should visit Cauca when you get the chance. It might spark your creativity. All right, next year I'll give myself a real vacation and head over there. How about Grandma's hometown? And Suarez Miguel, how's his family doing? From what I gathered, Suarez Miguel should be your uncle, or maybe granduncle. He's doing well, over 60 and still working at the school every day. He has 3 sons and 2 daughters, all with families of their own, even grandchildren and great-grandchildren. His family's doing very well, big and thriving. That's good to hear. Grandma in heaven would be so happy to know that. But the area is really poor and underdeveloped. Cauca impressed me, but once we got to the state capital, things felt a lot rougher. In the county town, everything was run down, few decent buildings, and the roads were in bad shape. Well, it is a poor country, right? According to the plan we discussed earlier, I talked to your uncle, grandpa, and some of the staff about donating money to build a school and a road. You wouldn't believe the shock it caused. Was the reaction intense? Exactly. Once the officials realized I was serious, they set up 2 working groups, one for the road construction and another for the new primary and middle school. They brought in officials from different levels and some experts too. At my request, Uncle and my eldest cousin joined in. Uncle said the prices and labor costs there are extremely low. For them, $5 million is an enormous amount. That's amazing. We can do so much good. After reviewing the design and budget, I transferred $500,000, nearly 400 million pesos, to the school project team. It should be completed before the end of the year and ready for students next year. By then, all the kids in the township will be able to attend the new school. I heard the road will be built to a secondary highway standard, kind of like our interstates. Yeah, and that's more than enough. Is the money enough for 30 miles? Actually, it's more than that. It's 30 miles from the county to Puelinge Township, and then another 4 miles to Uncle's village, 34 miles total. The costs are fully covered. Prices are so low there. According to the budget, construction costs are around $600,000 per mile. So for 34 miles, the total is about $2.5 million. That's surprisingly cheap. Are you sure the quality won't be an issue? I had the same concern, but the experts on site assured me that as long as they follow the plans, there won't be any problems. Good. With proper oversight, quality shouldn't be a problem. I'd hate for our charity to be criticized later for poor construction, especially in Grandma's hometown. Exactly. After wiring the $2.5 million for the road, construction got underway right away. According to the plan, they want to finish before the Pubinza Carnival, which is usually in early January. I might go back to inspect the site and cut the ribbon myself. I'm still getting familiar with their customs. That's wonderful. It'll help so many people in Grandma's hometown and give Grandpa's family some extra care. I'm sure this trip will really boost Grandpa's reputation in the community. I think so too. Family should be honored. After finishing up there, didn't you go somewhere else? This trip's a rare opportunity. You should take Judy around. Let her see more of the world. I was worried about your health. As soon as the road and school plans were set, I rushed back. My health? I'm perfectly fine. How could I not be anxious? From what I saw last time, you've got to juggle more than 10 women at once. Even the strongest man would be exhausted. I'm just saying, take your vitamins. I won't nag anymore. I'm heading back to San Francisco. I can't stand watching you live like this. Chapter 202, Casting for The Rock. After partnering with Universal Studios and establishing the Rock Studio, the project's preparations sped up significantly. Robert took on the role of producer, with Linton as the screenwriter and co-producer, Michael Bay as the director, Tim representing Universal as the first production manager, and Blake as the second production manager. Additionally, a financial supervisor from the Firefighter Fund Insurance Company was assigned to the crew, forming the decision-making team for The Rock production. Other key positions like assistant directors, art director, sound director, stunt coordinator, set designer, makeup artist, prop master, and pyrotechnician were gradually filled. Except for the pyrotechnician, Linton did not interfere with these appointments. The explosions in The Rock were even crazier than those in Speed, requiring top-notch safety measures for the crew. Hence, the pyrotechnician was crucial and needed to be reliable. Considering the pyrotechnician Casio from Speed was steady, highly professional, and well-regarded by the crew, Linton decided to hire him again. Starting from early May, after over 3 months of preparation, the pre-production was mostly completed. The entire crew was in place, shooting locations were finalized, and construction for some scenes to be built at Universal Studios was underway, expected to finish in 3 weeks. The film included many special effects shots, so the crew continued working with industrial light and magic, investing a solid $6 million. The effects shots were finalized, and the miniatures needed were being constructed. Communication with the Pentagon Liaison Office in Hollywood went smoothly. Pilots and Marine Corps personnel assigned by the military had contacted the crew. Weapon types and quantities were already negotiated, and the military stood ready, just awaiting the team's call. Next up was casting. Given the huge investment, Linton, as screenwriter and co-producer, had to participate. The Rock was mainly a male-driven story with 3 key characters carrying heavy screen time. FBI's chemical weapons specialist Stanley Goodspeed, Nicolas Cage's character, Marine Corps General Frank Hummel, Ed Harris's character, and former British agent Captain John Patrick Mason, Sean Connery's character. Choosing the right actors for these 3 was half the battle won. Let's discuss potential actors for the main roles. Do you have any suitable audition recommendations? Robert chaired the meeting. Tim spoke first. Sylvester Stallone is interested in Goodspeed. Stallone's image seems quite different from Goodspeed's. Michael Bay objected. So his agent requested changes to the character's profile. The script is finalized, and main character details won't be changed, Linton interrupted. All right, though Stallone has box office appeal for action films, let's exclude him. Tim changed his stance decisively. How about Harrison Ford? Hey, seasoned star with unquestionable box office power. I think he's fit to play Goodspeed, Kenneth suggested. Too old. He's 51, and Goodspeed is a young chemical weapons specialist. A string of other nominees were proposed, but failed to generate consensus. Let me suggest some audition candidates. Linton asked assistant Megan to distribute prepared profiles. For Stanley Goodspeed, I suggest Nicolas Cage. For General Hammer, Ed Harris. And for Captain Mason, Roger Moore. Their looks and acting fit well. Nicolas Cage and Ed Harris were not big stars, but respected Hollywood actors with solid track records, suitable in appearance and skill. Roger Moore, the actor for Mason, was the 3rd James Bond, but lately had slowed down professionally, partially retired. His image and talent were solid, though his fame had waned. But he and the others were also affordable, with Cage's fee estimated around $3 million at most. For Captain Mason, Sean Connery would be more suitable and famous than Roger Moore, Tim dared to say, glancing at Linton. Right? Both have similar looks and acting abilities, but Connery is far more famous. Then why not consider him? 2 reasons. First, his fee is reportedly no less than $10 million. Our budget won't allow any actor over $5 million unless they agree to a pay cut. Plus, being a CAA client, with CAA pushing package deals aggressively, he likely wouldn't reduce his fee and might demand packaging. Or investment roles. True, his fee is too high and CAA has been tough lately. What's the second issue? Sean Connery has a reputation for being difficult, short-tempered, impulsive, heavy drinking, and drug use. Michael Bay is a rookie director. Will he handle Connery's on-set behavior? That's a worry. Linton cautioned Michael Bay. I also heard about that. Connery throws tantrums, disrespects directors, and bullies younger actors. Not suitable to cast him. Michael Bay agreed. Michael Bay was relieved. Bringing such a temperamental star to his first film could spell disaster. Unlike Linton, who commanded respect and fear with just a glance, Bay feared losing control. Forget Connery then. Let's stick with Roger Moore. Tim backed off. Using Roger Moore has another advantage. During research, I found he actually served as a real British intelligence agent during World War II. That could be a great promotional point for the film's release. Seriously? That's impressive. The group reacted with surprise. Yes, after all this time, official files have been declassified. Tim, you can verify this with our British contacts. Great. I'll contact our UK colleagues after the meeting. If true, it'll be a huge plus for our marketing. Also, for the two main female roles, Goodspeed's fiancée and Mason's daughter, I have suitable candidates. Take a look. Linton instructed Megan to distribute info on Sophie Marceau and Charlize Theron. These female roles were basically eye candy and didn't drive the plot. Choosing anyone suitable was fine. Everyone had private opinions, but dared not oppose the boss's picks, especially since the women were truly beautiful, likely to help with the box office. Looks good to me. They're perfect. They're so stunning. Audiences will love them. Okay, Robert, send audition invitations to these 5 actors. For others, you decide. I won't get involved further. Chapter 203, The Arrogant CAA. In the Westlake neighborhood of Beverly Hills, Nicolas Cage lived there. At this moment in his villa, his agent was trying hard to persuade him. Nicholas, The Rock is a high-budget A-list commercial blockbuster with a $55 million investment. Now they're inviting you to play the lead role. A lead role? Really? At that time, Nicolas Cage was still an artsy young man who wasn't very interested in commercial films. It's an action movie. That's not really the genre I'm interested in. Oh, Nicholas, The Rock is a mainstream commercial film and a big-budget A-list production. It's a chance that many people would kill for. Why did you come to Hollywood if not to become a big star? But my goal is to become an artist, to win an Oscar. Nicholas, that's not contradictory at all. You can do commercial films and still pursue art films, and it won't hurt your chances of winning an Oscar. If your commercial film is a big success, your career will take a huge leap forward. You'll become a big star. People say that, but it will delay my chance to win an Oscar for art films. Nicholas, don't you want to be a big star and enjoy the perks? Your paychecks and endorsements will increase a lot. Isn't your dream to live in a big mansion and have parties with a bunch of blonde supermodels every day? Yeah, that's my dream. If you keep doing art films, even if you get an Oscar, that dream won't come true. But if you star in a big commercial production and succeed, when you become a big star, these things will naturally follow. Sounds like it makes some sense. Of course it does. Look at the pay. Right now, with art films, you get about $1 million a movie. But if you do The Rock, I guarantee your pay will at least double. And look at those big stars. Tom Cruise, Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Their paychecks are over $10 million. Don't you want to be that kind of big star? All right, you've convinced me. Go ahead and try to get me the role. Attracted by fame and fortune, and especially by the wonderful prospect of parties with blonde supermodels, Nicholas was finally persuaded. Hollywood had no secrets. The casting news for The Rock naturally spread. At the CAA headquarters, CEO Michael Ovitz and Senior VP Martin Bobb learned there was a key role of a former British agent in The Rock. They had long coveted Linton Films projects, but never had the chance before. Linton Films usually didn't use stars, focusing instead on fresh talent, bundling services mostly with WMA. CAA's strength was its rich roster of stars, including Sean Connery, whom Martin personally represented. Martin, the opportunity is here. Former British agent role. Who better than Sean Connery? You go to the Rock crew and secure the full package deal. The full package deal was CAA's biggest innovation, greatly increasing their influence in the industry and generating hefty income. It had become their basic strategy. This policy allowed agencies to bypass the rule that agents can't be involved in film production by offering bundled services, pitching not just actors, but directors, photographers, art directors, lighting, costumes, makeup, and all crew members. With this service, CAA could demand higher commissions from producers and negotiate bigger paychecks for their stars. Hollywood directors and stars loved this policy as it concretely increased their pay. Initially, studios welcomed this as it saved time and boosted efficiency. For new film companies especially, it lowered entry barriers. When Linton prepared to shoot Step Up, Robert had advised him to use such package deals. But human greed soon showed. Having tasted the benefits, CAA became aggressive, imposing stricter terms, pushing up production costs, and charging over 10% of project profits. Many studios grew dissatisfied. What studios hated most was CAA's desire to control the crew, especially the crucial casting decisions, turning the crew into their puppets. Early packages still left the studio with choice over crew except the irreplaceable stars. But later, CAA's success made their terms final. All cast and crew were single choices with no studio input. Studios even lost rights to the red sofa and other insider perks, sparking anger. Held hostage by CAA's star resources, even the Big Seven studios often had to accept these harsh package terms reluctantly since films needed CAA's stars. However, Linton Films consistently rejected these deals, making no progress. Seeing the big budget The Rock's key role, Ovitz and Martin felt this was their chance. No problem. Not only will we get them to accept our package, but we should also get Sean to invest in joining the project. Right. They should learn no one can refuse CAA's package. Since they repeatedly rejected our friendship, they must pay a higher price. Knowing Linton was the decision-maker, Martin arranged a meeting through phone. Since CAA was the top agency and future cooperation was inevitable, Linton agreed. Martin confidently arrived at Linton's office on the appointed day. Linton, Sean Connery is very interested in the former British agent role in your new project The Rock. He expected Linton to be delighted, letting him demand high terms. But surprisingly, Linton replied flatly, "Thanks to Mr. Connery for his support, but the role has already been cast." The lack of excitement was unexpected. Thinking this was a negotiation tactic, Martin raised his voice. "Think carefully, former British agent. Is there a better choice than Sean Connery in all of Hollywood? I admit Sean is excellent and popular, but this is Hollywood. No one is irreplaceable. If Sean lowers his salary, I can persuade the crew to prioritize him." "What? Do you know what you're saying? Sean is the best agent actor. His pay will not go below $15 million, plus 2 additional conditions." Linton looked at him like he was crazy, but Martin ignored him and continued. "First, the project must accept CAA's package, with Michael Bay as director, and CAA arranges all other crew members. Second, Sean requires a $20 million investment to join the project." "Martin, no need to say more. That's impossible. You can leave now," Linton said, ready to. "Audiences will compare the role with Sean, and a failed lead guarantees the movie's failure." This was no negotiation, but an outright threat. Linton laughed coldly. "Who do you think you are, threatening a studio? Want to play with fire? Aren't you afraid we'll blacklist your company's artists? And Sean in private. Is he the elegant gentleman you package? We know he drinks heavily, is rough, abusive, uses drugs, swears a lot. The audience might not know, but we do. Go ahead and try. We'll expose him and ruin him in media. CAA controls most of the stars." Martin tried to emphasize CAA's power. "Get lost," Linton snapped, unwilling to hear more, and used a mild mind-shock trick to force Martin out. Chapter 204, The CAA Conspiracy. Bang! In the president's office of CAA, Michael Ovitz slammed his palm on the desk after hearing Martin Bob's report about his meeting with Linton. "What? This Linton is so ungrateful. He actually dares to reject CAA's friendship again." "Yes. He said he would only consider casting Sean Connery if Sean agreed to a pay cut without any additional conditions." "Did you warn him about the consequences of rejecting CAA's friendship?" "I did. But he not only ignored it, he threatened to blacklist our CAA artists. He even said if we dared to use Sean for negative publicity against The Rock before the movie release, he would expose everything about Sean in the media and destroy his career." "Enough, enough. It's been a long time since any production company dared treat us like this. Even the Big Seven studios in Hollywood wouldn't be so audacious. Looks like we need to teach him a lesson. Michael, maybe we should drop it. 40% of the investment in the movie comes from Universal, and they've confirmed they'll distribute it. If we go head-to-head and piss off Universal, we might pay a heavy price." Before Martin left Linton's office, Linton's sharp rebuke still lingered in his mind, inexplicably making him fear Linton. So, he found an excuse to advise caution. But Martin had a point. For a smaller company, CAA might push with underhanded tactics, but the Big Seven studios wield tremendous power. Going head-to-head would be like fighting a war you can't win, at best inflicting heavy losses on both sides. Besides, none of their stars are squeaky clean. Once a fight started, everything could be exposed about all involved. Other agencies would certainly take advantage, adding fuel to the fire. In the end, a few top stars might really fall. If it became known CAA started it, it could lead to massive artist defections and disaster. With Universal involved, we must be careful. But CAA's pride cannot be trampled. We must teach a lesson, or other studios will follow suit and refuse our package deals. That's unacceptable. Maybe it's safer to drop it. We won't lose anything anyway, Martin continued with skepticism. What's wrong, Martin? You're usually the most aggressive. Scared off by Linton. All right, what do you suggest? But let's stick to legal methods involving Universal to avoid a full-blown war. Martin didn't admit he was intimidated by Linton. Of course. Here's the plan. We'll use legal tactics to sabotage The Rock. Universal won't dare retaliate directly. But with Linton's company, we'll be more aggressive in 3 stages. First, they are filming Happy Death Day now, which I hear they're self-distributing. We'll target this film for negative publicity. Find out everything about it, release date, details, and schedule 3 competitive movies. One the week before, one the same week, one the week after to tank its box office. Since they dared defy CAA, I want their film to lose money. Got it, I'll arrange it. Second, we target The Rock again. When post-production wraps up, we'll leak information about Sean. Warn potential viewers that the film gave up the best spy actor. Let the audience make their own comparisons. Won't that backfire on Sean? We know he can't withstand media scrutiny. He might get destroyed. Who cares? We have friendly media connections and can prepare PR plans in advance. Besides, for CAA's honor, sacrificing Sean is acceptable. Think of it as his contribution to CAA. Martin felt a chill. Michael seemed truly angry. Sean might be in danger. He worried about him, but knew he couldn't stop Michael now. Michael was no longer the small-time agent who once danced on desks to win over studios. His recent successes had made him arrogant and domineering. He no longer listened to objections. Martin could only try to perfect the PR plan to save Sean before things escalated. Third, we find a bigger commercial blockbuster to package against The Rock, releasing simultaneously to completely crush its box office. That's reasonable. No one can complain about normal business tactics. Do you have a target? How about True Lies, which 20th Century Fox is prepping? Over a $100 million investment, confirmed with James Cameron directing. He wants to work again with Arnold Schwarzenegger as lead. You get Fox to sign the package deal. We'll use this film to target The Rock. Michael, you know Cameron is tougher than Linton. He refuses to be part of CAA's package deals. Remember how on Terminator 2, he yelled at the entire crew and vowed not to be CAA's puppet? He got us kicked off the set. What a short-sighted director. No wonder they call him truck driver. He'll probably end up driving trucks again. Let's pick another project. Warner Bros. Interview with the Vampire is starting up, aiming to cast Tom Cruise. I've already negotiated the package deal. This project's ours. But Tom Cruise is managed by Pat Kingsley. Will she let go of the project lead? CAA had internal factions. The manager in charge of packaging a project could get bigger profits. Usually, the star's lead agent manages the packaging. Without a deal, even in the same agency, Pat Kingsley wouldn't surrender control easily. I'll handle Pat's work. Just focus on the project. But you'll share 30% of the packaging profits with Pat. No problem. I'll assemble a luxury team for interview with the Vampire. With Tom Cruise's box office power, it'll be a summer blockbuster next year. Perfect to crush The Rock's box office. Chapter 205. The Four-Way Scandal Promotion Plan. Linton didn't realize that simply refusing CAA's bundled services had invited their conspiracy and pushback. But even if he knew, he wouldn't have cared. After all, movies still needed to prove themselves through quality and strength. He was absolutely confident in The Rock and Happy Death Day. Soon enough, it would be clear who would crush whom. Besides, he wasn't someone to be underestimated, and Universal was not to be taken lightly either. If CAA dared to plot behind his back, they'd have to face his wrath. After 40 days of shooting, Happy Death Day finally wrapped. Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, and Noriko Sakai quietly moved into the estate, and with Izumi Sakai joining, Linton again enjoyed a blissful, yet outrageous, life. Every night, sweet and joyous singing echoed endlessly throughout the mansion. Before Ryan started post-production, Linton called Kenneth. Ryan and Harvey and Klinsman from distribution into the conference room to discuss Happy Death Day's marketing and distribution plan. This was the first commercial film independently distributed by his company, so he had to take it seriously. Although Harvey and Klinsman had rich experience in film distribution, most of their prior projects were art films, which are fundamentally different from commercial films. To achieve box office success with a commercial movie, promotion was indispensable. The bigger the production, the more important the publicity, and the bigger the budget. For example, Speed spent $20 million on North American marketing. Not that Universal shared their real costs publicly. While marketing costs hadn't yet inflated to match production costs as they would in later years, promotion still required necessary investment, and Hollywood had long summarized marketing into 4 phases for major productions. First, the teaser phase. Second, the guidance phase. Third, the warming-up phase. Fourth, the maintenance phase. Though Happy Death Day was a low-budget film, Linton had high expectations, and with The Shallows as precedent, everyone shared his confidence. Naturally, the promotional budget had to be guaranteed. Harvey, Klinsman, have you chosen the release window? 2 options. Since Happy Death Day is a horror thriller, the best release would be around Halloween. We could pick the Friday, October 29th. Release, taking advantage of the following 3-day holiday weekend to boost box office. Though the Halloween slot is relatively small, theaters generally are more willing to schedule screenings then. The second choice would be Christmas in December, but that period is fiercely competitive, with A-list blockbusters every week, making it hard to secure prime theater slots. Kenneth, Ryan, your thoughts? No objections. I'm fine with whatever, Ryan said, not knowing much but wanting to be clear. I recommend the Halloween release. Not only does it fit the movie genre, but it's better than a spring release in April. I believe Happy Death Day will do as well as The Shallows. All right, it's set for Halloween, October 29th. Ryan, speed up post-production. Got it. I can have a final cut for your review in 2 weeks. Harvey, Klinsman, what's the promotional plan? Harvey handed out promotional plans for everyone. Following your directives, we allocated $6 million total for marketing, matching the production budget, with $4 million dedicated to promotion. Although Happy Death Day's marketing budget is modest, we'll follow commercial film promotion rhythms. In the first step, the teaser pause, we kept things relatively simple. We only held a project announcement and start-of-shoot press conference, and did not carry out any other casting hype. Second, the guidance phase starts next month, with plans for Christiana Ricci, Matt Damon, Monica Bellucci, and Noriko Sakai appearing frequently on TV. We'll also hype the friendship among the 3 actresses, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko. From October, we'll post posters nationwide and purchase ad slots on TV and outdoor media, showing trailers edited by Ryan. We even have an idea. I wonder if it is feasible. What idea? To create a scandal between the leading man and lady, Christiana and Matt Damon. Even though nothing actually happened between them, gossip can be the most cost-effective promotion. Is that okay? We should ask their consent, Kenneth said. He knew a bit about Linton's unusual relations with Christiana, Monica, and Noriko, so he objected quickly. I don't think that's appropriate either, Ryan agreed. But this is standard Hollywood practice. Everyone does it. It benefits both Christiana and Matt Damon. I'm confident they would agree, Harvey argued somewhat foolishly. Harvey, please finish your overall plan first. The third phase is warming up. Starting October, we plan audience screenings in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and San Francisco to collect viewer feedback. Following that, we'll hold a screening with theater representatives to secure more showings. Then, the cast and crew will do intensive media interviews and TV appearances. Considering the leads aren't famous and the investment is small, we won't hold a big premiere. Critics notoriously don't favor horror films, and our PR budget doesn't cover courting critics. Fourth is the maintenance phase, from opening to end of run, generating buzz based on performance and increasing media communication. Ryan will lead the team, with Christiana, Matt Damon, Monica, and Noriko touring the top 15 U.S. box office cities for promotions, attracting ongoing coverage. The plan was standard with no outstanding highlights, but fairly comprehensive, basically reusing the publicity strategy from The Shallows. and a $4 million promotional budget to achieve. All this was not easy, especially since it was managed by his own company. If Universal were involved, it wouldn't even be possible without a $6 million spend. Kenneth and Ryan, any suggestions? The leads aren't well known. Could we possibly leverage your celebrity status for promotion? Kenneth envied Linton's cameo in The Shallows, which had boosted that movie's popularity. Unfortunately, there were no suitable cameo scenes in Happy Death Day for Linton, so Kenneth dared to propose this idea. Tell me your thoughts in detail. Earlier, Harvey suggested promoting a scandal between Christiana and Matt Damon. I think promoting a scandal between you and Christiana would be even more effective. If you don't mind, we could even escalate to a love triangle scandal involving you, Christiana, and Monica. Definitely explosive publicity. Kenneth glanced at Linton for a reaction and, seeing no displeasure, continued boldly. We could even push it further. Create a four-way love scandal involving you, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko. I can't imagine the media frenzy that would ignite. Chapter 206, Star Salaries. He surely is talented. It seemed like choosing him as the producer was definitely the right call. Just as Linton was mentally giving himself a thumbs up, he heard Harvey's loud voice of agreement nearby. Okay, this idea is brilliant. Boss, you just gotta go along with it. With this move alone, I think we can achieve over $10 million in publicity impact. The box office will definitely explode. Ryan, Klinsman, what do you two think? If it's like that, then naturally that's the best scenario, Ryan said with eager eyes looking at Linton, hoping beyond hope that Linton would agree since he was the director. The movie's box office success would determine his future and fate. If you can do that, that's definitely the best. But it might affect your reputation. I think we should get your PR agent to evaluate it before making a decision. Klinsman, feeling like he was already one of Linton's trusted aides, spoke. Everything he said came from Linton's image and benefits. His words made Linton feel quite comfortable. Not bad. This guy was definitely worth grooming. Here's the plan. I basically agree with the overall scheme, but you guys missed the two biggest selling points of the movie. One is the breathtaking beauty of the female lead, and the second lead. Just evaluate for yourselves. Christiana Ricci and Monica Bellucci's looks. How many in Hollywood can compare? So from now on, you should promote their beauty in stages. Oh, I recently acquired a newspaper called Hollywood Gossip Daily. Later, reach out to my assistant Mina to introduce you to the editor Sharon. You can start the hype there. The second selling point is the time loop concept of the movie. Imagine a stunning beauty being killed in front of you again and again. Think how huge a draw that is for audiences. That can be part of the third stage promotion. As expected, the boss is sharp. The boss always thinks things through thoroughly. Everyone praised and fawned over him. Also, I agree in principle with Kenneth's suggestion. Later, I'll let PR agent Ellie communicate the details with you. Boss, you're too kind. Boss, thank you for your sacrifice for the film. Boss, you truly set a high moral standard. We're inspired by you. Before August 23rd, Linton, Robert, Michael Bay, Tim, Blake, along with the financial supervisors from the Firefighter Fund Insurance Company assigned to the crew, held auditions for the 5 main actors. Nicolas Cage, Ed Harris, Roger Moore, Sophie Marceau, Charlize Theron all received unanimous approval, passed the auditions, and got roles. More importantly, their salaries were extremely reasonable. The next day, Robert negotiated the salaries with their agents and signed contracts. The highest salary was Nicolas Cage's, $2.3 million. At this time, Nicolas Cage was just a second-tier star known in indie art house circles, and he hadn't proven himself in commercial films yet. His agent naturally didn't dare demand a high price. Next was Ed Harris at $1.6 million, then Sophie Marceau at $1.2 million, Roger Moore at $600,000, and Charlize Theron at $60,000. None of these included profit sharing. What a great cost-performance ratio. Their total was less than $6 million. Linton's screenwriter and co-producer fees totaled $4 million, meaning he was the highest paid in the crew. If they had cast Sean Connery or other top-tier male stars, the salary would have been at least $10 million. At this time, the salary gap between male and female stars in Hollywood was huge. Top male stars, when acting in art house films, often accepted lower pay for award chances and good artistic reputations. But for commercial films, their base salary was at least $10 million. Some even demanded box office profit shares. The very top superstars, like Tom Cruise, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Harrison Ford, earned over $15 million, plus a percentage of box office profits, sometimes up to 20% of North American earnings. They also often required script modifications to better align the character with their personas. Additionally, they wanted producer roles with control over the crew and post-production editing rights. Having a superstar was like adding another central figure beside the producer. But it was unavoidable. They were worth it. Their box office pull and merchandise sales made a massive difference. After Speed, Linton had also become a superstar. If he later made films with a $20 million plus box office profit share salary, Universal wouldn't question it. Or if other studios invited Linton to star, without that kind of salary and profit share, Linton wouldn't even look at the script. However, since Linton was already busy acting in his films, he wasn't considering other scripts. Female stars' pay was a completely different story. Most commercial movies centered on male leads, and female leads were few, usually playing ornamental roles. So, men carried the box office weight, and there was a huge pay difference. So far, only Julia Roberts had received a $10 million salary because of successful roles in several female-driven films, but box office profit sharing was out of the question. However, in a few years, with her films continually hitting big at the box office, Julia would break the female salary ceiling and approach the $20 million mark. Others like Jodie Foster, Sharon Stone, and the newly promoted Naomi Watts earned barely over $6 million. The low salaries for the Rock main actors meant there was enough budget for great production, quality, and realistic special effects. As for other roles, Linton left that to Robert and the team to hold auditions. Of course, minor roles and extras were still bundled to the William Morris Agency. However, WMA had to provide multiple candidates as backups for each role, and final confirmation was up to the crew. Linton refused to let agency bundling override crew decisions. All contracts also explicitly forbade drug use during filming, as usual. Chapter 207, The Sky High New Contract. Charlize was unusually excited after landing the role. She took the initiative to invite Linton to spend the night together. However, she still hadn't decided whether to join Linton's harem circle, or maybe she didn't plan to join at all. Linton didn't push. After all, she had entrusted her first time to him, and he himself had a somewhat traditional mindset. He actually preferred women like her and Winnie, who were more conservative. Considering there were 4 women at the estate, Linton instructed his assistant to book a business suite at the Hilton Hotel. They discreetly arrived at the hotel separately to avoid the paparazzi. Away from prying eyes in the hotel's enclosed space, Charlize shed her poised and modest public image and became passionately eager, taking on the role of a female knight and launching an assertive romantic advance. Sweet and joyful laughter filled the room. 2 hours later, after taking a break from their intimate moments, they were enjoying dinner delivered to the hotel room. Charlize still couldn't hide her excitement. "Darling, the movie The Rock is finally kicking off. I'm so happy. I'm finally making my way to the big screen. Baby, you've got to perform well. The director is very strict. Don't let anyone think you got the role because of me. Don't worry, darling. I've been taking acting classes every day to improve my skills. The teacher has praised my progress many times. I'll definitely give a great performance and make the movie shine. That's right, our Sally is the best. As long as you perform well, more opportunities will come your way. You're so good to me, honey. I have to thank you properly," she said, taking a sip of red wine, then coyly slid under the dining table. "Wow, baby, where did you learn that? Like it?" Soon, their passionate encounter resumed, accompanied again by joyful laughter. After over 10 days of tough negotiations, Linton's management team, Mira, Ellie, and Carnes, finally reached a preliminary agreement with Universal Music for the renewal of Linton's singer contract. The new contract was for 5 years, with Universal paying Linton a $60 million signing bonus. This was the highest signing bonus ever paid to a singer in the recording industry, previously only matched by Madonna. Within 5 years, Universal was obligated to release 3 albums for Linton, and Linton had to comply unconditionally. In terms of royalty shares, Linton's songwriting share increased from 6% to 7%, and his lyricist share also rose from 6% to 7%. This was the highest royalty rate for songwriters in the music industry. His singer royalty share jumped from 10% to 21%. Generally, top-tier singers maxed out at 20% royalties, with only Michael Jackson having ever reached 21%. Of course, Universal's willingness to offer such a high deal was due to Linton's tremendous success. In just over 2 years, Linton had generated profits exceeding $300 million for Universal, not including his upcoming second album. Linton's second album, Flying, received an A+ rating during internal evaluation at Universal. Expected sales exceeded 30 million copies, projected to bring at least $150 million in profit. Mira and her team felt confident enough to push for such favorable terms because of Linton's proven track record. The results proved Linton was worth the price. However, the breach of contract penalty clauses were also sky-high, set at $180 million. Seeing this clause, Linton was very satisfied. This was already the best a singer could get. To go further, he would have to start his own record label. Starting a label, though, meant many responsibilities. The record business was complex, involving thousands of record stores across the United States, plus many TV and radio stations, newspapers, and magazines for promotion. If he didn't handle distribution and only produced music, he might not earn as much as he did now. Nevertheless, with memories from his past life, it wasn't impossible that in a few years, when Britney Spears grew up, he might establish a music production company. Signing her to his label and nurturing her could make her the next reigning diva. If trained well, her commercial and star power could rival Madonna's. There was also Avril Lavigne and Taylor Swift, promising stars who could be signed to his company and cultivated carefully. During the negotiations, Warner Records, Columbia Records, Polygram Records, and BG Records all made attractive offers. Even Polygram's UK headquarters sent representatives to try to lure Linton away. Because of this, Universal was determined not to lose Linton and quickly accepted Mira's proposal to shatter the singer's ceiling with a groundbreaking contract, which is how the two parties reached an agreement so swiftly. At the Universal Pictures board meeting, Daniel convinced the other directors by saying, "Universal Music has finally cultivated a superstar like Linton. We can't afford to lose him, and he's worth every penny." Appeared on 2 NBC talk shows. To ensure album sales, Universal invested $16 million in global marketing, flooding TV and radio stations with posters and advertisements for comprehensive coverage. Starting the afternoon of the 25th, MTV and various local stations played the music videos for all 10 tracks from Flying back to back. Radio DJs enthusiastically promoted them as well. On the 26th, Flying went on sale simultaneously in music stores worldwide. That same day, Linton, accompanied by his assistant, bodyguards, Bella, Molly, Ellie, and Duke, took a chartered business jet leased by Universal for a promotional tour across major U.S. cities. Thanks to Flying's high quality, Linton's popularity, full-scale promotion, and nationwide appearances, the album exploded in sales. In the first week, it sold 7.8 million copies in North America and 7.3 million overseas. By September 7th, after completing the first phase of the promotional tour, Flying had sold 10.9 million copies in North America, 12.3 million overseas, totaling 23.2 million worldwide. Chapter 208, Movie Rating. Afternoon. Besides Kenneth, Ryan, Harvey, and Klinsman, several key members from the distribution department were present. Additionally, to consider the movie's rating and international release, Levitt from Universal's distribution team and some of his staff were invited to watch as well. The film wasted no time on plot build-up. Within the first few minutes, a killer wearing a ghost face mask swiftly stabbed the protagonist, Christiana, to death. Then, Christiana instantly revived, appearing in her dorm room as if nothing happened, despite moments ago lying bloodied on the floor. Everything reset. Just when everyone thought things were settled, Christiana's destined fate reoccurred. She was stabbed to death again. To survive till tomorrow, she needed to find the murderer. Christiana died in various creative ways while desperately trying to eliminate suspects. Since death was inevitable, she decided to live boldly. experimenting with different ways to make her days more exciting and daring. She even dared to go out in the nude because no one but herself retained memories across the resets. However, the endless cycle of death and revival came at a price. The accumulated physical damage weakened her body. Continuing this way, she risked permanent death during one stabbing, unable to come back. Fortunately, she eventually found the true culprit. The film was well done and closely matched the original version. The story was terrifying and tense, but also carried moments of levity. During editing, Ryan kept in mind Linton's advice that the core of a commercial film is its audience. The pacing was brisk, with no superfluous scenes, keeping viewers fully engrossed. The entire movie ran 91 minutes, and with credits, the total length wouldn't exceed 95 minutes. After watching, Linton was very satisfied. It seemed Ryan had matured into a commercial film director. This is definitely a top-notch horror movie. I couldn't take my eyes off it the entire time. I'm sure it will be a hit. The time loop concept was fresh. Christiana's performance was fantastic. All sorts of inventive deaths, and her investigation into the killer made it exciting. Christiana and Monica are stunning. Seeing two gorgeous women locked in love and rivalry was thrilling. Watching beautiful Christiana get killed over and over broke my heart repeatedly. But when she found the murderer, it was such a relief. Everyone eagerly shared their impressions, impressed by the film's quality and excitement, confident in its box office potential. Levitt displayed a complex expression, impressed by Linton Films' capabilities. It seemed Linton himself was exceptional, producing another outstanding low-budget gem in such a short time, possibly replicating the success of The Shallows. Unfortunately, the North American distribution was not handled by distribution rights were already signed, so waiting was unnecessary. The North American box office could easily surpass $15 million, even reaching $50 million, making international release inevitable. Linton, congratulations on making such a fantastic film again. I think we can start preparing for overseas distribution now. Thank you. Actually, the reason I invited you all today was to ensure the film's quality and prepare for international release. Have you finalized the release date? Yes, it's set for October 29th, just in time for Halloween. Good timing. We should get ready to release internationally, ideally starting overseas by the second week. Besides that, I'd like your help with something. No problem, go ahead. Before release, an important task is to get Happy Death Day rated. I'm worried that if we submitted ourselves to the MPAA, the intense bloody scenes might land us in our rating. That would severely impact ticket sales. North America's film market had a strict rating system. The MPAA consisted of 7 seats, each occupied by one of Hollywood's major studios, representing the industry's top power players. In other words, the MPAA was essentially controlled by Hollywood's big studios, naturally protecting their interests. The MPAA rating system included 5 classifications. 1. G. General audience suitable for all ages, especially children. No nudity, sex, drugs, or violence, dialogues. Are everyday. 2. PG. Parental guidance suggested parents advised to accompany. Some content might be unsuitable for kids. Mild violence, horror, or suggestive content allowed, but no sustained nudity or sexual scenes. 3. PG-13. Parents strongly caution not recommended for under 13 unless accompanied by a parent. Includes some violence, brief nudity, or mild profanity, but no prolonged intense violence or sex scenes. 4. R. Restricted under 17 requires parental accompaniment. Contains significant sex, violence, drug use, or profanity. 5. NC-17. Only for adults 18 and over. Extreme violence, explicit sex, or very intense content, distinct from pornography. These ratings dramatically influenced a film's audience and box office performance. In practice, the MPAA wasn't as objective as people assumed. For films made by the Big 7 studios, the rules were looser. For example, last year Warner's Batman Returns was quite graphic but still rated PG-13, showing the flexibility allowed. But for films from small companies without backing, the MPAA often imposed stricter standards, elevating ratings if a film fell into a gray area. For Happy Death Day, if Universal submitted it for rating, it would almost certainly get PG-13. But if Linton Films submitted it, the chances of an R rating were high. An R rating would reduce the box office by at least 30%, a considerable loss that Linton chose not to risk. Fortunately, since Universal held overseas release rights and had aligned interests, Levitt quickly agreed to let Universal handle the MPAA rating submission for the film. Chapter 209, Movie Merchandising. After seeing off Levitt and his party, Linton stayed behind with Kenneth, Ryan, Harvey, and Klinsman. How are you planning the merchandise for the movie Happy Death Day? Boss, the key to merchandising horror movies usually lies in video rentals and sales. Other merchandise typically sells poorly. Our plan is to produce $1 million worth of ghost face masks. That's true for most horror movies, but you overlooked the biggest selling point of this film. Christiana and Monica are absolutely stunning beauties. Considering their looks, do you think no one would buy action figures of their characters in the movie? Yeah, they're so gorgeous. Definitely someone would buy action figures of their characters. Why didn't we think of this before? How many should we prepare? Harvey seemed to have just had a light bulb moment. Let me share 2 sets of data with you. When Speed was about to be released, Universal initially prepared $20 million worth of action figures of me in the movie and $2 million worth of Catherine's action figures. 3 days after the movie's release, they urgently ordered an additional $20 million and $6 million of our figures respectively. Now all have sold out. Step Up 2 has been out for 3 weeks. Universal prepared $20 million worth of figures each for Jennifer and Leonardo. Currently, they have sold $14.3 million and $13.8 million worth respectively. They will definitely sell out before the movie leaves theaters. Wow, such high sales, that must mean huge profits. What's their profit margin? According to Universal standards, after subtracting all costs, ordinary merchandise yields a 40% profit margin, and character figures earn about 60%. However, 20% of the profit has to be shared with the movie stars who license their likeness. So, the company's actual profit margin is 40%. Amazing. I think with Christiana and Monica's image, their figures will definitely have a market. If not $20 million each, I think $10 million wouldn't be a problem. Also, Noriko Sakai's figure should be popular too. We can prepare some, starting with $1 million. Klinsman said with shining eyes. Since this is our first time doing distribution, let's control risks. Prepare $8 million worth of Christiana's figures, $5 million worth of Monica's, and $500,000 for Noriko Sakai's. Once the movie is out, we will add orders based on sales. Yes, boss, your way is safest. One more crucial thing. To achieve success in movie merchandise sales, your distribution team must quickly negotiate with the merchandise shops next to theaters. We're still rookies on this front and haven't established cooperative credit. If necessary, for the first cooperation, we can adopt consignment stocking, but with limited quantities to control risk. After selling out the initial stock, the second stock will transition into standard cooperation. We'll ensure the task is fulfilled. Since the movie was completed, the distribution department had already been doing preliminary promotion per Linton's instructions. Based on the movie's selling points, the focus was to arrange media interviews for Christiana and Monica, getting them on TV talk shows and variety programs, consistently mentioning Happy Death Day. Of course, the hype about 2 breathtaking beauties started from Hollywood Gossip Daily and spread to many entertainment newspapers. During this period, Christiana and Monica had been staying at the Linton estate. When they found out Linton had returned, they quietly came to the mansion at night. Along with Izumi Sakai, who finished recording the song but hadn't left yet, the 3 formed a trio ready to stage a girl power night battle against a demon scene. As for Noriko Sakai, because she was not a major role in the movie and had no promotional duties yet, she returned to Tokyo due to her busy work schedule. When Linton finished reviewing Happy Death Day internally, and the evening fell as he was about to return to the estate, Bob stopped him. "Boss, you have a moment? I have something urgent to report." "All right, come to my office." "Bob, what's going on?" "Boss, the budget for Pulp Fiction is insufficient. Here's the detailed project budget. Please take a look." "Why is it not enough? I remember you were given sufficient funds according to your budget. I even added $500,000 extra for my co-producer fee. Now you tell me the budget isn't enough? What's going on?" Boss, it's mainly about salaries. During planning, the actors' salaries budgets were low because the script was good and had some art film characteristics. Most actors agreed to lower pay. Bruce Willis, the second male lead, reduced his salary to $2 million. The budgets for the two leading actresses were even lower. Originally, female lead $500,000 and second female role $100,000. But with your recommended Winona Ryder and Heidi Klum, both very popular and excellent, their salaries couldn't be lowered. Give me specifics. Winona is a rising star. Her commercial film salary is never less than $3 million. Considering Pulp Fiction's nature, she's willing to lower it to $2 million. Heidi Klum has no big issue and agreed to reduce salary to $300,000. But together, that's $2.3 million, far exceeding the previous $600,000 budget. Even counting the extra $500,000 you added, there's still a $1.2 million shortfall. I see, the salaries I arranged for the two actresses were too high, beyond the production's budget capacity. The crew doesn't dare to replace them, which explains why Bob came to me. Well, since it was my arrangement that caused the over-budget, I'll deal with it myself. Bob, rashly increasing the budget isn't appropriate, but the issue must be resolved. Pulp Fiction is a great project. To support your crew, I'll reduce my fee to $500,000 and cover the shortfall for the actors' salaries. Your fee reduced that much? Isn't that bad for you? No problem. Think of it as supporting a good script and a great movie. Thank you so much. Don't worry, we'll make a great movie. How's the movie preparation? When can filming start? Preparation is going smoothly. Now the funds are settled. Filming can begin by early October at the latest. It won't delay attending next year's Cannes Film Festival. Chapter 210, 3 versus 1. By the time Linton got back to the estate, it was already dark. But the three heroines didn't even give him a chance to eat and regain his strength. Instead, they immediately started the 3 versus 1 game. The battle turned into an intense physical contest between them, fiercer and more passionate than before. Loud, spirited singing filled the air. After 2 hours of fighting and resting in turns, the four finally came downstairs for dinner, giving Linton a moment to catch up with the three women about work. "Darling, how long are you staying in Los Angeles this time?" Christiana asked, speaking for everyone. "I'm leaving tomorrow, heading to the farm in Montana. There's an urgent matter there." "Then you are not allowed to rest later." "No problem. Who's afraid? I'll make sure you're satisfied." "Honey, I've already finished recording my songs, and the music videos are done, but the official release will be in October. Since you're busy lately, I'll be going back to Japan tomorrow. Lots of events are waiting for me there. I'll come back later. Does that work?" Izumi Sakai, hopeful to spend more time with Linton, gently spoke, seeing how busy his schedule was. "All right, then I have to take good care of you now and feed you well." Linton joked, seeing Izumi's gentle and virtuous demeanor. "Bring it on. Who's afraid?" "I'm waiting," Izumi boldly replied, surprising Linton since she usually appeared shy and sweet. It seemed the change of environment really transformed her. The saying, "You are who you surround yourself with," was true. "Do you want the bodyguard Taya to accompany you back to Japan?" "No need. My safety in Japan is well ensured. Besides, Taya wouldn't be used to life there. Nor did Noriko Sakai bring a bodyguard." "Okay. Anyway, Taya is only responsible for you. When you're away, she doesn't get other assignments. If you need her in Japan, just call her. She'll come immediately. Also, next time you come to Los Angeles, let her drive you to the airport. You're too good to me, moi." Izumi playfully blew Linton a kiss. "Christiana, Monica, the post-production for Happy Death Day is complete. This afternoon, we had an internal screening. The movie is fantastic. You both need to cooperate fully with the promotion these days, and I guarantee the movie will be a blockbuster." "Really? That's great. I can't wait." The movie is set to release on October 29th, just over a month away. The promotion will gradually intensify, and the distribution department will manufacture rumors about me and you too. You must be mentally prepared. Are you going to make it public with us? Not public exactly. It's just for movie promotion. First, with Christiana, then Monica, then we stir up a love triangle. Finally, we'll add Noriko Sakai into the mix, making it a love quadrangle. The distribution department has detailed plans. You can do that? Aren't you afraid of the backlash? Won't your fans object? The three women looked stunned. This was pretty daring. It's fine. My image is that of a playboy. My fans are used to my rumors. You all good with that? Of course. Stirring up rumors with you will help us a lot, they said. Oh, and one more good news. The company will make a batch of dolls based on your characters in the movie for merchandise sales. Like the dolls of you and Catherine from Speed. Exactly. Sales royalties will be paid to you at 20% of the sales revenue. How many do you expect to sell? The first batch is valued at $8 million for Christiana's character dolls, $5 million for Monica's. After the release, depending on sales, more will be produced. Wow. So besides my salary, I can earn $1.6 million from merchandise alone? That's too much. Christiana exclaimed excitedly. That's just the start. I predict your doll sales could be as hot as Jennifer's in Step Up 2, possibly reaching $15 million. Your cut could hit $3 million. That's amazing. And that's just North America. Overseas markets will yield the same income. So I might make $6 million from that alone, Christiana said, unbelieving. Her film salary was only $300,000. Exactly. Honey, you're amazing. I have to thank you properly. Christiana was so moved, she changed her pet name for Linton and playfully crawled under the table. What about me? Monica also asked happily. Being the second lead, your share is less, but you're beautiful, so your doll sales won't be bad. I'd estimate at least 60% of Christiana's sales. That's great. I need to reward you too. Monica excitedly joined Christiana under the table. Of course, but the final sales depend on the movie's box office. So you both need to cooperate fully with promotion. Linton skillfully gestured with both hands. Okay, we'll all listen to you. Maybe because they were about to separate tomorrow, Izumi got bolder and finished her glass of red wine in one go. Darling, I want to thank you too. Then she transformed into a lady knight and launched an attack on Linton from above. Sweet and joyful singing sounded. Thanks to Speed's explosive release and the hit album Flying, Linton's popularity had soared again recently, and his training sped up. With help from his girlfriends, his progress was astounding. His power advanced greatly to middle of level 8 of the second stage. The next morning, after finally escaping the three women's entanglements and ending the continuous battles, Linton was anxious about the thunderstorm protection array to be set up on the farm. He bade a reluctant farewell to the three ladies and, accompanied by assistant Mina, bodyguards Danny and Carter, picked up Winnie. Since Winnie had to stay at the farm during the entire setup of the array, her two female bodyguards also followed. The group of 7 took a business jet arranged by the assistant and flew straight to Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport in Montana. David personally greeted Linton's arrival at the airport with 3 Thunder Guards, driving 3 Hummers and a business car. After the rendezvous, Linton and Winnie rode in the middle business car, escorted by the vehicles in front and behind, heading to the Anderson farm in Park County. Chapter 211, Spies. After more than an hour's drive, Linton finally arrived at the long-missed Anderson farm. It was the late harvest season at the farm. All of the crops had already been harvested. Some of the farm hands, under the direction of farm manager Tuck, were busy, delivering grain to the local brewery and sugar refinery, while the rest were repairing and maintaining the farm machinery for storage and use in the next year's planting season. Montana had enjoyed good weather and no natural disasters this year, resulting in a bountiful crop of barley and sugar beets. According to Linton's decision, no grain was stored this year. The entire harvest was immediately sold to the downstream processing plants. The sugar beet planting always involved a signed purchase contract with the sugar refinery before planting. Similarly, under Linton's instructions, Tuck had secured a purchase contract with the brewery for the barley during the summer. Fortunately, prices were good this year. Along with the bumper harvest, although the farm's profits had not yet been finalized, it was certain they would be much better than the previous year. The farmhands were full of joy, anticipating the bonuses promised by the boss, sharing laughter and happiness all around. When word got out that Linton was coming, Tuck had early on arranged for the estate villa to be thoroughly cleaned and refurbished. Upon entering the farm, Linton and David agreed to inspect the base in the afternoon. David returned to base early while Linton and Winnie stayed in the villa. While overseeing room preparations, Tuck accompanied Linton and Winnie to the study to report on this year's harvest status. This year's total harvest included 215,000 tons of wheat and 85,000 tons of sugar beets. Even though prices for both products had slightly declined compared to last year, plus the income from cattle and sheep on the ranch, the total expected output value would exceed $41 million. The exact figures still awaited confirmation. It confirmed the years really had been one of abundance. After deducting production costs, salaries, and taxes, profits would exceed $11 million. When will all the grain be delivered? We're almost done. Everything will be stored by tomorrow. Good. By tomorrow at the latest. Have the brewery and sugar refinery haul it all away. Understood, boss. Once the harvest is over, our only major task will be repairing the irrigation channels and inspecting the water systems to ensure next spring's planting. Speaking of which, remember that snow season runs from November through February. Right. And what about the machinery and equipment? It's all here. Would you like to review the pre-renovation blueprints? Will the renovation be extensive? It won't harm the existing channels. Haven't we hired that specialist firm from San Francisco? The farm's planting plan will wait until the upgrades are complete. All right, let's finish the renovations by March 1st next year. 1.5 months should be enough. I know time is tight, so make sure we have enough crew. The real question is, will these upgrades compromise the irrigation system? Not at all. No damage whatsoever. After sending Tuck away, Linton rested briefly before lunch, having assistant Mina accompany Winnie to the farm to check accounts while he took Danny and Carter to Thunder Base. The 1,000-acre base was enclosed by a 2-meter-high wall running a 7-mile perimeter and linked to the interstate by a standard two-lane road 10 miles away. Thanks to ample funding, nearly 5 months of construction had brought Thunder Base close to completion. After a targeted recruitment drive and 2 rounds of screening, Linton's cadre numbered 103, roughly the size of a standard special operations company. Their arsenal was substantial but not yet complete. Sidearms and rifles, light machine guns up to M2S and M1919A, 4 heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, and 4 armored vehicles fitted with 2 rocket launchers. Aside from air-to-air missiles, the base was armed to the teeth. Stepping through the gates, they passed a soccer field-sized training ground. Directly opposite stood the administrative office, with rows of dormitories nearby. Flatland and mountain shooting ranges lay to one side, and various physical training courses dotted the campus, each alive with the discipline and energy of hard-working recruits. Several specialized training areas were still under construction, however. Beyond the main compound, on rolling hills adapted to the terrain, crews were finishing a tactical training ground designed for small unit drills and maneuvers among Thunder Guard's personnel. In just 5 months, Linton had poured in $28 million. Seeing the base and its ranks take shape made the investment feel more than justified. His next step was clear: further sharpen the Thunder Guard's combat prowess by rotating teams through live-fire exercises in Africa during the second half of next year. Only in the crucible of real battle, he believed, could they truly become an elite force. Before a complicated inspection, the security team set up an office where the newly hired Thunder Guards would be interviewed one by one. Not just for soul induction testing, but to identify any loyal insiders, corporate spies, or antisocial security threats. To Linton's surprise, but not shock, 2 spies were uncovered among the recruits, both planted by the same faction. Piero, 31, from Arkansas, white and married, had served in Marine operations across the Pacific and the Middle East. Before enlisting, he had spent a year at Grey Wolf Security and likewise applied in June, his excellent tactical skills ensuring he sailed through the screening. Kintre, 29, from Brooklyn, New York, white and unmarried, had just returned from active duty with the Marine Corps in Japan. Before enlisting, he had worked for Golden Stone Security Company in New York for 1 year. He applied to the Thunder Guards in June and passed the assessment smoothly. On paper, their sums and background checks were flawless, but under the soul induction technique, every secret emerged without reservation. Piero's only child had been diagnosed with a congenital illness requiring costly treatment. When he sought help, Grey Wolf linked him to the Sunshine Charity Foundation in Arkansas on the condition he served the company for 10 years. Kintre's only younger brother had been seriously injured in a fight and faced criminal charges and minimal compensation. Grey Wolf covered the legal fees, again in exchange for 10 years of obedience. Both men had followed the company's plan to join the Thunder Guards, their mission to integrate and infiltrate. Because both had arrived only recently and the base was still under construction, they'd had no opportunity to access any of the base's deeper secrets or the Thunderstorm Protection Project, which they had assumed was just another renovation. When pressed about Grey Wolf Security Company itself, they knew only that its head was Broarwick and that they answered directly to him. Beyond that, they had no further information on the company's backers or network. Originally, Linton had thought this would be a routine inspection to ensure peace of mind. He never expected to detect spies among his own ranks. He couldn't shake the suspicion that the security firm was backed by the Clinton Family Foundation, perhaps drawing his ire back when Universal and the Actors Guild were forced into that compensation settlement. There was no time to overthink it. With the special formation construction imminent and the two moles identified, they had to be dealt with immediately. Now that Linton knew the security company's name, address, and leader, he could begin tracing its wider connections. Chapter 212 started construction. Instantly killing these guys on the spot was absolutely out of the question. After all, this was a society governed by law. Leaving them alive was even less acceptable. The Thunder Trial formation was about to begin construction, and if it fell into the wrong hands, it could spark suspicion and countermeasures. Dismissal was necessary, but these spies actually dared to infiltrate his own territory. They couldn't just be sent away so easily. That would be far too generous, and it would go against the whole point of his ambitions and power. Since entering the Radiant Core stage, his control of Starlight Spark had far surpassed ordinary limits. Especially in the later stages of Radiant Core, even when the energy was separated from his body, it could remain dormant for a time before exploding. The level of destruction caused depended on the amount of energy stored. With his current control, the maximum energy he could hide would be enough to blow up a car upon detonation. Now at Radiant Core Level 8, his Starlight Spark could remain dormant for up to 10 days before triggering, and when aimed at the human body, it was devastatingly simple. Just a slight release of energy inserted into the brain or heart of his target would cause instant death. Without hesitation, once he had extracted the necessary information, he discreetly infused a trace of Starlight Spark into each of them at the moment of shaking hands, bidding farewell. Piero's energy lingered in his brain, set to detonate in 10 days, causing his head to swell and explode from the inside out like a rotten watermelon. Kentry's energy was concealed in his heart, also set for 10 days, which would cause his chest cavity to rupture completely. After interviewing the newly recruited employees one by one, in order to avoid causing unrest, the security chief hadn't disclosed information about the two spies, not even to the junior guards. He only told them that the values of Piero and Kentry didn't align with those of Thunder Guards. They were immediately dismissed, settled their monthly wages, and were sent off from the base. As for the Grey Wolf Security Company and the Sunshine Charity Foundation owned by the Clinton family, as well as the New York's Golden Stone Security Company and their known associates, Linton had mentally noted every one of them. They had dared to send spies into his territory. He intended to find an opportunity to retaliate. By the time their meeting ended, night had fully fallen. Before a late dinner at Thunder Base with the guards, thinking of Winnie and Assistant Mina left alone at the farm, Linton hurriedly returned to the villa with Carter. When Linton returned from the site inspection and dealing with the spies, Winnie eagerly threw herself into his arms and pressed a passionate kiss on him. An unexpected but welcome respite. That evening, beneath a half-moon in a sky filled with stars, Winnie fluttered about Linton as if she were a butterfly, her laughter ringing like a silver bell. He took her hand and led her out of the villa toward the open fields, where the authentic natural beauty made them feel intimately connected to the world. "Come on," he teased. "Honey, the stars are so clear tonight. Let's take a walk." Winnie melted into his arm, and for a moment Linton's stern heart softened. Beneath their feet stretched endless fields, their quiet expanse radiating a raw, natural beauty that made one feel intimately connected to the world. Though the moon was only half full, its silver glow, joined by a sky brimming with stars, cast a serene light over the landscape, magnifying the vastness of the universe. On this broad, open farm, With his beloved woman by his side and no other men to intrude, they savored a world that belonged only to them. After wandering beneath the stars for nearly 2 hours, Winnie leaned gently into Linton's arm and whispered, "Honey, I'm tired. Let's head back." "Tired?" he chuckled. "Should I carry you instead?" But as soon as they returned to the villa, Winnie seemed instantly rejuvenated, her weariness gone, and she pulled him into a sudden, passionate embrace. What followed was a night wrapped in warmth, closeness, and deep affection. At the construction command center, Linton joined Tasker Miller, Gessler's on-site director, along with assistant Mina and his bodyguards Danny and Carter. Workers had steadily received their equipment and materials over the past week. Once tasks were underway, the non-essential villa staff were granted a delayed vacation and happily returned home. By the day after tomorrow, all materials, machinery, and workers needed for construction were to be fully in place. He inspected the material batches, models, quality, quantities, and confirmed everything met the design specs. As a top construction company, Gessler executed every detail, preparations, and build with precision. When asked about the construction timeline, Tasker confidently guaranteed at least 40 days would be needed to ensure both quality and timely completion. Tasker had divided the workforce into 21 construction teams of 14 to 18 members each, assigned their territories, and distributed all necessary tools and materials. More than 300 professional workers had gathered in the yard, with piles of thick steel bars and 10 cm thick copper cable spools ready, and still more machinery arriving. They also selected 42 detail-oriented Thunder Guards to form 21 monitoring teams, each matched to a construction crew as on-site client-side supervisors to enforce quality standards. Foundations would dig at least 10 meters down. Copper pipes would be buried a minimum of 6 meters. Today, all construction crews underwent training on Gessler's rigorous standards and safety regulations. "All right," Tasker said, as the workers took notes on the depth requirements and inspection checkpoints. In just 5 months, Linton had invested $28 million. Seeing the teams at work, each strictly following the blueprints without deviation, made the outlay feel more than justified. On the morning of Day 7, the roar of engines signaled the start. 21 construction teams from Gessler Company fanned out to their assigned sites and officially began work. Then Linton ordered a full military lockdown of the farm, 24-hour live ammunition patrols around the perimeter. "No trespassers," he declared. "Anyone caught will have their belongings confiscated, be disciplined severely, and be ejected." Chapter 213, Elimination. After leaving Thunder Base, Piero settled in the town of Parker County. That night, he found a public phone on the street and called his superior, Browarwick, to report that he had failed the assessment. "What? With your physical fitness and tactical skills, how could you possibly fail?" "Sir, the problem isn't with my physical fitness or tactics. I'm ranked at the top in both." "Then why didn't you pass?" "They said my values didn't align with their requirements, but they wouldn't provide specifics. Maybe they found something during the background check." "Are their selection assessments really that strict?" "Very strict. The elimination rate is high. Most candidates are cut due to poor physical or tactical performance. Only a few are rejected for ideological reasons. Seems like they're cautious. All right, take half a month off and rest outside. Then return. I'll assign a new mission." After hanging up, Browarwick immediately called a secure line in Washington. "Ma'am, regarding Linton's Thunder Guards, our infiltration plan has failed. Any idea why?" "Their screening is rigorous. Even the slightest suspicion leads to elimination." "So cautious?" "All right, let's hold off for now. Whether the candidates pass or not, we'll find more reliable people later. During the next recruitment round, we must ensure the placement is flawless." He ended the call, then instructed his subordinates to pause all current infiltration efforts. Preparatory work would continue, but actual deployment was to wait for further instructions. Identifying qualified targets would be the next step. After Browarwick's orders, Piero was told to take a vacation. On the 7th day, he flew to Los Angeles, then transferred to a flight to Hawaii. While vacationing recklessly in Hawaii, Piero seemed unaware of the danger. On the morning of September 17th, he was playing tag with a young blonde woman on the beach when, bang, his head burst open. White brain matter splattered across the beach and onto the nearby blonde woman. Screams and cries erupted. Tourists scattered in panic. When police arrived, the beach was chaotic. Piero's identification was found among his belongings, and his family was notified. That same morning, on a Miami beach, a similar scene unfolded. Kintre, who had chosen to vacation there, was playing beach volleyball with a group. Bang! His chest exploded. He fell to the ground stiffly, instantly dead. Just like in Hawaii, the Miami police intervened, secured the scene, and informed Kintre's family. Naturally, Grey Wolf Securities Broarwick was informed of both killings. He immediately dispatched 2 senior operatives to Miami to investigate Kintre's death, and 2 others to Hawaii to confirm Piero's. "Broarwick, you called last night. What's going on?" a commanding female voice asked on the phone. "Bad news." "What happened?" 2 agents, gone. Eliminated with precision. The Thunder Guards must have uncovered them. 7 days later, the teams returned with full reports. On September 19th, both Hawaii and Miami police held press conferences, confirming that Piero and Kintre were killed by sniper fire. Shots to the head and chest. The killers remained unidentified. Backtrack 1 week earlier. On September 15th, the Thunder Base project had stabilized. Winnie remained on site to oversee the construction. Meanwhile, Linton returned to Los Angeles with his assistant Mina and his bodyguards, preparing to resume promotion of the Flying Album under Universal's schedule. In the film industry, the North American box office had cooled. Step Up 2's daily weekday revenue slipped to $1.2 million. By September 14th, the film's cumulative North American box office reached $112.93 million, with a projected final gross of $130 million, not likely to surpass the first installment. Universal launched the film's global promotion campaign, planning a 15-day tour across Japan, Korea, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Brazil. While Leo and Jennifer promoted the movie overseas, its international box office hadn't yet crossed $100 million. Was expected to finish with around $470 million, ranking 7th for the year. Even more impressive was the merchandise performance. In the North American market alone, all the prepared inventory was sold out, with sales reaching $88 million, including $40 million for minibus models, $40 million for movie image dolls of Linton, and $8 million for movie image dolls of Catherine. Linton had officially become a Hollywood phenomenon. More importantly, his merchandise appeal stunned the industry. The $40 million in doll sales eclipsed even Tom Cruise's numbers. For his next project, Linton would command $20 million plus a share of the box office as the lead actor, an unprecedented deal. Catherine also rose to near A-list status. Her $8 million in doll sales proved her commercial potential. She was now in high demand, appearing in numerous promotional campaigns and brand endorsements. Meanwhile, Jurassic Park was dominating worldwide. Its North American release earned $353 million, breaking multiple records. Overseas, it brought in over $530 million, with the final global box office expected to exceed $950 million. Universal Pictures and Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment were reaping massive profits. Director Steven Spielberg had negotiated a legendary contract, 15% of the film's first dollar gross revenue, and 50% of the remaining profit via Amblin, after Universal recouped production, marketing, and distribution costs. This deal earned Spielberg over $250 million from Jurassic Park, setting a record for the highest earnings by an individual from a single film. Linton, though deeply impressed, didn't feel envious. Not yet. "Give me 2 or 3 more films," he thought, "and I'll get there." Chapter 214, Intimidated. The area where Piero was shot was a vast open beach, stretching as far as the eye could see. The nearest cover or obstruction was about 1.5 kilometers away, indicating that the assassin had fired from at least that distance. More shockingly, when Piero was shot, he was playing tag on the beach with several women, moving unpredictably. To land a headshot under such conditions from such a long distance. Broarwick gasped when he reviewed the scene. To hit a moving target in the head from 1.5 kilometers away, while the target is engaged in erratic movement. This kind of precision only exists among the world's top-tier assassins, he muttered. Fewer than 5 people worldwide could pull this off. Even a president's security detail wouldn't guarantee survival if targeted by such a figure. To send someone of that caliber to eliminate a failed infiltrator in broad daylight with a single shot to the head. He shivered. This isn't just an execution. This is a message. But why? Why use such an elite, expensive assassin for someone as minor as Piero? No, this kind of person is untouchable. If we provoke them further, our entire faction could be wiped out. Later, Broarwick held a private meeting with his inner circle. So what? One subordinate said. We can still infiltrate slowly. We'll investigate further, Broarwick replied. We're still strong. No need to create a powerful enemy. They reviewed the details again. Piero had been enjoying himself with several young men and women on the beach when he was gunned down. There were no nearby obstacles. The shot came from extreme range. There are probably fewer than 8 such assassins worldwide. Just hiring one of them probably cost over $1 million, someone whispered. Intimidation. A warning, Broarwick said. They let him leave the Thunder base. But then they showed us what they're capable of by executing one of our own in public. We need to change strategies. Use business means from now on. Understood, boss. The faction leaders began discussing broader concerns. Though the Jewish hardliner faction hadn't fully taken over Hollywood, Jewish managers were steadily advancing, gaining low-level control in many film and talent agencies. Broarwick dismissed the group and made a confidential call. Ma'am, I need to report this in person. You're sure this couldn't be handled by phone? No, ma'am. This is serious. At a quiet estate on Long Island, Broarwick met with his superior, young boss of the Douglas family. The Douglas family in New York, the hardliner faction's backbone, also led the Middle East reunification movement and held limited media shares. Still, their ambitions were vast. Did he really come personally? Hillary asked. There's no confirmation. But you understand, we can't afford to provoke someone of that level. Miami and Hawaii police found nothing? Hillary pressed. Not even a bullet casing. No trajectory data. It's as if the shooter vanished into thin air. We're dealing with a ghost. FBI involved. Not yet. And I doubt they could help. The level of this operation is beyond them. Hillary was silent for a moment, then spoke with conviction. This is not just about an assassin. It's a declaration. If we keep pushing, they will escalate. Broarwick nodded. Even if there's no direct conflict, the risk of antagonizing such a force is too high. Did you arrange Piero's infiltration? Broarwick hesitated. Yes, but he was eliminated quickly, due to value misalignment. You understand what this means? Hillary said coldly. If they find out it was us, and respond again with this level of force, we're not safe. Neither you nor I. I understand. For now, we'll stop. I will delete all infiltration records and wait for new orders. Hillary agreed. This wasn't a warning for Piero's faction. It was directed at us, telling us not to interfere further or face annihilation. Broarwick wiped his brow. You mean, our faction might have provoked something too powerful? Yes, we underestimated them. That same day, Goldenstone Security's external consulting firm also analyzed the Miami shooting scene. Still no evidence, they reported. No bullet, no shell casing. Just a corpse with a perfect kill shot from over 1.8 kilometers away. What about the FBI? Someone asked. They won't help. Even if they got involved, they wouldn't find anything. Then we're vulnerable. Yes, Broarwick said. If we keep interfering, we escalate conflict we can't control. He made one final call to Washington. All infiltration plans are suspended. We're pulling back. This is bigger than we imagined. Chapter 215, Hillary. Hillary left the conference room and went to a room on the second floor. It was a lavishly decorated, spacious woman's bedroom, arranged with a romantic atmosphere. Every decoration, furnishing, and item was distinctly feminine. In the center of the room stood a large 10-foot by 10-foot bed. On the wall above the headboard hung a huge poster. It was a striking image of Linton from the Shallows, shirtless, standing firmly on his surfboard at the crest of a wave. Looking at that picture, a feeling of supreme confidence and raw masculinity radiated from it, making Hillary's legs go weak. Trembling, she climbed onto the bed. Standing by the headboard, she lightly touched the poster, tracing her fingers down from Linton's 8-pack abs, and then moved on to his red lips. extending her tongue to lick along the image. On the bedside table were 3 figurines depicting Linton's character from Speed. The largest was made to a third of Linton's real-life size, with his right fist clenched and extended. Compared to the 2 smaller figurines, the large one was smooth all over. It was obvious it had been fondled frequently. Especially the clenched right fist. Its sheen told the story of constant touch. After a long while of savoring the poster, Hillary collapsed onto the bed, panting. Sitting up, she picked up the large figurine and caressed it all over. She kissed the right fist for a while, then couldn't resist any longer. She lifted her skirt and slipped the figurine's right hand inside, making involuntary sounds. Linton, that little bastard, everyone says he's a bad guy. When will I get to see it firsthand? He may run away, but not for long. One day, he'll crawl off this bed and obey me like a good little boy. Before taking over the White House at the end of last year, she faced all kinds of constraints, making it impossible for her to do as she pleased in those matters. Hillary and Bill were elementary school classmates. She was charming and he handsome, both excelling academically, and quickly became a couple. They married before graduation and supported each other. Their careers flourished. Every bit of good or bad had her fingerprints on it. Except for a few scandals, she was definitely not a bad woman. But missing him out at that dinner party was regrettable, and it seemed wrong not to take advantage of the rising star of Hollywood. She never thought that guy, who seemed gentle and mellow on the surface, was actually wild and ruthless inside, wielding impressive little weapon. Forget it. He is a little star who's just starting out. She was not scared of handling things her own way. Besides being a singer and movie star, he was also a small-time director and headed a production company. Several of his movies had been super hits. Once his status and power stabilize, and he has less control over resources, when he can no longer decide his own fate, that's when he'll be obedient. After she arrived in Washington, she kept long-term affairs with several men. The one who satisfied her most outside was the former colleague, Webster. Although his looks were seriously behind Bill's, his prowess was even less. In May, he even acquired Miramax Films. The Weinstein brothers, carefully selected by her family in Hollywood, ended up in her hands. But the White House attracts so much attention. Every move she made was scrutinized. Even cheating opportunities were scarce. He was a huge Hollywood star, so she had to handle it herself. Since taking over the White House last year, her power and influence have grown, and the resources she controlled were incomparable to previous times. With the releases of The Shallows and Speed, Linton's image has deeply rooted in her mind. After a long pause and changing out of her sticky clothes, Hillary regained a clear gaze and prepared for the next move. Back in August, when Step Up 2 screened, she saw that perfect, fresh-faced Leonardo DiCaprio and fantasized that one day they could share a moment together. Crucially, she sent people to investigate and found out Leo messed around a lot. Drug use, heavy drinking, all kinds of wild parties. She invited Leo to the White House dinner at the end of this year. There was still a long way to go. Hillary had set up that room to satisfy herself in times of need. Regarding Linton, it seemed she needed to change her strategy, proceed steadily, and start using unconventional methods. In just a few years, Linton gone from student to superstar, now blossoming into a small businessman, surrounded by many beautiful young female stars. Rumors said Linton was incredibly talented and had super strong capital, which made her itchy with desire. In the world, while she became his wife. Originally, she planned to invite Linton as Hollywood's representative to the White House gala at the end of the year. But when she heard he was forming the Thunder Guards at the farm, she planned to send someone undercover to catch him in a compromising position, forcing him to submit and serve her obediently. But to be safe, she still sent people to gather detailed information about Linton. If there's any downside, he'd still obediently get off her bed, serving herself with a naughty grin. Even though there was chemistry with Bill, Linton was truly a prime catch. Meanwhile, the Weinstein brothers, downgraded by Hillary and Bill, must be reactivated to spy if there's any conflict between Linton and her. Seeing how powerful Linton was, her heart burned more, but on the flip side, such a formidable man surely wouldn't be obedient to her. Bill's skills were getting worse and worse, and his reputation as a slow shooter was becoming more and more real. He hadn't even become a super slow shooter yet, and there was no way for him to satisfy her. But with their career progressing, their bodies changed too. Their desires faded, but for some unknown reason, Bill turned into an even worse slow shooter, failing to satisfy, but instead, started flirting with other women. Unfortunately, she hadn't found an opportunity while in Arkansas to connect with Linton. Chapter 216, Izumi and Noriko's idea. Linton hadn't realized the deaths of Piero and Kintre to set off such a cascade of events. Two rival organizations were so unsettled that they pulled out all their operations, an unexpected windfall for him. Even more surprising was how the success of Step Up 2 accelerated Leonardo DiCaprio's fame. He rose to stardom sooner than in the previous timeline, and as a result Hillary's influence reached him earlier, too. Under Universal's promotion plan, Linton embarked on an overseas tour. In Japan, Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai, normally private, accompanied him openly to every event, standing proudly at his side. Their presence dominated headlines and front-page spreads, but covered in a distinctly Japanese style, emphasizing artistry over scandal. Asahi News ran, "Shocking, American music star enchanted by Asian diva." The article noted Izumi's new English single, Complicated, composed by Linton, and described her public support as a natural response to his visit. Tokyo Evening Post declared, "Explosive, pure-hearted beauty mesmerizes young American director." Osaka Daily added, "American superstar arrives in Tokyo, visits Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai." Across all outlets, the angle was the same, two celebrated artists flanking the foreign star. The coverage also highlighted Noriko Sakai's significant role in Hollywood's movie Happy Death Day, scheduled for official release at the end of September. The production was financed by Linton's film company. Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai's experiences made many female stars in Japan drool with envy. Hearing about Linton's promo visit, they had all prepared their own romantic schemes, hoping to be the one heading to Hollywood. At that time, Hollywood was the true global entertainment center, wielding irresistible attraction over female stars worldwide, especially devastating in Japan. Noriko once told Linton that even a small part in Hollywood could instantly raise her value multiple levels. By the end of the day, the media frenzy had cooled just enough for Linton's album sales to keep climbing. Yet behind the scenes, Izumi and Noriko maintained a careful balance, staying close to Linton in public to prevent other contenders from making their move, while plotting quietly to expand their own influence in his inner circle. Izumi and Noriko's roots and careers were in Japan, and Linton rarely came, once or twice a year. They hoped to create better impressions of Japan so he would visit more frequently. "Darling, he's incredible," Izumi said, leaning close. "Meeting him is our lucky break," Noriko agreed, brushing a lock of hair from her face. They exchanged knowing looks. Both had deep roots in Japan's entertainment world, yet spent much of their time in Paris. They understood the game. "Haha, do you think the others are jealous?" Izumi teased as they relaxed on the bed. "There's always someone scheming," Noriko replied. "That's why we each recommended a friend to Linton. Better we guide his circle than let others control it." Izumi nodded. "We've angered enough people already. Agencies may pressure us, but we hold influence in Linton's estate." They remembered Sophie Marceau had once introduced Christiana Reilly, leading to a 3-player game with Linton. Both were French, living in Paris, a city pulsating with hormonal vibes. Madonna had once gathered the both of them for a private meeting, resulting in a foursome. These lent weight to their current strategy. Izumi laughed softly. "He definitely deserves a little chaos. Keeps him on his toes." At the Tokyo Hilton Hotel, just after their friendly card game ended, a new tension rippled through the group. Noriko Sakai leaned forward, a sly smile playing on her lips. "Darling, do you know my friend Shizuka Kudo? She's a singer and actress, very beautiful, and she wants to meet you." Izumi Sakai stretched out beside Linton and gave a soft laugh. "And don't forget Akina Nakamori. She's less famous now, but still stunning, and she'd love an introduction." Linton raised an eyebrow at them both. What was going on? They were scheming to introduce other female stars to him. What a twisted plot. Were they really not jealous enough already? And was Japan more open-minded about this than France? Based on his past encounters with Izumi and Noriko, he doubted it. "Ha ha ha, baby. Are you two not jealous?" Izumi met his gaze squarely. "Jealous? Of course we are. But female stars here rarely hold true independence. No matter how famous, they are all controlled by syndicates and must attend to aging executives. Linton shook his head, amused and somewhat pitying these artists. Noriko nodded. If I hadn't met you, I might not have escaped all this. Now, no one dares to push me around. We want you to bring Shizuka and Akina into your inner circle, to give them their own moment in the spotlight. Izumi added, You've spent more time in America lately. But look at how impressive Akina Nakamori and Shizuka Kudo are. Beautiful, charming, respected in our world. We hope you'll visit here more often. Linton leaned back, his expression patient but firm. I already told you. The rooms at the estate are enough. Now we need to control how many new members actually enter the inner circle. Chapter 217. Izumi and Noriko's idea too. Izumi cuddled close to Linton and whispered, Honey, do you remember the first time we met? Linton smiled, gently brushing her hair back. Of course, that was when I was promoting my album in Japan. Noriko slid under the covers beside them. Back then, my agency told me I had to accompany a client that evening. My heart froze, but I couldn't say no. Luckily, it turned out to be you. Izumi and I actually got lucky because of that. Izumi nodded. Yeah, me too. I thought I'd be forced to entertain some old man. I was overwhelmed with tears, but had no power to refuse. Thankfully, it was you. Linton wrapped his arms around both women, pulling them close. After you two made the arrangement with me, the agencies backed off. No more forced PR assignments. Noriko leaned against his chest. Once you made it clear you cared for both of us, nobody dared push us around anymore. Izumi smiled softly. Your rising fame shielded us. We've finally found freedom. Linton glanced between them. Are you saying you want me to help your friends the same way? Izumi squeezed his hand. In Japan, if a female star doesn't have powerful protection, she eventually ends up on PR assignments, set up by agencies and entertainment conglomerates. Sometimes, she's expected to accompany one or even several unfamiliar old men. As long as she wants to stay famous, she can't escape these arrangements. Noriko added grimly. That's why so many female stars here are pitiful. They don't have a choice. Multiple old men at the same time? Linton frowned. That's so sick. Yes, it's twisted, Noriko agreed. The industry is entirely controlled by conglomerates. They use young women as tools. And if someone resists, Izumi said, her voice low, the punishment is total blacklisting. No roles, no appearances, no media exposure. Even the biggest star fades away without a platform. Izumi sighed. My Hollywood success didn't mean much here, until Complicated broke into the Billboard Top 50. That changed everything. Linton kissed her temple. That one hit turned you from an Asian star into a global superstar. Izumi met his eyes and kissed him gently. Thank you for always watching over me. We've asked about inviting Shizuka Kudo and Akina Nakamori in the group. Everyone's on board. Noriko added. They'll need to fully commit, but if they do, they'll be safe and free. Linton nodded. Then we'll support them. Noriko reached for her glass and raised it slightly. Let's set the terms tonight. Noriko glanced at her watch. It's 11. Akina's waiting at the hotel. She picked up her phone. I'll call her now. She dropped her vacation the moment I asked. She put the call on speaker. Akina's voice came through, soft and slightly tense. Hello. Izumi leaned in. Akina, it's us. Are you at the hotel? Yes. I've been waiting. Honestly, I'm nervous. You're not alone, Izumi said gently. We've been there too. Desperate for a way out. Noriko added. We understand more than you think. Without strong backing here, it's only a matter of time before you're pushed into those PR assignments. That's exactly why we asked you. Akina was silent for a moment. Do you really think it's possible to break free? Izumi nodded, even though Akina couldn't see her. My Hollywood experience didn't mean much here. Not until Complicated hit the Billboard Top 50. That changed everything. Noriko chimed in, same for me. Happy Death Day hasn't released globally yet, but just being part of a Hollywood production gave me leverage. It opened doors. You both got lucky, Akina murmured. That kind of experience. It's a dream come true. No, Noriko said firmly. We had Linton. Linton glanced up from the couch, but didn't say a word. Izumi smiled. Once he admitted he cared about both of us, no agency dared to push us around anymore. We stopped being treated like tools. We became protected. And now, Noriko said, we're offering that same protection to you, if you want it. Akina hesitated. But what does it really mean? It means full commitment, Izumi explained. Being with him means stepping away from your current assignments. But in return, you gain peace, safety, and a future. We've already spoken to Shizuka Kudo, Noriko added. She's waiting to hear back too. You're both beautiful, Akina, Noriko continued. Obedient and sincere. That matters more than you realize. He's kind. He never promises anything he can't give, but when he chooses to help, he truly changes lives. Linton raised an eyebrow but stayed silent. With him behind you, Izumi said, you're free from the agency's control. No more being told to accompany strangers just to secure a role or a campaign. Akina exhaled. This is all so fast. It has to be, Izumi said softly. The window doesn't stay open forever. You've already missed 2 major events this season. If you delay more, they'll reassign you. And if that happens, Noriko said, you might be dragged back into those old circles. There's no pressure, Izumi said gently. But if you're serious, this is your clean shot. Akina's voice dropped to a whisper. I'll come. Izumi smiled. Good. We'll talk through the details when you arrive. Chapter 218. Akina Nakamori and Shizuka Kudo. Akina Nakamori, deservedly known as the last shimmering moonlight of the Showa era, had long flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, blazing red lips, and amber-colored eyes like fogged glass. Her eyelids drooped slightly, reminiscent of tear-soaked iris petals, with thick eyelashes casting shadows like distant blue mountains. Shizuka Kudo was equally captivating. With long, flowing hair and a face delicate as porcelain, she looked like an artisan's perfect creation. Hotel, and had been anxiously waiting for over 2 hours, frequently checking their phones so as not to miss any calls. It was already past 11 p.m., and the phone still hadn't rung. Could it be that Linton wasn't interested in them? Just as both were lost in such thoughts, the phone finally rang. Excited beyond measure, they quickly checked their makeup and hurried to the hotel's top floor to the largest presidential suite. When they saw each other at the door, there was a brief awkwardness, but it quickly eased. After all, both had come seeking a way to ease their tensions, so their goals aligned. Still, a slight wariness lingered between them. After ringing the doorbell, the door soon opened from the inside, and there stood Izumi Sakai wrapped in a towel, welcoming them. You've arrived. Linton is inside. Let's see your performance soon. The two walked through the living room into the room and immediately blushed deeply as they saw Noriko Sakai lying on Linton's lap, actively engaged in an intimate moment. Linton, let me introduce you. This is my good friend Akina Nakamori, and this is Noriko's close friend, Shizuka Kudo. Linton patted Noriko's head and adjusted her position from lying down to sitting against the bed's headboard, then smiled and waved a greeting to the newcomers. Noriko Sakai greeted them before adjusting her position with Linton and continuing their passionate moment. Izumi Sakai joined in after. Introductions. The fiery scenes unfolded before Akina Nakamori and Shizuka Kudo. Seeing this, the two felt ashamed but also had to close their eyes tightly. Just when the awkward yet enjoyable moment was underway, Linton waved them over. Akina Nakamori, Shizuka Kudo, come join us. When Linton invited them, the two, as if enchanted, slowly let down their guards and joined the group. A lively small chorus began. For the next few days, during the day, Linton and the four women promoted his album together. At night, the five engaged in lively games at the Hilton, enjoying comfortable, leisurely days. Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai treasured these rare reunions, always fighting with Linton until dawn, making Akina Nakamori and Shizuka Kudo very envious. Akina Nakamori and Shizuka Kudo experienced such exhilarating, passionate moments for the first time, and naturally found it addictive. Without the nourishment of Linton's essence, their energy often depleted quickly, falling asleep too late. Most importantly, during the 7 days of daytime promotion, Linton, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai showed no signs of fatigue, making the two feel even more envious. Despite repeated questioning, Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai kept silent, only stating that their stamina was poor, revealing no secrets. Akina Nakamori and Shizuka Kudo, secretly set personal goals to improve their stamina and endurance. The next time Linton came to Japan, they would match his all-night stamina. The initial 2 days of album promotion naturally involved only the two young women, but this eventually evolved to include all four, attracting more and more media attention. The media spun stories of friendship, talent, and cross-cultural collaboration. Rumors swirled about Akina Nakamori and Shizuka Kudo possibly heading to Hollywood, but there was no confirmed news. Surprisingly, the two women's popularity soared in the following days, on par with Izumi and Noriko. 3 days spent playing alongside the four young women helped improve Linton's power just as the album began boosting popularity. His power reached nearly the top of level 8. Even with minimal promotion, as media outlets reported, Linton's album Flying saw steadily rising sales. By the time of his arrival, album sales in Japan hovered around 800,000. Upon his departure 3 days later to Seoul, they had surged to 1.5 million. Although Sakato Matsushita was still under restrictions, since he had come to Tokyo, Linton brought gifts to visit Masaru Matsushita. Disappointment was expected. Naturally, there was no chance for a meeting with her. Yet like last time, Masaru Matsushita hadn't tossed out the gift, but had politely escorted him out of the estate. Still, Linton, being older, joked about the engagement with Sakato. Seeing Linton's meteoric career growth, not only as a singer, movie star, and young director, but also running a modestly successful film company, Masaru Matsushita was agreeable. He also mentioned the engagement between Linton and Sakato, easing conditions. They couldn't marry yet, but required an engagement first. They agreed not to actively promote their relationship within the industry, to protect her private life through Linton's fame. Chapter 219. The Transformation of Hollywood Gossip Daily. Afterward, Linton immediately departed on a whirlwind promotional tour across 7 countries: South Korea, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and Brazil. The stop in South Korea was relatively uneventful. Though the fans were enthusiastic, nothing particularly unexpected occurred. South Korea's entertainment and cosmetic surgery industries hadn't yet fully developed, and Linton didn't encounter any natural beauties that caught his interest. As a result, his attention there was minimal. In the United Kingdom, Naomi took a few days off early and accompanied Linton for the entire 3-day promotion. Catherine, on the other hand, was swamped with interviews, commercial campaigns, and endorsement deals following her massive success with Speed. Her overloaded schedule prevented her from joining, but she had privately warned Naomi to be cautious of their old colleagues, especially the women, and to make sure none got close to Linton. Breaking, the English Rose Naomi conquers Bad Hollywoods. Playboy director Linton, the two explore England hand in hand. Although Naomi had moved her family to Australia years ago, the British media still hailed her as the English Rose. While enjoying Naomi's company, Linton quietly advanced his Starlight Spark technique to the second stage, 9th level. Thanks to Naomi's presence, the charming British actresses who tried to approach Linton had no real opportunity. Most were former colleagues of Catherine, dancers from West End theaters. They fantasized that if Linton had once chosen Catherine, he might choose one of them too. But despite their good looks, they didn't reach the level of top-tier beauties, and they lacked the fame to capture Linton's interest, especially with Naomi by his side. Still, one actress after another tried her luck. Rachel Weisz even managed to obtain Linton's hotel room number. She boldly slipped past hotel security and rang his doorbell, assuming Naomi would be inside. She was confident she could seduce Linton and get into his bed, but ultimately, her efforts were in vain. She left, frustrated and empty-handed. One evening in his hotel suite, Linton happened to see MBC broadcasting Jackie Chan's Police Story 3, Super Cop, which sparked a business idea. He immediately instructed his assistant to buy videotapes of all Jackie Chan and Jet Li movies from a nearby video store. His plan: bring them back to Los Angeles, acquire the North American distribution rights for select titles, and release them in the booming home video market. These action-packed films could become hits in the U.S. home video space. If successful, they could later be licensed to TV stations. Once these martial arts stars gained North American recognition, the next step would be inviting Jackie Chan to film movies in the U.S. In the meantime, under Linton's direction, Many newspapers had signed a promotional deal with Linton Films to support Happy Death Day. They had started hyping the legendary beauty of Christiana and Monica, generating buzz for the film's female leads. This strategic media pivot had cooled some of the frenzy surrounding Linton and his flying album, slightly slowing its momentum. Still, album sales continued to climb steadily. In France, Christiana accompanied Linton throughout the entire promotion. At the same time, back in North America, publicity about Linton and Christiana's rumored romance was heating up. Exclusive, Bad Hollywood's Playboy director Linton falls for the French Rose Christiana. When the tour moved to Germany, with Heidi Klum occupied with filming, Christiana continued as Linton's companion there as well. After Germany, Linton arrived in Italy with Monica, and the media narrative shifted again. This time, they coordinated a new wave of romance rumors between Linton and Monica. Shocking, Bad Hollywood's Playboy director loves Italy's flower Monica. Monica remained by Linton's side throughout the Italy trip and continued to accompany him in Spain and Brazil, where no members of Linton's original harem group were present. Wherever Linton traveled without a beautiful companion, the crew suffered through a miserable promotional tour. Even Duke, the Universal Promotions assistant, constantly grumbled with envy and jealousy. Yet the results were undeniable. In countries where Linton promoted in person, Japan, South Korea, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Brazil, sales more than doubled after the promotional campaigns launched. The marketing impact was phenomenal. By the time Linton returned to Los Angeles on October 5th, Flying had sold over 12.5 million copies in North America alone. Overseas sales had surpassed 16.8 million. Total sales reached a staggering 29.3 million copies, surpassing his debut album Grow Up. Meanwhile, Step Up 2 had been running for 7 weeks in North American theaters, grossing $128.5 million. Though it hadn't surpassed the original film's box office, its daily earnings remained steady above $300,000. With 1 week left in theaters, it was expected to finish with around $132 million in North America. Overseas box office hadn't yet hit $150 million, and the final global gross was unlikely to exceed $200 million. Still, it was another strong commercial sequel. What thrilled Linton even more was the success of the film's merchandise. In North America alone, Universal had prepared $80 million worth of merchandise, $20 million in clothing and accessories worn by Leonardo, and $20 million in character dolls of both leads. All of it sold out. Data from overseas markets wasn't fully available yet, but early signs indicated North American sales were far superior. Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Connelly had both risen to A-list status, thanks to the film's popularity and explosive merchandise sales. Their commercial value soared even higher than when Linton and Naomi had starred in the first movie. The skyrocketing sales of character dolls attracted countless brand endorsements, interviews, and business opportunities. Seeing the saturation of the youth musical trend in North America, Linton planned to halt the next sequel. He predicted the genre would lose its appeal by the following year, and upcoming musicals might flop. Instead, he intended to wait a few years for the trend to cool off. Once audiences regained interest, he would consider launching a new installment. On September 17th, The Age of Innocence, directed by Martin Scorsese and starring Winona Ryder, debuted in 2,100 theaters with 3,800 screens. The premiere had taken place on September 14th. Winona had invited Linton to attend, but he had been supervising the lightning protection project at his farm. The film, a male-centric romantic art drama set in 1870s New York, featured a love triangle and a somewhat sluggish plot. It grossed only $4 million during its opening weekend and ended promotional activities within a week. As of yesterday, 19 days after release, the film had only earned $9.73 million in North America. Final estimates suggested a $15 million gross against a hefty $34 million production budget. Even after factoring in limited merchandise and box office revenue, losses seemed inevitable. The only hope for recovery lay in awards season. Critical reception was strong, though. Winona's performance was praised, and she was considered a frontrunner for awards recognition. Meanwhile, Sharon, editor-in-chief of Hollywood Gossip Daily, had proven herself highly capable. After Linton acquired the newspaper and injected $2 million alongside a performance-based incentive plan, the paper began to thrive. Sharon worked tirelessly, expanding sales channels while also maintaining content quality. With Linton's permission, the paper began running gossip stories about him, which added to its appeal. Daily circulation exceeded 10,000 copies, surpassing Linton's original goal of doubling sales to 8,000 within 3 months. The paper had successfully transformed from a local rag into a small entertainment newspaper in Los Angeles. Chapter 220, Alumni Reunion, Big Sale. On October 6th, Linton attended the South California University School of Cinema and Television alumni event with Robert, who had been invited through Linton's introduction. As the university most closely linked to the Hollywood film industry, South California's Cinema School had long been a top destination for aspiring filmmakers. Known for its world-class education and strong industry ties, the school had produced a steady stream of accomplished professionals and earned a reputation as a global leader in film education. Unlike East Coast institutions such as NYU, Columbia, or the Maryland Art School, South California leaned heavily toward Hollywood's commercial filmmaking style. Its mission was clear: to train students to create technically sophisticated, industrial-grade films that could thrive in the marketplace. The school also held a unique distinction. More Oscar winners had emerged from its halls than any other institution. Its legendary alumni included George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, Robert Zemeckis, Ron Howard, Brian Grazer, among others. Linton had deep ties to the school and saw the event as both a homecoming and a networking opportunity. "Call me George," Lucas smiled. "Thank you, George," Linton responded. "When you released that first album, I figured you'd focus on music and your directing studies might go to waste," Lucas continued. "But then you gave us Step Up and Speed. You've made the school incredibly proud." Lucas also noted that Linton had received early support from Professors Johnson and Mike. "The teachers must be really proud of you. In just 2 years, you've come so far. Keep going. The school will be proud of you for decades to come." "Since this is your first time at an alumni event, let me introduce you around," Lucas offered. Thanks to George Lucas's introductions, Linton was soon at ease in the inner circle of alumni. A few attendees were also Oscar voters from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Linton socialized and drank with many, quickly becoming a focal point as a rising star director and studio head. The reunion proved highly productive, establishing a new wave of valuable connections. Later that evening, George Lucas learned that Linton was planning to donate $5 million for the construction of a state-of-the-art teaching building and pre-production studio. "That's generous and fitting," George said. "Your success today is thanks to the school and your professors." In fact, Linton had already quietly donated $2 million the previous year through Professor Johnson. This new gift was meant not only to express gratitude, but also to boost Professor Johnson's standing within the institution. At the next stage of the event, Linton accompanied Professor Johnson to meet with the school leadership. There, he officially pledged the $5 million donation from his charitable foundation. His aunt, an accountant, would finalize the paperwork the following day. It was the largest single donation announced at the event, bringing Linton's total contributions to $10 million. "It's rare for someone to give back like this," Johnson said, clearly moved. "Thank you, teacher. I still have a long way to go. Everything I've achieved is because of the schools and your guidance," Linton said sincerely. "We're family. No need to be so humble. At your age, it's your time to shine." "Thank you, teacher. Shall we go see the school leadership now?" Professor Johnson had been one of Linton's strongest supporters during his time as a student. Now, Linton was repaying that support with genuine appreciation. By the end of the night, Linton and Robert, with the backing of Robert Zemeckis, were officially welcomed into the South California University School of Cinema and Television Alumni Association. Meanwhile, the final accounting for Speed was completed by Universal Pictures and Linton Films. Box office: North America, the film grossed $193.72 million domestically. Based on the agreement, the studio's share came to $67.802 million. TV rights, 7-year. Domestic television rights were sold for $19 million. Of that, $15.2 million went to the studio. VHS rights, Universal sold a 7-year rental and sales license to Blockbuster for $20 million, plus a 30% revenue share. The studio's base cut was $16 million, with quarterly revenue sharing yet to be calculated. Merchandise sales, minibus models and character dolls of Linton and Catherine generated $88 million in revenue, yielding $35.2 million in profit. The studio's share was $17.6 million. Linton personally earned $8 million from North American doll royalties, while Catherine earned $1.6 million. Overseas merchandise sales nearly matched domestic numbers despite weaker copyright protections and lower box office returns. Linton and Catherine broke Hollywood convention by selling overseas doll rights to Universal at North American pricing. As a result, they later earned an additional $16 million and $3.2 million respectively overall. Overseas rights. Universal paid $86.85 million for full overseas distribution rights, an amount pegged at 45% of the North American box office. Sponsorships. Prior to this settlement, Universal had already collected $13.5 million from advertising sponsorships. Total settlement. With all revenue streams accounted for, Universal reported $203.452 million. Including sponsorships and tax adjustments, the final figure reached $212.61 million. Linton's share. Under the agreement, Linton's company first collected a 10% production management fee, $21.261 million. The remaining $191.349 million was split by investment ratio. From this, Linton Films earned $114.8094 million. Including all revenue sources, the total came to $136.0704 million, excluding future VHS revenue sharing. Considering Linton Films had invested just $21 million in Speed, the film turned out to be a spectacularly profitable venture. Meanwhile, Catherine's endorsement fees had soared to the level of top-tier male stars. Her agency was overwhelmed with offers. Linton, too, was preparing to renegotiate 3 major endorsement deals for the next year, expecting a significant bump in rates. Chapter 221, On-Site Visit. This year had truly been a bumper harvest. Several films had made fortunes, but the biggest winner was undoubtedly Universal Pictures. Thanks to blockbuster hits like Jurassic Park, Speed, The Shallows, and the currently screening Step Up 2, Universal's performance had skyrocketed. Among the big 7 studios in Hollywood, it now sat firmly at the top, pulling off a dramatic turnaround. Linton reflected on the massive profits. Just The Shallows and Speed alone had generated over $200 million. And with Step Up 2 expected to bring in no less than $100 million, and Happy Death Day still to come, the total gains were staggering. Even after to minimize the blow, after phone consultations with Winnie and discussions with Robert, Mary, Goodman, and Henry, the team decided to purchase a new headquarters for the film company, a large office building in either Burbank or Hollywood, with a $150 million budget. The move was part tax strategy, part future planning. Linton aimed to consolidate his businesses under a single media group. Besides, since the riots last year, property prices in Los Angeles had dipped to historic lows. Experts predicted a steady 15-year growth ahead. It was the perfect time to buy. For now, Linton could finally breathe and turn his focus to various ongoing projects. Filming for The Rock had already begun. As a co-producer of the film, he was actually not qualified. He'd chosen the director and pyrotechnics expert, greenlit funding, secured cooperation from the Pentagon, and participated in early casting. But aside from those decisions, he hadn't even visited the set in the 2 weeks since filming began. Michael Bay, the director, was still young and inexperienced. Linton had his concerns. Parts of the movie were being shot on Universal Studios sound stages and backlit, but most of the action was taking place on location, at Alcatraz Island in San Francisco. Linton finally made the trip, flying in via business jet with bodyguards and joined by Tim, from Universal, to check in on the shoot. Alcatraz, located just 3 miles off the Golden Gate, was only 12 acres of rock and cliff-lined shores. Once a military prison, it was shut down in 1963. Today, alongside the Golden Gate Bridge, it was one of the Bay Area's most iconic tourist attractions, and now the dramatic setting of Linton's next film. When they arrived, the crew was filming a scene where General Hammer led an assault on an ammo depot. Although the story took place at night, Bay was shooting the sequence in daylight for clarity and intended to shift the lighting in post-production. Linton didn't interrupt. He quietly observed with Tim by his side. According to producer Robert, Bay had a good temperament but still lacked polish. The shoots so far had been smooth, but the set was visibly chaotic in terms of management. Despite that, the crew was professional. Lighting, cinematography, and acting all looked solid. Linton stood by quietly through the morning. The Humvee convoy scene unfolded under a light drizzle from the vehicle-mounted water sprayers, capturing the tension as soldiers stopped General Hammer's vehicle at the checkpoint. An hour later, Michael Bay wrapped the scene and called for the lunch break. He came jogging over. "Boss, sorry I didn't say hi earlier during the shoot." "No worries. Directing comes first. You're doing your job. That's what matters." Linton added, "How's it going so far?" Michael gave a quick nod, wiping sweat from his brow. "We're on schedule. Got some great shots this morning. Cast is solid. Crew's finding their rhythm. I think it's shaping up really well." Just then, Sophie Marceau arrived with 2 coffees in hand, offering one to Linton. Michael Bay smiled and stepped aside. Sophie hugged Linton warmly and planted a quick, playful kiss on his lips, unfazed by anyone watching. During the lunch break, Sophie escorted Linton straight to her private trailer. As a lead actress, she had one of the few solo trailers, but during breaks, she still had to share the makeup area with other cast members. The two of them finished their lunch quickly and immediately started the even more existing part of the break. The trailer started shaking in a rhythm. A few hours later, during the day's wrap-up, Sophie found Linton and leaned close, whispering, "Darling, come to the hotel tonight. Let's pick up where we left off at lunch." "Are you shooting tonight?" "Nope. No night scenes." Just then, Charlize Theron approached with a big, affectionate hug. Though more reserved in public, her expression said enough. Inside, Charlize burned with frustration. She cursed Sophie silently. That woman always took the lead. But Charlize hadn't yet fully committed to Linton's inner circle, so her hesitation kept her from making a stronger move. "Darling," she asked tentatively, "are you staying the night?" Before Linton could answer, Sophie turned to her with a mischievous smirk. "Dear Charlize, he has 2 options tonight. He can either spend the night with both of us, or you get the first half, and after midnight, he comes to my room." Charlize's eyes sharpened. "Fine, I'll take the first half, but I'm not letting him go tonight." Sophie laughed and handed Linton a key card, pinching his arm with playful force. "You little brat. Sharing you in a single night? You'd better keep your word." Yesterday, Christina called to brag about the wild party at the estate. "So tonight, you must make it up to me today." She winked at Charlize. "Too bad, though. You only get him in the first half. In the evening, it is naturally a slow and fun battle with continuous transitions." Chapter 222, Quentin Tarantino. After checking on The Rock and making sure everything was going well, Linton finally felt relaxed. The filming was back on track, the actors were doing fine, and even Michael Bay was being careful. The next morning, after saying goodbye to Sophie Marceau and Charlize Theron, who both looked sad to see him go, he flew back to Los Angeles. Of course, he didn't show favoritism. Next on his list was visiting the set of Pulp Fiction. Filming had started on October 1st. Unlike The Rock, which had a lot of explosions and outdoor scenes, Pulp Fiction was much simpler. Most of it was being filmed inside at Universal Studios. There were no big scenes or action stunts, just good acting and great dialogue. Linton and Bob Weinstein arrived quietly at Universal. They got on a small electric cart that took them through the studio area. "So, how's Quentin doing?" Linton asked. "He's doing his thing," Bob replied with a small smile. "Quentin is a genius, if a bit eccentric, but the scenes are looking good." They stopped outside Soundstage 3. As they stepped in, Linton heard a funky, old-school music beat playing inside. To his surprise, they had walked into the middle of the famous twist dance scene. "Good timing," Bob whispered. The set was full of life. Crew members moved around quickly. The lights were bright. Quentin Tarantino was full of energy, moving around and watching the scene carefully. Bob stood quietly next to Linton, watching. Linton noticed one of the assistants starting to come over to tell Quentin he had arrived. Linton stopped him with a small wave. "No need," he said. "Let him finish." On set, John Travolta, playing Vincent, wore a small braid and a black suit. He was dancing with Mia Wallace, played by Winona Ryder. The dance itself wasn't about elegance but carried a clumsy, suggestive energy, perfect as a club dance, something playful between lovers or two people with tension. After the movie's release, it would become a widely popular cultural moment, a classic. Themselves. At times, Quentin would even jump down onto the set himself to dance along, waving his arms and laughing. It was chaotic, but somehow it worked. After about 2 hours, Quentin finally shouted, "Cut." Everyone on set clapped. John and Winona fell to the floor, laughing and sweating. Quentin turned to the monitor, smiling. Then he saw Linton standing nearby. "Boss, when did you get here?" he asked, looking embarrassed. "A few hours ago," Linton said, smiling. "Didn't want to break your flow. You should have said something. I didn't want to ruin the vibe. Anyway, as long as I pay for this and it turns out great, I'm a good boss, right?" Quentin laughed. "Yeah, I promise this movie will blow your mind." While they talked, Winona and Heidi Klum walked over. Winona, still out of breath from dancing, kicked off her shoes and ran into Linton's arms. "Linton," she said happily, kissing him on the lips. Heidi followed close behind, holding onto his other arm. "You always come in during the best scenes," she said with a wink. Then Bruce Willis walked over. "Director Linton," he said politely, shaking his hand. "Great to finally meet you. Speed was amazing. I'd love to work with you one day." "Thanks, Bruce. I love Die Hard. You'll get your chance soon." Bruce smiled. He had taken less money to play a boxer in this movie. He wanted people to see that he could do more than just action movies. He wanted respect as a real actor. Linton understood that. Though Bruce was known for action films, his acting skills weren't lacking. Linton saw him and thought of the classic The Sixth Sense, recalling the very subdued performance he gave in the movie. Before they could talk more, Winona pulled on Linton's arm. "Come on," she said, giggling. "You've seen enough dancing. Let's take a break." Heidi joined in. "We'll give you a private tour." They walked off with him between them, laughing and chatting. The crew watched as they disappeared into Winona's trailer. Soon, the trailer started shaking a little. Quentin, still standing near the camera, muttered, "We knew he slept with both of them. But together? That's wild." "Shoo, don't talk about the boss like that. Just finish the movie. If it's a hit, you'll have girls chasing you too." "Later, we should throw a party," Quentin said. "Invite tall blonde models to have a good time." Back inside the trailer, the private meeting was going strong. Later that evening, filming wrapped for the day. After saying goodbyes to Quentin, Bob, and others, Winona came over with a playful smile. "Darling," she said softly, "come to the hotel tonight. We can pick up where we left off." Heidi leaned in and whispered, "Shania was bragging on the phone about your wild mansion party 2 nights ago. You better not let us down. No night scenes today." Winona added, "You should stay with us." Chapter 223, Regretful Winona. Inside the crew hotel at Universal Studios, the intense love scene had finally taken a short break. Linton lay in bed with Winona on one side and Heidi on the other. Both women rested their heads on his chest, breathing softly. Their fingers lazily drew small circles on his skin. Suddenly, Winona spoke in a low voice. "Linton, I feel regret." Linton looked at her gently. "What's wrong, baby? I should have quit the age of innocence when you first asked me to star in Speed. If I had said yes then, I wouldn't be feeling this awkward now." Linton smiled and kissed her forehead. "Don't say that. I just watched The Age of Innocence last week. You acted really well." Winona sighed. "But the box office was terrible. Hardly anyone came to see it. When we went to promote it, the crowd didn't react at all. Everyone on the team felt hopeless. It ended so coldly. That's because Speed is a fun action movie. People love fast cars and explosions. The Age of Innocence is an art film. Art films usually don't make a lot of money. They're made to win awards or get good reviews. I thought that since Martin Scorsese was the director, the movie would do well. But it didn't. If I do another film like that, my fame might drop. Just look at Catherine. After Speed came out, her popularity went through the roof. She's about to pass me now." Winona looked truly upset. Her team had been unhappy for months. If she had chosen Speed, she would have become one of the biggest stars in Hollywood. Maybe not as famous as Julia Roberts yet, but very close. Linton gently stroked her hair. There's no need to feel bad. Catherine's success doesn't take away your talent. But I missed my chance, she said quietly. Seeing Winona getting upset again, Heidi stopped what she was doing and sat up too. A soft romantic song began playing on the speaker. Winona muttered, "If only I had both." A movie that made big money and still won awards. Linton chuckled. That was the dream, of course. But it rarely happened. If it were him making that decision, he'd be bold. He would have made Catherine take the weaker role. But Winona had held back, not wanting to start a fight with her own team. She had kept her mouth shut in interviews, avoiding drama. But her mood was clear now. Linton turned to Heidi and said, "If Pulp Fiction does well at the box office, make sure you do a big commercial film next. That will push your fame to the next level." Heidi nodded. "Yes, we were just talking about that. If Pulp Fiction works, then I'll be in high demand as a model and actress again." Some people inside Columbia Pictures said Winona might even win a Best Supporting Actress nomination for Pulp Fiction. The Oscar would help, but even if not, strong box office numbers would be enough to raise her value. Linton knew that for male actors, awards mattered. But for women, box office success was everything. Even if a woman won an Oscar, if her movies didn't sell tickets, her market price would fall fast. Winona was feeling down, and Linton knew it. That's why he gave her a role in Pulp Fiction, to make it up to her. He didn't push her too hard. He just stayed calm and tried to comfort her. The real reason The Age of Innocence didn't win awards was because the Academy didn't like it. The style was too quiet and serious. It had no chance. "You don't have to pretend it's fine," Linton said. "That movie didn't get any award love. If you want Pulp Fiction to get attention, you better hire a good PR team. I gave you and Heidi those roles for a reason." Everyone knew that without a strong movie, a star's price would drop fast. Commercials, fashion campaigns, and event invites would slow down. Each level lost could mean millions of dollars gone each year. Heidi sat up and said, "The film hasn't even finished yet. People shouldn't judge it so early. But honestly, it's looking good. I've seen the first few scenes, and they're beautiful. But it's still a small-budget movie," Winona added. "No guarantee it'll make money or win anything. That's the risk. And I heard Columbia's management is messy. Will they even do proper PR?" "Doesn't matter," Linton said. "People say I have good instincts. If I say it'll work, it will." "What? Do you really think about Pulp Fiction?" Winona asked. "From my point of view, it's a commercial film," Linton said. "But it's told with a unique style. It has emotion, depth, and personal touches that might make it harder to sell to the mass crowd." 2 nights later, the three of them were again resting together. Winona whispered, "I'm still worried. The movie looks good. The story is smart. If it doesn't do well, maybe people just don't get it." "You think Quentin and Scorsese are alike, don't you?" Heidi said. "They both focus on deep characters and strange details. That kind of directing style doesn't always work with big crowds." "You're still thinking about the box office?" Heidi teased. Winona sighed. "Yes, we have so much riding on this." Heidi smiled and ran her fingers over Linton's chest. "Then maybe you should punish him. After all, it was his idea." With that, Heidi jumped on top of Linton again. "He's amazing," she whispered. "But he needs to be reminded who's boss." "You really believe he's just trying to comfort you, don't you?" she added with a smirk. "It's still an art film," Winona said. "So I'll keep worrying until the numbers come in." "He's so bad," Heidi laughed. "We need to teach him a lesson." And with that, both girls disappeared back under the sheets. Chapter 224, Film Promotion and VHS Distribution. After leaving the cruise hotel, Linton returned to the company and called Harvey and Klinsman over to update him on the promotion of Happy Death Day. "The campaign for Happy Death Day is going exactly as planned," Harvey began. "Posters have been put up at subway stations, shopping malls, and theaters in every city. We've also secured 2 TV stations, MCA and ABC, for short commercials airing during prime time at 9:30 p.m., running from the 22nd for 10 days. We bought the MCA slot for $400,000 and ABC for $550,000. Christiana, Monica, and Matt Damon have been doing lots of media appearances, interviews, and variety shows recently. The media gossip campaign is moving on schedule too. Next up is the spin about a love triangle involving you, Christiana, and Monica. then a possible love quadrangle. Be ready. Paparazzi might start chasing and harassing you. No problem, Linton said. What's the film's rating? The results are in PG-13. That's a big win for Universal Pictures. Of course, they're MPAA members, and more importantly, we handed them the overseas distribution rights. That aligns with their interests. At the end of last month, Klinsmann added, we held test screenings in Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and San Francisco, focused mainly on teens and horror fans. How was the audience feedback? Linton asked. Very good, Harvey replied. Rated A on average across the 4 cities. More encouragingly, Klinsmann continued. On October 3rd, we hosted a screening for theater chain reps. Over 60 chains and more than 100 expert representatives attended. Initially, they doubted the film's box office potential, but most agreed it's well-suited for Halloween release. We also reported the test screening feedback to them, Harvey added, and now many are considering increased support. Midnight screenings alone will launch in 430 theaters. By the end of the release on October 29th, the film will be playing in 1,260 theaters with 1,930 screens. What about the other chains? Besides the 4 small chains already backing us, about 60 mid to large chains haven't given official responses yet. Their decisions are still pending. Boss, don't worry, Harvey reassured. We'll keep pushing, and you'll definitely get better opening slots. All right, he said aloud. What's the VHS distribution situation? Harvey replied. There are 2 models companies like ours typically use. One is through the Big 7 distributors. The other is the consignment-based model. Explain the pros and cons of both, Linton requested. Klinsmann took the lead. Big 7 distribution requires only the upfront cost of tape production. No need to pay a large 7-year exclusive rights fee. But the rental and sales split is just 30%, and they won't promote for you. However, these companies have precise targeting for customers. Harvey added, distributors don't deal with customers directly, so even if they want to push a film, it's hard. Plus, they front the cost of producing the VHS tapes. The margins aren't great unless they hit at least 30 to 40%. Even so, Big 7 is still the go-to route for most smaller producers. But Big 7 only invests in exclusive rights if the film shows strong box office or sales performance, Klinsmann emphasized. And we seem to have fewer sales channels due to being on a consignment model, Harvey said. No channel promotes our film. For example, Blockbuster promotes obscure movies they have exclusive rights for, with posters and staff pics. But we're a new distribution company with no commercial film track record. That doesn't help. Linton nodded thoughtfully. Before the internet, this kind of issue couldn't really be solved. If it were now, companies could avoid high promotional costs, and audiences could easily access ratings, reviews, and rental data online. But we're not there yet. Most stores near theaters haven't signed contracts with us yet, Klinsmann noted. We're still new to the market. So far, the contracts signed are consignment-based, free distribution with payment after sale. Similar to how small commercial productions auction off rights for 7-year rentals and sales to nationwide distributors like Master Video. But if our merchandise sells well, he added, under existing agreements, we'll be treated on par with other small distributors. So what's the VHS rollout plan? Linton asked. We'll distribute tapes to Walmart, Sears, Blockbuster, Hollywood Video, and other regional vendors. Let them handle rental and sales. And what about movie merchandise? We've already contacted manufacturers and placed orders for masks and dolls modeled after Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai's characters. That's the next batch. Happy Death Day is a horror film with no real merchandising potential, Linton said. Historically, horror film profits come mostly from VHS rentals. Are we using the consignment model for this? You can't go with consignment first, Harvey said. Start with the Big 7. If no one picks up the rights, we can fall back to consignment later. All right, prepare for Big 7 first. If no companies bite, we'll know how confident they are about the film's potential. In the future, we'll be doing more artistic films and handling VHS production ourselves. You need to keep an eye on that, Harvey cautioned. With fewer commercial releases, VHS and merchandise income will become vital. Any specific data on merchandise delivery? The contract stipulates delivery after October 23rd. Molds will be held for 1 month. You won't be able to increase orders during that time, and supply speed isn't guaranteed. No flexibility? Linton asked. Won't that affect our VHS release timeline? We're managing nationwide manufacturing and distribution ourselves. That's faster than most video companies, but our scale may be too small. That's manageable, Klinsman said. We just need to step up, work independently, visit lower-level contacts, and strengthen our support network. Chapter 225, New Project, Hiring Ghostwriters. After finishing all that, it was time to think about his new project. Linton had long planned the company's next lineup. The Man from Nowhere, directed by and starring himself. Get Out, directed by Zach, starring Sophie Marceau. The Fault in Our Stars, directed by and starring Charlize Theron. He had already drafted the scripts early on and handed them to the screenwriting department for revision and refinement. Among them, The Man from Nowhere required the most adaptation. Originally a Korean film, its social backdrop, legal system, police operations, and lifestyle were drastically different from those in North America. It had to be fully localized. Linton had only written a rough outline for the story, changing the male lead from an assassin to a special forces soldier. The rest was left to the screenwriters to fill in. Now, all 3 scripts had been revised and finalized to his satisfaction. He had even storyboarded The Man from Nowhere himself. As for Get Out and The Fault in Our Stars, those projects had to be postponed and wouldn't start until the end of the year. Zach and had already proven their directing talents with earlier films and were now being courted by several studios. They took on external projects, but it didn't really matter. Hollywood had no shortage of capable directors. Zach and were still relatively unknown, and they would continue working with Linton's company, paid fairly at market rates. Both postponed films were heavily story-driven, so the demands on the directors were moderate. As long as the scripts were followed precisely, competent hands could deliver. Linton retained final editing rights. Still, as co-producer, he needed to exercise care and restraint. He remembered that The Fault in Our Stars had originally been a best-selling novel, which helped push its box office past $100 million. Currently, none of his films had companion novels. Scripts couldn't be used to write books directly, meaning the novels would be delayed, but when released, they would strengthen each film's presence and form a unified intellectual property. He would be seen as a genius author, gaining literary fans and further boosting his popularity. That thought prompted him to call his literary agent, Carnes Carter, who was well-versed in the intricacies of publishing. Soon, Carnes arrived at the office and professionally addressed Linton's questions. Ghostwriter, Linton asked. In America, many people have excellent story ideas or outlines, but they lack the writing skills to polish them into full novels. That's where ghostwriters come in. Hiring ghostwriters won't cause copyright disputes, right? No worries. American copyright law doesn't explicitly state it, but as long as a ghostwriter contract is signed, all works produced within that contract belong to the employer. The setup was similar to how Hollywood worked. Producers developed ideas, hired writers, and retained all rights. It was legally supported. Linton also knew of several obscure novels that could be adapted into films. But you can't hire just any ghostwriter, Carnes cautioned. Ghostwriters might lack polished prose, but many had strong imaginations and original ideas. With proper collaboration, their work could result in bestsellers, even literary classics. Sounds complicated. So how do we cooperate? There are multiple cooperation models. The first is straightforward, paying the ghostwriter by time. In this case, they're like employees, with no copyright or authorship credit. Carnes continued, the next model is paying a moderate salary plus offering a portion of copyright. But that often fails to motivate the writer, and the quality suffers. Giving authorship credit is negotiable. When we give credit, we tend to retain a higher share of copyright. Then there's the lump sum method, where you provide an idea and a target length, and they deliver the manuscript. But quality's a gamble, and it's rarely used anymore. Regardless of the cooperation model, the employer couldn't arbitrarily demand edits that deviated from agreed expectations. Linton understood the market well. After consulting Carnes, he quickly formed a plan. His in-house team was still the most reliable. They understood his vision and executed it more efficiently than outsiders. On impulse, he called his office manager, Megan, put out a recruitment notice nationwide. We need 2 ghostwriters, 1 male, 1 female, preferably over 35, with solid storytelling skills. Since Linton knew these upcoming projects would be a string of moderate hits, there was no point involving third-party publishers just to earn small change while giving up partial rights. It made more sense to acquire a publishing house. Just publishing his own novels could bring enormous profit, and for a true media group, the publishing arm couldn't be ignored. He picked up the phone again. "Goodman, look for a publishing house we can acquire. It needs to be profitable, with strong U.S. distribution. In terms of novel publishing, when the time came, the books would be published under his film company's name. No worries about distribution. Movies like National Treasure, The Da Vinci Code, Pirates of the Caribbean, Twilight, 50 Shades of Grey, The Hunger Games, The Martian, they could be made that way." For The Man from Nowhere, the investment was modest. The highest costs were Linton's own pay as director and lead actor. He planned to pay himself $2 million for the script, $6 million plus 5% of North American box office for directing, and for the lead actor, based on Tom Cruise's model, $20 million plus 10% of North American box office. Excluding his own pay, other production costs were around $12 million. Including all that, the total film investment came to $40 million, plus 15% of North American box office as bonuses and contingencies. He still had to wait for Pulp Fiction and The Island to wrap before diving into full production. To avoid delays from negotiations, he planned to collaborate with Universal but fund the entire movie himself. 4 months would be enough to shoot The Man from Nowhere. There were no huge scenes, and post-production was fully in-house. Given his tight schedule for next year, the film would likely release by August or possibly Christmas. By then, his company's North American distribution network would be well established. Linton was currently at Starlight Spark Stage 9. If his skill progressed as planned, he'd break through the Radiant Core by February. Before that, he would spend time reorganizing the farm's structure in preparation for the Thunder trial, laying formations, gathering materials, etc. Originally, Winnie was supposed to oversee the farm's construction. But for now, Goodman would start. Once the basic setup was done, Winnie could join in. Chapter 226, Beautiful and Violent. Then Linton gathered Blake, Mary, Harvey, and Klinsman to announce the launch of the film The Man from Nowhere. Blake was named the producer and tasked with assembling a crew, beginning preparations, and drafting a detailed budget. The company allocated $5 million upfront as startup capital for the project. Blake was to post job openings for 2 assistant directors to join his team. He also announced that his own company would handle distribution in the North American market, with Harvey and Klinsman managing the overall arrangements. Since this was his own project, fully funded by his company, he decided against purchasing third-party completion insurance. He was confident in his own abilities and certain the film would not fail. Skipping the insurance saved the crew a significant amount of premium costs and avoided the hassle that comes with third-party financial reviews of all expenditures. Later, Linton kept Harvey and Klinsman close and asked for their evaluations of Jackie Chan and Jet Li's films. South Korea was truly barren when it came to a local movie industry. Hollywood and Hong Kong movies were very popular there, and Jackie Chan and Jet Li's videotapes were available at nearly every major store in Seoul. Linton purchased 26 Jack Chan films and 11 Jet Li films while he was in Seoul. Although the movies were in Chinese with Korean subtitles, film is a universal language. Even without understanding the dialogue, viewers could get the gist. More importantly, these were kung fu action stars, and their movies focused on action, making it easier for audiences to connect. But I think promoting only action movies, rather than true feature films, isn't very meaningful. Harvey from the distribution department offered his opinion. "Boss, you're incredible. You found such a great business opportunity while promoting your record overseas. We checked with several large video distributors, but couldn't find these tapes available for rent or sale in the market. It seems no one else has packaged this business, nor brought these films to North America. We're the first, so we should be able to acquire North American rights at a low cost." Klinsman praised him and suggested that the distribution department secure the copyrights. Indeed, this was why Hong Kong was often called the Oriental Hollywood. The action films produced there at that time were far more exciting than many Hollywood productions. Jackie Chan and Jet Li were the most outstanding representatives. Watching their films felt like discovering a new market. Much force could ruin the beauty of the moves, while weak strikes diminished the thrill. A good fight struck the perfect balance between strength and grace, combining hardness and softness. Hollywood's current hard action films featured mostly muscular men who were powerful but lacked aesthetic appeal. They stirred up the audience's hormones but failed to satisfy the eye. Unsurprisingly, even though the film's dialogue was in Chinese with Korean subtitles, it impressed the entire distribution team with its beautiful, violent, and thrilling fights. In the past, New Line Cinema had first discovered this business potential, bringing Jackie Chan's movies into the North American videotape market. They later aired on television and enjoyed strong ratings and responses, driving up prices. More importantly, this thoroughly helped Jackie Chan break into the North American market, enabling the release of Rumble in the Bronx to earn over $30 million, successfully making Jackie a star in Hollywood. Later, New Line helped Jackie Chan tailor the Rush Hour series, which achieved worldwide success. New Line Cinema earned great returns, and Jackie Chan became a global superstar. It wasn't just mutual benefit, it was a true win-win. And I think what the boss is doing is an innovation for Hollywood action movies. If the film succeeds, he should definitely be awarded by the Oscars, Klinsman added quickly. So, the action director for The Man from Nowhere still needs to be hired from a Hong Kong team. Looks like I'll have to go to Hong Kong myself. Boss, how about this? You go, and the distribution department can accompany you to negotiate acquiring the North American rights to Jackie Chan and Jet Li's films at the same time. All right, compile a list of all the action movies among these. I'm leaving for Hong Kong tomorrow. Klinsman, pick 2 more people from distribution to come with me. Harvey, keep an eye on distribution and promotion of Happy Death Day, Linton said decisively. Then, the office manager Megan sent a fax to Hong Kong's Golden Harvest Film Company under the company's name, informing them that representatives would come the next day to discuss cooperation and requested their hospitality and cooperation. Chapter 227, The Predicament of Hong Kong Cinema. After a 10-hour flight, Linton and his entourage of 7, including his assistant and bodyguard, as well as Klinsman, stepped off the plane at Kai Tak Airport in Hong Kong. Assistant Mina had already booked rooms and arranged pickup services at the Peninsula Hotel. The hotel sent 3 Rolls-Royce cars to the airport, forming a luxurious motorcade for the arrival. Linton stayed in the presidential suite of the Peninsula Hotel, with bodyguards and assistants next door in business suites, and Klinsman along with the distribution team on another floor. That evening, the chairman of Golden Harvest Films, Raymond Chow, personally hosted a banquet at the Peninsula to welcome Linton's group. Yesterday, after Golden Harvest received Linton Films' fax, the office was puzzled. The company rarely did business with American firms. How did a U.S. company suddenly come seeking cooperation? This was unprecedented. Although Hong Kong films were quite popular in Southeast Asia, they held only a small share of that market and struggled to break into Western markets. Asian markets were fragmented. The strongholds for Hong Kong cinema were gradually overtaken, signaling a sharp decline. Hollywood's commercial films like Jurassic Park and Speed enhanced by computer graphics created visually stunning, dreamlike worlds. Earlier hits like Speed, The Fugitive, and even Step Up 2 performed well in Asia. The question of Hong Kong cinema's future weighed heavily on local companies, particularly Golden Harvest's owner Raymond Chow. Back in 1992, Hong Kong cinema was thriving. Despite its modest population of a few million, hundreds of films were produced yearly, dominating Southeast Asian markets and earning the nickname Oriental Hollywood. Jurassic Park was a film of epic-making significance, symbolizing the 1990s American information technology revolution transforming traditional cinema. It grossed $960 million globally, vastly surpassing subsequent box office champions. This drove Hollywood studio bosses crazy, while Hong Kong film moguls felt a deep chill. Post-1993, American films regained influence globally. In Southeast Asia, Hollywood films remained as popular as Hong Kong's. Most crucially, Hong Kong filmmakers couldn't replicate Hollywood's successful big-scale productions, no matter how hard they tried. Hollywood had been steadily breaking into one Asian market after another, markets that were once the backyards of Hong Kong filmmakers. An even more critical issue arose. With improving copyright protections across Asian countries, video piracy lessened. Rarely could television stations openly infringe copyrights by airing tapes without rights, forcing them to buy legitimate broadcast rights. Going forward, studios would have to rely on creativity, directors, stars, and rapid information flow. Copying or outright duplication became impossible. The discouraging conclusion from prolonged discussions was that only two methods could block Hollywood. First, to restrict or limit their release in local markets, protecting one's own base. Second, to accept the reality, because Hollywood's presence was unstoppable. Local film companies collectively petitioned the Hong Kong government to limit the screening of Hollywood small films in Hong Kong to protect and support the local industry. There was hope Hollywood might eventually focus away from Asia or choose limited releases, but meanwhile, local companies faced harsh realities. Linton Films, director, personally called, which confirmed the seriousness of the cooperation offer. Intending to acquire North American distribution rights to some of their films, with the company's owner, a big Hollywood director and superstar, Linton, attending personally. The era of Bruce Lee briefly brought kung fu films to the U.S. market, but after his death, that influence faded. Hong Kong films struggled to re-enter the U.S. market. Now, no American company had proactively sought partnership to introduce Hong Kong films into the U.S. market, especially one owned by big-time Hollywood players. Hearing an American company coming to buy film rights reignited a flicker of hope. Hong Kong cinema faced a crossroads. Without breaking into the North American or global markets, it was trapped within Asia. This was somewhat good news, and Raymond Chow was quickly relayed this information. Chapter 228, Michelle Reese and Vivian Chow. Inviting popular female stars from the company for drinks was a common practice in the Hong Kong entertainment scene. But Linton never expected the chairman of Golden Harvest to do this to him. Even more, when arranging the seating, he deliberately placed Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese on his left and right, clearly trying to charm him. It seemed Linton's proposal to buy North American rights for the other party's film had struck a chord, because before any formal negotiation, they didn't hesitate to show up. Personally, bringing two of their most stunning female stars, and even used the beauty trap. One thing about Hong Kong was remarkable at the time. Everyone prided themselves on learning English and spoke it fluently, so communication went smoothly without translators. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone loosened up, and Raymond Chow asked the question on his mind. Mr. Anderson, Hollywood doesn't churn out many blockbusters like Jurassic Park and Speed, right? Not too many, but not too few. I know the projects approved for next year are The Lion King, True Lies, and The Rock. Luckily, only 3 major films a year, so it won't hit the market too hard. What's the matter? You concerned? Of course. This year, Jurassic Park and Speed swept Asia, and our Hong Kong film's box office took a big hit. Then you should pay attention. With Jurassic Park and Speed's success, Hollywood investments will only increase, and special effects will grow more spectacular and realistic. That's the trend. The ratio will likely rise. Any good advice for Hong Kong's film industry development? Raymond Chow asked anxiously. But Linton was indifferent. Even if he told them, they'd be powerless. There's a way. Introduce computer technology, modernize the industry, upgrade beyond the traditional small workshop style to big-budget productions to compete. Raymond remained silent. This method would not work at all. It was not that. The film company did not want to do this, but that Hong Kong simply did not have the conditions for this. Hong Kong's computer industry lagged far behind, even behind Taiwan, South Korea, and Singapore, the other Asian tigers. The Hong Kong government hadn't implemented supporting policies, so the gap would only widen. Do you think Hong Kong films can be released in North America? Raymond finally asked the most concerned question. It's difficult. It's true that North America is the world's largest film market, but the audience is very exclusive and not used to watching subtitles. Many overseas films are released in North America every year, but they account for less than 5% of the box office, and most of them come from English films in other countries. The box office of films in other languages is even lower. So what do you mean by film copyright cooperation? Raymond asked puzzledly. Hong Kong films still have a lot of advantages in the field of action films. The last time I went overseas to promote my album, I saw the movie Police Story 3, Super Cop starring Jackie Chan playing on TV in Korea. It reminded me of Bruce Lee, and I think American audiences might be interested. Later, I asked someone to find out about your situation and found out that the fighting scenes in the movie starring the two of your actors are very good. Which two guys? Jackie Chan and Jet Li. Yes, they're Hong Kong's best action stars. One goal of me coming here is to get North American rights for their action films and push them into the video market. Maybe they'll catch on. Video market? This was surprising for Raymond Chow. Piracy was rife in Hong Kong and Asia. Films just off theaters often had worthless videotape rights. Even older films sat gathering dust. Unexpectedly, someone was willing to pay for North American rights. With strict copyright laws there, he felt reassured. It was a pleasant surprise, but he'd need to discuss pricing carefully. Excited, Raymond Chow thought of their library. Over 30 Jackie Chan films, more than 10 movies in which he participated, and 5 movies starring Jet Li. If all sold, huge money could be made. Yes, the video market. And there's another benefit to doing this. We need to build audience familiarity and recognition. If video promotion goes well, they'll gradually become well-known in North America. Later, we can try to release their action films in theaters and maybe really break into the North American film market and global scene. Really? That's great. I'll call Jackie Chan to have a drink with you. Raymond couldn't sit still after Linton's big promise. It's too late today. We have tomorrow to talk. Linton stopped Raymond. With two beauties sitting nearby, why waste time calling a grown man for drinks? That wasn't his style. Yes, tomorrow. I was too eager. You said this is one goal, but is there another? Need my help? Actually, yes. I want a Hong Kong team to be action coordinators for my next film. Oh, great. Who do you like? Yuan Wu Ping's team is the first choice, but Sammo Hung is also okay. No problem. I'll arrange for you to meet Yuan Wu Ping at my company tomorrow. You can discuss the details yourself. Thank you. Linton toasted with Raymond Chow following local custom. Michelle, Vivian, please toast Mr. Anderson. The matter has been discussed roughly, and it's time for the beauties to take the stage. Michelle Reese and Vivian Chow had been itching to listen to what was said, wondering if they too might have a chance to enter the American market, but they did not dare to interrupt their boss's conversation. Upon hearing this, they raised their glasses and toasted Linton. Dear Linton, Michelle Reese laid against Linton's body, picked up his wine glass, and brought it to his lips. All right, let's drink. Linton felt her supple arm, scented fragrance, and drank generously. Dear Linton, here's mine too. Vivian Chow leaned on Linton's left arm as if boneless. Okay, cheers. Linton wouldn't refuse a beauty's toast. Honey, do you think I could make it to Hollywood? It's tough. Honey, please help me. Chapter 229, Jackie Chan and Yuan Wu Ping. The dinner ended swiftly. Raymond Chow likely rushed back to the company to gather his staff, inventory Jackie Chan and Jet Li's film rights, and strategize for tomorrow's negotiation. Initially, 4 people had arrived at the dinner. Now, only 2 remained, Michelle Reese and Vivian Chow, lingering with Linton as if he had forgotten them. After Raymond Chow left, the 2 actresses grew bolder. They clung closely to Linton, as though waiting for any opportunity to deepen their bond. Watching the 2 stunning Asian beauties, one pure and radiant, the other elegant and aloof, Linton's excitement was undeniable. With temptation so close at hand, it seemed foolish to pass up the opportunity. They returned to a room to play poker. Linton wanted to see if it differed in fun from what he knew back home. A sweet and beautiful oriental melody lingered softly. What Linton didn't expect was that both Vivian and Michelle were nearly as popular as Sakai Izumi and Sakai Noriko. After the intense night, Linton felt his skills had improved a little. The next morning, the 3 relaxed over breakfast in the presidential suite. After the intensity of last night, both women's outfits were in poor shape, so Linton called his assistant and asked her to take them shopping. As usual, each had a spending limit of $100,000. He left with his bodyguards, Klinsman and a team of 6, in the car Raymond Chow had arranged, heading to Golden Harvest Film Company. Since both parties had already communicated the previous night and Linton's offer was accepted, Raymond welcomed Linton and his team warmly into the conference room. Klinsman presented the list of films for which they intended to acquire North American rights. Jackie Chan, 15 titles. Dragon Fist, Fearless Hyena 2, Drunken Master, Project A2, Armor of God, The Protector, Police Story 2, Police Story 3, Super Cop, Miracles, Island of Fire, Armor of God 2, Operation Condor, City Hunter, Crime Story. Jet Li, 8 titles. Dragon Fight, Once Upon a Time in China 1 to 3, The Master, Swordsman 2, The Legend of the Swordsman, The Legend of Fong Sai-yuk 1 and 2. Linton knew Raymond's company held over 40 Jackie Chan films and many starring Stephen Chow and Chow Yun-fat. These three had dominated Hong Kong cinema for years. Whether Golden Harvest could offload all of those rights hinged on this negotiation. Mr. Anderson, Raymond said, no issues with those 15 Jackie Chan films. But he has many other excellent works. Could you consider buying more? I'm aware Jackie Chan has many great movies, Linton replied. But the North American market is very different. Feature films outside action won't attract much interest. For now, we'll stick to these 15. And the others? Local hits with great box office. Same issue. Our current focus is solely on Jackie Chan and Jet Li's action movies. We'll be investing heavily in promoting them. As for other genres or stars, we simply can't stretch ourselves that far right now. I understand. Then about the price. Let's leave that to our teams, Linton said smoothly. That way, our friendship stays intact. Yes, Raymond laughed. I must seem a little eager. Oh, Jackie Chan and Yuan Wu Ping are already here. Let's move to another room so you can meet them. In the next room, Jackie Chan and Yuan Wu Ping awaited them in stylish cardigans. After introductions, the atmosphere quickly warmed. Mr. Anderson, Jackie said gratefully. Thank you for recognizing my films. I never imagined someone from America would travel here just to buy my rights. Years ago, he had tried breaking into Hollywood but returned quietly after facing rejection. The xenophobia in the North American market left a bitter memory. Now, someone was willing to promote his work abroad. For Jackie, it was like a dream, and he considered Linton his benefactor. Naturally, he was very thankful. Jack, Linton said, your kung fu comedies are unique. I hope you'll keep innovating. One day, your films could become global sensations. You really think so? Once your name gains traction in North America, our studio could develop a tailored film for a worldwide release. Thank you. Lunch is on me today. You're not leaving until you're drunk, deal? Deal. But don't overdo it. I have something to discuss with Mr. Yuan later. Then I'll go prepare. Boss Chow, Mr. Yuan, you guys can come after. Jackie waved and left. Chow quietly reminded him there were already 2 beauties, so no extra arrangements were needed. Turning to Yuan Wu Ping, Linton said, I've seen Once Upon a Time in China 1 and 2. Your choreography was amazing. I'm preparing an action movie and want you as the action director. When and where's the shoot? Yuan asked. Pre-production's underway. We'll shoot in Los Angeles next month for about 4 weeks. That's tight. Most American action stars haven't trained since childhood. It'll be tough to meet the required standard. I understand. But in my movie, the lead is invincible, quick, ruthless, efficient. He overwhelms opponents with ease. Other characters only need basic coordination after 2 to 3 weeks of training. And the lead? That's me. Feel free to test me. All right then. I'll do just that. Boss Chow, could we get some space? Of course. Let's go to the martial arts training room. Inside, Yuan removed his jacket and performed a series of movements. Linton copied them perfectly, flawless, even better than seasoned martial artists. Yuan was stunned. He now had full confidence in the project. All that remained was agreeing on payment. Director Linton, how much are you offering? First, may I ask your previous rate? For example, on Once Upon a Time in China, 2 million Hong Kong dollars. I'll double it. Plus, we'll cover round-trip travel, food, and lodging. Standards will match the rest of the crew. Deal. A lawyer was brought in and a contract signed. Linton handed Yuan the script, asked him to start assembling his team, and scheduled their return to Los Angeles 2 days later. Chapter 230, The Alliance of Reese Zhao. Michelle Reese and Vivian Chow secretly formed an alliance, both aiming to build a long-term relationship with Linton, a top-tier Hollywood director, movie star, studio boss, and undeniably attractive man with impressive stamina. Aware that many other beautiful celebrities would pounce on the chance to be with someone like him, the two decided to act strategically. They acknowledged Linton's influence and desirability, noting that he seemed to possess a mysterious charm that made them feel rejuvenated and radiant. Recognizing his value, they concluded he was a rare treasure not to be lost. Their alliance had two key goals. Vivian wanted Linton's help to distribute her music globally and later venture into acting, while Michelle aimed to break into Hollywood films with his support. Their objectives didn't conflict, but they feared other women joining the mix would create competition for Linton's limited resources and attention. To protect their positions, they agreed to block other women in Hong Kong from getting close to Linton and maintain their emotional connection with him, especially with him being so far away in Los Angeles. They planned to upgrade their appearance with a shopping trip for new props and seduce him again that night, ensuring he wouldn't forget them anytime soon. Chapter 231, Strict Defense. Jackie Chan arranged a lunch banquet at the Fortune Hotel in downtown Hong Kong, not far from the Peninsula Hotel. Although Raymond Chow had reminded Jackie that two beauties were already accompanying Linton, Jackie still brought along Maggie Cheung, who quietly appeared at his side. As soon as Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese saw Maggie, they exchanged glances and immediately raised their guard. They silently agreed to stay on high alert, absolutely determined to prevent this from turning into a foursome. The moment Linton entered the private room, the two women clung tightly to his sides, fully committed to blocking Maggie Cheung from getting anywhere near him. Jackie Chan, ever the showman and generous host, ordered all of the hotel's best dishes and had several bottles of Remy Martin opened. Grateful for Linton's plans to promote his films in North America, Jackie picked up a large wine glass, filled it generously, and walked over to Linton. "Director Linton, thank you for your support. If you ever need my help, just say the word. I'll give it my all." By the end of the banquet, as Jackie Chan accompanied Linton out to his car, he passed along a message. Jet Li wanted to host Linton for dinner that evening. Like Jackie, Jet Li was thrilled about an American studio taking the initiative to promote his films in the U.S. Ever since founding East Asia Film Company in 1992, Jet Li had gained control over the copyrights to all his newer movies. Linton's visit and his interest in acquiring North American rights directly benefited East Asia Film financially. A dinner invitation in gratitude was only natural. But why hadn't Jet Li come in person? Why did Jackie pass the invitation along so quietly? The answer lay in the feud between Golden Harvest and Jet Li. Back in 1990, Jet Li had signed a contract with Golden Harvest. However, due to their poor scheduling, he couldn't complete the required 4 films within 2 years. When the contract expired in April 1992, Golden Harvest refused to pay Jet Li his 6 million yuan salary. At this critical moment, Kai Ziming, a Chinese-Dutch businessman with underground ties, stepped in as Jet's agent. He not only helped recover the money but also arranged the filming of New Dragon Gate Inn, helping Jet break free from Golden Harvest. But shortly after, Kai Ziming was mysteriously shot dead in the street. Jet Li fled Hong Kong overnight, spent half a year in Beijing, and eventually returned. He then co-founded East Asia Film Company with Yuan Kuai and hired 9 bodyguards for long-term protection. The whole affair exposed just how deeply intertwined the Hong Kong entertainment world was with the criminal underworld. Because of this history, Jet Li could never publicly appear alongside Raymond Chow. However, he and Jackie Chan maintained a good personal friendship. So Jet Li had asked Jackie to deliver the message discreetly and promised to call Linton directly. Sure enough, once Linton returned to the Peninsula Hotel, he received a call from Jet Li. To avoid any paparazzi trouble, Linton suggested they have dinner at the hotel itself and also mentioned he was already accompanied by 2 ladies. That afternoon, Klinsmann remained busy negotiating the film copyright pricing with Golden Harvest representatives. Meanwhile, Linton stayed at the hotel, indulging in games with Michelle Reese and Vivian Chow. To his surprise, by the next morning, both women seemed completely transformed. Not only did they sing louder, but their movements, expressions, and styles became far more daring and varied. They even began staging little costume and prop performances for him. What a wonderful game. Chapter 232, Jet Li. Towards evening, Linton received a call from Klinsmann, and they finally reached an agreement on the copyright transfer deal with Golden Harvest Films. Golden Harvest sold the North American rights to 20 films from their target list to Linton Films for $250,000 each, excluding adaptation and sequel rights, totaling $5 million. During the call, Klinsmann also mentioned another proposal from Raymond. Boss, there are 16 movies starring Jackie Chan in their library. They want to sell North American rights to us at a 40% discount, $100,000 per film. Should we buy them? What do you think? The price is so low, it's a no-brainer. We can easily recoup costs by distributing videocassettes. Losing money is impossible. Plus, it would enrich the company's library. Linton's company was fairly new, and even after buying Miramax Films, their rights library was still sparse. This was the foundation of a film company. At such a bargain price, it was a sure win, especially considering the future profits from video distribution. After the new millennium, when the DVD format war erupted between Toshiba's HD and Sony's BD, exclusive format fees paid to Hollywood studios skyrocketed. Okay, buy them all. The two parties agreed to formally sign the contract the next morning. Linton delegated full authority to Klinsmann as he could not attend. The total deal was worth $6.6 million, a huge windfall for Golden Harvest, almost purely profit. The whole company was thrilled. Raymond Chow even offered to arrange a nightlife evening for Linton, but Linton declined. He was thoroughly enjoying his time with Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese, his two new companions, and preferred to spend the evening with them. For Linton Films, such a purchase was a modest outlay. The unit prices were lower than expected, and Linton was confident the films would earn far beyond $6.6 million. That evening, they went to Felix Restaurant on the 28th floor of the Peninsula Hotel. Linton noticed a line of bodyguards brought by Jet Li standing guard by the private room's door. Although Linton had warned he would bring two female companions, Rosamund Kwan surprisingly appeared at the dinner. It was obvious her presence was to open an opportunity for herself. Linton and Jet Li enjoyed a pleasant dinner conversation. Linton told him he intended to buy North American rights for 8 of Jet Li's films and promote them in the U.S. video market to help build his fame, aiming for a transition to North American cinema. 5 of the film's rights were owned by Golden Harvest, with the $250,000 price per film agreed upon. They agreed to base the copyright transfer price of the other 3 films on Golden Harvest's pricing, and Klinsmann would finalize the contracts at East Asia Film Company the next day. After dinner, Linton took Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese back to the hotel's presidential suite for more private time. The wonderful evening continued with beautiful singing. The supple body of a beautiful 20-something could be both tender and devastating. Fortunately, Linton's unique abilities kept him unharmed and even enhanced his power. Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese also benefited greatly. The next morning, the sessions finally stopped, and the 3 enjoyed a hearty hotel breakfast delivered to their suite. That morning, Linton had an important task: to visit the jade market for a large infused quartz purchase. The famed reactor grid on the farm estate was nearly complete. Linton had reached the 9th and final level of the radiant core phase, and he figured, after the new year, he should synthesize a stabilization serum to endure the upcoming thunder trial. He anticipated that the estate would begin generating ambient resonance energy after the trial, a natural byproduct of his growing power. To harness it effectively and maintain the estate's secrecy, a containment array needed to be installed. Its purpose was to gather and compress the energy drifting across the property, including the faint flow carried away by the nearby river. Even a slight loss could destabilize the system. At his current level, Linton couldn't afford such leakage. From the constructs inherited through the system, he selected a mid-tier resonance gathering formation. Practical, stable, and sufficient for the scale of his land. The formation's core material? Infused quartz, clear or smoky crystals often sold in antique and metaphysical shops. Though not rare, crystals sourced near Hong Kong had unique vibrational properties, making them especially effective for resonance control. The higher the quality, the stronger the compression field. Over time, he could divide the estate into localized resonance zones, small pockets for emotionally charged crops, specialty livestock, and storage of influence-rich resources. Everything nurtured in these zones, food, animals, water, would gradually enhance vitality, charisma, and cognitive sharpness. These enhancements would be reserved strictly for his inner circle, a secret edge shared only with those he trusted most. One day, his family would live entirely within the estate, surrounded by a subtle field of his energy. Their minds would be clearer, their bodies stronger, and their lifespans far beyond the ordinary. Chapter 233, Buying Crystals, Deadly Encounter. There was an infused quartz market on Fifth Avenue, where people could buy all kinds of crystals for metaphysical or industrial purposes. The place was crowded and chaotic, filled with a colorful mix of merchants, collectors, and shady characters. Given the notoriously spotty security in the area, Linton decided not to bring Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese along. It wasn't just about safety. He also didn't want too many people to know what he was buying. More importantly, they needed to avoid attracting paparazzi. For him, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Vivian's image, carefully curated as pure and graceful, couldn't afford the risk. Michelle was more flexible, but still, reputations mattered in this business. Vivian baby, Michelle baby, I've got something to handle this morning, Linton said. Should we come with you? No, you two go shopping at the mall with Mina. Use up the credit you didn't spend yesterday. Time had been tight the day before. After buying uniforms and props, they'd barely made it to lunch. Each of them had a $100,000 spending cap, most of which went unused. They were more than happy to get a second round. Good luck with your work. Come back soon and let's have lunch together, they said cheerfully. Have fun too. They kissed him on the cheek and trotted off with Mina, eager for round 2 of retail warfare. Linton took his 2 bodyguards, Danny and Carter, and hailed a taxi straight to Fifth Avenue. He didn't have demanding standards for the quartz quality in his containment array. He found a batch of smoky quartz that met the baseline criteria at $3 per gram. For full installation across the estate, he estimated at least 2 tons would be needed. Since he was new to this kind of system work and expected some mistakes, he decided to buy 4 tons up front. Before buying raw bulk, he checked out some shops selling pendants. Once his stabilization serum was complete, he planned to engrave runes into these pendants, functions like mental clarity, body nourishment, and basic energy shielding. They'd become priceless heirlooms for his inner circle. After visiting several shops, he found a batch of top-grade white quartz pendants that were smooth, dense, and ideal for engraving. After some negotiation, Linton purchased 30 pendants for $15,000. A single piece cost $500. He then moved on to the raw materials section, hitting multiple large vendors and quietly casting soul induction to identify who offered the best price. Eventually, he secured 4 tons of crystal at $6 million and signed contracts with several merchants. The vendors arranged transport to the airport for air freight. To ensure safety, Carter rode in the truck with the shipment, while Linton and Danny followed by taxi. Linton had heard Hong Kong's underworld was chaotic, but he didn't expect trouble over something as niche as infused quartz crystals. With the amount of cargo being modest and not flashy, he figured they'd be ignored. But clearly, someone had gotten greedy. The 17-mile drive to the airport usually took around 40 minutes by truck. But barely 10 minutes into the trip, Linton noticed a cluster of motorcycles tailing them. 4 bikes, aggressively maneuvering through traffic. Definitely not casual riders. Traffic thickened downtown, but the bikes kept formation behind the taxi. Then, just before the highway on-ramp, the riders accelerated, 2 moving in front, 2 on either side. Each drew machetes and started shouting for the taxi to stop. They clearly took him for a fat foreign buyer, loaded with cash and ready for kidnapping. Linton sighed. It was his fault for being careless. Now he had to clean up someone else's mess. The driver, visibly terrified, slammed the brakes and ducked behind the wheel, frozen in panic. Linton opened the door calmly and stepped out. 4 bikes boxed them in. 2 riders dismounted and approached with blades drawn, arrogance in their stride. Linton reached into his pocket and drew 4 coins. With a flick of his thumb and a touch of power, he sent them whistling through the air, each one arcing with unnatural grace. In an instant, all 4 attackers dropped, clutching their throats, their eyes wide in shock before collapsing. Danny stared, mouth agape. They waited for another half-minute, just in case more were coming. But it seemed these 4 were acting alone. Linton had half-hoped for something tougher. He was itching for a real fight. But if this was the level of opposition, they weren't worth the effort. As for whoever sent them, If they dared show themselves again, he'd deal with them without mercy. They returned to the taxi and roused the trembling driver from his fake faint. The man didn't say a word, just started the engine and followed the cargo truck straight to the airport. The rest of the trip went smoothly. The goods were checked in, the flight scheduled, and by afternoon, Linton was back at the Peninsula Hotel with everything in order. Chapter 234, Heading Home. By the time they returned to the Peninsula Hotel, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese had just come back from their shopping spree, their arms full of bags that now cluttered the suite's living room. Linton hadn't expected that they were still hungry and waiting for him to come back to have lunch together. "Why don't you eat first? We're waiting for you. You're leaving tomorrow, so we want to make the most of our time with you." Linton thought to himself, are these two people too submerged in the play? But he felt touched all the same. Instead of heading out to a restaurant, the three called room service to deliver several of the hotel's signature dishes. While they waited for the food, Linton asked them what they had gotten during the morning. Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese excitedly shared their finds, mostly clothes and bags, but promised a surprise when they tried them on after lunch. After a simple lunch, the two women started trying on their new outfits for Linton. To his surprise, the first set was incredibly sexy sleepwear. Vivian Chow wore a red sheer silk nightgown, without anything underneath, paired with red stockings. With her exquisite figure, porcelain skin, pure and beautiful face, and faint dimples, she looked sweet yet seductive. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, adding softness and elegance. She walked to Linton with graceful poses, her subtle allure stirring feelings deep inside him. Michelle Reese wore a black sheer silk nightgown, also without anything underneath, and black stockings that complemented her tall and sexy figure, fair delicate skin, and elegant, cool demeanor. Her long, wavy black hair fell casually over her shoulders, making her look even more enchanting. She sauntered over to Linton from the other side with a sultry catwalk, a visual temptation so strong it was almost overwhelming. Approaching Linton from both sides, the two women extended their hands silently, making a wordless invitation. Where did these irresistible temptresses come from? Could he possibly resist? Soon, a cheerful and sweet song began playing. More surprises followed. Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese had learned Linton's preferences well. That morning, they had bought several new outfits and styles he particularly liked. Stewardess uniforms, teacher outfits, nurse uniforms, black stockings, red stockings. During an interlude, Linton also made plans for the two women's upcoming projects. Vivian Chow was focusing on her singing career. Her album released last year sold over 300,000 copies, ranking solidly in the top 10 of Hong Kong's sales charts. This year, she released 3 more albums, each performing well and winning major music awards across Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan. However, she was signed to Taiwan's Fame Records, under Polygram Records Group, which made it impossible for Linton to help her break into the European and American markets for now. Fortunately, her contract with Fame Records would expire next February. Linton suggested she sign with Universal Music's Hong Kong branch afterward to help her enter the Western music scene. When hearing Linton's thoughtful plan, Vivian Chow surprised him with a more flirtatious image, saying, "Honey, you're so sweet. I want to reward you." She crawled downwards. "Hiss, Michelle, you look amazing, with a tall figure, sharp features, noble and cool temperament, and exotic charm, and these qualities are very suitable for the big screen. I'll keep an eye out and let you know when a movie role fits you. But as promised, you need to start with supporting roles first." "Honey, you're awesome. I'm gonna reward you good," Michelle teased, climbing on top of him. Again, the sweet singing voice filled the room. Sweet moments always pass too quickly, and morning came soon after. After 3 days of passion, Linton absorbed and refined all the popularity energy from Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese, significantly improving his own abilities. It was truly a fruitful experience. Nourished by Linton's essence for days, Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese glowed even brighter, their complexions radiant and spirits elevated. Wanting to avoid unnecessary complications, Linton didn't see them off, bidding farewell to the 2 lovely companions reluctantly staying behind at the hotel. The group of 7 then headed to the airport aboard the hotel's fleet of Rolls-Royces. On the way, Klinsmann sat with Linton and detailed the status of their film rights acquisitions. They had purchased North American rights for 39 films, spending a total of $7.35 million. Each film came with 2 sets of reels, sent by airmail yesterday afternoon. The company's distribution department was notified to pick them up, and they should have arrived in Los Angeles by now. Regarding payment, the company had already completed half the payment across borders yesterday, with the balance due in 3 days. Very good. You did a good job this time. Once we get back, arrange for a translator to add English subtitles and prepare a promotion plan to push these films into the video rental market. Boss, I'm confident in the rental and sales prospects for these films. But considering cultural differences and that the actors are unfamiliar to American audiences, some targeted publicity is still necessary. What's your idea? It doesn't need to be complicated. A few striking posters, some marketing spend on distribution channels, and buying ad space. For areas with large Chinese communities, we can boost publicity further. Sounds good. Let's go with your plan. Work hard, and you'll get a bonus. Linton was very pleased with Klinsmann's performance. The rights were acquired at a price well below their initial expectations, so he promised a generous bonus. Boss, you really should have hit the nightclub with us last night to unwind. Hong Kong might be small, but its nightlife is vibrant and colorful. There's this place called Lan Kwai Fong, packed with beautiful, outgoing women. It was unforgettable. After the business talk, Klinsmann started boasting about his clubbing conquests. Keep working hard. If you keep it up, you'll charm beauties in nightclubs worldwide. Linton didn't want to hear more boasting, but used it to paint a bigger dream for Klinsmann. In reality, this was Klinsmann's first trip scouting as purchasing manager of their North American distribution company, following the big boss. When he's fully in charge, many foreign studios and producers will treat him like royalty. Instead of nightclub girls, stars will be attending to him. At the airport, they met up with 15 members of Yuan Wu-Ping's martial arts team and flew back to Los Angeles. The journey was uneventful, just as Linton had expected. Though Hong Kong's gangs were rampant and ruthless, they feared the law and those who stood against them. They had no guts to confront foreigners. The gang behind the killing of 4 men was called 13K. They were horrified by the brutal method of killing and further terrified after learning the 4 men were slain simultaneously, without time to resist. They had originally planned to harass taxi passengers, but abandoned the idea upon learning the victims were 2 Americans. Little did they know, their cowardice likely saved hundreds of lives in their gang. Had they dared cause trouble at the Peninsula Hotel or hinder Linton's journey to the airport, Linton wouldn't have hesitated to strike back fiercely, even if it meant delaying his flight. But killing a few gang members was hardly an inconvenience. At most, he'd just change his ticket from morning to afternoon. Chapter 235, New Assistant Directors. The plane landed safely at Los Angeles International Airport, and it was nearly evening when they stepped out of the terminal. Megan, the company's office director, greeted the group at the airport with a convoy of 3 cars and a minibus. Following Linton's instructions, accommodations were arranged for Yuan Wu-Ping's team at a hotel affiliated with Universal Studios. Additionally, the estate had prepared 2 Mercedes-Benz SUVs and a pickup truck to pick up the infused quartz crystals that was sent via airmail. With night approaching, Linton asked Megan to host Yuan Wu-Ping and his team, arranging a meeting at the crew office at Universal Studios at 9 a.m. the next day. He left his assistant Mina, Carter, and the bodyguards who'd come to pick him up at the airport to handle the infused quartz crystals retrieval, while he and Danny returned to the estate first. Knowing Linton would be back today, Naomi, Christiana, and Monica had already returned and eagerly awaited his arrival. As the old saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. So the evening naturally became filled with excitement among the 4 of them. Naomi's 2 recent starring films had been huge successes, firmly establishing her as a leading actress in Hollywood. She'd been extremely busy attending various press events and business engagements, flying across the U.S. daily, only just winding down last week. Her agency secured 7 new brand endorsements for her, all top-tier names, including luxury brands like Van Cleef and Arpels Jewelry, Visager Women's Fashion, and Jo Malone Fragrances. Each endorsement paid upwards of $4 million per year, and they were currently shooting commercials for these brands in Los Angeles. The endorsement deals alone brought in massive income. Even after deducting agency commissions, the new deals amounted to over $25 million annually. Combined with her existing endorsements, Naomi's endorsement earnings exceeded $35 million each year. Moreover, during the past 2 months, capitalizing on her film's popularity, she traveled widely throughout the U.S. for various press and promotional activities, earning over $10 million. Her income truly placed her among the top-tier actresses, making her a bona fide wealthy woman. In just 2 years, she had transformed from a struggling actress working in a diner to today's celebrated A-list star. It was a legendary inspirational story and a true embodiment of the American dream. Naomi's success naturally inspired some envy from Christiana and Monica, but they also understood the real reasons behind it. Now on the right path, their future looked promising. According to Linton's analysis, the two had been aggressively promoting their films lately, and the upcoming movie Happy Death Day was expected to mark a breakthrough, or at least elevate them into the second-tier leading lady ranks. Thinking of this, the three women burst with enthusiasm, their spirits soaring, making their personal pursuits all the more thrilling. Blake moved swiftly. In just a few days, he had assembled the crew for the Man from Nowhere. Several key positions were already filled: prop master, set designer, makeup artist, stylist, lighting technician, and photographer. They rented a crew office and studio at Universal Studios and began constructing the sets according to the storyboards provided by Linton. At 9 a.m., Linton arrived at the crew office, with Megan escorting Yuan Wu-ping from the hotel. Linton held the first crew meeting, introducing Yuan Wu-ping to the entire crew and then reviewing the progress on preparations. Linton had set a tight timetable, only 1 month to prepare the action choreography. While the scenes were relatively straightforward, everyone felt the pressure to complete the work quickly. Fortunately, the crew was composed of experienced professionals who quickly got down to work once roles and tasks were clear. The crew arranged a large room for Yuan Wu-ping's team, and Linton handed them the full script, asking them to study and design the fight choreography. He demanded speed, precision, and ruthlessness, a one-shot kill style. Yet the fights needed to be beautiful and stylish, lethal but cool. While impossible for most Hollywood action directors, Yuan Wu-ping's team was more than capable. After the meeting, Linton asked Blake, "Any progress with recruiting assistant directors?" "Boss, being your assistant director right now is highly sought after. Over 30 people signed up in just 2 days. I've pre-screened the list based on your criteria and selected 23 candidates who meet the basic requirements. Here's the list and their profiles," Blake reported, handing over a stack of files. Among them was Jonathan Glazer, the director behind Pepsi's Taste the Feeling commercial. He was an excellent candidate and would be kept on board. Among the other 22, Linton recognized a familiar name: James Wong, a well-known director famed for his work on Final Destination, which he both wrote and directed. Though still an industrious screenwriter, several of his scripts co-written with Glenn Morgan had been adapted into films, though none became major hits. However, aspiring to direct was a screenwriter's dream, and James Wong was no different. Seeing Linton's call for assistant directors, he applied. Eagerly, he was kept on, with the plan to potentially start the Final Destination project next year, allowing Linton to write the script himself and have Wong direct. This would be another goldmine series. Linton recalled 6 installments had already been made in his previous life. Its value was comparable to the Scream franchise and the Scary Movie spin-offs. Linton had no impressions of the other 20 candidates and, lacking interest in interviewing them all individually, decided to move forward with Jonathan Glazer and James Wong, instructing Blake to notify them for interviews. Considering the lead role required intense fight scenes requiring Yuan Wu-ping's team's expertise, an early casting decision was important so training could begin promptly. Taking racial balance into account and reflecting on action stars he remembered, Linton felt Will Smith was the best fit. Will Smith had a positive public image and was very popular. He was just beginning to transition from a singer to film acting, so his pay demands would likely be modest, and he'd be willing to endure tough training. "That's him. Arrange an audition ASAP," Linton instructed Blake. The next morning, Jonathan Glazer and James Wong arrived at the Man from Nowhere crew office. Linton spoke with each privately for half an hour. He confirmed there were no ill intentions toward him or the crew, and that they weren't planted by competitors to sabotage the production. They were there simply to learn, seek opportunities, and hope to be appreciated by Linton, aspiring to follow in the footsteps of directors like Zach and Michael Bay and Ryan. Linton made an immediate decision to admit both. Blake and Goodman acted quickly, negotiated salaries with their agents, and signed contracts that same day. Each assistant director was paid $100,000. Linton gave them copies of the script and storyboards for The Man from Nowhere, asking them to study and familiarize themselves thoroughly to participate in the crew's preparation work. Chapter 236, The Protection Artifact. After Will Smith received the audition invitation from the production team, he felt like it was a dream come true, as if fate itself had smiled upon him. This was a Linton film, and the role of the second male lead was incredibly significant. If he managed to land this part, it would be a career-defining leap into stardom. He had to get this role, no matter what. Otherwise, the performance wouldn't meet Linton's standards. Will, your look and acting meet the crew's standards, but there's an issue. Your physical conditioning and fighting skills fall short. If you want the role, you must commit to a month of rigorous close training. Can you handle that? I can, no problem, Will responded. This wasn't the Will Smith, the superstar. He didn't have the leverage to negotiate. This opportunity was gold, and he clung to it desperately. All right, the role is yours. Have your agent come over ASAP to finalize the contract, said Blake. Blake and Goodman quickly negotiated, finalizing Will's salary at $150,000. This was a considerable raise. The year before, Will starred in his first movie, Where the Day Takes You, earning only $50,000. Unfortunately, that film was a box office flop, making less than $400,000 total. Will became the first cast member of the film crew. That day, he checked into the Universal Studios production hotel and began a month of tough, grueling training. The movie had two key female roles: the mother figure, a sultry dancer, intended to be played by Monica, and the wife character, who had minimal screen time and existed mostly in the male lead's memories, planned as a cameo by Naomi. They were given their scripts early to prepare. Another crucial part was the little girl, Somi. She was essential to the emotional core of the film. The audience's feelings would largely be driven by her performance, so they needed a young actress with talent and presence. Though no suitable candidate was in mind, Linton believed auditions would yield the right choice. Following standard procedure, the production team announced casting calls. Blake, Yuan Wu-ping, two assistant directors, and the director of photography would conduct initial auditions. The director would decide in the final round. Regarding product placement, The Man from Nowhere had very few opportunities to insert advertisements. After much deliberation, Linton decided to feature only one product, the protagonist's suit. It would appear in many shots and look incredibly stylish. Naturally, they hoped to partner with Armani, since Linton endorsed the brand, but that depended on Armani's interest. For the soundtrack, Linton liked the original ending theme. It matched the film's emotional tone perfectly. The song's melody was sweet and its lyrics heartfelt, closely tied to the plot and themes, serving as a great emotional catalyst illuminating the protagonist's inner world. He also saw the song's potential as a hit, ideally performed by Shania Twain, so naturally, he borrowed the song's essence. For the rest of the score, he continued to work with Hans Zimmer's team. The soundtrack package cost $2 million, although the team retained full rights to the music and lyrics and did not participate in future soundtrack. Distribution. Universal Music handled production and distribution, with a 68:32 sales split. The production crew would receive 32% of soundtrack sales. By the time all was settled, it was October 16th. The day when the farm's thunderstorm protection array would activate was drawing near. This formation affected his life and property, so he had to visit and inspect it personally. Luckily, production was running smoothly, and with two assistant directors, he could step away for a while without issue. However, before visiting the farm, there was one more task. He needed a weapon to survive the trial. Based on his current progress in his Starlight Spark ability, he expected to overcome the Thunder trial by late January or early February next year. He had no magic weapon or any tools at all, There was no way he could use just his body to withstand the thunder trial. Even with the thunderstorm protection array absorbing over 90% of the lightning's force, the remainder would strike him directly. 2 hits, and he'd be burnt to a crisp. He needed a weapon to endure the trial. After much thought, he realized the survival weapon had to satisfy 2 conditions. First, it had to be non-conductive and not attract lightning. Second, it had to be extremely hard. It must not break or shatter under lightning strikes. No additional lethality mattered. Shape was less important. Perhaps because he read too many sword and sorcery novels in his previous life, he favored swords. With this in mind, he outlined his conditions clearly, and suddenly the solution dawned on him. He didn't need traditional weapons at all. A wooden sword made from the hardest possible wood would suffice. Many woods are harder than steel. Among them, iron birch was widely recognized by authoritative studies as the hardest. It's twice as hard as ordinary steel and can even resist bullet impacts, a highly prized material for premium furniture. It was that simple. Find a furniture factory that works with iron birch and commission a wooden sword made to his design. A month earlier, he tasked Mira with locating such a factory. In a world without the internet and with limited information transparency, Mira, Ellie, and Karn scoured all the wood furniture factories around Los Angeles. They eventually found a small factory in San Bernardino County that specialized in iron birch furniture and had the raw material in stock. Linton, with Mira, visited the sawmill, bringing his sword blueprint. The factory wasn't large, but boasted a sophisticated atmosphere with advanced equipment. It catered to custom, high-end furniture for wealthy clients. Linton saw the iron birch wood, and it was impressively hard. The factory reps tried stabbing, chopping, and splitting it with daggers, but no marks appeared. The factory confirmed Linton's custom order was feasible, but the price was steep. After paying $20,000, Linton signed the contract, agreeing to a 2-month delivery. Chapter 237, The Grand Formation. On October 17th, Linton returned to his farm again. Winnie and David personally went to the airport to welcome him. On the way to the farm, the two updated Linton on the construction progress during this period. Overall, construction had progressed smoothly and the weather had been ideal. There was basically no heavy rain disrupting the work. The Gensler architectural design firm's construction crew strictly followed the blueprints, working overtime to catch up. Most of the project was completed, with at most 3 days remaining to finish everything. Have you noticed any outsiders trying to sneak around during this time? No. Following your orders, our Thunder Guards established a full military blockade around the farm with 24-hour live patrols. No one tried to get in. Linton found this a little odd. Could the factions using spies against him have just given up so easily? Or maybe they figured there was no secret to find on the farm, so it wasn't worth the effort. Instead, they focused on strengthening their guards and waited for a chance to expand control. He hadn't expected that these hostile factions would retreat after seeing how extreme his measures were. But either way, since he was not strong enough yet, quietly developing his plan was a positive. When they reached the farm, Linton set down his luggage and, without any small talk with Winnie, headed straight to the construction site with Winnie and David. After more than a month of intense work, the thunderstorm protection array was nearly complete. Seeing Linton, Tasker Miller, the on-site supervisor from Gensler Construction Company, approached happily. "Mr. Anderson, glad you returned safely. We're on schedule to finish the project by the morning of October 20th. "Thank you, Mr. Miller. Don't worry, as long as the quality is solid, I'll pay in full the day the project concludes." "Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let me show you the site." "No need, just continue your work. I'll inspect myself." At the center of the farm stood a 45-meter-high steel tower, entirely made of ultra-hard special steel, significantly thicker and larger than average iron structures. The tower alone used 80 tons of that special steel, resembling a steel giant. Its base covered 300 square meters, enough space for him to move freely in practice with his wooden sword. To ensure the lightning could safely discharge into the ground during his trial, the area wasn't paved with concrete, but left as soil. Linton scanned the site with his spiritual senses, confirming the tower's foundation stretched 10 meters underground as per contract, with concrete columns extending even deeper, down 18 meters. Beneath the ground, at about 6 meters deep, Each base had 25 copper pipes, 10 centimeters wide, radiating outward in a circle. All joints between pipes and tower base were welded tightly to ensure electrical conductivity. According to schedule, Linton planned to inspect each copper pipe for 2 days, checking pipe burial depth, soil compaction, especially weld quality. A poor weld could block the current flow. Currently at Stage 2, Radiant Core, Level 9, his spiritual sense concentrated in one direction could easily penetrate 6 meters underground without any energy loss. Yet to conserve power, he avoided driving off-road vehicles, since piercing through steel required extra spiritual power. He didn't want Tasker Miller tagging along, instead asking David to prepare 4 mountain bikes. David, Danny, and Carter rode alongside him, each following a copper pipe. Of course, Gensler Architectural Design Firm was world-class, so quality was excellent. Strict on-site supervision helped, too. Every construction team had 2 Thunder Guards to monitor them. If anything substandard occurred, work stopped immediately. That day, Linton and his team inspected 10 copper pipes, finding no faults. David, Danny, and Carter didn't realize Linton was spiritually inspecting the work while riding. They thought he just checked the pipe directions. They wondered why a motorcycle was necessary. An SUV ride would be more comfortable. Since Linton rode the bike himself, they dared not question. Linton had no explanation but didn't think one was needed. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Naturally, Linton and Winnie shared passionate moments that night. A couple of hours later, exhausted, Winnie lay contentedly on Linton and murmured, "Honey, why did you take so long? I missed you so much." Linton held her closely. Working outdoors for a month had darkened and roughened her skin. Such a change was surprising for a top financial executive and professional woman. It showed how deeply Winnie cared and supported him silently with her actions. Linton believed no other woman in his life could match Winnie. Besides, the construction wasn't just tied to his trial success, but also to his life, fortune, and family's future. Choosing Winnie to oversee this event was a sign of his absolute trust, even if she didn't know it. With a woman like her, what more could a man want, he thought. Though impossible to give up everything for her alone, Winnie's place in his heart had risen. For the next few days, he resolved to give her more essence, restoring her smooth, delicate skin and making her youthful, beautiful, and alluring. "Sweetheart, you've worked hard this whole time." "It's nothing. I'm happy to help with your challenges." "You're so thoughtful. Seems like I have to love you more." "Come on, I'm waiting." Their loving conversation continued into the night. The next morning, Winnie excitedly called from the bathroom. "Honey, come see. My skin has improved a lot." "Improved? It's obviously much better. I boosted the essence supply last night. The effect should be strong." "Yes, your skin's whiter, more delicate, practically glowing. It's tender enough to squeeze water from it." 3 words: tender, fair, delicate. "Did you do some kind of magic yesterday?" "No magic, just the benefit of us complementing each other." "Ah, our sessions bring such benefits? Then we should have more often, right?" "Sure, I'm all yours these days." "What about after? When you return to Los Angeles, you're always welcome at our estate." "There are too many people there. I still feel uneasy." "If you're shy, I can come to your place sometimes. We agreed you'd spend 1 day a week with me. Can't back out now." "No problem." "Moi, you're so sweet." Winnie kissed him happily. Over the next 2 days, Linton led David, Danny, and Carter riding mountain bikes to inspect all the copper pipe sites. The results were satisfactory. No issues were found. Even spots across the river followed blueprints strictly, with pipes buried beneath the riverbed soil. On the morning of October 20th, the last copper pipe was laid, completing the array formation. Linton finally exhaled with relief, fully confident in his impending Thunder trial. Victory. True to his word, he asked Henry to pay the remaining 50% of the Gensler construction project fees that day. Gensler Construction promptly received payment and happily packed up. Before leaving, they carefully dismantled all temporary structures and restored the site. Landfill-eligible debris remained on site. The rest was removed by disposal companies. This thoroughness testified to their industry leadership. Linton also told David the Thunder Guards would cease patrolling and return to military training. Chapter 238, Information Highway Plan. After completing the thunderstorm protection array formation, Linton didn't linger long on the Anderson farm. On the afternoon of the 20th, he spent time relaxing with Winnie around the farm. The next day, he flew back to Los Angeles on a business charter plane. In the past few days, wanting to make up for lost time, Linton increased the amount of essence he gave her. After 3 days, Winnie became even more beautiful. Her skin grew whiter, more tender and delicate, making her more captivated by him. On the return flight, Linton saw major news in that day's newspaper. The U.S. government announced a new high-tech initiative, the National Information Infrastructure, NII, aimed at building the Information Age's highway, the Information Superhighway, based on the Internet. The goal was to allow all Americans to easily share massive information. Resources. Back in Los Angeles, instead of heading to the film crew, Linton went with Winnie to the Charity Foundation office to discuss their next financial investment plan. The plan to introduce the Information Superhighway would profoundly impact all industries across the country, especially computers and network communications, yielding huge returns. The internet industry was on the verge of birth, ready to significantly change how people lived and society developed. It would also bring enormous investment opportunities. As a reborn man, Linton knew well the internet's investment potential. This was a new wealth hotspot that would create numerous billionaires and amass more wealth than any other industry. This trend was impossible to ignore. Turning on the TV to financial news, they saw stocks in computer and network communications soar. Microsoft and Cisco both rose over 20%. Microsoft's market value even jumped to over $30 billion in a single day. Linton's personal wealth also surged rapidly. Rough estimates showed his net worth exceeded $2 billion, and this was just the start. My dear, this is fantastic. It feels like God is on our side. Yes, we're lucky to align with national policy. But once this policy released, related industries would thrive. What are your thoughts on our next investments? With this policy, the prospects for computers and network communications grow immensely. More market opportunities will emerge. We should dig deeper into investments in these two fields. You're right, those are promising sectors. But you overlooked 2 keywords. What 2 keywords? The internet and sharing. Is there something special about these? Look closely. NII aims to build a broadband gigabit network connecting social institutions, organizations, and every household. It will offer rich, diverse information and advanced information services, meeting everyone's demands in work, life, and communication. So, the internet and information services, you're saying there's major business potential here? Exactly. The internet and sharing represent the future. Imagine how convenient society will be if our work, life, and communication all happen online. If that happens, society will change dramatically. That's why the real opportunity lies in the internet and related information services. Makes sense. So what's our plan? We've set up a special internet investment fund with an initial $50 million to invest exclusively in internet and information service companies. Good. Emerging tech companies typically use venture capital when starting out. Our fund will operate as a venture capital fund. Yes, this is a brand new yet risky industry. We need a broad approach, thorough vetting, and strong risk management. Let's build a professional venture capital team and recruit experts quickly. Agreed. Since you said, cast a wide net, maybe we can use our real estate company's resources. What do you have in mind? Doesn't our real estate business hold 7 properties in Silicon Valley? That's right. Silicon Valley offers unique advantages. New internet startups usually cluster here. Exactly. We can ask the property management teams to advertise our fund in the office spaces across all properties. That way, internet professionals working there will quickly learn about us. Word of mouth among tenants will spread our name, and advertising at these locations builds credibility. I like it. I'll arrange for Edward to coordinate fully. Act fast. And don't abandon computer and network communication sectors. Don't miss any good deals. I will get started soon. Although after the last Microsoft purchase, the fund only has $14 million left. That's okay. When I renewed my contract with Universal some time ago, I got a $60 million signing bonus. After agency fees, I still have $56.4 million. I'll ask Henry to transfer $50 million soon. Wow, Dear, you're incredible. Quickly diving into this emerging industry makes me confident we'll feast on the best rewards. The internet covers many fields. To start, I think we should focus on three areas. Linton recalled three early internet successes: Netscape Navigator, Yahoo Portal, and ICQ Communication. What three areas? First, the internet is still largely an academic product. Operating a computer online is complicated for most. They need specialized skills, limiting adoption. So our first focus is developing a simple, user-friendly internet interface. Right. That alone has huge market potential. The second is building a comprehensive information search service. NII's goal makes this achievable. It also naturally functions like media, attracts attention, and drives traffic. Isn't that just like putting newspapers online? Somewhat, but it goes further. Besides news, it offers various query and retrieval services. I see. And the third, enabling users to communicate peer-to-peer over the internet. Is that even possible? That'd replace phones and mobile devices. Anything's possible. Just stay tuned. Chapter 239, Media Group. While the two were discussing the details of perfecting the operation of the venture capital fund, Goodman arrived after receiving the notification. Linton put aside the investment fund matter for the moment and first told Winnie in detail about his plan to recruit a popular writer to help him write a book and his plan to acquire a publishing house. The publishing house is similar to Hollywood Gossip Daily. It would be invested in and acquired by a charitable foundation and placed under the foundation's name. You will be in charge of the unified management from now on. You and Goodman will work together to push the acquisition forward as soon as possible. Got it. Goodman, do you have a target in mind for the publishing house acquisition? Linton asked after explaining the situation. Not yet. I commissioned a consulting firm to help find potential targets and do preliminary background checks. No results yet. As soon as possible. Profitability right now is not the most important factor. The key is to have nationwide distribution capability. Understood. Also, I've recently been studying about the value and marketing of IP. IP. That was new to Winnie and Goodman. IP stands for intellectual property, encompassing all cultural and creative works. Literature, film and TV, animation, games, etc., which are interconnected rather than isolated. Interconnected? Yes. Novels can link to movies and TV. Games can link to movies and TV. Even novels, comics, and games can interconnect to generate greater economic benefits. Cross-promoting for greater profits sounds promising. Definitely. Take Jurassic Park as an example. It was a global hit and box office miracle this year, adapted from the novel. I'm sure there will be comics and games later to tap into more revenue streams. Makes sense. Readers of the novel become the movie audience, and many moviegoers will buy the novel for more details. The effect is more than the sum of the parts. Winnie quickly got the idea. Not only that, a strong IP can extend even further, impacting real industries and creating more value. Jurassic Park didn't just make money at the box office. The toys and merchandise based on the movie sold even better, making more profit than ticket sales. That's incredible. Even more, many companies spent big on licenses for the dinosaurs shown in the film, using those images in various products to boost sales. Awesome. And Universal plans to open a Jurassic Park dinosaur zone in Universal Studios. That will bring even more revenue and impact. Successful IPs are truly gold mines of endless wealth. Exactly. Disney is the master of IP management. Their classic cartoons have generated vast wealth for decades. On top of that, they built Disneyland and have enduringly popular toys and merchandise worldwide. Their licensed characters are used in countless products in the US and globally. So your plan to acquire the publishing house is to better cultivate IP and link it to movies, right? Many of my future films can be adapted into novels connected to the movies, and I'm confident these novels will become bestsellers. Good, then we must speed up. It's not just publishing houses. Have you noticed how with more PCs in homes, computer games are becoming mainstream? Yeah, my kids used to play Atari on the TV, but now they've moved to PC games, Goodman said from experience. Can games link to novels, movies, and TV? Absolutely. Classic games can be adapted into movies and shows, and popular movies and shows can be adapted into games. Linton thought of huge IPs like Tomb Raider and Resident Evil, initially video games then adapted to films and other industries. Also, 3 mega IPs, Harry Potter, Twilight, and The Hunger Games. The next big one is Underworld. All started as novels, then movies, then games, and finally expanded into many industries. Each generates billions in revenue, with Harry Potter alone worth over $20 billion. Could he get a head start? But a mega IP like Harry Potter wouldn't reach such heights without a strong media group to promote and manage it. Is that doable? So you'll also need to help me find a computer game company to acquire. Since gaming is still a relatively new industry, entry barriers aren't too high. If we can't find a suitable company, we'll start our own game company. Stanford is in Silicon Valley, and there are plenty of computer talents there. Got it. Will the game company also be under the Foundation's name? Yes, from now on, the Foundation's industries will have 2 legs. One is financial capital investment to build a capital group. The other is business, focused around media. I want a media group that includes film production and distribution, novel publishing, newspapers and magazines, game companies, TV stations, internet media, etc. That puts my mind at ease. I noticed your physical businesses are very scattered. The film company, newspapers, publishing houses, and now a game company. It seems you have a clear plan and aren't getting distracted. Winnie admitted a bit embarrassed. But media groups are basically controlled by well-established players. If we rush in, we might face their coordinated resistance. Goodman expressed concern. Indeed, building a media group is a long-term goal and must be done step by step. You two are my most trusted people. I wanted to be honest because I feared you might worry or misinterpret. We aren't strong enough yet, so we have to develop quietly. Avoid being too high-profile to escape the attention and suppression of big media groups. When the time is right, we'll unify and establish the media group. Understood. We will keep this confidential, Winnie and Goodman assured quickly. For now, focus on acquiring the novel publishing house and the computer game company as a priority. The other ventures don't have to be rushed, but keep an eye on any TV stations that might be for sale. We must not miss any opportunity. Chapter 240, Gossip, Ghostwriters. It was almost 5 o'clock when Linton stepped out of the Foundation office. Considering that Christiana and Monica were both at the mansion, and Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai had also come to Los Angeles and stayed at the estate, Winnie was very understanding. She felt like she had Linton all to herself for several days. So she didn't try to keep him and let him return to the mansion early. Megan, how's the recruitment for writing talent going? Linton asked on the car ride back to the mansion, dialing Megan, the office director of Linton Films. 11 people have already signed up. After my initial screening, I've kept 6, 3 men and 3 women. When do you want to arrange the interviews? Let's do it tomorrow. The interviews will be held at the film company, which is also where they'll be working and writing. Linton was a bit surprised so many people had applied for the ghostwriter position. It seemed the job was more attractive than he had imagined. As soon as he returned to the mansion, Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai each threw themselves into his arms and kissed him sweetly. Honey, we missed you so much. I missed you too. Let's have dinner first, then we can catch up properly after. The butler and chef had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Izumi Sakai was here to promote her upcoming single Complicated, set for release on October 28th. Universal was very confident in the single, and with Linton's influence. Although Izumi was a newcomer to the North American market, the single would be launched at the same level as second-tier singers. A lot of publicity was arranged, including interviews with various media outlets, appearances on TV variety shows, the single's music video airing on MTV, radio promotions, and more. After the song's release, she was set for a 2-week promotional tour in major U.S. cities. Noriko Sakai was promoting the upcoming movie Happy Death Day. Although she was only the 3rd female lead, any boost was welcome. And how could she be left out of the love triangle story the media had just started hyping? Besides, she needed the movie's popularity to raise her own profile and improve her status in Japan. Starting with Hollywood Gossip Daily, rumors about Linton, Christiana, and Monica spread rapidly, sparking follow-up reports from many entertainment outlets. Last week, Hollywood Gossip Daily exposed a love triangle between Linton, Christiana, and Monica, igniting American audiences' enthusiasm. This week, Hollywood Gossip Daily unveiled shocking news that Linton was dating Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai simultaneously, even attaching photos of the three women coming and going from Linton's estate within 1 week. This wasn't just gossip. There were pictures and truth behind it. In fact, these photos had been proactively provided by Linton's assistant, Mina. Soon, all entertainment media couldn't stay silent. They churned out stories, fabricated rumors, and published short essays. Even TV and radio stations, big and small, tried to capitalize on the buzz. Though unable to interview Linton himself or secure him as a guest, hosts and guests discussed and debated whether Linton was a playboy, a scoundrel, a super idol, or a true talent. The consequences of this sensational gossip were: 1. Sales of Hollywood Gossip Daily increased dramatically, surpassing 30,000 copies daily, far exceeding Linton's previous goals. The paper was no longer dying, but thriving with energy. 2. Linton's popularity soared. His starlight spark growth accelerated, and his fan base expanded. Inevitably, some detractors appeared, harming his reputation slightly. 3. The popularity of Happy Death Day skyrocketed. That afternoon, Linton received a call from Harvey with good news. The cinema chain proactively expanded screenings, with the opening reaching 2,800 theaters and 5,400 screens. Even midnight screenings had 1,300 theaters participating. A remarkable feat for a movie with a small budget, no famous director, and no big stars. 4. Christiana's and Monica's popularity surged. The film hadn't even been released yet, but the two already enjoyed second-tier female star status. The media even dug up their past film experiences and European works. Reviews were mixed, but everyone agreed on one thing: both were stunning beauties. Even Noriko Sakai gained some momentum. That evening was filled with joy and sweetness. Christiana, Monica, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai were naturally enthusiastic. The singing at the mansion continued non-stop. The next morning, Linton arrived at the film company to interview 6 ghostwriting candidates. His interview method was straightforward. He split the candidates into 2 groups and asked them to write on specified topics within half an hour. There was no word limit. Candidates could choose their own background. The 3 men formed a group. Using a traditional Hollywood treasure-hunting movie template, 2 teams simultaneously discover a treasure. They wrote about how the plot developed afterwards. The 3 women formed one group, adopting traditional Hollywood female character templates, writing Mary Sue stories from a first-person perspective, where the male lead was obsessed with the female protagonist. While the 6 wrote, Linton reviewed their backgrounds. Turns out, these 6 were talented. All graduated with literature-related majors, though none from Ivy League schools. They had shown writing talent in school, each publishing at least 20 articles in university and regular newspapers and magazines. After graduation, they chose to work in writing fields. Some even worked as unsigned Hollywood screenwriters, contributing to scripts. But reality was harsh. Success couldn't be guaranteed by writing skills alone, whether for novels or screenplays. Their works either struggled to find publishers or failed quietly after release. Though aware that ghostwriters for Linton wouldn't earn credit or copyrights, they all joined willingly for the generous salary. Half an hour passed quickly. Linton asked them to wait in the conference room, then read their 6 submissions. Everyone showed good writing skills, producing quality pieces. He selected 2 that suited his taste best. The male writer, Eddie Camille, included fight scenes for treasures as well as political schemes and tactics, adding richness, elevating his work beyond the others. The female writer, Rosa Spire, specialized in Mary Sue plots. Mary Sue heroines were a popular trend in Hollywood, with the most successful example being Julia Roberts. Her role as a call girl who drove rich men crazy in love was even more cliché than some classic soap operas, but audiences loved it. Negotiations followed with Eddie Camille and Rosa Spear. They would write based on outlines provided by Linton, earning $1,000 weekly, with bonuses for on-time completion and successful publishing. Their workplace was at Linton Films. Linton prepared small offices with computers for each. To encourage high-quality work, Linton dangled the carrot. Finish 5 books that impress me, and I'll hire you as a screenwriter at Linton Films with credit rights. Though ghostwriter pay was decent, Completing 3 novels successfully in a year would yield over $100,000 annually, far exceeding most writers' incomes. The catch was no career prospects. But screenwriter positions were the dream for Hollywood writers. Eddie and Rosa immediately brightened up. "Boss, when do we start? If you have agents or lawyers, bring them this afternoon to sign contracts. If you don't, that's fine. I can provide endorsement lawyers." They both said, "Okay, see you this afternoon." Chapter 241, Submission. In the afternoon, witnessed by Goodman, Eddie, Rosa, and Linton finalized the employment contracts for the ghostwriter positions. Megan also arranged 2 workstations for them, fully stocked with necessary office supplies. Linton handed Eddie the novel outline for National Treasure and gave Rosa the outline for The Fault in Our Stars. "I'll give you 4 months to complete the writing." Both original novels were under 200,000 words, and with clear outlines, 4 months was more than enough. That broke down to less than 2,000 words daily, quite manageable compared to some later generation writers who could crank out 10,000 words a day. "That should be enough time," Eddie said after reviewing the National Treasure outline. "But I'm not that familiar with the American Revolutionary War, the contents and the location of the Declaration of Independence, or the Freemasons. I need time to do some research before I start writing." "Same here," Rosa replied. "Besides researching, I want to visit hospitals and interact with terminally ill teenagers to gain a deeper understanding of their lives and emotions." "No problem," Linton said, fully understanding the importance of preparation. "I'll have someone gather relevant information for you, and you're free to go to the library or anywhere else that helps with your writing anytime." "Thank you, boss, for your understanding and support," both responded enthusiastically. "Your desks are ready. You can come to the office to write during the day so we can discuss the plot anytime. At other times, you're free to manage as you like. Submit 10,000 words for review as you go. You should also communicate with each other during breaks. If you have any questions, I am always available." "Thanks, boss," they said, taking their outlines and heading to their workstations to start preparations. After settling the ghostwriter matters, Linton returned to the crew in a good mood. Preparations had been progressing as planned during his absence. Only Yuan Wu-ping was unhappy with Will Smith's training. Linton was not cut out to be an action star. His movements are stiff and awkward. He can't take the physical strain. Can you consider replacing him? What's going on? We just started basic training with a low intensity, but he's been whining nonstop. At this rate, he won't improve over the next month. Let's check it out, Linton said, surprised the problem involved Will. They approached the training room and heard Will from a distance screaming, "I can't take it. My legs feel like they're breaking. God, why are you being so cruel to me?" It sounded like serious torment. Linton and Ewan exchanged looks and stepped inside only to find the scene was quite different from expectations. 3 people were there. 2 of Ewan's assistants were showing Will some leg stretches, helping him stretch his legs. That's all. Why the screaming? If one didn't know, one might have thought he was being tortured. Linton smirked, activating his spiritual sense to scan Will. No injuries whatsoever. Unexpectedly, when Will saw Linton enter, he acted like he was saved from doom and quickly withdrew his stretched legs. With his ears perked up, he ran over to Linton. "Director, they're too harsh. Can you talk to them to roll back the intensity?" Linton and Yuan Wu-ping exchanged looks again, and Yuan shook his head. "Will, are you hurt?" "Injured? Not really," Will said hesitantly. "If you're not hurt, what's the complaint?" "This training is just too painful. Feels like torture. I've never heard of such brutal training in Hollywood." "Will, are you sure you can't handle this training?" Linton was too tired for excuses. "Can you ease it up a bit?" "Sure." "Awesome," Will cheered. "But your role changes. You'll be cast in a part with fewer scenes and no fighting. I'll find someone else for the killer role." Linton ignored the protests. This was not a joke. He picked him because he believed in him and gave him a chance. If he didn't perform, replacement was inevitable. Tons of people wanted in on their crew, and here he was, quaking. No, director. I'm just messing around. I can handle this. I promise to train hard and stop complaining." Will quickly backpedaled after hearing about replacement. "Is that so? I promise." "All right, one more chance. But if you can't meet the training standards, I won't hesitate to replace you. Don't worry, I can do it." "Okay, train well, I won't bother you." "Director, From the script, it looks like your fight scenes are more numerous and intense than mine. Yes, but don't you want to train? Why not come along and keep me company? So you're just annoyed because I'm not training. No, don't get me wrong. It's fine. I'll show you. If you can get to my level, you don't need training. Linton took off his jacket and stepped into the training area. He called Will over. Come on, let's spar a few moves. Director, that won't work. What if I hurt you? Would that mess up the movie? Stop talking nonsense. You go first. All right, here I go. Will threw a right punch at Linton's chest. Linton grabbed his wrist, flipped him around, and pinned his right arm behind his back. It hurts. Let go. Well, want to try again? I slipped earlier. That doesn't count. Then again. Okay, I'll win for sure this time. Will attacked again, but the result was the same. He was easily subdued. Convinced? If not, let's try again. This time we'll try a different tactic. He opened his arms, bent down, and rushed to hug Linton, trying a wrestling move. Still, Linton used the same move and subdued him. Convinced? I am completely. If you're on board, practice hard. I will. Let me show you again why I skipped training. The two Yuan's assistants demonstrated various fighting moves, which Linton followed with ease. Director, how do you do that? Will asked in disbelief. I started training a long time ago and do it daily. Now you get it. Yes, I understand now. I'll definitely train hard with you next time. Great. We'll see your progress later. I'll say this again. If you can't keep up, I won't hesitate to replace you. Don't worry, I won't give you that chance. Will said seriously, no longer joking around. Chapter 242, Step Up 2 Revenue. After checking on Will, Linton went on to discuss the specific fighting style and action choreography of the film with Yuan Wu-ping. Strictly speaking, the movie The Man from Nowhere wasn't just an action movie. It was more like a violent drama. The film used the extreme innocence and vulnerability of the little girl, Somi, to touch the softest parts of the audience's hearts. First, it showed the viciousness and terror of the criminal gang, intending to destroy this tender beauty. Finally, it relied on the male protagonist's brutal methods to vent the audience's fury. The fighting in the film wasn't flashy at all. The moves were fast, precise, and merciless, using only the deadliest techniques. It was a massacre. Only the gang's ultimate assassin at the end could barely stand up to him. Of course, even this ruthless figure was no match for the protagonist and was quickly taken down. It reminded one of those invincible online novels emphasizing the thrill of striking down foes with one blow and being unstoppable. After reading the entire script, Yuan Wu-ping asked, for the final battle, should the hero be defeated by the villain's assassin first, then counterattack to win? This is a classic action movie formula worldwide. No matter how powerful the hero is, he always gets pushed to the brink by the enemy near the end. Then his inner power awakens, and finally, he slays the formidable villain. No, Linton said. The story's pacing is the focus. Somi's being captured and facing organ trafficking is enough to ignite the audience's rage. He shook his head. This is an extreme personal heroism film. The hero might get shot and injured, but he can never be knocked down. His power crushes everything. He's invincible. Toward the end, Yuan Wu-ping still voiced concerns about Will. Linton, I don't think Will is right for the gang's ultimate assassin. Why? He's too weak. Even after a month of intensive training, his combat skills haven't improved much. He can't convincingly play a powerful villain. Yuan, this is Hollywood, not Hong Kong. There are no action stars trained since childhood here. Even if we skip Will, finding someone better would be tough. You have to understand, in action movies, the villain's setting is crucial. Without a strong villain, how can the hero's strength shine? Without a strong villain, how can the fight scenes be thrilling? Yuan worried the action wouldn't excite the audience enough. It's fine. In The Man from Nowhere, the hero is a top ace from the U.S. Delta Force. His power isn't even on the same plane as the gang's thugs, so he takes them down easily. Thus, the villain's skill matters little. So the fight choreography's main theme is clean, one-hit kills. The Rock had finished filming in San Francisco, and the crews of Pulp Fiction were shooting at Universal Studios. When Sophie Marceau, Winona Ryder, and Heidi Klum learned Linton had also come to Universal Studios, they all called to invite him to stay at the crew hotel one evening for a party. Linton naturally couldn't refuse the invitation from such beautiful women. He happily went to Sophie's room that night and spent a delightful evening with all three. During the day, Linton worked on film preparations on set and kept an eye on the promotion of Happy Death Day. At night, he sometimes returned to the manor to party with Christiana and the other three women. Other times played with Sophie and the others at the Universal Studios Crew Hotel. He lived a joyful life. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since Step Up 2 had left theaters. After 2 months of release, the film grossed a total of $132.5 million in the North American market. The overseas box office also performed excellently. As of last week, it surpassed $180 million and was expected to exceed $220 million total overseas. After review and confirmation by accountants from both sides, Universal Pictures and Linton Films settled the revenues of Step Up 2. Firstly, the box office revenue. The final North American gross was $132,500,000. According to the agreement, Linton Films' share was $46.375 million. Secondly, television rights. Universal sold the 7-year TV rights for $13 million, with the studio's share of $10.4 million. Thirdly, videotape rental and sales rights. Universal sold the 7-year videotape rental and sales rights to Blockbuster at a base fee of $14 million plus 30% rental and sales share. The base fee to the studio was $11.2 million. Fourthly, movie merchandise like clothes, hats, and dolls of Leo and Jennifer from the film generated total sales of $60 million. After deducting costs and royalties for the likeness rights of the two stars, profit was $24 million, with $19.2 million belonging to Linton Films. Fifthly, overseas copyrights. Universal Pictures acquired the full overseas rights for Step Up 2 for $56.975 million, which is 43% of the North American box office. Summing it all up, Linton Films earned a total revenue of $144.15 million, plus $9.5 million in advertising fees received before filming, totaling $153.65 million. This excluded income from the movie soundtrack and videotape rental and sales profits settled quarterly. The initial investment was only $12 million, making this a super high-return project. The biggest winners from the film's success were Linton Films and Universal Pictures. The film's leads, Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer, skyrocketed in status and firmly stepped into the ranks of near top-tier stars thanks to this movie. Additionally, Leo and Jennifer earned huge profits from film-related merchandise, each receiving $4 million in royalties from Universal Pictures for their likeness rights for doll sales in North America. They also followed Hollywood practice by selling overseas doll likeness royalties to Universal at North American market value. That meant just from doll likeness royalties, both Leo and Jennifer earned $8 million each. Keep in mind, Leo's salary for this film was only $200,000, and Jennifer's was slightly higher at $450,000. Also, their strong merchandise sales unlocked massive increases in their commercial value. Their announcement fees, promotional fees, and endorsement earnings soared to first-tier levels, and invitations to various events flooded in, even more than when Linton and Naomi had finished filming the first installment. To ride this massive wave of popularity, cement their fame, and maximize appearance fees, their agencies arranged for them to tour across major U.S. cities for announcements, promotional events, and brand endorsements. Both rushed back from other locations specifically to settle doll likeness fee shares. Chapter 243, Failed Ambush. After all the buzz about the shocking scandal, the promotion for Happy Death Day was well known to everyone. Considering the film's tiny budget, lack of star actors, the fact that the director was a newcomer, and all the prior publicity was already enough, Linton didn't bother arranging a big premiere. On the early morning of October 29th, the film opened straight up at midnight in 1,300 theaters. John worked as a questionnaire interviewer for Cinema Score Survey Company. Right now, he stood outside a community cinema in Beverly Hills, waiting for the midnight screening of Happy Death Day to start. At the most prominent place in the cinema, a huge poster for Happy Death Day hung. It showed a simple picture of the beautiful Christiana looking back in panic, with a giant ghost face mask looming behind her. Because it was Halloween season, many horror movies were released simultaneously, including A Bronx Tale, a carefully planned movie by CAA aimed to compete with Happy Death Day. Unfortunately, despite the efforts of CAA and the production company along with some friendly media hype, the popularity of A Bronx Tale didn't hold a candle to Happy Death Day. Support from theater chains was also much smaller. Less than 600 theaters had midnight shows tonight, and the community cinema in Beverly Hills happened to be one. But the poster's location inside was a bit less prominent. Along with Hellraiser 3, which was released last weekend, and Ticks, scheduled for next weekend, these three films were carefully lined up by CAA to steal box office from Happy Death Day. Sadly, Hellraiser 3 underperformed miserably. Its total weekly box office was under $3 million. It was basically abandoned by theaters and saw very few screenings this week. Forget stealing from Happy Death Day, just staying on screens was a blessing. Arriving early, John sat on a chair near the ticket booth, observing fans' choices. At the ticket window, many horror movie fans queued for midnight show tickets. 2 tickets for Happy Death Day, thanks. 3 tickets for Happy Death Day. 2 tickets for Happy Death Day. 2 tickets for A Bronx Tale. Watching ticket sales, John thought to himself, beautiful women still drew crowds. The vast majority picked Happy Death Day over A Bronx Tale. When the movie started, John greeted the seller and entered the theater. The cinema assigned a large theater with 200 seats for Happy Death Day. To John's surprise, it was nearly full, over 90% occupied. Is this movie really that popular? He wondered as he picked a corner seat in the last row to better observe audience reactions. Soon, theater lights dimmed, and the Linton film's title credit appeared on screen. The whispering audience fell silent, eyes fixed on the screen. The movie wasted no time on subtitles or a lengthy setup, but jumped right into it. Within minutes, a killer wearing a ghost face mask plunged a knife into Tree's chest efficiently. What? Oh my God, what just happened? Hearing the audience's reactions, John tuned into the movie. The plot unfolded rapidly. After dying once, Tree began searching for a way out of this deadly anniversary cycle. Less than 10 minutes in, the heroine died, grabbing everyone's attention. Then, she instantly revived, going from bloody corpse to lying on the dormitory bed the next second. The movie gave no room for suspense. Right after she was killed, she woke up back in her bed. Then the male lead said the same things, a call from Dad came in on time, and everything repeated again. It's a time loop, someone in the front row whispered, and John caught it. Next to him, a young couple whispered, Jack, look, she's going to that party again. Can she escape this time? Ouch, stabbed again. John found the film remarkable. With a simple beginning and straightforward shots, it had hooked the entire audience. She died in various ways while trying to identify suspects. Since she knew escaping death was impossible, she relaxed and started enjoying herself, living wildly every day, even going out in the nude. After all, nobody would remember any of it the next day when it restarted. These rebellious antics struck a chord with the young audience. Few scolded her. Everyone was invested in her quest for the truth. Besides laughter and screams, there was hardly any chatter in the theater. As the film neared its end, John quietly slipped out. He already knew the ending without watching. The classic happy ending where the heroine and hero prevail. He headed to the cinema entrance to gather opinions for his survey. It was part of his job. Then warm applause rose from inside. The credits rolled, and people slowly exited, chatting about the story. That ending was so touching. Finally, Tree's nightmare is over. Tree is gorgeous. If she went to our school, I'd definitely try to ask her out. Wonder if ghost face masks are sold nearby. Gotta get one. Halloween's almost here. At the theater exit, John waved his questionnaire at the departing crowd. Could you help me out? Sure, I give it an A+. Tree is beautiful. A+ for me too. Rare to see such a touching horror movie. Me 3. Don't you think Laurie's stunning too? I have to give it an A-. That director's brutal. Christiana's gorgeous, but they let her die over and over. Can't take it, said a devoted Christiana fan, ignoring logic. Chapter 244, We Must Not Give Up. As everyone exited the theater, they noticed a brightly lit movie merchandise store across the street. Halassa grabbed his friend and said, Cloverfield, let's go get one of those ghost face masks. The store was packed with movie fans fresh from watching Happy Death Day. Everyone was surprised to find, besides the ghost face masks, movie character dolls of Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai. There were 3 doll models for Christiana and Monica, priced at $199, $99, and $69 respectively. Noriko Sakai had just 1 model, priced at $69. Thanks to previous media hype, Christiana and Monica drew a large crowd of enthusiastic fans admiring their stunning beauty. When fans saw their dolls on display, they eagerly rushed to the counter. "I want the biggest Christiana doll and a ghost face mask." "How much does that come to?" a young man asked the clerk. $218 total, sir." "Wrap it up. I'll pay with my credit card." "I want the largest Monica doll with a ghost face mask." "I'll take one of each Christiana doll and a mask," Cloverfield eagerly said, a devoted fan of Christiana, pulling out his credit card. "I want all 3 Monica dolls and a mask," said Halassa, a Monica fan, following suit. "Put me down for one of every doll from Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai," more fans chimed in. Meanwhile, the merchandise counter for A Bronx Tale next door stood empty. The salesperson, with nothing to do, went over to help at the Happy Death Day counter. Linton Manor, 3 a.m. While Linton happily played games with Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai, he got an excited call from Harvey. "Boss, great news. Is it about the midnight screening of Happy Death Day?" "Yes. The midnight show just ended with an 80% attendance rate. It played in 1,300 theaters across 2,100 screens, and it brought in $940,000 at the box office." "That's fantastic news. Even better, our movie merchandise is flying off the shelves. Stores are already calling to restock." "Good work. Keep monitoring the publicity and promotional efforts to secure this momentum." "Absolutely, boss. We're sticking to the plan." Starting 9 a.m. today, Ryan will lead the promotional roadshow, joined by Christiana, Monica, Noriko Sakai, and Matt Damon. They'll tour major cities over 2 weeks. Keep it up. When the movie officially launches, everyone will get bonuses based on their contributions. After he hung up, the 3 women who had been eavesdropping hurried over, excited. "That's awesome, sweetheart. I'm ready to reward you." "Honey, I need to gather enough energy." "Darling, I'll fight till dawn." Their lively and cheerful singing resumed as the night wore on. The following morning, after breakfast, Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai energetically headed to the company to meet director Ryan and kick off their promotional roadshow across major U.S. cities. Linton continued working with the crew to prepare for the film's release. Since Christiana, Monica, Noriko Sakai, and Izumi Sakai were out promoting, and no one else was clinging at home, Linton decided to stay at the crew's hotel in Universal Studios. This made it convenient for Sophie Marceau, Winona, and Heidi Klum from the neighboring crew, who moved into Linton's room that evening. They happily played with him. Of course, Charlize Theron was also around, but did not join the group activities. She would occasionally seek out Linton and monopolize his time for the evening. Though this annoyed Sophie Marceau, Winona, and Heidi Klum a little, the visits were infrequent, about once a week, and with Linton's reassurance, they reluctantly accepted it. For convenience, Linton simply opened another room next door just for his evenings with Charlize Theron. Halloween is traditionally when the audience flock to horror movies. Thanks to its shocking storyline and suspenseful plot, Happy Death Day's box office performance was eye-catching. The film opened in 2,800 theaters over 5,400 screens on Friday, reaching $5.73 million on opening day. Combined with $940,000 from midnight showings, the total first-day gross was $6.67 million, making it the day's box office champion. Second place went to The Narrow Road, released the previous weekend, with $3.78 million. Third place was Last Action Hero, also out last weekend, with $3.27 million. Happy Death Day continued to gain momentum, earning $8.82 million on Saturday, $7.85 million on Sunday, and $6.29 million on Monday, despite some states observing a holiday closure. For the 4-day opening weekend, North American box office totaled $29.63 million, securing the weekend's top spot. Even better, merchandise sales, featuring Christiana, Monica, Noriko Sakai, and ghost face masks were booming. The company had to rush additional orders to meet demand. Crucially, word of mouth was excellent. Audience surveys by CinemaScore gave the film an overall grade of A, far surpassing typical horror movies. CinemaScore projected around $90 million for the North American box office. This success stunned many industry insiders. A horror film made on a $7 million budget earned 4 times its production cost its opening weekend while maintaining strong staying power. Its profitability was equivalent to robbing a bank. So far, Linton Films had produced and invested in 5 hit movies, each a huge success. Even horror films, traditionally profitable only through home video sales, were now thriving at theaters. This forced major Hollywood studios to pay closer attention to Linton and study his and Linton film strategies. 6 of the 7 major Hollywood studios, excluding Universal Pictures, grew. Anxious at missing out on such a cash cow, they held internal meetings, resolved to approach Linton Films for acquisition or investment, or at least to secure rights for distribution or upcoming projects. Meanwhile, the competing film A Bronx Tale, launched by CAA to challenge Happy Death Day, made only $8.67 million over the same weekend, nowhere near the same level. CAA's Hellraiser 3, debuting last week, grossed under $800,000 and theaters had largely dropped it. Not only could they not dent Happy Death Day's dominance, these 2 films struggled just to maintain normal theater schedules, becoming an industry joke. Luckily, CAA kept their plans to attack Happy Death Day internal, sparing them public ridicule. This outcome sobered industry executives like Michael Ovitz and Martin Bobb, reminding them that movies from Linton Films were no easy target. On the same stage, if quality and level weren't high, any attack could backfire, damaging their own interests. Plans for a media campaign against Happy Death Day were scrapped as futile. Martin even suggested to Michael Ovitz, "What if we don't release Interview with the Vampire at the same time as The Rock? You think Interview with the Vampire can't beat The Rock?" No, Tom Cruise's star power makes me confident about Interview with the Vampire's box office. But if The Rock is strong, both movies might harm each other, affecting our total revenue, Martin explained. Vaguely, avoiding admission of fear, Ovitz rejected the idea, determined to use Interview with the Vampire to counter The Rock. "Trust Tom Cruise's appeal. We can beat them. This is our best shot. We must not give up." Chapter 245, Scarlett Johansson. Linton had no idea what went down at CAA. Of course, even if he did, he wouldn't have cared. It was just the clown. He was now scheduled to host the final round of auditions for the crew, to select the 4 main supporting roles in The Man from Nowhere. After the first 2 rounds, 4 candidates remained for each of the 4 supporting roles, and they were all set for the final audition. He didn't have any special demands for the 3 villain roles, as long as the candidates had similar looks and acting chops. But the role of the little girl, Somi, was crucial. She had to carry the emotional core of the audience. This casting had to be handled carefully, because it would strongly impact the film's quality. They needed a little girl with solid acting skills, someone lovable and smart to bring this role to life. As he looked carefully through the files of the 4 girls who made it to the final audition, he actually spotted 2 familiar names. Scarlett Johansson, who would later achieve fame as the Black Widow, was not yet 9 years old at that time. She was a little older than the limit but still eligible. However, Linton wasn't sure if her acting skills would meet their needs yet. Amanda Seyfried, one of Hollywood's most beautiful actresses by the early 2000s, was only 8 then and had great qualifications. The deciding factor was still how well she performed in the audition. Linton personally oversaw the final auditions and quickly picked the 3 candidates for the villain parts. For the crime syndicate boss, he chose Dennis Hopper, with whom he'd previously worked on Speed. His performance was solid. He cast Willem Dafoe, who later became known as the Green Goblin in Spider-Man, as the villain who betrayed the boss and seized power. For the younger villain's brother, he picked Hugo Weaving, who later played Agent Smith in the Matrix series. All 3 actors gave remarkable performances during auditions, winning unanimous praise. His main focus was on choosing Somi. He was impressed by the first 2 girls' auditions, and now it was Amanda Seyfried's turn. The little girl had that classic baby face, long blonde hair and big expressive eyes. She looked sweet, lovable, like a charming doll. instantly easy to adore. Amanda seemed a bit nervous facing the camera. Relax, Linton smiled. There's no Tyrannosaurus Rex here. The girl burst out laughing, her tension quickly fading. Please introduce yourself, Linton said. My name is Amanda Seyfried. I'm 8, from Pennsylvania. The little girl said steadily with a sweet smile. I started performing in community theater at the Balby Theater in my hometown Allentown when I was 6, and I've been in many school plays. Linton nodded slightly. Amanda had made a good first impression. He continued, Miss Seyfried, please act out a scene where you are afraid. The scene is that a bad guy breaks into your house, and you have to hide without being found. Okay. Amanda's voice was soft. She thought for a moment, then crossed her arms, curled into a ball on the floor, trembling. Her lips were tightly shut, and tears seemed poised to overflow from her big eyes. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. Amanda sobbed quietly, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Linton liked this young actress Amanda and marked her profile. Next was Scarlett Johansson. The girl was stunning, with long golden hair, big eyes, thin lips, fair skin, and captivating eyes. Her looks made her instantly likable. Unlike Amanda, Scarlett was braver and not at all shy before the camera. Please introduce yourself, Linton asked. My name is Scarlett Johansson. I'm 9, from New York. I started community theater at 4, joined my school choir, performed often, and have shot commercials. Linton nodded. The first impression from Scarlett was just as strong as Amanda's. Then he said, Ms. Johansson, please act out a scene where your mother is kidnapped by villains. Show me your reaction. Scarlett nodded, thought for a couple minutes, then asked for a pen to use as a prop. She returned to the door. She jogged a few steps, then stopped suddenly as if she saw something terrifying. Her body trembled, pupils dilated. Her innocent little smile faded, replaced by fear and panic. Bang! The pen dropped to the floor. This young actress Scarlett Johansson gave a very strong impression, even stronger than Amanda. Strictly speaking, both had similar looks and acting skills, both meeting Linton's strict standards. However, Scarlett's initiative to use a prop elevated her performance and appeal. Linton circled her profile twice, but he didn't decide alone. After discussing with Blake, Yuan Wu Ping, 2 assistants, the director of photography, and others, the final choice was Scarlett Johansson. Since they passed the final audition, Blake, your production team should start salary talks with their agents immediately. Sign contracts quickly so they can join rehearsals and training. Got it. We'll have contracts ready within 3 days at the latest. We need to control payroll while meeting deadlines. I promise it won't go over budget, Blake said confidently. Dennis Hopper, Willem Dafoe, and Hugo Weaving were only moderately famous then, but the team signed contracts with them all within 2 days. Dennis, famed for Speed, earned $400,000. Willem and Hugo were each paid $250,000. Scarlett Johansson, being a newcomer, was paid only $30,000. Since Scarlett was a minor, under the Entertainment Act, her mother Melanie Sloan had to accompany her during filming and be treated as crew. Scarlett could film no more than 6 hours per day and was barred from dangerous work that could risk her health. The crew also had to hire a tutor for her studies. Though these added expenses were significant, they were negligible compared to the lead actors' salaries. Linton did not meddle with minor roles and extras, as the production team had already cast them, with confirmations from the William Morris Agency. Whether there were any personal favors or behind-the-scenes deals, he couldn't care less. If everything were perfectly clean, it'd be dull. The crew deserved some unspoken perks. He just ensured the pay stayed within budget and agreed to all terms. The contracts included a clause banning drug use during production. Chapter 246, Nicole Kidman Wants a Divorce. After all the actors were cast, preparations for the film entered high gear. Except for Monica Bellucci and Naomi Watts, all other cast and crew stayed in the hotel arranged by the production at Universal Studios. Besides organizing script readings and rehearsing action sequences, Linton collaborated with Yuan Wu Ping's team to choreograph the fight scenes. In the evenings, he often played games happily with Sophie Marceau, Winona, and Heidi Klum. Of course, he occasionally spent time with Charlize Theron. He was living quite comfortably. That afternoon, Linton received a call from Nicole Kidman asking for a date. Honey, are you free tonight? I'm busy preparing for a movie right now, Linton replied. He knew she was looking to fill some loneliness, but his schedule was packed day and night, and he wasn't eager to go out. Dear, we haven't seen each other in a while. Your babies miss you a lot. Won't you come by and show some concern? I'm really busy now. How about waiting a bit? Honey, I've booked a room on the 12th floor of the Four Seasons Hotel. Come over tonight. There's a surprise for you. What surprise? Linton thought of the beautiful, passionate times they shared and felt a bit moved. My dear, you'll find out when you get here. I prepared a big surprise for you. Your babies are waiting for you in good health. All right then, freshen up and wait for me. Since Nicole was so sweet and insistent, he decided to go. After all, she was a charming lady, so open and playful, and the experience was truly special. After hanging up, he asked his assistant to book the room on the 12th floor of the Four Seasons. After greeting Sophie Marceau, Winona, and Heidi Klum, and when work at the crew wrapped up, Linton quietly drove to the hotel's underground parking, took the elevator to the 12th floor, and knocked on Nicole's door. As soon as the door opened, a soft, curvy body threw itself into his arms. Sure enough, there were surprises, various costume changes, playful antics, and songs, giving Linton the ultimate experience once again. For hours later, after a break, Nicole lay limp against Linton, her delicate hands absent-mindedly tracing circles on his chest. Honey, I want a divorce from Tom. Baby, what's wrong? Can't you two live together anymore? Linton was shocked. Could it be that their divorce was happening earlier because of him? Yes, I can't stand it anymore. Don't do this because of me, Linton said, feeling guilty about sneaking around with her but not wanting to destroy her family. Of course there are reasons beyond that. Tell me. Your reason, of course, is that ever since we were together, I couldn't feel anything with him, and we haven't been intimate for months. And now he's getting deeper into Scientology. When he's in Los Angeles, he spends most of his time at Scientology headquarters, throwing parties there almost daily, rarely coming home. What kind of life is that? Didn't you ever have a good talk? We tried, but every time Scientology came up, it ended badly. He's been brainwashed by them and won't listen to any objections. He even wanted me to change my beliefs and join Scientology, but I was repulsed by the lavish parties they threw every day. Baby, I can't really give advice about marriage since I have no experience myself, and you know I'm not big on marriage. But I think you need to be cautious. This is a major life event. Whatever you decide, as a friend, I'll support you. We're already like this, Nicole said unhappily. You've played with every inch of my body, and we're still just friends. Very close friends, okay? Linton reconsidered and softened his words. That's better, dear. If I get divorced, can we have a public relationship? Public relationship? I want to live at your estate like Sophie Marceau and the others. How did you know they live on my estate? I figured it out. At first I wasn't sure, but now I am. Nicole smiled mischievously, like she'd uncovered a secret. Honey, you and Tom are big stars. Even if you want a divorce, it's complicated. Your careers and reputations could suffer. You need to figure out how to handle that and minimize damage. I've thought it through. I plan to hype up the divorce and expose Tom's secrets and his Scientology ties to win media sympathy and public support. If you do that, will you two become enemies? Will Tom's career be hurt? After a divorce, we're naturally enemies. Can you name any couple that didn't end up that way? People will use every trick to get what they want. Linton shivered, remembering that in their previous life, Nicole's acting skills during her divorce were Oscar-worthy. She used her image as a vulnerable woman to win sympathy, and grabbed a huge settlement, boosting her film career to new heights. As for Tom Cruise, his divorce and Scientology issues tanked his popularity. Fans deserted him. His career hit rock bottom. Eventually, his star rebounded after Mission Impossible 4. But Nicole's good times didn't last long. After milking public sympathy for a few years, her career faltered again, and she kept dragging Tom's name into the spotlight to gain attention. If things were the same this time, Linton didn't want to enable her. He felt sorry for Tom and didn't want to be part of ruining him again. Baby, you can divorce, but I don't support bitterness or turning against each other. I want you to separate peacefully. Otherwise, we can't date openly in the future. Why? Do you think Tom and I can break up cleanly? If the divorce is just a crisis between you two and I'm not involved, I wouldn't judge. But you just said I was involved. You hope for an open relationship with me later, So please consider how I feel. Are you worried about negative public opinion? Not really. I just can't accept the situation. We're already hurting Tom by what we're doing now. Using your vulnerable position in the divorce to hurt him, I can't accept that. And doing so stains you. And I can't accept a girlfriend like that. Are you saying it's a moral issue? It's not about moralities. It's having basic human boundaries. No matter what others think or do, we have to keep our own standards and persistence. I didn't know you were so noble. So if I go too far in this divorce, you'll ignore me afterward. I won't ignore you, but I can't be friends with someone without boundaries, let alone let her live on my estate. Really, baby, trust me. Don't worry about short-term gains and losses. Life is long. To live wonderfully and meaningfully, you need your own standards and perseverance. You're so noble. No wonder being with you feels like a spiritual renewal. I can't forget our time together, every moment of joy and relief. Since you have such high standards, let me think it over. If I break completely with him, can I live at your estate? She was a voluptuous woman with an eager mind, already imagining the possibilities. Depends on your performance. Maybe in half a year. You're a big star, and the public and fans need time to accept it. Then I'll show you now. With that said, she got into bed. Chapter 247, Secret Report. Nicole Kidman's performance was naturally flawless. She was an incredibly charming and stunning beauty, and also very open-minded and playful. Every time Linton was with her, he enjoyed the ultimate pleasure. This time was no different. He was so hooked that he didn't want to leave. He originally planned to spend only one night with her, but every time he was about to leave work, Nicole would call him with a teasing phone call. He couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart and ended up spending 3 wonderful nights in a row at the Four Seasons Hotel. Of course, during these 3 nights, with the advantage of her high popularity, Linton's starlight spark grew even stronger. Under Linton's persuasion, Nicole also promised not to take any drastic measures to smear Tom Cruise and was ready to talk things over calmly and try for a peaceful breakup. However, during their conversation, Nicole also warned Linton that CAA was scheming against The Rock. Sweetheart, please be careful when your studio's film The Rock is released. It seems that CAA is planning something against it. Baby, what did you hear? Once, Martin Bob and Pat Kingsley from CAA came to see Tom together. They didn't try to hide their conversation around me. It seemed they intended to use Interview with the Vampire to go head-to-head with The Rock. They planned to release the 2 movies simultaneously to ruin your box office. Really? Seems like CA isn't giving up yet. Yes, I heard Tom on the phone talking to them a few days ago, and it seems this was discussed again. Maybe because your movies have been successful, Tom was a bit reluctant to clash directly with you, worried both sides would suffer losses. But CA seems firm about it. What was the outcome? Did Tom Cruise compromise? It seems the other party offered Tom some incentives, and Tom finally agreed. Baby, don't worry, it's okay. I believe in the quality of The Rock. Even if both movies release at the same time, it's still uncertain who will come out on top. Darling, I just love your confidence and dominance. I gave you such important info. Shouldn't you reward me? Okay, what kind of reward do you want? I want you to go all night without sleeping. Nicole's eyes twinkled as she lay on Linton and sweetly made her request. What kind of reward is that? Also, you have to stay with me an extra day this time, okay? Since you're being so good, I promise I'll come over again tomorrow night. Linton stroked her and agreed willingly. Honey, you're amazing. Nicole turned into a female knight and took the initiative to attack from above. Sophie Marceau and the other 2 girls couldn't help but complain that Linton hadn't stayed at the crew hotel for 3 straight nights. Fortunately, Linton returned on the 4th day. After a high-energy entanglement, everyone's frustration naturally dissolved. Izumi Sakai's single Complicated was quite good. Her unique voice and the song's excellence propelled the single into the top 50 of Billboard's singles chart during its first week, ranking 46th. In the second week, it climbed another 15 spots to number 31 on Billboard. The sales were also strong, with the single selling a cumulative 370,000 copies in 2 weeks. This achievement was impressive for a newcomer. Universal predicted North American sales would reach at least 1 million copies. She extended her promotional roadshow by another month, added 15 cities, and planned to push the single into overseas markets. Harvey, Klinsman, and the distribution department they led grew very fast. Although Happy Death Day was the company's first commercial film release, the publicity and promotion efforts were excellent, matching Universal Pictures standards. The publicity roadshow team, led by Ryan, traveled day and night, and the results were great. Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai would happily call every night to share how popular the roadshow was. Additionally, November was generally an off-season for movies, and Happy Death Day faced no strong competition. The theaters offered strong support from day two, increasing the number of venues and screens showing the film, reaching 3,200 theaters and 6,100 screens. Happy Death Day's box office soared, striking a blow to the quiet film schedule. After a full week, Happy Death Day grossed $41.39 million, placing first by a large margin. Universal seized the film's popularity in North America and released Happy Death Day internationally. During its second weekend, it took in another $20.85 million over 3 days, continuing its top box office status. After the full second week, the film grossed an additional $32.74 million in 7 days. In 2 weeks, Happy Death Day earned a total of $74.13 million. Although horror movie box office tends to peak in the first 2 weeks and then quickly decline, a $90 million North American total was well within reach, given its remaining 6 weeks of theatrical run. Even more gratifying were the sales of movie merchandise, which achieved remarkable success. After additional orders, $16 million worth of Christiana's character dolls were prepared. 2 weeks in, $12.7 million had been sold. Monica's character dolls had $10 million worth prepared after reorders. After 2 weeks, $8.3 million had been sold. Noriko Sakai's dolls saw $2 million worth prepared after reorders, selling $1.7 million in 2 weeks. Ghost face masks, reordered to $3 million in stock, sold $2.6 million in 2 weeks. It was clear the merchandise battle was fruitful, and current sales suggested no inventory problems were looming. The publicity roadshow team wrapped up domestic promotion and returned to Los Angeles. Per Universal Pictures' schedule, everyone had a day off before starting international promotion on the 3rd day. Director Ryan, however, was exempt from overseas promotion. The 4 lead actors were assigned to different regions based on nationality and characteristics. Christiana covered France, Brazil, and Australia. Born in Brazil, raised in France. Monica focused on Italy and Spain. Matt Damon handled the UK, Germany, and Mexico. Noriko Sakai took responsibility for Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. Although the promotion tours were energized by strong box office numbers, the work was undeniably exhausting. Everyone returned to Los Angeles worn out. To comfort Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai, and to replenish their energy before the overseas promotions, Linton secretly returned to his manor at night and enjoyed playing with them heartily. 2 days later, everyone, refreshed and energized, headed to their assigned countries accompanied by Universal Pictures promotional staff. However, Linton required Monica to return to Los Angeles by November 19th to join the Man from Nowhere crew, as filming would start on the 20th. Chapter 248, Zach and Anne's Different Choices. With the successful release of Happy Death Day, the production team finally relaxed. Producer Kenneth watched the movie's soaring box office numbers. Apart from occasionally helping out with publicity and promotion, he was happily hanging out in the office. He was calculating how much bonus he might get and planning to take a long vacation somewhere filled with beautiful women after the movie's release. Just when he was feeling very happy, an unexpected call came from his boss's assistant, informing him to report to the boss's office. After hanging up and grabbing his notebook, he rushed to Linton's office. On the way, he wondered if it was because Happy Death Day was a box office hit that the boss wanted to give him a bonus first. When Kenneth walked into Linton's office and saw his boss holding 2 scripts, his heart skipped a beat. Were they starting a new project already? The production team had just been exhausted and needed rest. What about his vacation plans? Though he felt conflicted inside, he forced himself to sound excited. Boss, is there a new project? Kenneth, congratulations on Happy Death Day's success. Have you figured out how much bonus you're getting? The company had a strict assessment and reward system. Those who performed well got better bonuses, all by the book. Thank you, boss. It's all thanks to you. We only played a small part under your wise guidance. Stop being modest. I've seen your contributions. Tell me, don't you want a bonus?" Linton joked warmly with his capable subordinate. Of course I want it. I roughly calculated that besides my fixed producer salary, based on the company's incentive system and the movie's current box office, I should get a bonus over $800,000. Are you satisfied? Absolutely. Before joining this company, I never made over $150,000 a year. Now with this movie, my total income will surpass $1 million. You don't know how many people envy me. Glad to hear that. The company plans to launch 2 new projects. Would you like to choose one? He then handed Kenneth the scripts for Get Out and The Fault in Our Stars. 2 scripts for me to choose from? Kenneth asked in surprise. When had he ever had this much power with the boss? Yes, the company can only start 1 more new project right now because we already have 3 films in production. With your idle project team, we can launch 1 more. I wrote both scripts myself and am optimistic about their market potential. Contact Zach and to see if either is available soon. So, Get Out is for Zach, and The Fault in Our Stars is for Ann? Whoever is free, we should start that project first. Exactly. But either way, the other won't be delayed long. After The Rock wraps up in December, Frank, the executive producer, will be free to lead a new project team. As far as I know, Zach took on a Warner Brothers movie called The Misty Forest last month and should be preparing now. Did he ever come to us before taking that Warner Brothers project? No. That guy is so ungrateful. Boss, you personally trained him and gave him a chance to lead independently. Now that he's achieved some success and fame, he doesn't even bother to keep us in the loop. He took the Warner Brothers project without so much as saying hello. Forget it. We cooperate with him, but he's not exclusive to us. He can pick whatever projects he wants. Under the U.S. Entertainment Act, directors and actors sign with agencies and collaborate with studios per project. When a project ends, the collaboration ends. Some may sign multi-film deals, but that's rare in Hollywood. Both Zach and Ann's debut films were box office hits. Like Linton, they belong to a new generation of star directors, making them hot targets for many studios, so it was normal for them to work elsewhere. I'm just a bit upset inside. After all, you nurtured him, and our company gave him his start, Kenneth said indignantly. Don't say that. The movie The Shallows he directed also brought us huge profits. Honestly, we succeeded together. No one owes anyone anything. In fact, Linton had never heard of The Misty Forest in his previous life and didn't expect it to be a hit. When it flopped, Zach would probably rethink his value. Boss, you're so generous. Since Zach has other projects, give Get Out to Ryan. His directing style suits it well. Frank should be finishing his rest soon. Directors in Hollywood are unlike other roles. Directing each film requires immense effort. After completion, they typically take long breaks to clear their heads and disconnect from the last project before starting a new one. Linton was an exception and should be free. She came by last week asking if there were any suitable new projects. Should I ask her to come now? Yes, get her here, and had been enjoying good times. Her first directorial film, Step Up 2, grossed over $130 million in North America and was expected to top $300 million worldwide. During this period, her agent got daily offers from various directors, and stayed sharp. She knew her success owed much to Linton. From early prep, casting, music, to solving unexpected problems during filming, Linton helped every step of the way. He turned challenges into opportunities, boosting the movie's popularity. Without Linton, she felt the success would have been impossible. During filming, she secretly dated Leo, a top young actor, and Linton never interfered. Though work was exhausting, she was happy being with Leo every night. Deep down, she secretly wished Linton would notice her someday. However, she knew many stunning women surrounded Linton, women of high caliber, so she probably wasn't on his radar. Though she was beautiful and turned heads on the street, she understood there was a gap between her and top beauties like Jennifer, Catherine, Christiana, and Monica. Still, a girl's got a dream, right? What if one day Linton favored her? Or what if she found a chance to make a move on him? That thought excited her. So despite her agent's advice, she declined all outside offers and waited to continue working with Linton Films. When Kenneth called, she rushed to Linton's office in less than half an hour, excited. "Linton, you finally called me," and greeted warmly. hugging him. "And, have you had a good rest?" Linton asked as his secretary served coffee. "Yes, I've been waiting for your call. I'm planning to start a new project, The Fault in Our Stars. The script is ready. Take a look," and saw Linton's name as the screenwriter on the cover. Overjoyed, she eagerly read through. Her eyes welled with tears. "This is so well written. I'll do my best to direct it. Since you like it, it's yours. Kenneth will produce. You should get your team ready and start prep work soon." "Thank you, boss." Chapter 249, Acquisition Proposals. After finalizing the Fault in Our Stars project, Megan, the office director, came over carrying a stack of documents. "Boss, recently many film studios have sent us offers to collaborate or invest in our films. Here are all the invitations they've sent. Just turn them all down. We don't lack funds or projects." "All right." Besides Universal, the other 6 studios from Hollywood's Big 7 have also submitted acquisition proposals. Acquisition proposals? Yes, they all want to acquire or invest in our film company. Did I ever say the company was for sale? No, but somehow during this period they all sent acquisition proposals. I get it. They must have noticed how our films have been blockbuster hits, especially Happy Death Day, which stirred their envy and caution. They want a piece of the pie. What prices did they offer? Warner Brothers topped the bids with $600 million, and Sony Columbia was the lowest at $400 million. Damn, what greedy opportunists. Our company's profits this year will surpass $400 million. How dare they offer such lowball prices? Are they trying to steal from us? They probably don't understand our company's profitability, which explains the low offers. That's the problem. They're arrogant, thinking they're so high and mighty that they can do whatever to smaller studios, as if the whole industry revolves around them. "Boss, what should we do?" "Ignore them all. Reject every offer. I won't sell or accept any investment." Being this firm, won't that provoke retaliation? Not now. Once they see we're firmly not for sale, they'll find other ways to cooperate. We'll deal with that then. What about Universal? Any moves from them? No word from them on this. Then leak the news about these 6 studios wanting to acquire us to Universal, so they feel some pressure. Universal Pictures has had a blockbuster year. In the first 10 months, their revenue far outpaced the other 6 big studios, virtually guaranteeing them the top spot for the whole year. At least 50% of that success came through cooperation with Linton Film Company. Now with the 6 other big studios targeting Linton for acquisition, it's unlikely Universal will stay indifferent. "Got it. I'll handle it right away." "Have you found a new office building yet?" "Yes, as you requested. We scouted all over Hollywood's Century City and Burbank and found 2 promising options." Megan pulled out 2 documents and handed them over. "Tell me about them." "There's the Silver Star building in Century City, almost topped out, expected next month. It has 15 floors, covers 5 acres, with each floor about 3,800 square meters. There's plenty of green space, surface parking, and underground parking. Los Angeles sits on the San Andreas Fault and is prone to earthquakes, so skyscraper construction is limited. Any building over 10 stories is considered high-rise. And the other? Burbank's Ocean Tower is in topping-off stage. Foundation work should finish next month, followed by interior work. It has 16 floors over 6 acres, with each floor roughly 4,200 square meters, lots of green space, surface parking, plus 2 underground parking levels. Not bad. Have you checked their internal layouts? We visited on-site. They're fairly typical office building designs. I have the floor plans here." Megan opened the files displaying the blueprints. "Are they selling the entire buildings?" "We've talked to the investors. Both parties are willing to sell." "What prices did they quote?" Silver Star, excluding underground parking, is 57,000 square meters at $3,000 per square meter. That's $171 million total. Ocean Tower, without underground parking, is 67,200 square meters at $2,500 per square meter, totaling $168 million. Those prices are steep, above my $150 million cap. "Boss, that's just the initial offer. If we're serious, they'll negotiate. A full upfront buyout is quite attractive to them, so they should offer discounts." "True. Both spots are good. Contact them. Once infrastructure is complete, we'll visit and then decide. If we decide to buy, We should finalize before interior work starts, so we can influence interior design and avoid costly reworks later. Agreed. Remind me to schedule visits as soon as basic construction wraps so we can make swift decisions. Boss, do you have time now to survey the locations? It's past 11 a.m., maybe this afternoon. How are the ghostwriters, Eddie and Rosa, doing? Good. Early on, they spent days researching. Eddie even went to the National Archives in D.C. Rosa spent a week at a hospital to get experience. Now they clock out on time daily, spending the rest of the day writing or researching. Call them in. Linton briefly spoke with the two ghostwriters. They were in good form. Each had submitted a manuscript over 30,000 words. Linton was pleased with the content and encouraged them to keep going. With a great work environment, pay, and hope for future screenwriting jobs, both were motivated, saying they'd complete their first novel in 4 months. In the afternoon, Megan accompanied Linton, his assistant, and bodyguard to the Burbank Ocean Tower and Century City's Silver Star Tower. Both buildings had premium locations near media hubs, great transport links, and ample space, fully meeting Linton's requirements. Of course, which to buy would depend on structural layout and price negotiation. Chapter 250, Movie Production begins. On October 18th, Naomi joined the film crew ahead of schedule. She played Linton's wife in The Man from Nowhere. Linton, a secret ace operative from the Delta Force, had made a powerful international crime syndicate his enemy during a mission. In retaliation, his pregnant wife was brutally murdered by this organization while they were traveling together. The tragic loss of his beloved wife and unborn son right before his eyes shattered Linton's will to live. As a result, he left the Delta Force and relocated to a remote area to heal his emotional wounds, living like a man who had lost his soul. He often reflected that if his wife had survived, his son would now be about the same age as Sam, Somi. This personal tragedy was the driving force behind his desperate mission to save Sam. Naomi's role in the film was brief. It was a cameo with a simple performance, easily filmed within 2 days, so there was no need for her to join the crew early. Her salary was symbolic, just $200,000. She came early to the set mainly to seize the opportunity to be intimate with Linton, filling a void and gaining the essence of youth and vibrancy. Of course, it was also a pleasure to party alongside Linton with Sophie Marceau, Winona, Heidi Klum, and others enjoying the time. Together, on the 19th, Monica returned from Spain. Back in Italy, she truly felt the warm welcome that set the country apart from others. The media had crowned her the flower of Italy. The box office for Happy Death Day in Italy was steadily climbing. Several top Italian brands, once out of her reach, now approached her with endorsement deals. Her agent quickly secured contracts with 3 major brands: Gucci handbags, Prada women's clothing, and Bulgari jewelry. Each contract paid a hefty $4 million per year, comparable to the treatment of top international actresses. Of course, Monica knew her actual status was not quite that high. This prestige came largely from the bonus of Happy Death Day and the popularity fueled by the scandal involving Linton. More importantly, as a rare Italian female star to gain recognition in Hollywood, it was natural for Italian brands to prioritize supporting her. Later, while promoting in Spain, although the treatment was less lavish compared to Italy, she was still swarmed by fans everywhere she went. From the airport to the hotel and the cinemas, fans shouted and screamed her name. The feeling of being adored by fans was wonderful, but she understood all of this was due to Linton's support. As long as she kept his backing, her future in stardom would be bright. She also knew that Linton must like her very much, or else he wouldn't have handed her the lead role in his own directed and starred film before the promotion of her first movie was even complete, and increased her salary to $1.5 million. Just look at how attractive the heroines of Linton's movies like Naomi and Catherine were. Although The Man from Nowhere was a male-centric film and her screen time was limited, it was still the best resource in Hollywood. The other women were likely jealous, even if they said nothing. Being quietly given such a good role made her more confident in her special place in Linton's heart, so she was determined to reward him richly. Moreover, every intimate moment with Linton felt like a mix of ecstasy and near-death experience. It restored her youth and beauty. What could be better than that? She could think of nothing else. She was already drenched and needed to find him to satisfy her craving. So after landing in Los Angeles, instead of returning to her villa, she told her bodyguard to drive her straight to the film set. The rooms Linton arranged for her and Naomi were both in the top-floor luxury suite of the hotel, right next to Linton's own room. After settling in, Monica rushed to find Linton, giving him a warm hug and kiss. After the kiss, she whispered in his ear, "Darling, I miss you so much. Can you love me now? Baby, so urgent? Honey, I miss you. All right, let's go back to the hotel." They quietly returned to the hotel suite, where Linton immediately wrapped his arms around Monica's slender waist. With a tap of his heel, the hotel room door automatically closed and locked with a click. Monica became extremely passionate and wild. Linton felt the ultimate temptation and an unmatched experience. That night, the number of party guests increased again. Fortunately, the top-floor suite at the Universal Studios Hotel was spacious and luxurious enough. At the party, Monica's performance was exceptionally passionate and wild, and her stamina was 2 levels higher than the 4 other girls. Naturally, Sophie and the others were unwilling to be outdone, so they all turned up their intensity. The party was naturally fantastic, elevating Linton's experience to several new levels. On November 20th, everything was ready, and filming of The Man from Nowhere officially began. As usual, Linton held an opening ceremony and accepted media interviews. "Mr. Anderson, I heard The Man from Nowhere is a pure action film. Can you tell me how it differs from traditional action movies?" Upon hearing the question, Linton thought it was quite sharp. Then he noticed the reporter was from Hollywood Gossip Daily, his own media. No wonder they did their homework in advance. The Man from Nowhere isn't just an action film. It's a drama-action hybrid driven by emotion, using action scenes to express violence. The fight sequences are innovative compared to traditional action films. They are quick and decisive, combining the thrill of action with artistic beauty. To achieve this, I specially invited an action choreography team from Hong Kong. Superstar Linton believes Hollywood action movies are outdated, and his new film The Man from Nowhere will ignite a revolution in the genre. Superstar Linton argues that Hollywood action films are exciting but lack beauty. The Man from Nowhere will crush traditional action films. The great director Linton feels Hollywood action directors can't keep up with the times, so he brought in a Hong Kong stunt team to provide a fresh viewing experience that blends beauty and violence. Linton's remarks at the launch conference sparked exaggerated media reports and heated debates. But for Linton and the Man from Nowhere crew, that was exactly the goal: free publicity. The film hadn't even started shooting yet, but the hype was already building. Chapter 251, Monica's Sexiness. The film officially went into production. Linton knew Naomi was a guest star with only 3 scenes. One scene showed her sitting in a small car by the roadside waiting for Linton to exit the mall, then being hit by a truck driven by a criminal. Another had her lying in a hospital bed, and with a lot going on. She had just taken the lead in Warner Brothers, The Client, and was contractually committed to join that production next month. This was a role Linton had selected for her from many offers. He had seen the movie before, and, although he forgot the exact box office, it did pretty well. But even after completing her scenes, Naomi chose to stay with the crew longer. She said she was about to join a new production that would keep her busy for months, so she wanted to stay and absorb more energy now to prepare. Linton agreed. Having her around made the nightly parties livelier. Plus, she learned new moves from Monica and was especially wild in her part, like she was using up all her energy in advance. Linton was pleased. Naomi stayed for another week until her agent insisted she leave. Heidi Klum, who played the second female lead in The Rock and had limited scenes, also wrapped up after 2 months. She wasn't a big star, and because Linton wasn't the director there, her schedule couldn't be accommodated. Her modeling gigs kept her busy, and though she enjoyed the parties, she had to head out. As Happy Death Day was still doing well in theaters and Monica was very popular, Linton thought it was prime time for Monica to do promotional events and convert her fame into business. Shooting a movie now wasn't ideal. Monica didn't care. As long as she was with Linton daily, she was happy, though her agent likely worried. Though Monica was the lead in The Man from Nowhere, her screen time was limited. Since she was Linton's woman, he concentrated her scenes and filmed them early so she could capitalize on her rising fame from Happy Death Day sooner. Monica's role was a prostitute. It was an easy part for her. Her standout films later, like Frank Spadon, Malna, and How Much Do You Love Me, often featured her playing dancers or prostitutes. In the film, she overheard a drug gang's phone call, got greedy, stole narcotics intending to sell them, pushing the plot forward. After her scene, Monica walked into the nightclub's backstage lounge wearing a sexy sequin skirt and high heels. Cut, Linton called, a bit dissatisfied. He turned to his two assistant directors, Jonathan Glazer and James Wong, standing nearby. Thoughts? Pretty good and very tempting, James said thoughtfully, being a screenwriter more than a cameraman. Jonathan, a strong commercial director, said, with Monica's appeal, the film could be more enticing and attract more viewers. Monica, can you sway your hips more? That might help. Linton invited her over and explained. She got the hint she hadn't been flirty enough and said, give me 2 minutes. After a quick adjustment, Monica flipped into a flirtatious mode. The camera zoomed slowly, focusing on her round, perky behind swaying suggestively, teasing the audience much like her role in Malna. Linton noticed. The men on set, including Jonathan and James, staring intently, their breaths heavier. What's a sultry beauty? Monica embodied it perfectly. Linton believed most male viewers would be drawn to this scene. He planned to edit it into the trailer to attract many male fans. Of course, the rest could only watch. Any action was out of the question. He'd keep that to himself. The shoot went on. Monica changed in a dark dressing room, about to put on a red coat when she overheard a gang member's call about a drug deal. I've got the goods and am leaving now. Monica's greed took over. She grabbed her stun gun and shocked the gangster from behind while he changed. She found a big bag wrapped tightly in clear film inside his backpack. Her breathing quickened with a mix of excitement and nervousness. A dancer and drug addict working low at the nightclub, Monica knew the bag was worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Panic soon hit her heavily made-up face as she realized the terrible consequences if caught. She snatched the bag and fled. Okay, passed. Filming continued. Monica portrayed Scarlett's mother, who stole drugs and fought hard with her man over the loot's uneven split. After getting slapped twice, her man stormed off. In low spirits, Monica told Scarlett to leave since her addiction was acting up and she didn't want her daughter to see her like that. Hearing Monica's moans, Scarlett curled up in a corner, covering her ears, looking fragile and pitiful. Lonely and scared, she knocked on the door next door at Linton's family store. I just felt sorry for you, Uncle, so I came to see you. You make your own bed, Linton replied calmly, handing her a pillow without further words. With his abilities, he surely knew what was happening next door and what Monica was up to, but he chose to ignore it. Uncle, do you know what people call you? What? They say you're a ghost. And do you know my nickname? What? They call me Trash Can because my aunt said when my mom was pregnant, she kicked a trash can on the street and broke her toe, so they named me that. Scarlett grinned brightly. Go to bed. Linton stayed stern and shut the door. When the girl's soft snores came from the room, he appeared ghost-like and gently covered her with a blanket. Okay, passed. Chapter 252. Why is Scarlett so short? Scarlett's performance was really lively and, most importantly, incredibly charming, winning over everyone on set. She's a natural actress, and there's no doubt she'll find her place in Hollywood someday, was the unanimous opinion among the crew. Scarlett seemed to think Linton was especially handsome and the boss on set, so she threw herself into her role, partly inspired by him. I really like Linton, she said. When I'm bored, I stick close to him, and, just like in the movie, I affectionately call him Uncle. Even during lunch, she climbed into Linton's RV with her lunchbox. Her mother, Melanie Sloan, couldn't stop her and had to tag along. Thankfully, even though there were parties every night during that time, Linton and Monica kept the RV spotless. However, at lunch one afternoon, Linton noticed that Scarlett was very picky and generally avoided eating high-protein foods. No wonder she looked so pretty and cute as a kid, but grew up short and stout. Standing at only 5 feet 3 inches really affected her look. The real kicker was that her entire family, siblings including her twin brother, stood over 5 feet 11 inches, meaning her genes shouldn't have made her so short. It turned out her picky eating was to blame. Without balanced nutrition during childhood, especially protein, it was no surprise she hadn't grown taller. Should he step in? That was the dilemma. Monica had few scenes, wrapping her role in under 10 days. She had a comfortable time on set, with Linton taking care of her during the day. Everyone seemed to revolve around her, and every night Linton was spending with her, which left her feeling fulfilled and intoxicated. This was the life she always dreamed of. On days like these, she didn't want to leave, but as an actress aspiring for stardom, she had to seize every opportunity. Happy Death Day was a big hit, so she had to attend various events arranged by her agency to ride the wave of popularity and build her fame and fortune. Christiana finished her overseas promotions last week and was now accepting invitations and appearing on various TV shows and events across the U.S. per her agency's plan. After wrapping filming, she stayed an extra day to give it her all one last time before reluctantly leaving to start her nationwide tour. Monica, Naomi Watts, and Heidi Klum left one by one, leaving only Sophie Marceau and Winona. Charlize Theron finally got to indulge herself. Under her playful charm, Linton agreed to spend a third of his time with her. 2 nights, Linton played with Sophie Marceau and Winona. The next night, he was with Charlize in the next room, and so on. That night, Linton and Charlize stayed in the next room. Unexpectedly, though Charlize didn't join the parties, she self-taught herself, greatly improving her skills and playing extremely bold. A sweet and beautiful song played. During a break, Linton told her about the movie The Fault in Our Stars. "Sally, you'll play the lead female in The Fault in Our Stars." "Really, honey? When do we start filming?" "The prep has already begun. Once you finish filming The Rock, you'll join the new crew." "Wow, you're so good to me, honey. I love you so much. But to avoid distracting you during The Rock, I can't give you the script just yet." "Okay, I'll trust you, dear. Why are you always so sweet to me?" "Because you're my woman. Honey, you are not mad I skip you and Sophie's party." "It's okay, baby, just be yourself. My dear, I love you tons. I have to reward you well." After saying this, she turned into a daring female knight and took the initiative. The sweet, joyous voice sounded again. Sophie Marceau and Winona were not happy about this and tried several times to entice Charlize to join the party. But Charlize couldn't bring herself to join and knew Linton wouldn't force her, so she declined. Linton figured since she had given her heart to him, he should pamper her more, so he let her do as she pleased. He firmly supported her when Sophie and Winona complained, keeping everything harmonious and perfect. Time flew by, and December arrived in a blink. The movie market entered the hot Christmas season with heavyweight blockbusters arriving fast. Mrs. Doubtfire, produced by 20th Century Fox, debuted first, pulling $43.5 million its opening weekend. Happy Death Day's daily box office dropped sharply to less than $400,000, but its North American total was $86.74 million, close to the $90 million goal. Merchandise sold out, and overseas box office exceeded $100 million. None of this distracted Linton, who stayed focused filming The Man from Nowhere at Universal Studios. Filming went smoothly, and the day's shoot was crucial. Sam's mother was killed by an organ harvesting gang, and Sam was also captured. Linton and Will Smith had their first fight in the bathroom. Linton was shot and wounded. After finding a black market doctor to remove the bullet, Linton was ready for revenge. The audience's pent-up emotions were about to explode. Now it was Linton's turn to show his power. "Camera crew ready?" "Ready." "Silence. 3, 2, 1, action." Linton stood calm in front of the mirror, eyes filled with fierce anger. He cut his long hair with a trimmer. The mirror reflected a handsome man with a nearly shaved head. His appearance wasn't harmed. The short hair emphasized his amazing features. His sculpted face and prominent nose looked like a statue's perfect work, and his eyes, deep and intense, were star-like. In the first half of the film, his eyes were calm like a still lake, but now they burned with rage and icy lethal intent. His six-pack was obvious, and then he quickly put on a black Armani suit. To clarify, Armani sponsored $6 million during the film's investment process and got product placement. Linton hid a knife in his sleeve with his left hand and took out a pistol with his right, holding it upside down to his ear, skillfully testing the trigger's pull. His sharp look excited the assistant directors Jonathan and James behind the monitors. "Cut. Perfect. Wow, he's so handsome," exclaimed Scarlett nearby, eyes shining. Everyone around agreed. Even her mother, Miss Sloane, who squeezed her legs and looked enchanted. The women on set closed their legs tightly, faces dazed and eyes lit, screaming in admiration. God is so unfair. Linton is so handsome women can't keep their legs closed. Why can't I be like him? Will Smith's funny voice broke the tension, making everyone laugh. Chapter 253, Handsome and Unreasonable. The Man from Nowhere wasn't just a pure action movie. It was a drama-action film propelled by emotions and used action scenes to channel the rage. The overall tone was crisp and clean when it came to the kills. Yuan Wu-ping felt that just having gunfights with a few thugs was too simple and didn't pack enough punch. So he decided to add some brutal hand-to-hand combat moves, all designed to finish foes with a single strike, to highlight the hero's strength. As filming progressed, Linton began the on-screen takedowns. The fight choreography by Yuan Wu-ping's team was not only sharp, but also carried a mesmerizing grace. Paired with Linton's powerful skills, the moves were full of force and impact. The fights were tidy and efficient. Kills happened in one blow, and the whole sequence flowed smoothly. Soon, the floor was littered with gangsters sprawled everywhere. Linton, clad in a sleek Armani black suit, casually wiped the blood off with a handkerchief, so handsome it was almost unfair. Great, the effect is fantastic. Yuan Wu-ping nodded with clear satisfaction. The final climactic battle scene unfolded. Gang leader Willem Dafoe threw a cup of water containing the freshly removed eyeballs. Linton thought it was Little Sam's eyes. His eyes instantly reddened, and he entered an unstoppable killing frenzy. His unpredictable gunplay wiped out Willem Dafoe's thugs, leaving only the cold, crossed-armed assassin Will Smith standing watch. He positioned himself in front of Linton to cover Willem's escape. "Come on." Will Smith extended his hand, waving at Linton with an excited grin. Will was a former U.S. Special Forces soldier who Willem had recruited. Despite being on the wrong side, compared to Willem and his ruthless brother, Will still carried a shred of humanity and conscience. Mostly, it came from their naturally aggressive and courageous spirit. In this movie, Will was a killing machine, but considering his physical condition, Yuan Wu-ping didn't choreograph many fight scenes for him. Yuan Wu-ping designed several key moves: jabs, elbow strikes, flying kicks, all meant to showcase Will's relentless lethality. However, many of these moves were shot separately. Since Will had no professional fighting background, after over a month's training, he could only pose. Smooth fight scenes just weren't possible. Contrast that to Linton's fighting style, a blend of hard and soft techniques, flowing like a graceful dancer yet swift as a rabbit. After 3 full days of filming, the fight scene finally met Yuan Wu-ping's high standards. "Next time we shoot fights like this, we should not use untrained actors," Yuan Wu-ping grumbled to Linton after wrapping up. "They just can't pull it off." "What can we do? Hollywood doesn't have many trained action actors," Linton replied. "Thankfully, I had you this time. Otherwise, all those guys would have tanked my studio's reputation. But you're right. The training was rushed. Next time, action actors must undergo at least 3 months of intensive training before shooting." Linton thought the movie's focus was all on himself, with no formidable villain, so Will Smith could get by with flashy moves. But if in the future he wanted to make movies like The Matrix or Mission Impossible, the standards for action actors would definitely be higher. On December 19th, exactly a month later, filming wrapped as scheduled, and Linton hosted the customary wrap party. Actually, a week prior, Pulp Fiction had wrapped up after 2.5 months of filming, but Winona had stayed on with Linton's crew to continue enjoying the joy of the gatherings. As for The Rock, the film was complex with many scenes, Michael Bay's first directorial effort, and expected to take another half-month to finish shooting, nearly 4 months total. Because Little Scarlett was part of the cast, the wrap party was split into 2 events. The first was a formal dinner with the entire crew. The second was an adult-only carnival party. After a month together, Scarlett had become Linton's devoted fan, sticking close like a shadow on set. Seeing Scarlett's picky eating habits, Linton tactfully mentioned to her mother, "Miss Sloane. Miss Sloane, I noticed Scarlett has some serious food preferences." "Yes, it's been that way since she was little. We've tried reminding her, but no luck," Miss Sloane replied. "From what I've heard, picky eating that's severe in children can affect growth and development, sometimes even height." "Really? That's serious. You might want to check with a doctor." Thanks, I'll bring her in right away. Whether they actually followed through, Linton decided to keep his distance since they weren't close enough for him to pry, but he had done his part as a friend by giving a friendly tip. At the dinner's second half, with the thought of parting from her dear uncle the next day, Scarlett sobbed loudly, clutching Linton's arm. "Uncle, can we meet again?" "Of course. If you miss me, just have your mom contact Aunt Mina." Ms. Sloan quickly shared contacts with Assistant Mina. "Can I make another movie with you someday?" "Sure. If a role fits you, I'll have someone let you know." "Uncle, you're the best." Scarlett laughed and kissed Linton on the left cheek. "It's a deal, Uncle. You can't back out." Her natural talent showed, worthy of an Oscar. After dinner, except for Scarlett and her mother, the crew headed straight to a nightclub the team had reserved for an all-night party. This party had everything except drugs, fine wine, handsome men, and beautiful women. Following Hollywood practice, Blake invited 40 models, 20 men and 20 women. The men were handsome and fit, the women delicate and stunning, enough to meet everyone's tastes. When Sophie Marceau and Winona learned about the party, they asked to join. Dressed to the nines in sexy outfits, they stood closely flanking Linton, never leaving his side, not even giving the female models a chance to make a move. Seeing the impossibly beautiful Sophie and Winona so close to Linton, and realizing his disinterest, the female models silently cursed them as bitches and left in disappointment to accept other crew members' attention. At that moment, Jonathan and James approached with wine glasses. "Linton, thank you. We learned a lot." "You're welcome. You too have talent. I'm optimistic about your filmmaking futures. Can we join post-production? We want to learn the full film process." "No problem. I'll have my assistant inform you soon." Linton intended to nurture them so they could independently direct the company's films down the line, so he readily agreed. "Thanks." They clinked glasses, and then each found a female model to join the festivities. Chapter 254, Progress of the Purchase. After finishing filming the movie, Linton returned to the estate he hadn't seen in a long while. Unexpectedly, Winnie was already waiting for him there. Today, Winnie was dressed like a sophisticated urban professional, wearing a dark gray-black suit on top, a knee-length skirt below, black stockings, and black high heels, perfectly embodying a financial elite. Seeing Linton come back, she joyfully jumped into his arms, kissed him, and said with emotion, "Honey, I missed you so much." Linton embraced her soft figure. Indeed, it had been over a month since their last meeting. Feeling her warmth and enthusiasm, he headed straight to the third floor. Soon, a sweet and beautiful song filled the air. 2 hours later, Winnie lay on Linton, eyes glazed with affection, her delicate hands subconsciously tracing circles on his chest. "Honey, the Information Superhighway project has made a huge impact. Over the past 2 months, stocks related to computers and network communications skyrocketed. Microsoft and Cisco stocks rose more than 20%. Really? That's fantastic. Our wealth is soaring too. Yes, our assets have increased by at least $400 million. Darling, your sharp eye for investing really paid off back in August with those Microsoft shares. Baby, the success comes from your trust and swift execution. That's just what we're supposed to do, honey. The 3 things you told me about earlier are all progressing well. You're amazing. Tell me more. Let's head to the study to discuss. I brought all the documents with me." They freshened up and went to the study. Winnie took 3 documents from her briefcase and handed the top one to Linton. "First, all formalities for the Internet Special Investment Fund are completed. We're still recruiting team members. Currently, we have a market analyst, actuary, background investigator, and lawyer. Others are on the way. The core team is taking shape, but since the Internet is a new frontier, everyone is feeling their way forward. Venture capital is inherently risky. I think we should first establish all the protocols, build investment analysis models and background check tools, then proceed once the team solidifies their approach." "That's smart. Take your time. After all, the Information Superhighway project is just kicking off. The key to venture capital is risk control, but you can't miss the boat. Given the Internet's hot status and strong government backing, prospects are bright. Your risk model can be a bit more flexible compared to traditional industries. In my view, the 2 most important investment criteria are whether the plan is reliable and whether the person executing it has credibility. If we control these, risks remain manageable. That's true. I'll brainstorm more with the team and get our ideas sorted. Quickly, what about the other two things? The second is the publishing house acquisition. Winnie handed over the second document. The consulting firm we hired provided feedback, and we've identified a preliminary target, Maluva Publishing, based in New York. Tell me more. Founded in 1947, Maluva owns the rights to over 27,300 book titles. Their publishing business spans the U.S., with cooperating bookstores nationwide and 125 franchise stores across the country. They also have solid overseas sales channels, networks in several English-speaking countries like the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, with 97 franchise stores abroad. Sounds promising. However, their revenue isn't ideal. Despite the solid channels, Maluva hasn't had a major hit in years. Recent book sales have been weak, leading to barely breaking even last year and a loss over $1 million in the first 3 quarters this year. So, they have great distribution but poor content. Exactly. Their books haven't appeared on the New York Times monthly top 100 bestseller list for 2 straight years. Seems like it's an editorial issue. They can't keep up with changing tastes and reader preferences. That's what the consulting report suggested. If we acquire the company, the editorial department needs overhaul with a market-savvy editor-in-chief brought in. This meets my criteria. I can supply top content moving forward. What's the price? Appraisal values it at $23 million. After discussing with Goodman, I recommissioned Coopers and Librand for a reevaluation. Results will be ready next week. Good. Keep me posted when Coopers and Librand finishes. Will do. She handed Linton the last document. A game company? Yes, Fire Elf in Silicon Valley. It's a startup established 3 years ago by 2 high school classmates, computer prodigies who won national competitions. One got into Stanford, the other UCLA. In their junior year, inspired by Bill Gates, they dropped out to start their own business in gaming. Their first shooting game sold well, but later ones didn't, and the company now barely sustains operations. It's small, just 6 computer geniuses. The main issue: they have 0 business operation skills and no departments beyond game development. It's an immature enterprise, hence poor performance. We should consider acquiring it. I agree. We need talents like these. You and Goodman should form an acquisition team and move quickly. Make sure all existing talent stays. We'll offer salary raises. If we want to keep them all, we may have to offer some equity, following Silicon Valley's model. How much equity? At most 10%. That's a lot. Can we offer higher salaries and bonuses instead, with less equity? Linton thought of the potential cash cow if their games took off. Shares would be valuable. Increasing salary and bonuses means less equity, say 5%, no less, or we risk losing them. Okay, get in touch with them ASAP and seal the deal. Got it. I'll monitor closely. Baby, you're amazing. Honey, shouldn't you reward me? Winnie's eyes sparkled as she stood and sat on Linton's lap, arms around his neck, a rare request. Oh, what kind of reward? I want you to be mine for the next 3 nights, okay? No problem. Great, honey. I want to take the lead. Right here. Yeah, why not? Baby, you've picked up some naughty habits. Don't you like it? The sweet and merry singing sounded again. Chapter 255, Jackie Chan and Jet Li's videotape buzz. Back at the film company, Linton handled some backlog tasks. Klinsman reported on the promotion of videotapes featuring Jackie Chan and Jet Li's films acquired from Hong Kong. The publicity team spent a month translating 39 films and adding English subtitles. They produced 50,000 videotapes each for 23 targeted films and 20,000 tapes each for 14 films bundled alongside them. These tapes were distributed to Walmart, Blockbuster, Hollywood Video, and various regional video companies. 2 posters were created. One showed Jackie Chan from Police Story 3, Super Cop, and the other showed Jet Li from Once Upon a Time in China 3. Both posters featured the tagline, "The same kung fu as Bruce Lee," at the bottom, and poster placements were bought in those channels. How are rental and sales doing? Linton asked. Boss, things look very good. Klinsman handed a report. Just give me the short version. They've only been on shelves for 2 weeks and already sold 360,000 tapes, plus 150,000 rentals. In 2 weeks, an average of over 10,000 units per movie? You call this good? Linton was surprised. Boss, you can't compare these to our own blockbuster releases. These are foreign movies, and the rights were dirt cheap. Oh, I see. Tell me more. Based on our overseas rights experience, a foreign film selling 10,000 videotapes a month is pretty solid. If we sell all 143,000 tapes from the first run, we'll recoup the copyright investment and net nearly $3 million. That much profit? Linton perked up, mainly due to the cheap rights. So the return is naturally high. Go on. At this rate, these tapes will sell out in 3 months max. Then we can start the second batch. We'll adjust quantities based on first batch sales. Also, word of mouth should boost rentals even faster. Sell out in 3 months, and future sales speed up? Really? Linton was puzzled. Usually, tapes sell best when first released, then slow down. Boss, these films aren't like our own. Our movies get big theater releases and heavy North American promotion, so sales peak right away. But these foreign films have no initial reputation here. They start from zero, so sales build gradually, depending on quality. So we made a smart deal. More than that, it's a gold mine. Didn't you say we could sell broadcast rights to TV later? Yes, I plan that. In North America, if yearly video rentals and sales hit 50,000 for a foreign film, TV stations might buy broadcast rights, though usually for about $50,000 per airing. But TV exposure also helps promote further tape sales. Makes sense. Like box office, strong video sales make it easier to sell TV rights. If tapes reach 100,000 sales and rentals yearly, TV stations pay at least $100,000 per broadcast. At 200,000 rentals/sales, TV stations proactively seek rights and pay even more, $200,000 plus per airing. So these films really bring big profits. You've got sharp instincts, boss. Profits might exceed all expectations. Though the flattery was clumsy, Linton felt relaxed and pleased, though he kept a serious face. Not just my achievement, you helped a lot. This project's yours now. Do your best, and there'll be a big bonus. Thanks, boss. I have a suggestion. Go ahead. Since foreign films sell well, can we increase imports, bringing more great international titles to North America for promotion? Good idea. Have a plan. We used to scout films at festivals, looking for promising titles. Now, I want to form an overseas film acquisition team in publicity and distribution too. Gather information and buy tapes of popular foreign films, including past hits. Purchasing decisions would remain collective in the department, but if you can supervise, that'd be best. Sounds solid. You can devise a reward and penalty system where success or failure directly affects bonuses. Thanks, boss. One more thing. My analysis shows North American audiences generally hesitate with foreign films, but 4 genres break all barriers worldwide. Which genres? Klinsman asked eagerly. First, action movies. If they deliver thrilling, beautiful yet intense fight scenes, audiences embrace them easily. Key is having skilled actors, like the Jackie Chan and Jet Li movies we bought. Exactly. Second, horror films. No cultural barriers there. If it scares people, it sells. Focus on those. Makes sense. Third, science fiction depends heavily on effects, and foreign productions rarely reach our quality. Fourth, adult films are popular globally, but the industry here produces too many high-quality titles with high audience expectations, so foreign ones rarely make an impact unless they have exceptional stars or themes. Got it. Let's focus on action and horror then. Yes, but keep an eye on the others as well. Chapter 256, Christmas Party. Universal Music, President Daniel's office. Linton brought his agent Mira, financial officer Mary, and Universal Pictures producer Tim to settle the shares of the album Flying, the soundtrack of the movies Speed and Step Up 2. The album Flying sold a total of 13.83 million copies in North America and 21.64 million overseas, totaling 35.51 million copies. Including various licensing fees, Linton received a total revenue share of $119.34 million. As the songwriter of the theme song for the movie Speed, Linton earned $350,000. As the songwriter of the 2 theme songs for Step Up 2, Linton received $730,000 total. Shania Twain's single Surrender sold 3.63 million copies worldwide, earning Linton $1.96 million as the songwriter. Adding all four parts, Linton's personal income share totaled $122.38 million. After deducting brokerage commissions and accounting fees, he actually received $118.71 million. These earnings were all from the period of the first contract and shared according to the original ratio. Starting next year, his income will increase significantly with the new contract terms. The Speed soundtrack sold 2.7 million copies. The Speed studio earned revenue share of $7.6 million. According to the investment ratio, Linton Films received $4.56 million and Universal Pictures $3.04 million. The Step Up 2 soundtrack sold 2.91 million copies, and Linton Films earned $8.15 million. Together, Linton Films earned $12.71 million. It was another good day for earnings. The soundtracks for Happy Death Day and Izumi Sakai's single Complicated were still selling well, but Linton decided to save those numbers for another time. After these tasks, Linton took Jonathan, James, and Yuan Wu-ping and went to the company's editing room. With the editor's cooperation, they began post-production on The Man from Nowhere. After finishing shooting Pulp Fiction, Quentin Tarantino, like many Hollywood directors, opted for a long break to clear his mind before editing. Especially since his film used a lot of innovative techniques and a complex narrative structure, he wanted to carefully plan his editing before starting. This worked in Linton's favor, because there was only one editing room at the company. Otherwise, he would have had to wait in line, which would have been frustrating. During editing, Linton freely shared his understanding of commercial films with Jonathan and James, emphasizing that the core of commercial movies was the audience. Everything needed to serve the viewer's experience, rather than catering to critics' reputations or reviews. He also sought Yuan Wu-ping's advice on fight scenes. Everything was designed to make the fights exciting and visually appealing to raise the audience's adrenaline, as well as provide aesthetic enjoyment. Upon learning Linton had finished filming, Madonna, Catherine, Shania, and Cameron, who had just wrapped The Mask, all returned to Linton Manor for vacation. Every night was packed with thrilling parties. They hadn't seen each other for over 2 months and missed one another tremendously, so the parties were wild and passionate. Organized by Madonna, various themed costume shows, prop shows, and stocking shows followed one after the other, dazzling Linton, naturally escalating the excitement. Sometimes, the group would draw inspiration from plots in the adult films and come up with unique sitcom-style skits, making the experience even more fun. Linton edited movies during the day at the company and returned to the manor on time at night. Each night was fulfilling and memorable. With the help of the 4 popular female celebrities, Linton's starlight spark greatly improved, reaching the peak of radiant core. At this point, Linton was close to breaking through to the celestial presence stage, but prudently continued to accumulate power and refine his skills. Although his tools and formations to survive the thunder trial of this stage were ready, he wanted to be absolutely sure by perfecting the energy within him and laying a solid foundation. Time quickly came to Christmas. Under the butler's direction, the manor was beautifully and festively decorated. To raise spirits, Linton also arranged for enough fireworks. Originally, Linton thought the women would each go to their families for the holiday and planned to invite his aunt's family. But unexpectedly, not only did Madonna, Catherine, Shania, and Cameron stay, but Winona, Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, Jennifer, and Heidi Klum all showed up. Even Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai flew over from Japan, breaking their usual practice. To Linton's surprise, even Winnie, who was usually reluctant to meet others, joined them for the festival. Given this, his aunt's family naturally couldn't join in the celebration. Since it was Christmas, they exchanged gifts. Linton didn't spend much time on this and set the same standard for everyone. He instructed his assistant to go to major luxury stores and buy each woman a bag of the latest model, various styles, and brands worth about $50,000, letting them choose. The gifts the women gave Linton varied. Most were suits, dresses, coats, and watches. Only Madonna gave him a Ferrari sports car. Unfortunately, except for the coat and dress, the other items could only be used or worn privately at home because of Linton's endorsement contracts that required exclusivity in public appearances. Linton also took this opportunity to take out the top-grade white quartz pendants. My dears, this is the pendant I bought in Hong Kong. I'm going to carve one for each of you and give it as a gift. Please tell me what kind of carving you'd like. I like kittens. I like puppies. I like the phoenix. I like cherry blossoms. Everyone had different tastes, and Linton wrote them down carefully. Once his stabilization serum was perfected, these pendants could be engraved with talismans to become protective charms. These charms could shield the wearer, dispel negative energies, nourish the mind, and beautify the skin. With the carved designs unique to each woman, they truly became supreme treasures tailored to them. This was the most complete reunion of Linton's companions. The manor was filled with singing and laughter, the atmosphere joyful. The chef team also ensured sumptuous meals for Linton and the women. After the feast, Linton took the girls to light fireworks on the lawn. The brilliant fireworks in the sky, coupled with the beautiful women below, painted a breathtaking scene. It was a bit disappointing that Winnie was still reserved and refused to join the naked party with everyone. Yet she had made great progress compared to before. After the fireworks, amid the girls' laughter, she took the initiative to pull Linton into her room on the second floor for a private moment together. Her sweet, melodious singing floated through the villa. 2 hours later, despite Linton's efforts to keep her, she kissed him goodbye, left the manor, and returned to her own home, telling him she would visit her parents the next day. Such a unique, gentle, and considerate beauty. Her departure made Linton feel reluctant for the first time, but he soon had no time to dwell on it, as 12 beauties rushed over and pulled him to the third floor. Another exciting party began. Beautiful choruses followed one after another. For 3 straight days, Linton and the girls stayed in the manor, celebrating Christmas to their heart's content. They held parties in the pool, bedrooms, dance room, garden terrace, performed various adult film-inspired stories in gyms, cinemas, studies, bathrooms. Of course, props and costumes were essential during these events, ensuring everyone had the ultimate enjoyment and wonderful experiences. With the girls' help, Linton's power became more flexible and smooth. He estimated that by late January or early February, his power could no longer improve further. By then, he would be able to confidently refine his stabilization serum and survive the Thunder trial. Chapter 257. Nicole Kidman takes action. After Christmas, Winona, Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, Jennifer Connelly, Heidi Klum, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai all left and were busy with their own projects. Especially Winona. As Linton had expected, Sony Columbia started pushing the age of innocence for the awards season. Among the major competitions was Best Supporting Actress, and Winona fully committed herself to preparations during this period. Luckily, most Oscar judges lived in Los Angeles, and Winona's PR activities were also centered there, so she still went to the manor every night. Madonna, Catherine, Shania, and Cameron stayed on at the manor for vacation, partying joyfully every day. Linton returned to his daytime work at the company doing post-production editing on The Man from Nowhere, coming back to the manor on time every evening. He also kept his promise to Winnie, visiting her villa weekly for a night alone. After the 4 women's vacation ended, seeing Linton so consistent with his work routine and his punctual return to the manor every night, they felt this was a rare opportunity and chose to continue working in Los Angeles while returning to the manor at night to accompany Linton to their gatherings. They were all major stars now, capable of deciding their own schedules. Even Shania was a well-established first-tier female singer, with over 5 million copies sold worldwide of her album released earlier that year. Naturally, she had the freedom to make her own choices. Time quickly entered 1994, and the post-production of The Man from Nowhere was progressing smoothly. One morning after a cheerful celebration, Linton was having breakfast while the housekeeper was reading the newspaper next to him when he caught an unexpected headline. The Hollywood Reporter featured the untold story of Tom Cruise and Scientology. Could it be that Nicole Kidman had returned to her old path and started criticizing Tom Cruise, setting them as enemies? If so, he thought, it was better to stay out of her way in the future. Thinking this, he took the paper from the housekeeper and read carefully. Luckily, the article only introduced that Tom had been a Scientology member for many years and was a senior participant, attending meetings weekly. The article criticized Tom subtly, without any sensational details. It seemed Nicole Kidman was following his advice, managing pace, and making no public big moves. Linton picked up his phone to call Nicole, but then thought better of it and put it down. Let's see how she performs next, he thought. I hope they break up completely. This will be a test for her. After nearly 4 months of filming, The Rock finally wrapped. Sophie Marceau naturally returned to Linton Manor, joining the group for lively parties, now 6 people strong. On the wrap night, Charlize didn't attend the cruise party but instead invited Linton for a date at the hotel. When Linton arrived, his eyes lit up seeing Charlize. Charlize had clearly dressed up for the occasion. Her charming large sapphire eyes slightly melancholic, long golden hair draped over her shoulders, fiery red lips, and a form-fitting red dress emphasizing her slender figure, complemented by a subtle Dior perfume. Seeing Linton, Charlize threw herself into his arms, planting a sweet kiss and embracing his soft body. Linton responded enthusiastically without hesitation. It wasn't their first time together. Soon, they let loose and passionately made love. A sweet, uplifting song played. Thank you, dear. I've signed with the crew of The Fault in Our Stars and start filming tomorrow. Baby, that's a great movie. Act well and aim to make a big splash. My dear, I heard you wrote the script. Yes, I plan to turn it into a novel and publish it. You're so talented. The script is moving. It brings tears every time I read it. Baby, I have big confidence in this movie. You should perform well to hit both box office and award goals. Don't worry, honey. I want to be a popular female star like Naomi, Catherine, Jennifer, and Christiana. After a passionate night and regaining strength, Charlize hurried to the set of The Fault in Our Stars. After 1.5 months of preparation, everything was on track to start filming mid-February. The cast was chosen, though except for Charlize. Linton left the decisions to Kenneth and Anne, trusting their abilities and professionalism. After 3 auditions, Freddie Prinze Jr. was cast as the male lead, Augustus, a boy battling bone cancer. Freddie, not yet 18, was smart with good skills but only had TV experience, and his salary was modest at $100,000. Willem Dafoe, who played the villain in The Man from Nowhere, was also cast in a supporting role in The Fault in Our Stars. The main cast had joined the crew and started studying the script to learn their roles. To help actors perform authentically, the crew arranged a stay in a local hospital where the protagonists spent 2 weeks living and eating with patients to truly understand their experiences and emotions. Charlize was the heroine, and Anne eagerly awaited her arrival. Though she wanted to discuss and negotiate more with Linton, she had no choice but to remind him repeatedly to visit the set whenever possible, then quickly headed there herself. With The Rock production completed, executive producer Frank finally had some free time. Linton, not wasting a moment, interrupted Frank's vacation plans, calling Frank and Ryan to the office, handing them the script of Get Out. This is the company's next project. Take a look. Get Out's story is very simple. Chris, a black man, and Ruth, a white woman, are in love. To take things further, they plan a meeting between their parents. Chris is invited to spend a weekend at Ruth's family home. In this small town, Chris senses odd behavior from the locals. As clues build, he uncovers a terrifying conspiracy behind the visit. What awaits Chris is a journey full of darkness and blood. Boss, this story is so thrilling. Do you want me to direct? Ryan was excited after reading. Do you think you can handle directing? Boss, don't worry. This movie brilliantly mixes horror with racial satire. I'm sure it'll do as well commercially as Happy Death Day. All right, I'll let you direct. Frank, what do you think? Boss, you're a genius. You keep creating amazing stories. Given the current racial equality movement, if done right, this film will not only succeed at the box office, but also win major artistic awards. Yes, work hard, everyone. We'll strive for this movie to be a success both commercially and artistically. Chapter 258, Super Bowl. After the filming of The Rock was wrapped up, Linton Films faced a shortage of post-production equipment. Besides The Man from Nowhere, which Linton was currently editing, Pulp Fiction was also queued up. Robert worried there wouldn't be enough time, so after getting Linton's approval, he rented equipment and editors from Universal Pictures to finish The Rock's post-production. Of course, director Michael Bay still led the editing process, But the final say belonged to the producers, Robert and Linton. Considering The Rock's budget hit $55 million, it was a true blockbuster. Success was critical to avoid heavy losses for the company. More importantly, Nicole Kidman warned him that CAA was still scheming against him. They planned to launch various attacks, including releasing Interview with the Vampire at the same time as The Rock, creating stiff competition. Behind the scenes, they might even use Sean Connery to hype their movie, potentially harming The Rock's reputation. These risks required careful guarding against. The director and some lead actors weren't very famous. With powerful adversaries stirring trouble, promoting the film was especially important. Linton had been contemplating how to break the deadlock and boost publicity. Of course, scandal-driven hype was out of the question. Whether it was Sophie Marceau or Charlize Theron, these women were his now. He wouldn't allow them to stir up controversies with anyone in the movie. During a break from editing The Man from Nowhere, Linton overheard Jonathan and James talking about an intriguing topic: this year's Super Bowl final. That sparked an idea for a breakthrough in publicity. Super Bowl halftime commercials were a prominent promotional channel widely used in Hollywood later on. The Super Bowl halftime show was the biggest program in the U.S., drawing over 70 million viewers. Interestingly, the halftime advertisements often scored higher ratings than the game itself. However, the ad spots were extremely expensive, $100,000 per second, meaning a 30-second commercial cost $3 million. He recalled the first film to advertise during the Super Bowl in his past life, Independence Day in 1996. Whether that Super Bowl ad helped fuel Independence Day's success in North America and worldwide was hard to pin down, but since that campaign, it became standard for Hollywood movies to advertise during the Super Bowl. Super Bowl was known as America's biggest annual spectacle, eclipsing all sports events and TV programs, including the Olympics and NBA Finals. Its commercial value made it the top single event worldwide. Now, The Rock was the first film to take the plunge and promote itself during the Super Bowl. The effect would surely be impressive, especially with the movie's explosive action scenes, which were perfectly suited for that setting. The audience's memories would be sharp, amplifying the promotional impact. Soon after wrapping The Rock, Linton organized a meeting with Levitt, head of Universal's distribution department, producer Robert, director Michael Bay, and Klinsman. He disclosed CAA's conspiracies, including the possibility that Interview with the Vampire might release simultaneously with The Rock, and proposed advertising the movie during the Super Bowl halftime. Promote The Rock with a Super Bowl halftime commercial? Brilliant idea, but will it work? Ads aren't cheap, and no one's tried this before. The team reacted in surprise. Levitt asked 3 quick questions. Yes, we've traditionally used TV, newspapers, magazines, subways, buses, malls, and theaters for film promotion. But the goal is to capture the public's attention, spark their interest, and turn them into our audience. Over 70 million Americans watched the Super Bowl halftime, being the first movie to advertise there. As long as our trailer is strong, it'll definitely generate buzz and entice viewers, Linton explained. That makes sense, but it's untested and very costly. A 30-second spot costs at least $3 million. I have to get board approval before committing, Levitt replied. Well, don't delay, Linton urged. They agreed on 3 key points for promoting the film. First, The Rock was scheduled for release in June. Second, they would prepare materials revealing that Roger Moore actually served as a British intelligence agent during World War II, stirring conversations in April that he was the real-life 007. This would tap into North America's love for personal heroism and would generate significant media attention and public interest. Third, they would compile negative information on Sean Connery and Tom Cruise. If a fight with CAA was inevitable, they intended to fight fiercely to surprise their rivals. They believed fully exposing Sean Connery's alleged drinking, abusive behavior, drug use, and foul language could damage his polished gentleman image. Even if it didn't end his career, it would tarnish it. Whether he'd be completely discarded depended on CAA's PR efforts. Regarding Tom Cruise, who was then at his career peak, his ties to Scientology were considered deeply damaging material. In Linton's past life, Nicole Kidman had exploited this to nearly bring Cruise down. Despite his good personal impression of Cruise and his reluctance to take action against him, once the business battlefield heated up, they had to respond with full force. Whether Tom Cruise could withstand that was not their concern. Finally, Linton cautioned Levitt to be vigilant when rating movies and avoid pitfalls, as CAA was watching closely. Although CAA wasn't part of MPAA, everyone acknowledged their vast network and influence. There was fear of collusion among the 6 major Hollywood studios to suppress the film, especially since Universal's previous year's performance was great. Within 2 days, Levitt reported success in persuading the board to approve a 30-second Super Bowl commercial for The Rock this year. Chapter 259, Linton Building. After 8 weeks of screenings, Happy Death Day was released from North American theaters just before the new year. It raked in a final North American box office of $91.72 million. As Linton Films was a new distribution company, its predecessor, Miramax, mainly handled art films and hadn't yet proven itself in distributing commercial blockbusters. The company's bargaining power with theater chains was nowhere near that of the 7 major Hollywood studios. The tiered profit-sharing agreements Linton signed with theaters in the early release period were far less favorable than Universal's terms, especially during the critical first 2 weeks, when most of the box office surge happens. Universal's profit-sharing percentages were significantly higher. In Week 1, Linton Pictures took 65%. In Week 2, took 62.5%, and by Week 3, 60%. By the 4th week, the share dipped to 45%, then dropped by 5% each week until it bottomed out at 25% in the 8th week. Based on Happy Death Day's box office breakdown, Linton Films netted approximately 53% of the theater box office revenue. After the theatrical run ended, the distribution department entered a tense phase of revenue reconciliation and intellectual property management. They vigorously audited accounts with theater chains, pressed for outstanding payments, settled with affiliated stores, coordinated TV broadcast rights auctions, and invited video rental companies to bid on videotape rights. Within 2 weeks, per their contracts, the theaters settled payments, and Linton Films received a total theatrical share of $48.61 million. Merchandise sales also exceeded expectations. Though they had been a bit conservative on initial merchandise, everything sold out with no unsold stock. Dolls representing characters played by Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai collectively generated $28 million. Ghost face masks brought in another $2.6 million. Overall merchandise sales for Happy Death Day hit $30.6 million. After deducting production, logistics, channel fees, and royalties for star likeness rights, the company netted $12.24 million in profit. Christiana, Monica, and Noriko Sakai earned $3.2 million, $2 million, and $400,000 respectively in likeness rights. Moreover, all 3 opted to sell their overseas likeness rights to Universal based on North American results. This generated $6.4 million for $1 million and $800,000 for the dolls alone, far surpassing their film salaries. The company also scored major successes in TV and videotape rights, too. Public television, 7-year broadcast rights for $5 million, cable TV, for 7-year rights for $4 million, totaling $9 million, with fees to be renegotiated after 7 years. Video rental and sales rights were sold exclusively to Blockbuster for 7 years with a base transfer fee of $10 million plus 30% of the rental and sales revenue, renewal after 7 years. Universal bought overseas film rights for 42% of the North American box office share, generating $38.52 million. All told, Happy Death Day brought in $118.37 million in revenue for Linton Films, excluding the 30% revenue share from video rental and sales and soundtrack earnings. The bulk of horror film revenue traditionally comes from video rentals and sales. The distribution division forecasted at least $20 million in video rental and sales revenue within 12 months, promising more long-term income. Soundtrack sales forecast profits of no less than $8 million. Notably, all this income belonged solely to Linton Films, with no profit sharing with other distributors. The film cost $6 million to produce and another $6 million in marketing and promotion, so achieving a tenfold revenue return was truly a remarkable commercial triumph. Seeing these massive profits, Robert breathed quickly and sincerely said, "Boss, we need to control issuance better, or else half the profits could quietly slip away." "Naturally," Linton replied. "Distribution companies sit at the industry's upstream, which is why we went through so much effort to acquire Miramax and build our own distribution channels." "Boss, you have a sharp eye. The profits from distributing this film almost paid back our acquisition cost for Miramax." "That's fantastic. Actually, the most amazing outcome is that our distribution department has matured and earned its reputation from this battle. They are fully capable of handling our own future films' North American distribution. Moreover, other production firms will seek distribution deals with us on their commercial films, and the revenues we generate will rival those from production." "Boss, luckily the huge profit from Happy Death Day counted toward 1994. Yet even without that, our profits last year exceeded $400 million. Even subtracting the Miramax acquisition, private jet, new building, and film investments, we still had a tax base over $100 million. Isn't paying taxes this season a bit heavy? There's no alternative. We must pay our due taxes. We can only look to Henry and Mary's tax management methods for guidance. Also, since we contracted the Ocean Tower purchase, keep a close watch and urge them to speed renovations without compromising quality. See if it's possible to accelerate buying 2 new post-production suites before April to boost tax deductions. Just last week, both the Silver Star Building and Ocean Tower completed their roof. Linton took Robert, Mary, and Megan on site for inspections. Considering location, cost, and practicality, they chose to acquire the Ocean Tower. Negotiations yielded a substantial property discount, and the final purchase price was $160 million. After the purchase contract was signed, Linton instructed Megan to rename the building the Linton Building. However, renovations would take time, and it wouldn't be ready for office use until the year's second half at the earliest. With this new space, their offices would have plenty of room. After consulting the production department, Linton decided to invest in 2 state-of-the-art post-production suites. This would bring their total to 3, eliminating post-production delays. "Got it, I'll keep watch. By the way, boss, what do you think of the co-production deal with Universal? You guys keep discussing. My bottom line is that as long as the price is right, Universal can distribute all our company's films overseas. Unless it's a major investment or blockbuster, for those big productions, we can consider giving up part of the investment share. For smaller projects, there's no need for them to be involved in production or North American distribution." Chapter 260, New Cooperation. After Linton turned down acquisition offers from the other 6 major Hollywood studios, as expected, each of the 6 sent representatives to express their interest in cooperation. Their proposals essentially involved investing in and distributing films produced by Linton Films. However, these industry giants, already at the top of the film production hierarchy, carried an air of arrogance and superiority. Even when offering to cooperate, their terms were extremely harsh. Take the distribution fee, for example. The commission demanded for North American film distribution was no less than 30%, which was actually worse than what Universal Pictures had offered Linton for his first film. To make things worse, they wanted a significant cut of the copyrights, treating him strictly like an industry rookie. Looking back now, Universal Pictures had been really good to him. Their earlier partnership terms were relatively generous, and they weren't overly demanding during settlements. They could be considered a relatively good partner. Linton ignored all these Hollywood giants who were solely trying to use their clout to squeeze benefits and dismissed them all. But strategy had to be considered. He figured he could use this situation to negotiate better terms with Universal. He asked Megan to quietly inform Universal Pictures of the Big Six acquisition and cooperation intentions, thereby increasing his bargaining power with Universal. Sure enough, upon hearing this, everyone from CEO Lou Wasserman to the board of directors and distribution department at Universal became extremely nervous. In 1994 alone, Universal Pictures' total revenue from collaborating with Linton Films exceeded $360 million, accounting for over 45% of Universal's total annual profit. Such a valuable partner could not be lost under any circumstances. After several meetings, Universal proposed a cooperation plan and approached Linton for negotiation. The first option was to acquire shares. Universal valued Linton Films at $3.5 billion and wanted to acquire no less than 20% equity at this valuation or exchange equity of equal value. Naturally, Linton rejected this plan. With the company's recent capital expansion, its earnings capability had reached new heights. While $3.5 billion might seem astronomical to outsiders, it was far below his own expectations. Moreover, he didn't want to release shares too early, as that would mean others influencing company decisions. Still, cooperation had to be discussed. At this stage, Linton had to select one among the 7 major Hollywood studios to engage in deep cooperation. Otherwise, if only his company excelled without backing from a major media group, it would be completely overshadowed by the established studios. Based on good past experiences, Linton inclined to deepen cooperation with Universal to buy time for growth. He appointed Robert to lead a business negotiation team to discuss specifics with Universal, while Linton himself continued post-production on The Man from Nowhere. With both sides eager to cooperate, after over a week of intense discussions, they finally reached an agreement shortly after post-production on The Man from Nowhere was completed. The new cooperation plan had 2 main points. First, Universal Pictures would handle overseas distribution rights for the next 10 films produced by Linton Films, with overseas license fees tiered based on the North American box office. If the North American box office was less than twice the film budget, the overseas fee was set at 30% of North American box office. If between 2 and 3 times budget, the fee was 35%. If between 3 and 4 times, 40%. Between 4 and 5 times, 43%. Above 5 times, 45%. Films starring Linton himself would receive an additional 2%. However, Universal was required to exert their best efforts to help get the films past the MPA rating board without bias, preventing unfair suppression by other 6 studios. Second, over the next 3 years, Universal would have the right of first investment, not less than 30%, on any major production by Linton Films with a budget over $50 million. This arrangement was modeled after their previous partnership on the film Speed. Both parties were very satisfied and quickly signed the agreement for deep collaboration. For Universal, they were highly optimistic about Linton Films' production capabilities, especially their screenwriting talent. Judging from previous films, all had been high revenue and profit earners, with particularly strong overseas box office. Agreement. Even if Universal only handled overseas distribution, their profit source was guaranteed for the next 3 years. Plus, they had priority to invest in big projects. If a film like Speed or The Rock came out every year, their profits would soar. For Linton, since his company lacked overseas distribution capability, selling overseas rights of the next 10 films at reasonable terms in exchange for full support from Universal was a good deal. It was like securing an umbrella among the big 7 studios in Hollywood. So before his media group grew stronger, he wouldn't have to worry about being crushed by the giants. As for building his own overseas distribution capability, it wasn't easy and not on his immediate agenda. He planned to wait until his media group became stronger, perhaps in a few years acquiring one of the big 7 studios himself. After all, the big 7 studios had been acquired in later generations. Why couldn't he do the same? That would solve all problems. Time passed quickly, and on January 20th, Linton finally completed post-production on The Man from Nowhere. At the internal preview, everyone was amazed, but production staff all praised him. "Boss, this film is incredible. The fight scenes redefine Hollywood action movies. Boss, you're so cool and handsome in the movie. After release, you'll be popular with both men and women, especially the female audience. They won't be able to resist." The marketing team was even more confident. "Boss, this movie is amazing. I recommend a summer release. North American box office will definitely exceed $200 million. Boss, if you make an action figure of your character, it'll sell like hotcakes. At least $50 million in revenue." No female fan would resist buying it. But Linton considered that he was about to reach the celestial presence stage. After that, he'd need to renovate his home base, set up protective arrays, and also gather and refine materials for his flying sword. He guessed he wouldn't be free for at least 6 months. For a movie like this, if he couldn't promote it through roadshows upon release, the effect would be greatly reduced, both commercially and for his popularity. so he didn't set a release date on the spot. He decided it would depend on his upcoming schedule. I have other important commitments during the first half of next year and won't be available. You all should prepare the publicity and promotion plans. I'll announce the release date when the time is right. Chapter 261, Media Group Initial Formation. Winnie and Goodman finally completed their acquisition of Fire Elf Games and Maluva Publishing. Fire Elf Games was acquired for $2 million, with an additional 5% equity set aside to create an option pool to reward technical staff for future contributions. Under a compensation policy of high salaries and stock options, the two founders signed 3-year employment contracts, and the other 4 technical staff remained with the company. Linton instructed Edward to vacate 400 square meters of office space in the office building. After the acquisition, Fire Elf Games upgraded its office from a remote, modest space to a bright and spacious office, greatly boosting employees' morale and outlook. Winnie also devised a company reform plan, hiring a seasoned executive from another game company at a high salary to serve as the company's new general manager. The company established 4 departments: Game Development Department 1 and 2, Game Operations Department, and the General Office. The original company founders, Evan Caput and Lucas Sedek, were appointed heads of Development Departments 1 and 2 respectively, assembling their development teams. Post-acquisition, Linton invested another $2 million and simultaneously released the game design plans for Tomb Raider and Resident Evil to the 2 departments for independent development. Both games had previously achieved massive success, spawning movies, TV series, and comics, evolving into multi-billion-dollar intellectual properties. Tomb Raider, an action-adventure treasure hunting game originally developed by British company Core Design, sold over 1 million copies within 3 days of its 1996 release, with global sales exceeding 6 million copies that year. Resident Evil was initially a survival horror action-adventure game developed by Japan's Capcom, released in 1996, with cumulative global sales surpassing 5 million copies that year. Given the development timeline, the games were expected to reach the market by early next year. Currently, there were relatively few playable computer games, making the gaming market a wide-open frontier. Drawing on their previous success, Linton believed the results this time would surpass the past. After accumulating enough fans over several years, and when the timing was right, a movie adaptation could be considered. Maluva Publishing was acquired for $24 million, including copyrights to 27,308 book titles, 125 specialty bookstores across the U.S., and 97 overseas specialty bookstores. More importantly, the publishing business spanned the U.S., with cooperative channels in cities nationwide and established sales networks in English-speaking countries such as the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. The publishing house's headquarters remained in New York, an important hub for book publishing with unique East Coast advantages. Still, reforms were necessary, and Winnie spent a week in New York, overseeing changes. After reviewing analysis reports from 2 consulting firms, Winnie and Linton agreed the company's biggest issue lay in the screenwriting department's lack of market awareness. Crucially, the original editor-in-chief was too old-fashioned and out of touch with market trends. Therefore, the original investor was firmly required to dismiss him during the acquisition. Following the acquisition, Korn Ferry was commissioned to recruit Alistair Kuhn, a deputy editor-in-chief from HarperCollins Publishing Group, to take the helm as the new editor-in-chief. Alistair introduced a new performance evaluation system meeting Winnie's requirements. The system was summed up in the words, "Performance first, reward the good, punish the bad, promote the capable, demote the mediocre, and dismiss the incompetent." Linton nodded in approval upon reviewing the new system, impressed by Alistair's executive background. He believed the publishing house would regain vitality under his leadership. Moreover, they now had their biggest asset, which enabled them to continuously deliver top-quality content. At this point, Linton's media group began to take shape, encompassing a film company, a publishing house, a newspaper, and a game company. Though the latter 3 were still weak, the foundation was laid. The next step was to solidify the base and accelerate development for each company. Of course, to become a true media conglomerate. One key link was missing, a TV station. But acquiring one was not easy and required waiting for the right opportunity. Hollywood Gossip daily editor-in-chief Sharon showed outstanding capability. With Linton's investment, full support, and strict performance demands, she swiftly revitalized the team. 5 months post-acquisition, the newspaper underwent dramatic transformation. Sales rose fivefold, from 4,000 to 20,000 copies daily. Staff expanded from 15 to 30, and the office moved from a rundown hut to a bright, spacious building. The financials improved from monthly losses to a $200,000 profit last month. The newspaper had gained renown in Los Angeles, becoming the go-to source for Hollywood celebrity buzz. Linton fulfilled his promise, substantially raising Sharon's salary and boosting all employees' pay by 10%. After 3 months, Eddie and Rosa completed first drafts of their debut novels, National Treasure and The Fault in Our Stars, 1 month ahead of schedule. Having only watched the films and never read the books, and knowing the movies made major adaptations, Linton was unfamiliar with the differences between book and film. He spent a day reading the first drafts and found them satisfying with no obvious issues or revisions needed from a reader's perspective. The manuscripts were sent to the new editor-in-chief Alistair, who was tasked with appointing a professional commercial novel editor to provide expert revision suggestions. While awaiting feedback, Linton gave Eddie the plot outline for National Treasure 2 and Rosa the outline for Twilight, urging them to begin preparing their sequels immediately. He also rewarded each with $10,000 for early completion. Both were overjoyed and screamed with excitement. Their income far exceeded previous jobs. Over 3 months, they had earned a base of $13,000 each plus the $10,000 bonus. According to contract terms, even more generous rewards awaited successful publication. With such salaries, the only drawback was they couldn't sign the novels themselves. However, Linton promised formal screenwriter positions after completing 5 novels. There was no doubt they were motivated to write well and quickly. The two threw themselves into preparatory work with passion. Chapter 262, Super Bowl Teaser. After Christmas, Madonna, Catherine, Shania, Winona, and Cameron decided to make Linton Manor their permanent home. Of course, it didn't affect their daytime work schedules, but they would purposely return to the manor at night to throw lively, fantastic parties with Linton. Once filming for Pulp Fiction and The Rock wrapped up, Winona and Sophie Marceau also moved in, making the night parties even more thrilling. Others, like Christiana, Monica, Jennifer Connelly, and Heidi Klum, had been jet-setting across the United States because of their busy schedules, but whenever they were in Los Angeles, they made it a point to join the evening celebrations at the manor. Madonna naturally took on the role of the mistress, often preparing various props and organizing the ladies to put on stunning performances and come up with different engaging activities. From prop shows to themed uniform displays and stocking showcases, every night brought a unique party theme and fresh acts and tricks. This added a rich variety to the parties, letting Linton and everyone experience new and exciting things every evening. Linton found himself reluctant to leave each day, eagerly looking forward to the parties at night. Except for occasionally staying overnight at Winnie's villa, he declined all other invitations, including several from Nicole Kidman and Sharon Stone. Even when Charlize flirted over the phone multiple times, inviting him to visit her set, he still refused. With everyone's support and his own rising popularity, Linton's Starlight Spark energy had become perfectly harmonious, and it was the right moment to break through to the celestial presence stage. Since achieving the celestial presence state would take significant time, and after forming the core, a large formation needed to be set up on the farm, he planned to stay there 2 months and publicly announced he would take a 2-month vacation. Before leaving, he called a meeting of top managers at the film company to review progress on various projects. Pulp Fiction was currently in post-production and was expected to be completed by the end of February. After extensive discussion between the publicity and the crew, the promotional plan was to first enter the Cannes Film Festival and try to gain acclaim there, sell overseas rights, then come back to North America for release. This approach was standard for art house films. At that time, the 3 major European film festivals still had a strong overseas influence. Winning awards at these festivals would greatly boost publicity and foreign rights sales. Linton recalled that in his previous life, Pulp Fiction made a huge splash at Cannes, won the Palme d'Or, and went on to become a global box office success. Since such a plan had been proven effective before, Linton naturally approved. The Fault in Our Stars project was progressing well. Filming had begun and was expected to last 50 days. Get Out was in preparation with casting completed, scheduled to start filming on February 5th with a 2-month shooting period. Frankly, Linton wasn't too worried about these projects. They were all low budget, and thanks to a deep partnership with Universal, there was little risk of outside interference. Even if there was interference, no serious resources would be devoted to undermining such small projects. Even heavy sabotage wouldn't cause him significant losses. The key was The Rock. There could be no mistakes. It had to be a box office hit. Boss, the release date for The Rock has been confirmed, June 10th. That's a good time slot. Any other blockbusters releasing then? Not yet. Generally, major studios stagger releases and avoid clashing dates. Any word on Interview with the Vampire? They haven't announced yet. I hope they don't recklessly go head-to-head with us. Prepare for the worst, but don't stress. If they want to fight, let them. With you here, we're confident. To Linton's surprise, Robert also learned to flatter him. Linton almost scolded him, but instead asked, "Don't underestimate them, but stay strategic." Agreed, we'll give it our all. How are preparations going? Boss, we've secured a Super Bowl ad slot for The Rock. How much? $2.4 million. I heard this year's Super Bowl ad rate is $100,000 per second. Seems the organizers gave us a discount to expand Hollywood movie promotions. Not bad. Universal's negotiators are impressive. Finished editing the 30-second promo. Yes, want to see it now? Hold that. Finish preparations first. Roger Moore's publicity materials are nearly ready, and his British intelligence service experience is confirmed by the agency. Good. Endorsement by British intelligence will definitely boost publicity. I've gathered almost all of Tom Cruise and Sean Connery's negative info. You might not know, but beneath their glamorous images, their scandals run deep beyond public imagination. If we leak these and Universal quietly hypes them up, Tom Cruise will be in trouble. Sean Connery might be finished. Coordinate with Universal on this. We won't start a war, but we aren't afraid of one either. Linton, Robert, and Klinsman then headed to the company's screening room to watch a 30-second promo for The Rock. The video began with a massive explosion. Flames engulfed the screen, roaring as though the audience were there. As the fire blazed, the title The Rock appeared boldly. A Hummer and a Mercedes raced through San Francisco's streets in a deadly chase. The Hummer led, crashing through obstacles at lightning speed, while the Mercedes took shortcuts, dodging through alleys, and even flying out of windows. Then a squadron of F-18 Hornets flew over the Golden Gate Bridge and Alcatraz Island. After one dropped a bomb, the fleet performed a near 90-degree vertical climb. The scene switched to the bomb's first-person perspective falling fast toward Alcatraz, which grew clearer with every second. Finally, the bomb hit the island, erupting into a blazing inferno, like a meteor crashing to Earth. The Rock would release on June 10th, promising thrilling entertainment. Clearly, Michael Bay put great effort into this teaser. Cars, explosions, and intense chases, exactly what summer audiences crave. It captured the movie's spirit perfectly. No wonder he's nicknamed Explosive Bay. It was a sure hit. Even the 3 film professionals watching were visibly excited and eager for the full movie. Chapter 263, Overseas Military Force Arrangements. On January 26th, the 66th Academy Awards nominees luncheon was held at the Regency Hotel in Beverly Hills. The Age of Innocence received 5 Oscar nominations, including Best Supporting Actress for Winona Ryder. What Linton didn't expect was that Speed was also nominated for 3 Oscars, for Best Visual Effects, Best Sound Editing, and Best Editing. According to Oscar rules, once nominations were announced, all public relations activities must stop. So Winona found herself with free time and moved into Linton Manor. On January 28th, Linton took Catherine, Jennifer, Winona, his assistant Mina, and 2 bodyguards, Danny and Carter, along with an iron Birchmade sword and 4 tons of quartz crystals, flying directly to Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport in Montana aboard a business charter jet. The temperature in Montana was extremely low, about 14 degrees Fahrenheit, with snowflakes drifting in the sky. This made the group from warm California feel very uncomfortable. Except for Linton, Everyone pulled out thick winter coats from their luggage and put them on. As usual, David drove a sedan and 2 Hummers to pick them up. On the way back to the farm, the fields on both sides were covered in frost and snow, creating a unique kind of beauty. It took an hour and a half to finally reach the farm. The ground was blanketed with thick snow, and everything was white, evoking an inexplicable awe. Having lived in the South all their lives, everyone cheered at the rare sight. Especially for Catherine, Jennifer, and Cameron, visiting the farm for the first time, the vastness and breathtaking scenery stunned them. But after the initial shock, the 3 eagerly started throwing snowballs at Linton. Following Linton's instructions, the farm manager Tuck Alanka quickly organized people to redecorate the villa, arranged for staff, and prepared sufficient daily necessities. The fireplace in the villa had been lit early, making the room as warm as spring. After settling in, Linton wanted to show them around the nearby scenery to experience the snowy farm setting. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the farm, the 3 realized this was Linton's family estate, and strange feelings stirred within them. Once inside the villa, emotions overwhelmed them, their eyes shimmering with excitement. The sweet Jennifer threw herself into his arms for a tender kiss. Catherine and Winona embraced him from both sides. Forget formalities. They quickly got intimate, a joyful chorus of laughter filling the room. Afternoon plans were ruined. Aside from eating, the 4 did not leave the villa. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone had time to explore the farm. Winter farming wasn't very exciting. Though the endless snow looked beautiful at first, staring too long was visually tiring. Moving on snow was inconvenient, and the cold made it all the less enjoyable. Besides snowball fights, there was little entertainment, and soon the 3 lost interest. Forget it, they said. Let's head back to the villa. It's more fun to party in a room as warm as spring. It was another wonderful, happy day. Linton relaxed fully and, with help from the 3 women, silently honed the starlight spark energy in his body, preparing to create the stabilization serum. Besides accompanying the women, Linton naturally attended to inspecting the thunder base. After breakfast the next morning, Linton asked Mina and Carter to take the women back to the farm to continue their play and rest. He and Danny went to inspect the thunder base. Though also snow-covered, the base's training wasn't postponed. David's military discipline was strict. The snow had been cleared from all training grounds. Soldiers trained vigorously in many areas: shooting ranges, tactical grounds, and physical training fields. In the mountain shooting range, 2 teams took advantage of the harsh weather and complex terrain to conduct military drills. David explained that tougher environments sharpen soldiers' will and improve combat effectiveness, potentially increasing survival chances during battle. Linton was very satisfied with David's insights and the trainings. Progress. The Thunder Guards unit had begun forming in May of last year, officially established in September. More than 4 months had passed, and it was time to set up an overseas base. As his wealth grew and business expanded, Linton understood the society more deeply. Public security was worsening, with rampant gangs and unscrupulous actions by high-level capital groups and powerful figures, showing no moral limits. Moreover, shooting incidents occurred frequently, even among past presidents. 4 had died and 5 had been injured. It felt unsafe. As Linton's power advanced, especially after reaching celestial presence, he was immune to ordinary firearms, including high-powered thermal weapons like missiles and howitzers. He was unafraid. But how about his many women, future descendants, career, and family? He couldn't protect them all alone. Conflicts with other big players or corporations were inevitable as his business grew. He couldn't always personally fight. A strong military force was essential to truly protect his family. Only with strong armed security forces at home and abroad could real deterrence be established, ensuring family safety and resolving troubles. Looking at America's wealthiest families, each maintained powerful armed forces both domestically and internationally. David, what do you think about the next step for our team? David laid out a map of Africa. Boss, some time ago, Sandy led 10 people to Damakin, Ethiopia. Although Ethiopia's political situation is relatively stable, ethnic conflicts often flare up. It's close to the Sudan border, where wars rage year-round. So it's ideal for trials. Ethiopia and Sudan. Yes, a fitting place. Any specific plans? We plan to build a base in Damakin first. Tribes there are divided, and land can be bought easily with the right payment. When the weather warms, we will hand the area temporarily to Hayden. I'll lead 40 people to truly establish the base, then expand outward. We'll find opportunities to intervene in Sudan's war, acquire resources, and if necessary fight, as mercenaries, using this to train our team. Yes, that base must be prepared for long-term use. Construction and security standards should be appropriately enhanced. It should become a true overseas base for the Thunder Guards. Understood. To avoid political risks, I suggest we rename the overseas team so it isn't openly linked to you. Good. The domestic team will remain the Thunder team. The African team will be the Hurricane Mercenaries. Thunder Guards and Hurricane Mercenaries, that's great. Thanks for the name, boss. What about weapons supply? Weapons will be procured through the black market. Danny and I have contacts dealing in black market weapons. With money, most armaments can be bought. Here's a Swiss bank secret overseas account with your first overseas funds, $10 million US. Linton handed over a note. Thank you, boss. I have another suggestion. Go ahead. I suggest recruiting many overseas troops in the future. There are excellent fighters globally. Germans, Gurkhas, Russians, and people from Southeast Asia, etc. We can recruit young people with clean records and train them into competent soldiers or bodyguards within 6 months, elite fighters within 2 to 3 years. These troops fight bravely, demand lower salaries, and become loyal to you and your family after long training. Excellent idea. Proceed with it. I'll offer a special policy. Any foreign soldier who significantly contributes to the base and family will get U.S. permanent residency, with immigration quotas for 2 family members, plus help with green cards, employment, and education for their children. For any foreign soldier who dies fighting, we'll aid their families, parents, spouse, children, with immigration and support services. Thank you so much, boss. With this policy, Hurricane Mercenaries will become a loyal, unbeatable team. Chapter 264, Core Formation. After checking the Thunder security team, he naturally returned to the villa at night to happily play with the 3 ladies while honing his Starlight Spark abilities. The next day, Linton went to the Thunderstorm Protection Array site for a final inspection. In the very center of the sprawling estate, on a vast blanket of white snow, stood a 45-meter-tall sturdy iron tower. Directly beneath the tower lay a 1-foot-thick layer of snow. Linton extended his spiritual awareness, scanning carefully. The tower's structure was sound. The foundation was solid. All the 100 copper conduits were intact. To ensure nothing went wrong, he asked Danny to drive the Hummer and verify each of the copper pipes along their paths. With his skill now reaching the pinnacle of the Radiant Core stage, his spiritual perception effortlessly covered a radius of 2 kilometers and penetrated 150 meters underground. A focused scan in one direction consumed minimal energy and could be sustained for long periods. Piercing through a car body and 6 meters underground was naturally no problem, and it would not consume too much spiritual energy. The full inspection of the formation took 2 full days, confirming everything was stable. Relaxing next to Catherine, Jennifer, and Winona, Linton enjoyed his days filled with games, focusing on boosting his power and preparing for his breakthrough. A week passed swiftly. Late one night, while playing with the trio, an inexplicable pounding struck his heart. He suddenly realized his breakthrough moment had arrived. Seizing the chance, he finished the play with quickly. Gently, he put the 3 women into a deep sleep. He changed into his training clothes, grabbed his wooden sword prepared for the trial, and flew to the tribulation field. Under the tower, he used powers to clear the snow from a 300-square-meter patch, revealing withered grass beneath. Linton sat cross-legged on the grass, eyes closed, steadying his breath as he activated the Red Dust Ascension Protocol, a technique designed to regulate and channel internal energy flow. 10 minutes in, a soft hum began within his chest. Streams of raw energy started circulating through his system, slow and subtle at first. The movement gradually accelerated. Threads of energy formed a spiral within his core, turning in a gentle loop. The more he focused, the tighter the rotation became. 30 minutes passed. The energy streams twisted faster, drawing in every trace of loose power from his body and compressing it toward the center. A golden vortex emerged within him, spinning like a whirlpool. His body trembled under the pressure. His skin flushed with heat, and golden light bled faintly through his pores. Veins rose along his neck and arms, glowing faintly. This was the stage where control was most critical. He grit his teeth, guided the spiral with focused intent, and forced it to compress further. Suddenly, golden light burst outward. The spinning vortex collapsed inward, the speed doubling in a violent surge. At the center of his core, the energy condensed into a dense orb, swirling within itself like molten gold. Its surface rippled like mercury, glowing with quiet intensity. The pressure in the air dropped. Linton's body stilled, the aura around him pulling tightly inward. He exhaled slowly. Linton now radiated immense spiritual pressure. At that moment, an unprecedented thunder, a rare winter storm for Montana, rumbled. Snowflakes suspended midair as a massive dark cloud hundreds of kilometers wide materialized above him. Boom! A silver lightning bolt as thick as a bucket shot from the cloud directly at Linton. Damn, that's brutal, Linton thought, startled by the thunder trial's power. Thankfully, he had prepared well and erected a powerful formation array to handle this. Otherwise, he might have been seriously injured or worse. He drew his wooden sword and shielded his body with layered barriers. With a loud crack, the silver lightning struck the top of the iron tower, causing sparks to fly along its frame. Only scattered lightning penetrated past the protection, hitting Linton's body lightly, making him tingle, but nothing severe. His clothes were torn in a few places. His thunderstorm protection array worked as intended. His thoughts confirmed that 95% of the lightning was intercepted by the tower. The current was safely directed underground through the 100 copper pipes. After breathing easier from surviving the first strike, less than 10 minutes later, an even thicker silver bolt, stronger by at least 20%, swooped toward him. Still, the tower took the brunt, diverting most of the electricity. Only small currents passed through, causing minor clothes rips, but no injury. He didn't even need to use his weapon against this one. According to his understanding, this stage involved 6 thunder trials, each more intense than the last, the final one capable of completely reshaping his power and potential. Thus, he remained cautious. Linton summoned all his strength, his mind focused as he gripped his wooden sword tightly. The 3rd thunderbolt, the 4th thunderbolt, the 5th thunderbolt. With his array formation, Linton weathered every strike, his energy essentially intact though his clothes grew more ragged. Unexpectedly, the thunderstorm ceased, but dark clouds persisted and expanded across hundreds of kilometers. They appeared to be gathering energy, brewing a mightier storm, giving a brief respite to those enduring the trial. Only the final and strongest thunderbolt remained. Success depended entirely on this last strike. Linton's heart pounded nervously. Pouring all his power through his body, he gripped his sword tighter than ever. Half an hour later, dark clouds swirled overhead. A massive purple thunderbolt, unlike any before, descended like a furious wyvern with wings spread and talons outstretched. Its main body slammed into the top of the tower, but sensing resistance, it fractured, splitting off into a smaller, basketball-sized thunder wyvern. It veered from the top, spiraled around the tower midair, and struck its midsection with a piercing vortex of energy. 2 earth-shattering booms followed, the entire structure trembling violently. The thunder's roar tore through Linton's chest, the force shaking his soul to the core. As bolts scattered in every direction, the purple thunder wyvern shrank to the size of a clenched fist and launched itself directly at him, wings tucked, fangs bared. Holy hell, did that thing grow a brain? He thought, eyes narrowing. It offered no mercy, no pause, just a single, deadly strike. Without the thunderstorm protection array, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Not even 9 lives could have saved him. The little thunder beast had burned through most of its energy after 2 failed strikes against the formation. Now, with what strength remained, Linton summoned every ounce of his power and swung the wooden sword with raw, brutal force straight at the incoming wyvern. Boom! A deafening explosion accompanied by dazzling purple lightning engulfed him. After the storm cleared, his clothes were shredded, breath shallow, and faint blood stains marked his body. Then wild laughter erupted. After enduring this grueling ordeal, the golden elixir was finally complete. Chapter 265, Celestial Presence Stage. After taking golden elixir, Linton realized his fate was no longer controlled by destiny. Achieving the golden elixir meant stepping into a new stage. From this point, Linton's powers surged dramatically. He could command the wind and rain across local regions with just a wave of his hand and effortlessly wield elements. As his power improved, he even learned to summon a flame that could incinerate anything. His spiritual awareness expanded greatly, covering a radius of 20 kilometers and penetrating 400 meters underground. His entire estate lay within the reach of his spiritual sensing. His lifespan increased enormously, barring unexpected events. Linton could now live on easily for 800 years. Regarding offense, at his full power, he could level a city without issue and topple a small mountain with some effort. A hallmark of this celestial presence stage was the ability to fly unaided. In defense, ordinary firearms and even sniper rifles became nothing but annoyances. Missiles and artillery still posed some threat, but his speed made him very hard to target. However, a barrage of cruise missiles or rocket launchers would overwhelm him, no matter how fast he moved. Especially drastic weapons like lasers, cluster bombs, nuclear and hydrogen bombs rendered him defenseless and lethal on contact. Still, Linton was confident no one would dare deploy such weapons against him alone in the wild. More importantly, in this stage he gained an Earth-based movement ability, allowing him to vanish and reappear anywhere globally. He had become incredibly powerful, more so than ever before. Now he was eager to test his new abilities thoroughly. But it wasn't enough. After surviving a thunder trial, he would be rewarded with a rain that swiftly healed injuries and consolidated his powers. The dark clouds above gradually parted. A surge of energy formed a colorful cloud overhead. Within half an hour, with him as center, spread a sparse rainfall in a 500-meter radius, thinning toward the edges. The raindrops bathed Linton's body in a refreshing comfort. It was indeed a potent tonic. He didn't hold back his spiritual consciousness and absorbed all the rain from the sky. His injuries almost instantly healed, and his power visibly strengthened, stabilizing his celestial presence stage. Alas, the rainfall ended in under 5 minutes, totaling less than a bucketful. Thankfully, his thunderstorm protection array shared most of the thunder trial's power, causing only minor skin injuries. Otherwise, that small amount of rain wouldn't have sufficed. This differed greatly from what he expected. Perhaps because his injuries were minimal, the rain was intelligent enough to modulate accordingly. That question would remain unanswered. But since the rain had fallen, and he had introduced significant thunder trial underground, chances were the spiritual energy generation was steady. He sent his spiritual senses 10 meters below ground to investigate. Each copper pipe buried suffered from powerful destructive energy intertwined with hints of vital energy. Over time, the destructive energy dissipated while vitality grew. The energy seeped into surrounding soil, which was undergoing mysterious changes. Linton was confident the energies underground were transforming the soil, enriching it with spiritual energy. His spiritual sense extended 1.5 kilometers, even 10 meters underground. Interestingly, the energy around each copper pipe extending from the iron tower remained consistent, rather than fading outward. He flew along the copper pipes, reaching 2 kilometers quickly, and noted the energy remained stable along the way. Given Coppa's superb conductivity, this was expected. This was great news, meaning the transformation touched much of the farmland. Repeated flights helped Linton master flying techniques and measure his top speed, reaching 350 kilometers per hour. Next, he inspected the copper pipes beneath the river and saw how the energy seeped into the riverbed, forecasting it would enter the water within days. Even though the icy surface froze, water beneath still flowed. He felt the spirit-gathering formation must be completed soon, or the unusual energy downstream would cause problems. 5 hours had passed without notice. Linton decided to return and meet his 3 women to continue celebrating and replenish his power. But before leaving, he had to cover his tracks, especially beneath the iron tower. He had cleared snow before the trial and would restore it now. Fortunately, after the rain, the clouds dispersed and light snow began falling. By morning, snow would hide all traces. To be extra safe, since his power surged dramatically, he caused a large snowfall over dozens of kilometers around his farm, erasing any evidence. The thunder from his trial was so loud it echoed across Montana's winter skies, visible and audible for hundreds of kilometers, an impossible miracle sure to draw heavy attention. Tomorrow, many forces, media, meteorologists, military, and security would flock to investigate this unnatural phenomenon. Luckily, satellite tech in 1993 wasn't advanced enough for thorough observation, and the law forbade military satellites from spying on domestic soil. If it were a decade later, every move might have been caught on satellite footage. Chapter 266, Strange Miracles. Back at the villa, under the influence of his power, the three women were still sleeping soundly. Even the earth-shaking thunderstorm during his trial didn't wake them. However, the assistant living on the first floor of the villa, bodyguards Danny and Carter, and 4 waiters staying in the staff quarters tossed and turned, clearly frightened by the thunder and unable to catch their sleep. With a trace of his power, the 3 women woke up. Jennifer asked curiously, "Honey, why did I fall asleep so quickly tonight?" The other 2 women also showed the same puzzled expression. After so many sleepless days, proper rest is necessary. I only just fell asleep. How about you? Are you feeling the effects too? Let's keep playing games, Linton said without explanation, laughing as he started some playful tricks. Soon, a new game began. Sweet, joyful singing filled the air once again. During the exciting game, Linton put his skills to use, practicing while drawing strength from the popularity of the 3 women to consolidate his celestial presence stage. In the Montana winter, the sun rose late. Dawn quietly arrived around 7:30 a.m., and the sky brightened slowly. By 10 o'clock, Linton and the 3 women finished their pleasant morning exercise games. After freshening up, they headed down to the dining room for breakfast. He noticed everyone else, the assistant, bodyguards, and waiters, all had pronounced dark circles under their eyes and looked utterly exhausted, which made him curious. Of course, Linton was fully aware but feigned ignorance. "Mina, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep last night?" Winona couldn't help but ask, voice full of concern. "Oh, didn't you hear? Last night there was a thunderstorm with lightning and howling wind, like the world was ending. The storm lasted several hours. I was scared stiff. How could I sleep? Really? That happened? Too bad we were all asleep and missed it," Winona answered, embarrassed. "It can't have been that bad. Why didn't it wake us up?" Jennifer looked curious. "Yeah, how come none of us woke up?" "Linton, did you know?" Catherine asked, turning to him. "I fell asleep too, so I'm not sure, but I seemed to hear thunder. I was too drowsy to pay much attention," Linton replied, his acting flawless. "Oh man, boss, that must have been one intense battle. You must have been so exhausted that not even the sky falling could wake you," the young assistant joked, holding her forehead. Danny, Carter, and the waiters glanced at them oddly but tried not to laugh. "Getting bolder, huh? You even dared to make fun of the boss? Want to lose your paycheck?" Linton scolded jokingly. "Boss, I'm sorry. Please forgive me," Mina quickly pleaded upon sensing the mood shift. "Also, David called at 8 a.m. to check if you were safe." "What did you say?" "I wanted to wake you up to confirm, but when I got to the 3rd floor, I heard you all making so much noise that I just came down to tell him everything's fine," the assistant replied, cheeks flushed. "Smart move. Turn on the TV. If what you said is true, there should be news coverage." Mina quickly switched on the television in the dining room, tuning into the news channel. Soon, the report appeared. Images of lightning and thunder played on the screen, showing 3 successive lightning bolts. Though blurry, they looked terrifying. Importantly, each thunder lasted several minutes and invariably ended with a loud explosion. The last bolt was purple and shaped like a wyvern. Its explosive effect was especially frightening, as though the sky itself was collapsing. Apparently, the footage was captured by a distant resident's home camera and sold to a TV station. The station edited the video to highlight the 3 most violent thunder strikes. The anchor's voice came over the TV. "Around midnight last night, a rare winter thunder phenomenon occurred in Parker County, Montana. The lightning was exceptionally violent and lasted 2 hours." The screen switched to a satellite cloud map. The announcer continued. "Even more astonishing, meteorological satellites detected a massive dark cloud with a radius of hundreds of kilometers appearing in the region during the thunderstorm. At its peak, the cloud covered the entire state of Montana, with lightning originating at its center. Strangely, this massive dark cloud and violent lightning did not produce any rain. After the storm passed, the dark clouds quickly dissipated and snowfall resumed. This unusual natural event is the first of its kind in recorded history on Earth. It has drawn the full attention of the National Weather Service, which has dispatched a team of experts to investigate on site. We will continue to follow this developing story. Fortunately, Linton remained on the ground during his trial. The camera footage always focused on the sky, so there was no trace of him. Even if the lens had been switched downward, the stark contrast between sky and ground and the distance made capturing a human figure impossible. However, the bad news was that the top of the iron tower on his farm was faintly visible in the footage. In Parker County and even Montana, his farm alone had such a tall iron tower. This was a blatant giveaway. Even if he tried to cover it up, it would probably fail. His farm was about to attract a lot of attention. The farm's greatest value and secret was the energy surrounding the underground copper pipes, which was transforming the soil, slowly generating spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Linton expanded his spiritual sense and located an underground copper pipe. Energy around the pipe spread and dissipated gradually, penetrating and transforming the surrounding earth little by little. At this rate, it would take about 10 to 15 days to reach the surface. Such aura, something unprecedented in the world, wouldn't concern meteorologists much. The real secret potentially revealed was that, once the spiritual energy penetrated the ground, it stimulated plant growth. But it was winter now, and thick snow covered the ground, so no plants could grow, leaving him unconcerned. As long as the researchers and investigators from different agencies didn't mechanically excavate and analyze the soil 6 meters deep on site, no discoveries would be made. Additionally, if any soil samples were secretly taken off-site, the faint energy in them would dissipate quickly, making it irrelevant. Still, the sheer impact of last night's snow thunder would definitely attract suspicion. Since it couldn't be avoided, he needed to take some action. "Mina, call David for me. I have something to discuss." Once on the line, Linton stated directly, "David, you're aware of last night's thunderstorm, right?" "Boss, we all saw it. I now suspect the lightning was discharged to our tower." "That matches our judgment too," David replied. Chapter 267, Reactions. All guards will stop their training today. Arrange for personnel to be fully armed and form a 500-meter perimeter around the tower. Many outsiders might come today, but except for researchers from the National Weather Service, no one is allowed inside the restricted area. Essential personnel will remain to guard the military camp, and others will patrol the farm. No mechanical excavation is allowed on the farm. Anyone, including National Weather Service researchers, who disobey will have their legs broken and be thrown off the property. "Yes, sir." After hanging up the phone, Linton noticed his assistant staring at him blankly. "What's with you? You're spacing out." "Boss, why do I think you look even more handsome today? Are you trying to get your bonus docked?" "You really are more handsome. I was nervous coming downstairs and didn't look properly at first. If you don't believe me, ask Danny and the 3 ladies." Hearing this, the others took a closer look at Linton. "He's definitely more handsome and attractive," Winona agreed first. "He hasn't changed, but he does look more handsome," Catherine added. "This is too much. Linton, you were already attractive. Now you're even more. I can't look away," Jennifer gushed playfully. "Boss, you seem changed. More majestic, but also approachable." "It's a weird combo," even Danny and Carter remarked. Several service staff blushed and kept stealing glances at him. It seemed that after his breakthrough, Linton hadn't fully controlled his power yet. His life level had increased, causing him to unconsciously radiate a stronger aura and charm. He realized he needed to hurry and fully master his power. But there was no rush. Being more charming wasn't bad. "Stop teasing. I've always been handsome and charming," Linton joked, making everyone laugh. "All right, down to business. Since such a big event happened last night, it'll definitely attract media attention today. I expect lots of media outlets across the U.S. to swarm here, and you all will be interviewed." "Anything we should watch out for?" the young assistant asked. "Tell the truth about Everything else, but Jennifer, Catherine, and Winona are big stars. Don't spin any stories about my relationship with them. Got it. You are just good friends. Exactly. If a reporter asks why the three of them are here, what should we say? They accepted my invitation and came here for a vacation because of the farm's beautiful scenery. Don't say anything else. Got it. Linton used a slight soul induction. Understood. Everyone answered loudly. Danny returned carrying 4 thick stacks of cash. He handed one to each waiter. $10,000 each. Watch your mouths, got it. The 4 waiters were thrilled. Their normal monthly income was just over $1,000. This bonus was half a year's salary. They gladly accepted the money and promised in unison, "Don't worry, no nonsense from us." Jennifer, Catherine, Winona, I hope to take you on a farm tour today, but it doesn't look like it will be possible. No problem. The weather's cold, snow everywhere. Nothing fun to do outside. You go on and take care of your things. Don't worry about us. The 3 women understood the severity. Besides, you 3 are public figures. Staying here might get you caught in a media whirlwind. Want to go back to Los Angeles? I don't want to leave. Finally, I am on vacation with you. I want to spend time together. Jennifer said affectionately. I won't leave either. The scandal's been hyped long ago. I'm not scared. At worst, it just gets hyped again, Winona said fearlessly. I'm not leaving either. It's rare we get together. I can't leave early. Took a 15-day vacation and want to use it all, Catherine insisted. All right, you all stay. But to avoid malicious media spins, we'll need a proactive PR plan. My darlings, call your agents immediately and update them on the situation. Get the PR plan rolling. Okay, calling now. Seeing Linton's seriousness, the 3 heads toward the phone. Mina, call Mira too. Tell her about our situation here. Get her to coordinate with Ellie and lead negotiations with Jennifer's, Winona's, and Catherine's agents. Try to agree on a solution everyone's happy with. Got it. Also, since we can't stop rumors about us 4, don't leave our own people behind. When we have dinner, take photos and fax them to Sharon, editor-in-chief of Hollywood Gossip Daily. Tell her what's happening here and let her cover this first. Okay, boss. Sharon will be thrilled. Linton's prediction was right. The Winter Thunder event in Montana caught too much attention. Top networks NBC, ABC, and CBS sent their best interview crews to Parker County, Montana to secure first-hand reports. Other networks dispatched news teams too. At the White House, Hillary was on the phone. Bro Arwick, did you know there was a paranormal Winter Thunder event in Parker County, Montana last night? Yes, I've seen the news. Good. Send your best agents immediately for a thorough investigation. Understood. If you find any valuable artifacts or cutting-edge technology, secure them immediately. Will do. At the Pentagon, a 4-star general was issuing the same order. Yerrick, assemble your team and head out on an urgent mission now. Expect lots of media. Conduct this undercover as researchers from Area 51's Alien Research Institute. Your credentials are prepared. Understood. If you discover any special artifacts or new tech, take control immediately. We'll comply. At Langley, CIA headquarters. At the FBI's Hoover Building. The Rothschilds. The Morgans. The Rockefellers. The DuPonts. The Kennedys. The Bushes. Besides the National Weather Service, these agencies and top wealthy families all made similar arrangements, sending their elite forces to Parker County to investigate. The difference was that government agencies secured special fines, while the wealthy families sought to acquire them outright. Chapter 268. Each using their own means. At Gensler Architects in San Francisco, within the office of Chairman and CEO Migras, Tasker, the on-site construction manager for the Anderson Farm Lightning Protection System, stood attentively before his desk holding a roll of blueprints. Tasker, did you catch the news about the winter thunderstorm in Montana? Sir, I saw it. Tell me, is the place where the thunder struck the Anderson farm where you're managing the project? It must be. That tower is quite distinctive. No other towers around are that tall or that thick. I recognized it right away. Then tell me, are there any secrets or treasures hidden there? Did you notice any abnormalities during construction? As the owner of the leading construction company in the world, Migras naturally held considerable influence behind the scenes. When confronted with such an extraordinary event, he was obviously intrigued. Sir, it's just a regular farm. The geography is ordinary, and we found no abnormalities throughout the construction. There shouldn't be any secrets. Are you sure? Very sure. The schedule was tight, and budgets were high. Everyone who accompanied me was a senior company employee. It's impossible no one noticed anything strange and chose not to report it. Besides, our blueprints show we excavated the entire farm, going over 20 feet underground. If there were any secrets, they wouldn't have escaped us. He handed over the blueprints, which detailed the lightning protection system for Anderson Farm. Migras examined the plans carefully. Strange. This looks like a normal farm lightning protection system, but Montana isn't a hazardous zone. So is such an advanced system really necessary? Even more curious is that this system was just completed a few months ago, and now such a powerful thunder event occurred. Something's off. How did the client anticipate this so accurately? Tasker, what do you think about the farm's owner, Linton Anderson? Sir, do you suspect Linton Anderson is hiding some secrets? Yes. And is he someone easy to handle? Sir, I don't recommend that. Why not? I want to find out the secret. Sir, think it over. Linton isn't an ordinary guy. He's a top Hollywood director and star, owner of a film company, and a billionaire. The media and public watch his every move. Trying to control him would put us under immense pressure. More importantly, he probably isn't the kind of person you want to mess with. Not a good guy? Tell me more. He's built a military-style base on that farm. From what I've seen, he's got at least 100 retired elite soldiers fully armed with advanced weapons and several armored vehicles to boot. Honestly, if our company's security team were to confront them, they wouldn't stand a chance. We'd be bringing a formidable opponent right to the company's doorstep. Is it really that intense? Sir, you know I was a soldier once. I'm not exaggerating. Well, I guess this secret isn't mine to claim. Then I might as well sell these blueprints for a high price. I'm sure many would be interested. There's one more thing. We signed a confidentiality agreement with Mr. Anderson. Then let's stick to the old plan. Have 2 trusted employees resign and sell the blueprints. That way, if things go south, the company stays clean. Once things cool down, we can hire them back. After Tasker left, Migras pondered silently, his eyes gleaming fiercely as he argued with himself. Giving up something I want is hard. I want to profit from this and uncover the secret too. Our security team won't be enough. I'll have to deploy the power I wield in the shadows. He picked up the phone and dialed. Tadger, it's time to get to work. At 11 a.m., when Linton leisurely finished breakfast and headed to the Iron Tower with his bodyguard Danny, David had already secured the area with over 30 heavily armed Thunder Guards. Following Linton's orders, they set up simple barricades forming a 500-meter perimeter around the tower, with only one passage on the east side. David guarded both sides of the passage alongside 4 armed men. Beneath the tower, 6 individuals who appeared to be specialists held instruments as they conducted various tests. Beyond the perimeter, 2 groups lingered. One was the press. 5 or 6 TV stations, including all 3 major networks, had arrived. Photographers were positioning cameras and starting to film, while hosts began introducing the situation and interviewing on-site personnel. Unfortunately, no one on site was willing to talk. Upon seeing Linton, excitement broke out. This was big news. The combination of a blockbuster director and star tied to a supernatural Winter Thunder event doubled the story's value. Reporters swarmed Linton, microphones nearly shoved into his face. Mr. Anderson, what's your connection to this farm? Mr. Anderson, are you on vacation here? Mr. Anderson, were you here during the Winter Thunder last night? Mr. Anderson, do you know what caused the Winter Thunder? Mr. Anderson, can we film under the tower? Thankfully, they were all general news reporters and refrained from personal gossip. Linton, knowing the farm owner angle would soon be public, stopped and answered plainly. Yes, I own this farm. I've recently been spending time here. As for the cause of the recent Winter Thunder, the National Weather Service has dispatched experts to investigate. Once they determine the cause, they will announce it promptly. Please, everyone, remain quiet and not disturb the experts. Thank you. Ignoring further questions, he moved toward the tower passage. A group of over 10 individuals tried negotiating with the guards to enter, but the guards firmly repeated Linton's orders. This is private property. Only National Weather Service experts are allowed inside. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Surveying the scene, Linton was satisfied. David and his team clearly executed their duties well. Chapter 269, Different Methods. When Linton arrived, David and the other 5 saluted and let Linton and Danny inside. The more than 10 people who were trying hard to get in but failed realized this must be the owner of the farm, and they shouted out, "Sir, we are researchers from the Ors Biological Research Institute. We want to participate in the study of the supernatural phenomenon of the winter thunderstorm." "Sir, I am a researcher at Area 51's Alien Research Institute." "Sir, we are researchers from the Custer Neurological Research Institute." "Sir, I am a researcher at the Hanks Weapons Research Institute." Linton scanned them with his spiritual sense and saw they all had muscular builds and thick calluses on their hands, especially around their thumbs. How can these be called researchers? Obviously, they are military or intelligence officers who have undergone tough, long-term training, he thought. This place has attracted various forces' attention. It seems these guys were sent to spy on intelligence. Thinking so, he was too lazy to distinguish who was sent by whom and spoke loudly, emotionless. "Does it matter who you are? What does that have to do with me? Last night, there was a winter thunderstorm here, and experts from the National Weather Service are studying it inside. It has nothing to do with you. You all go back. When the experts from the National Weather Service have results, they will announce them timely." "David, boss, I'm here. Watch carefully. No one except the Weather Service experts can enter, so as not to disturb their research." "Yes, as you say." David happily accepted the order. "Everyone, please leave. This is private property. Our boss's orders are clear, and you all heard them. Do not interfere with the experts' research here. Sir, please speak to your boss again and give us a chance." "Yes, we're here for research, not to cause trouble." Some refused to give up and started complaining. "Warning, this is private property. Leave within 30 seconds, or we will shoot." David didn't care. He shouted a warning, raising his AK-47 together with 4 guards, pointing at the so-called researchers. Faced with 5 black gun barrels and the guards in different faces, these people realized David wasn't joking. If they didn't leave, they would be dead on someone's private land. Resigned, they turned and left, but stopped after 200 meters when they saw no reaction from guards. They broke into 6 small teams, each discussing their next moves. Linton smiled. These were already 6 organizations, likely more to come. He wanted to see which forces were behind these people. He had complete control. Only National Weather Service experts allowed in, no one else. Nobody could intervene on their behalf. He'd observe how these people behaved. At the base of the tower, they saw the National Weather Service experts. 3 experts in total, each with an assistant. Not many people, but a lot of research equipment, various types, known and unfamiliar, piled under the tower. The 3 experts weren't old-fashioned. Upon learning Linton was the farm owner, they respectfully nodded and thanked him. "You're welcome, experts. This winter thunder event happened on my farm. I want to know the cause too. It's a privilege to research this phenomena. This thunder event is a rare chance to study. Have you found anything yet?" "Not yet, but no worries. We're giving it our all. Please find the cause quickly so I can be at ease." "Of course. It's a shared goal. We will find the reason. Just focus on your work. If you need anything, ask these guards for help." Linton watched as the 3 experts tinkered with various equipment and ran tests. He thought privately. This thunderstorm was from his power system event. It couldn't be scientifically explained. No matter how advanced the instruments were, they wouldn't find the true reason. While Linton talked to the experts, many journalists came and went. 4 so-called researchers from different institutes, actually intelligence agents, tried entering the Iron Tower but were driven away by David. Besides media, 10 intelligence groups showed up. After being turned away, they stayed at a distance, watching the tower and discussing plans. The farm was open, flat land covered in snow with an unobstructed view. More than 30 armed guards were positioned around the tower. Eventually, unable to find a way in, one member left while the others stayed, watching the tower remotely. They all used satellite phones to report back to superiors. At the White House, Hillary received a call from Browarwick. "How is it? Did you find out the cause? Treasure or something else?" "Ma'am, no definitive cause yet, but some information." "Go on." "The thunder happened on Linton Anderson's farm." "That movie star Linton Anderson?" "Yes, that Linton Anderson. His security base is on that farm. What else? He bought the farm last April and built a tall iron tower last September. Yesterday, a shocking lightning strike struck it. Is the farm suspicious? Is the tower construction linked to the lightning? Yes, I suspect so. I've arranged people to track the previous owner and farm workers for info. Also found that Gensler Construction built the tower. Someone is checking with Gensler in San Francisco to get the blueprints and see if the tower hides secrets. Anything else? The lightning strike site, the Iron Tower, is now surrounded by Linton's heavily armed security. Only National Weather Service experts can enter. Nobody else. It's private property, so no use forcing entry. Can we get clearance from the Weather Service? No problem. Send me the personnel info on site, and I'll handle it. Similar reports and plans were happening simultaneously among various groups. Chapter 270, Public Relations. Linton found it really dull watching the three experts busy conducting various tests under the tower. Forget it. It's such a chilly day. I'd rather not hang out here sipping the cold wind. Better to head back to the villa and enjoy some fun games with the three lovely ladies. That'd do more good for body and mind. Just hope there aren't any annoying flies in the villa. Before leaving, David handed Danny a walkie-talkie linked to the Thunder Guard command system. When they got back to the villa, just as expected, a swarm of media reporters was gathered around the outer yard perimeter. What caught Linton's eye was that several entertainment news outlets from Montana had shown up. Looks like word got out I'm here, and more entertainment reporters might soon flood in. As soon as Linton appeared, reporters rushed over, microphones thrust out in his face. Mr. Anderson, are you vacationing at the farm with Jennifer Connelly, Winona Ryder, and Catherine Zeta-Jones all at once? Are you dating them simultaneously? Mr. Anderson, do you, Jennifer Connelly, Winona Ryder, and Catherine Zeta-Jones all stay in the same room at night? Mr. Anderson, did you dump Christiana Reilly and Monica Bellucci? Mr. Anderson, are you a big playboy? The entertainment reporters had a very different angle than the social news reporters, always digging for shocking questions. Though Linton was indeed quite the playboy, he still felt a bit overwhelmed. None of those questions warranted a direct response. He said nothing and, with the assistance of his bodyguards, pushed through the reporters' blockade, retreating to the villa with his dignity somewhat bruised. Inside the villa, the three ladies and four waitresses couldn't help laughing at Linton's rare embarrassed expression. Draw all the curtains so they can't snap any pictures inside. What are you laughing at? We don't know what the news will say about us tomorrow. Aren't you three worried? Worried about what? We've got enough scandals as it is, Winona said without a hint of concern. Jennifer and Catherine wore similar expressions. Did you all give interviews? After drawing the curtains, Linton asked with genuine concern. No. Thanks to your warning earlier, we stayed inside today, so they couldn't interview us. But they still took pictures. When Kelly and Wendy went out to work, they stopped them and asked a few questions. Winona answered, a faint smile crossing her face. Oh, what did you say? Linton directed the question to the waitresses. They asked a bunch of questions, but I just answered one. That you all were on vacation together, Winona said. Just one answer? We've been here 10 days. It seemed they all remembered what he told them that morning. But entertainment media are skilled at spinning tales and stirring trouble out of thin air. What gets said during on-the-spot interviews hardly matters. The stories will be shaped to be eye-catching, intriguing, and make for good headlines. Now that the press had pictures of him vacationing with Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine, who knew what nonsense they'd print tomorrow? But Linton didn't care. His public image had always been that of a notorious playboy. Besides, having already achieved the celestial presence stage, any media attack on his playboy image wouldn't cause significant harm. On the contrary, due to the nature of his power, whether the coverage was good or bad would actually aid his progression. The real problem was that Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine might take a bigger hit. After all, it was the four of them vacationing at this remote farm. With a little media manipulation, the public's imagination could easily run wild. Moreover, rival stars in similar circles would jump on the opportunity to strike. Though America was an open society, it wasn't clear if the public would accept such blatant closeness among four high-profile celebrities. Boss, Mira just called back. She's already coordinated with Ellie and the agents for Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine, and they've come up with a PR plan everyone can agree on. Here's the facts of the PR plan, the assistant said, handing over the facts. The unified stance from the agents was that when Linton returned to the farm for vacation, he invited his close friends Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine to join him after learning they were free. Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine were close friends with strong bonds, planning a trip together anyway. After accepting Linton's invite, they traveled as a group to his farm to experience country life and enjoy Montana's snowy scenery. The plan emphasized the close friendship among the three stars and their friendship with Linton. After repeated discussions, Linton and the three women all agreed it was far better than any scandal about their group trip. To ensure the PR worked effectively, Linton approved a generous $2 million public relations budget. He then asked his assistant to take some photos of the four and fax them to their agents, urging them to act fast, proactively reach out to familiar media, and break the news so it headlines Entertainment News Tonight. Whether it'd be effective or not, it was certainly better than doing nothing and letting the media run wild or letting rivals spread rumors. Would the public buy it? Nobody could be certain, but at least their core fans would believe it. Several agents suggested flying over for on-site coordination, but Linton considered the communication too poor here. There was no cell phone signal, only one phone in the entire villa, and the TV picked up only wireless channels. There were no newspapers, and all media outlets too far away. Having them come here could do more harm than good to the PR campaign, so better they stay in Los Angeles. Boss, 2 more things to report. Go ahead. First, this morning, Lou Wasserman from Universal Pictures and a man named Chris Hank, claiming to be a White House staffer, called for you. I left my number for them. Want to return their calls? No need. If they call again, just tell them I'm not here. What's the second thing? Linton said, knowing these parties were trying to pressure him through connections to get their people under the tower. He wouldn't tolerate that. Besides, there was no cell signal out here on this remote farm. Chapter 271, Public Opinion Direction. Madonna, Cameron, Heidi Klum, Christiana, and Monica all called and said they saw you, Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine vacationing at the farm on TV, and they want to come and vacation with you too. Aren't Madonna, Cameron, and Heidi all busy? And we just met not long ago. Aren't Christiana and Monica flying around the United States, running events and doing business? It's already chaotic here. Really, don't they think it's not chaotic enough? You call them back and tell them not to come over and to focus on their work. Boss, you might have to make these calls yourself, the assistant gently reminded. Then you can dial one by one, and I'll tell you what to say once you're connected. Also, it's so cold outside, and it's tough for these reporters. Kelly, please make more hot coffee and give each of them a cup every 2 hours. They bother you and the 3 young ladies like this, and you're still so kind to them? They are all just doing their jobs, so consider it a small bribe. I hope their staff can report somewhat favorably. Okay, boss. Turn on the TV and tune to the news channel. I'll see what the news says. A few minutes later, they saw their own news on ABC. It was an extension of the Winter Thunder incident. After the host finished reporting the news of Winter Thunder, a picture of Linton under the tower appeared, as well as images of the 3 women at the villa. The host's voiceover continued. According to our latest report, the location of Winter Thunder is a farm purchased by the famous director and star Linton Anderson. He is currently on vacation at the farm, accompanied by 3 Hollywood actresses, Jennifer Connelly, Winona Ryder, and Catherine Zeta-Jones. Since it was social news, it was quite objective, but it undoubtedly added a lot of heat to the Winter Thunder incident. Next, Linton talked to Madonna, Cameron, Heidi Klum, Christiana, and Monica one by one on the phone, explaining the pros and cons of the situation. He finally calmed them down and convinced them to give up the idea of coming over for vacation. After making these calls, he decided to call Winnie and briefly explain the situation so she wouldn't worry. Winnie was in charge of all affairs at this farm. The main reason he didn't bring her here this time was because Winnie had been too busy recently. She was busy setting up and operating a special internet investment fund, managing the reorganization of game company and publishing house. Also, since he brought Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine this time, he was worried that it would be awkward for the 4 girls to get along if Winnie came, so he didn't ask her to come along. Seeing the calls Linton made, the assistant suddenly realized, could it be that Winnie is the most important person in Linton's heart? After finishing these and having lunch, Linton no longer cared about anything else. He took the 3 women back to the room and continued playing exciting games. At the same time, he picked up speed practicing and consolidating his Starlight Spark ability. Joyful and sweet songs continued to ring out. In the afternoon, as expected, dozens of reporters and paparazzi from entertainment media arrived at the villa's door. The entire villa, his spiritual sense to see that several paparazzi held trash cans and were counting the trash one by one. He was speechless. He could only guess they tried to find out what kind of gossip the ladies had been involved in to add some juicy content to their report. But unfortunately, Linton never used condoms, so the paparazzi's efforts were doomed to be unrewarded. Outside, the wind howled and the snow covered everything in white. Many reporters and paparazzi blocked the door. Linton was too lazy to go downstairs and continued to hug the three women, enjoying the party. It was freezing outside with no shelter from the wind and snow. He wanted to see how long these paparazzi could endure. But not long after, Danny actually came upstairs and knocked on the door, interrupting the sweet and cheerful singing inside. "Boss, there's new information from David." Linton had no choice but to get up, put on a coat, and walk out. Danny quickly handed him the intercom. "David, what's going on?" "Boss, some of the people who were denied entry to the warning area this morning managed to get work permits from the National Weather Service and want to enter the tower. What do you think we should do?" "Damn, these forces are really extraordinary and have extraordinary power." In just a few hours, they found a solution to the situation on site and made the National Weather Service cooperate and issue the work permits. However, now that they have the National Weather Service permits, it seems impossible to refuse. After all, he said in front of the media this morning that he had invited experts from the National Weather Service to conduct on-site investigation. Besides, there was nothing at the scene in the first place, and they couldn't figure out anything. His previous actions were just to make things tough for them and put them off. Since they have shown their National Weather Service credentials, let them in. "Okay, boss, if more people come up with the same ID, should we let them all in?" "Don't worry, but no matter who they are, they're not allowed to dig up the land at the farm." Understood. What Linton didn't expect was that the reporters and paparazzi outside the villa were really doing their best. In the evening, many set up tents outside the villa yard, all wanting to capture some exciting shots. What's the use of a tent in such cold weather? These people were working way too hard for the news. A few wouldn't freeze to death at night, right? You know, the temperature at night was below -20 degrees Celsius or -4 degrees Fahrenheit. However, it was impossible to ask them to stay indoors overnight, even in the nearby staff quarters. It was better to let them suffer a little or leave early if they couldn't stand the cold anymore. Later, David informed that the experts from the National Weather Service and their followers all left for a hotel in Parker County to rest as night fell. What was speechless was that in just one afternoon, the National Weather Service added 11 staff members, all of whom showed up in the morning under the banner of other research institutes. Linton deeply realized the power and style of the authorities and top families in the United States. Linton also arranged for personnel to be on duty and patrol at night. The others returned to the base to rest. Public relations agent Ellie called, and that evening, 21 media outlets reported on Linton, Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine in their entertainment pages. Among them, 15 media accepted the PR plan, and their reports followed the planned content. Only 6 media outlets were hyping up an abnormal relationship between Linton and the 3 women. One media outlet, The Hollywood Gossip, boldly speculated that Linton and the 3 were having orgies every day and implied a scandalous foursome at the farm. It should be said that the PR plan was still effective and public opinion was generally positive for the moment. But the most important thing was waiting to see what would happen tomorrow, since most entertainment media reporters and paparazzi wouldn't arrive until the afternoon. More importantly, Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine's competitors hadn't had time to discredit them yet. But tonight, it was estimated all of them had taken action. "Ellie, contact Goodman and send a lawyer's letter to the Hollywood Gossip, demanding a public apology in tomorrow's paper for their fabricated story. Otherwise, we'll see them in court and make them pay until they go bankrupt." Although the fabricated story was somewhat similar to the facts, it was illegal to publish nonsense without evidence. Linton naturally couldn't ignore such behavior, or the media's narrative would spiral out of control. Chapter 272, Underground Movement Technique, Media Storm. At night, Linton was happily playing games with Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine while practicing his abilities. Occasionally, his spiritual awareness scanned the farm. Thanks to the informants successfully blending into the research team, no outsiders except some reporters were on the farm beyond the villa courtyard at night. Meanwhile, the reporters and paparazzi in the tents outside were facing harsh conditions. The cold wind howled, temperatures were freezing, and snowflakes drifted down. Despite bundling themselves in thick sleeping bags and blankets, they couldn't stop shivering in the bitter cold outdoors. At least half of them would end up in the hospital by morning. Linton wasn't a saint, though. He felt no sympathy for them and definitely wouldn't offer them any spacious rooms. They had basically camped right outside his door, clearly trying to stir up trouble from him. Because of them, he had to use a silent barrier during the play sessions with the three vixens and couldn't even pull back the curtains of the villa during daytime. Only if he were crazy would he feel sorry for them. He actually wished they would all just get lost sooner. By tomorrow morning, with half of them hospitalized and the rest likely struggling to endure, the place should finally be peaceful by the next night. In the late hours, Linton gently spread his energy to induce deep sleep in the three vixens before starting to practice the underground movement technique. He already had a detailed plan for arranging a grand spiritual gathering formation covering the whole farm. But with so many spies around, placing the formation without anyone noticing would require using the underground movement technique. Moreover, the materials and crystal pieces needed to be buried underground. The deeper, the less likely they'd be discovered or damaged in the future. At the same time, it shouldn't be too deep to lessen the formation's effectiveness. According to Linton's plan, the optimal depth was about 7 meters underground, about 1 meter deeper than the copper pipes. At this depth, any future waterworks or planting activities on the farm wouldn't damage the formation's foundation. Linton silently went down to the ground floor, summoned his energy, and slowly vanished. Underground, he felt like a fish swimming freely in water, moving with little resistance in all directions through the soil. However, his speed was notably limited. He guessed a maximum of about 50 kilometers per hour. His descent depth was also restricted. The deeper he went, the stronger the resistance and pressure from the earth. He tested his maximum depth and reached nearly 1,000 meters. Naturally, as his ability matured, this depth would increase accordingly. After 3 hours of practicing the underground movement technique, even with his stamina, he felt a bit exhausted. Apparently, the technique consumed a considerable amount of his energy and spiritual awareness. He'd have to manage it carefully in the future. Still, after 3 hours of practice, he had mastered the underground movement technique well enough to meet his formation setting requirements. He decided to start arranging the formation on the farm the following night. For now, Linton returned to his room, woke up the three vixens, and resumed playing games while recovering his energy. Soon, strange sounds and sweet, melodious singing filled the room. Thanks to the silent barrier, no sound leaked outside. As expected, by dawn, 5 ambulances arrived at the farm, taking away over a dozen unlucky reporters who had frozen. The other paparazzi were all sniffling and listless, no longer the lively bunch they had been the day before. It seemed disrupted Linton and the three women's joyful party. In fact, hearing the ambulances only increased their excitement, making the games livelier and the singing more enchanting. They wrapped up their morning routine by 10 a.m., cleaned up, and headed downstairs for breakfast. While eating, Linton sensed the misery of the reporters outside, sniffling, chugging cold drinks, and nibbling dry food. It was pitiful. After thinking about it, he asked Kelly and the other 3 servers to each deliver a cup of hot coffee and a large pot of soup to the freezing reporters outside. It wasn't because he had a soft heart. It was just the perfect chance to win them over. A cup of hot coffee and a bowl of warm soup cost little, but meant a lot to the suffering paparazzi. Since he and Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine were all involved in the entertainment industry, maintaining good relations with the media was essential. These simple gestures could help ensure more favorable coverage. He was confident that most reports by the coffee and soup-warmed reporters would lean slightly in their favor. "Boss," Mira called this morning to update on media coverage. "Give me the rundown." She didn't go into detail, but said news about you for vacationing here had stirred a media frenzy. Luckily, our PR strategy worked well. We quickly got a news story out first, setting the tone. Go on. With PR funding, Today's coverage was mixed. She asked you to call her after you eat. Let me finish eating first, then I'll call her. Dialing Mira, Linton turned on the speakerphone. Mira, how's it looking in Los Angeles? Overall, pretty good. Thanks to the winter thunder miracle and your influence along with the three ladies, your vacation news has become a huge headline. 67 newspapers featured stories on you four at the farm, and numerous TV stations have covered it to varying degrees. TV news remains objective, but expect countless variety shows to exploit the buzz, twisting narratives for entertainment. Radio, of course, is full of fabricated hype, but the public mostly takes it lightly, knowing its unreliability. Our PR efforts made an impact. 48 out of 76 papers, including the Los Angeles Times, New York Times, and Washington Post entertainment sections, followed our narrative. 28 papers indulged in sensational rumors about you three dating simultaneously, painting you as a serial cad. This must be your competitors trying to smear you, telling tales of Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine being naive for trusting you. A few papers, like yesterday's Hollywood Gossip, are outright speculating on a four-way relationship with daily orgies. What about Hollywood Gossip? Did the legal notice work? Yes, it did. That small tabloid probably didn't want to go bankrupt. They issued an apology this morning and have revised their coverage to match our stance. That's encouraging. For now, things look okay, but we must stay vigilant. I worry your opponents will persistently try to defame you. Inform Goodman to handle those slander papers like Hollywood Gossip. No tolerance. And besides continuing our strong PR work and monitoring media, coordinate with Bella. Have her watch fan reactions because these large fan bases are our foundation. Notify Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine's agents too, to track changes in their fans' attitudes. Understood, I'll report any updates immediately. After the call, he still felt uneasy and rang Bella, asking her to assist Mira in monitoring fan sentiment. He also urged Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine to call their agents with the same request. Though carefree on the surface, they weren't truly unconcerned. They overly trusted Linton and believed he could solve all problems. They even listened to Linton's call with Mira and did exactly as he instructed. By noon, Jennifer quietly pulled back the curtains and saw many paparazzi lingering outside. She slipped her arm around Linton's waist. Darling, there are still so many paparazzi outside. We can't go out. Shall we head upstairs and continue playing? You're the best, my dear. Let's go. Linton scooped up Jennifer. Winona and Catherine naturally weren't going to be left behind. Soon, the silent barrier on the third floor reactivated, and the exciting game resumed. To Linton's surprise, as he practiced, he felt not only his own popularity rising, but the three women's popularity growing as well, significantly accelerating his training. Seems the media storm wasn't all bad. It was like a precious power-up. Since it had such a beneficial effect, he welcomed the media storm to intensify even more. Chapter 273, The Enemy Emerges. Linton stayed indoors the whole day, happily playing games on the third floor with Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine. Outside, as he had expected, the relentless paparazzi found no useful information and, with the freezing weather, one by one surrendered. Starting in the afternoon, a few photographers had no choice but to pack up and leave. The tower was extraordinary, but unfortunately, they were doomed to gain nothing. However, two unusual occurrences were spotted on the farm today. One involved over 10 people, previously disguised as researchers trying to enter the tower's lower levels, wandering around the farm carrying blueprints. The Thunder Guards caught them and seized the plans, discovering they were construction drawings for the farm's lightning protection array. Linton had the guards trace the source of the blueprints. They had been purchased from Gessler Architectural Design firm. Evidence was retained before the guards released them. It seemed Gessler Architectural Design firm cared little for secrecy. Agreements. Linton decided not to hold back and immediately contacted Goodman to file a lawsuit against Gessler for breaching the confidentiality pact. The other incident involved two suspicious figures scouting around the mansion. Linton had already detected them with his sensing and overheard their conversation. They were members of a gang from San Francisco called the Black Tigers. Over 200 of them had arrived, all armed, representing an elite force currently staying in Parker County with the intent to kidnap Linton. These two were just scouts. Damn it, Linton never had enemies before. Now everyone thought he was easy prey. Earlier, 11 intelligence operatives from various factions had roamed the farm freely. Now, they had sent over 200 armed gangsters after him. His killing intent surged. If they came, they wouldn't leave. He needed to show the influential forces his strength and ruthless will. It was time for a thorough slaughter. Let the bodies of these enemies be a testament to his power. Also, it would be excellent training for the Thunder Guards, preventing outsiders from seeing him as weak. He guessed the mastermind behind this was someone high up at Gessler architectural design firm. Moreover, the Black Tiger's boss himself had come. If conditions allowed, they would capture a live prisoner to extract the truth. Otherwise, killing was acceptable. After all, he could always go after the higher-ups at Gessler later. Taking down a few bosses was never wrong. Also, Tasker, the on-site Gessler project manager during the array's construction, couldn't be spared. When David reported to him, Linton didn't let him in due to the remaining paparazzi outside. Instead, he and Danny stepped outside. They met David and got into a Hummer. "Boss, after covert observation, we judge these two men are different from the prior 11 factions. They're likely out-of-town gangsters targeting you and the 3 women." "Why do you say they're gangsters?" "Because of their skills. They show no signs of professional military training. If a major force had sent them, they wouldn't be this weak, and our people wouldn't have detected them so easily." "Makes sense. Continue." "With so many Thunder Guards patrolling the farm during the day, they wouldn't dare act. I expect a night raid with a larger force." "What's your plan?" "2 options. Your call." "I'm listening." Option 1. We tail them closely, find their base, then launch a surprise counterattack tonight and wipe them out completely. This protects you and the women from shock, but is riskier legally and could attract FBI investigation since many forces are watching the farm now. Option 2. Find their base, tail them, and set a tight trap on the farm. When they come, we hit hard. With our strength and gear, none will escape. The best part is it's our territory. Legally, killing invaders here is justified. It also shows our power publicly, so no one thinks we are pushovers. You're annoyed by the 11 factions? Absolutely. Why can they wander our territory and investigate freely? Because they think we're weak, backed down by their strength. Good point. What are option 2's downsides? You and the actresses might get startled since the fight will be right on the farm and noisy. Also, bloodshed might cause psychological trauma if they see it afterward. Danny, which do you prefer? Considering everything, option 2. Okay, option 2 it is. My only demand: no enemies left alive. Wage full-scale war and show the Thunder Guards might. David, can you handle it? Boss, guaranteed. Also, if safe, capture their leader to find out who hired them. But don't risk safety. I already have a good idea. Boss, I guessed it too. Are we thinking the same? Surprisingly, David had analyzed it himself, a sign of a capable commander. Go ahead. I believe it's Gessler architectural design firm. Danny. Sorry, not enough data to tell. No worries. Your cautious approach is good. Good judgments come from enough info. David's right. These people come from Gessler or work for them. Capturing prisoners only means fewer deaths on their side. Dies. No exceptions. Understood. We will get it done. Good. Prepare your plans. By 8 p.m., all reporters and paparazzi had left the mansion grounds. After roughly 10 were taken away by ambulances in the morning, they were too spooked to camp out in the freezing cold. The farm was finally quiet. Soon, the 2 gang scouts began retreating in Linton's senses. The real battle would occur tonight. His Thunder Guards were finally ready to unleash their deadly claws on the world. Chapter 274, The Manipulators and the Fans. Mira called from Los Angeles to report on the public opinion situation. After a day of brewing, the news that Linton was vacationing on his farm with Hollywood stars Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine had become a massive sensation, rivaling even the Oscar gala in buzz. Every entertainment newspaper tonight had this story on their front page. There were all kinds of analyses and opinions. The most ridiculous theory was that Linton was about to have a secret polygamous wedding with the 3 actresses, described with uncanny detail that made people laugh. Of course, the mainstream view was that Linton and Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine were just close friends. He invited them to his farm for a vacation. However, The reports inevitably mentioned that he might be dating one of them or using the trip to find a real girlfriend. Others hyped up an abnormal romantic relationship between the four, criticizing Linton as a shameless playboy and the actresses for lacking self-respect. Not bad. It seemed the PR strategy was quite effective. Do you know who's behind the scenes trying to sabotage us? Linton asked. So far, we found CA mainly targeting you. Julia Roberts, Meg Ryan, Salma Hayek, Gwyneth Paltrow, Angelina Jolie, and some lesser-known actresses are targeting Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine. Make a note of all of them. Any future movies our company invests in, blacklist them. Got it. How about the fans? Any changes? After the situation report, Linton shifted to the topic of fans. It's a bit strange. Your fans' attitude is quite different from the other three actresses' fans. I can't quite figure it out. Tell me, be specific. Today, Bella organized the leaders of over 60 of your fan clubs nationwide to conduct a survey. They found your fan loyalty has actually become stronger. Specifically, male fans are proud of you, saying you're a role model. They want to learn from you and hope to date more beautiful women in the future. Female fans envy Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine and wish they could replace them. Even more surprisingly, your fan clubs have grown considerably today. No way, are you sure? Linton was baffled. This completely defied his understanding. How could a moral and media crisis turn into a source of pride among fans? Was there anything more surreal? Absolutely. At first, I couldn't believe it either, but it's true. Have there been any fans lost or gained as haters? No reports of that. If any, it's very minor and negligible. What about Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine's fans? Since they didn't have structured fan clubs like yours, surveying them was harder and the results less reliable. But from preliminary results, their fans fall into three groups. Go on. The first and largest group, about 80%, believe the four of you have purely platonic friendships. The second group, around 10-something%, like to see their idols linked romantically with you and want the other two women out. The last small group, about 5%, believe the relationship is abnormal, a forbidden foursome, cannot accept their idols being involved, and have abandoned their fandom, some even turning into haters. Are the fan situations for all three similar? Yes, roughly the same. Looks serious, losing 5% of fans in just a day. Yes, I don't quite understand why their fans differ so much from yours. It's simple. Their fans lack management and guidance, no organized activities, so less cohesion. In a media crisis, splits happen. Seems like it's time to help them form their fan clubs individually. All right, I'll discuss the fan situation with the three of them. Meanwhile, please keep a close eye on the media here. Understood. What? About our brand endorsements? Any reactions? Among all your brand sponsors, Armani and Pepsi publicly voice support. Other sponsors are silent, likely watching. But Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine's sponsors have contacted their agents, expressing concern about the storm and urging quick resolution. That's good. Not a big problem. Note all brand sponsors' attitudes for future cooperation. Will do. Sweethearts, you heard the call just now, right? Yes, dear, you're amazing. How did you do it? Teach us. Jennifer clung to Linton's arm, purring. Yeah, teach us. Winona and Catherine chimed eagerly. Did you know I formed fan clubs a long time ago? I vaguely heard, but never cared much. Do these clubs really help? I haven't heard anyone else in Hollywood having them except you. They help a lot. Done right, they expand your fan base, increase your fame, and strengthen fan loyalty. Even in crises, fans won't easily abandon you. Sounds great. I want to start one too. How? Teach us. After we leave here, I'll have Bella, our fan club leader, give you a class. Then, recruit someone skilled in media to build and manage your clubs. Once you find the right person, Bella can train them specially, maybe even have them intern with her for a while. With Linton's fan club growing, Bella was no longer alone and managed a small team of 4, with a dedicated office at the film company. Fan club business was booming, with many merchandising ventures. Though Linton insisted on not overcharging fans, merch prices remained low with tiny profits. The large fan base and strong purchasing power still brought in significant revenue. Last year's profit exceeded $3 million. However, Linton didn't care for the profits, giving all proceeds back to fans through events. Local fan clubs thrived with ample funding. creating a positive cycle that strengthened fan cohesion. Why hire separate staff and not give this to agents? Better not. Agents might not always have your best interest. Stars change agents or agencies often, but fan clubs follow you forever. I get it. Even if later we have disputes with agents, fan clubs will keep running smoothly. Exactly. Honey, you're so knowledgeable. Jennifer hugged Linton's arm admiringly. Winona and Catherine looked at him with the same respect. All right, serious talk's done. Let's go upstairs and play some games. Let's go? Upstairs for games. This time, Linton felt his and the three actresses' popularity rising significantly, and his Starlight Spark cultivation progressed rapidly. As Mira said, the four had indeed become the hottest topic for discussion. Chapter 275, Bloody Massacre. At 1 a.m., after Linton and the three pixies completed their games, Danny came to the third floor and knocked on his door. Linton put on his coat and stepped out of the room. Boss, I just received a message from David. According to our scouts, the enemy indeed plans to launch an attack tonight. There are more than 200 people in total, traveling in 6 buses, 6 SUVs, and 6 pickup trucks. They've already left Parker County and are heading toward our direction. They should arrive at the farm in about 20 minutes, and our people are right behind them. What about their firepower? According to the scouts, they mainly carry AK-47s and pistols, maybe some grenades, but no heavy weapons detected so far. No way. With such light firepower, who would have the guts to attack us? Boss, you might have misunderstood. Not just any group can organize a militarized force like you. They are just a local gang, usually picking on the weak. No matter how strong they pretend to be, they can't compare to an official military organization. They look numerous and powerful, but in front of a real army, they're just a bunch of amateurs. How about David's preparations? Everything is set. We're just waiting for them to walk right into our trap. All right, I'll wait to see how they fare. Turning back to his room, Linton considered that the upcoming battle would be intense and brutal. Not wanting Jennifer and the others to suffer psychological trauma, he let them sleep soundly with a touch of his power, sending the 3 women into a deep sleep. He then extended his spiritual awareness to check on David's strategic setup. Behind the villa facing the farm road, 2 armored vehicles and 6 Humvees were quietly stationed. Each armored vehicle had an XM214 minigun mounted on the roof, besides the main cannon. Each Humvee also had an M2 heavy machine gun installed on top. From the farm boundary to the villa was about 2 kilometers. Within the first kilometer from the boundary, many troops were hidden on both sides, all dressed in white coats blending with the snowy ground, making them almost invisible unless closely inspected. Behind these troops, there was a sniper. Further away, about 500 meters along the private road that connects Parker County to the farm, there was another armored vehicle and 2 Humvees with similar heavy weapons parked quietly, apparently to cut off the invaders' retreat. The battlefield setup was conventional with no fortifications. Considering that the opposing gang was just a local gang, while their side was heavily armed with military-grade weaponry, this arrangement was more than sufficient, and the outcome was already sealed. 20 minutes later, spiritual awareness detected a convoy coming from Parker County along the interstate highway. 6 SUVs in front, 6 buses in the middle, and 6 pickup trucks at the rear. Interestingly, probably due to overcrowding, several people were sitting in the open beds of the pickups. In Montana's freezing winter nights, with biting cold winds, riding like that was downright suicidal. After 20 kilometers, anyone sitting in the cargo beds would be freezing, numb, and barely able to move. Linton clearly saw those sitting in the pickup beds trembling and sprawled awkwardly. Facing such a bunch was like an adult bullying kids. Killing them all wouldn't even be satisfying. It was just too boring. Still, the harsh winter was challenging for his side too, so this could be seen as an extreme weather exercise to observe David's team's performance. Soon, the enemy convoy entered the private road to the farm. Linton was speechless when he saw them making no effort to send scouts ahead. They just drove in a long line straight to the farm, true military rookies. Looks like David's camouflage was wasted. Once all enemy vehicles left the private road, officially entering the farm, Linton saw the armored vehicles parked on the interstate quietly start moving towards the farm. The enemy's retreat had been fully cut off. Then the armored vehicles and Humvees behind the villa also rolled out into the open without lights. But thanks to the snow's reflection, driving was no problem. About 3 minutes later, the two sides' vehicle convoys were less than a kilometer apart. The armored vehicles stopped. Linton was wondering what was next when the cannons of the armored vehicles lit up, and then two huge explosions blasted the enemy's two buses into flames. Simultaneously, the concealed troops on both sides unleashed a barrage of fire from their weapons at the convoy. At the same time, the armored vehicle blocking the rear fired another shot, hitting a bus and igniting it. Panic ensued among the gang members on the other vehicles. Many were knocked unconscious, and the rest jumped out, screaming and firing wildly. However, heavy and concentrated fire poured from both sides, leaving them nowhere to hide. The gang members fell like wheat being harvested. Their return fire was chaotic and ineffective, as they didn't even know where the shots came from. Adding to their misery, 3 flares were launched from the armored vehicles, illuminating the area brightly. Exposed and with no cover, each gang member was picked off one by one. The remaining attackers dared not leave their vehicles and only shot sporadically from windows before quickly dropping down. Then the 6 Humvees entered firing range, and their M2 machine guns unleashed even more devastating fire. Hiding in vehicles was useless. The M2's firepower could pierce 1-inch armor effortlessly, and the civilian vehicle panels were like paper in front of them. Except for the second SUV, which according to scouts carried the gang leader in the passenger seat. For a live capture, the M2 gunners deliberately avoided targeting this SUV. The rest of the vehicles were quickly shredded, their fuel tanks punctured, causing explosions that turned occupants into shattered remains. The scene became a hellish massacre, snow-stained crimson with blood. The ambushed troops stood up and surrounded the battlefield. Fully armed soldiers appeared at the last remaining SUV, opened the doors, and without hesitation, gunned down the occupants. They then roughly dragged the gang leader out, ignoring his begging and wails. After shooting his limbs to ensure he was no threat, they hauled him towards one Humvee. The M2 machine guns continued sweeping the SUV until it exploded. Others started cleaning up the battlefield, ensuring no one remained alive by executing finishing shots. At that moment, 2 sniper shots rang out, killing 2 people at the farm's edge. Linton's spiritual awareness had already detected these 2 long ago and knew they were intelligence agents sent by the Douglas family. One even sneaked in using credentials from the National Weather Service. But Linton did not warn David. He wanted to see if David's team would find them. Consider it a test. If they failed, Linton would step in, but their evaluation would suffer. Fortunately, no intervention was needed as snipers eliminated them. In fact, besides these 2, several agents from other factions also noticed something was up and observed from afar outside the farm. Since they didn't enter the farm, David's team had no reason to kill them. Only the 2 foolish agents from the Douglas family, either overconfident or expecting mercy, had infiltrated the farm to watch the fight up close. Little did they know, Linton had ordered all unknown personnel entering the farm at night to be executed immediately. Thus, these 2 foolish men ended up dead. This was the Douglas family's second offense, and these 2 morons walked right into their own deaths. It gave Linton a solid excuse to strike against the Douglas family next. Chapter 276, Trouble. Tonight was a night that the young assistant and the 4 waitstaff would never forget. Ever since the first explosion woke them up, they were terrified out of their wits, curling up in bed, with 2 even hiding under the bed, too scared to come out. Only after the gunfire outside ended, and Danny came by to knock on the door and loudly assured them that the battle was over and everything was safe, did they begin to calm down. An hour later, Danny came back up to the 3rd floor, bringing Linton with him to the study. David sent a message that the interrogation of the gang leader was finished. The guy wasn't much of a tough nut to crack and gave up quickly. This operation had been commissioned by Migras, the chairman and CEO of Gessler Architectural Design Firm, to kidnap Linton, the owner of the farm. Sure enough, it was Gessler Architectural Firm. Since they dared to make a move on him, they were already tempting fate. David, keep the interrogation results confidential. Suspect Migras will be on high alert and might even try to flee the country. After all, tonight's battle can't be hidden from the outside world. But it doesn't matter. After all, he is the head of Gessler. He can't run forever. Once we wrap this up, arrange for his elimination in San Francisco. All right, boss. Hold off for now until I give the go-ahead. Got it. How did our fighters fare tonight? Only 2 minor injuries from sprained ankles caused by rushing in the dark. No serious injuries. Good. What about the results? According to the gang's boss, over 210 heavily armed men showed up. But the place was bombarded by artillery and sprayed with M2 machine gun fire. Many bodies were mangled beyond recognition. After repeated inspections, no one escaped. The gang boss was executed on the spot after questioning. Furthermore, 2 spies on the edge of the farm were killed. Intelligence agents sent by 11 rival factions. One had a National Weather Service ID badge. Is the ID still on him? Yes. During the battlefield sweep, our men found Ajax Smith's ID on him. Leave the ID where it is. Notify the police when they arrive. Should we report this? Absolutely. With such a massive shootout, we can't hide it. We must alert the police, which will also show rival factions our strength. All right. Since the attackers trespassed on our land, there should be no legal issues for us. Report now, so the police can cooperate and collect the bodies. Perfect. That saves us the trouble of dealing with the bodies. Also, have the tower sealed off. Okay, but how do we handle the experts? Simple. Use the excuse that the National Weather Service staffer Ajax Smith collaborated with the attackers. Until the NWS completes its investigation, all research here is halted. Brilliant. Let them fight among themselves. Yes, this time the forces behind Ajax Smith must pay dearly. The Park County Police, upon receiving the report of over 200 armed attackers and a fierce shootout at the farm, were nearly shaken stiff. In the dark and cold, they didn't dare respond immediately, so they urgently notified the state police and the FBI while assembling their forces. It wasn't until dawn that they finally arrived at the farm. Seeing the gruesome scene of torn limbs and blood, the officers paled and many were nearly sick to their stomachs. The brutality was beyond their capacity. They decided the FBI must take over. The on-site commander alerted headquarters to expedite FBI deployment and set up a perimeter with police tape to secure the scene. Then they all got into their patrol cars to wait for the FBI's arrival, choosing the warmth of their vehicles over the freezing outdoors. By 9 a.m., the expert research team for the Winter Thunder Project started arriving at the farm. Seeing the carnage, the real experts turned pale and promptly vomited up their breakfasts. The fake experts, accustomed to such scenes, appeared unfazed. When they found the tower guarded and off-limits, a riot broke out. No matter how fierce the battle or how many died, it couldn't interfere with their work. They demanded the guards get their supervisor for an explanation. Soon David arrived, but his words chilled them all. Last night, our farm suffered a violent attack by armed marauders. You all passed the site just now and must have witnessed the scale of the fight. However, we discovered one of your colleagues among the attackers. Count yourselves. Aren't you one short today? They began counting. Yesterday there had been 17, but today only 16 showed up. However, they didn't recognize the missing individual. Only the original 6 were actual National Weather Service employees. The other 11 were imposters from other factions with falsified IDs under the NWS banner. They didn't know each other. You don't know him? Impossible. They're from the same unit. No need for a show. He's lying right there. His ID is on him. David directed them to Ajax's body. Luckily, the corpse was intact and not too disturbing. The bullet wounds hadn't disfigured him, so it was easy for them to identify their missing teammate. The officers guarding the scene reluctantly stepped aside. At their insistence, they retrieved the ID from the body. Ajax Smith, researcher, National Weather Service. The real. Experts exchanged confused looks. They didn't know the man, but the ID was authentic. The fakes, of course, knew the truth. They were imposters too, using the NWS name for cover. Because a National Weather Service staffer participated in the attack on the farm, our boss is furious and has ordered an indefinite suspension of your research project. No, this was his personal action, unrelated to us. The experts protested, unhappy. Unrelated? This is private property. Our boss, concerned for the country, provided you this site for free immediately after the Winter Thunder miracle. We even sealed the area to ensure peaceful research without disturbance. Yet you dare to collude with marauders and attack our farm at night? This is intolerable. If the NWS won't explain, this project ends here. Now, please leave. The place is no longer welcoming. Chapter 277, Major Case, FBI. A massive battle broke out on the farm, resulting in heavy casualties. This news quickly spread. Many media reporters who had evacuated to Parker County the previous night, planning to leave today, swarmed back like sharks sensing blood. Before the FBI even arrived, the scene was already surrounded by reporters and paparazzi. The Parker County police officers who had been enjoying the comfort of their patrol cars lost their easy days. They all had to get out of the vehicles and maintain order at the site. After seeing the brutal aftermath at the scene, the initial shock and disgust faded, and the reporters grew downright exhilarated, as if pumped on adrenaline. This was a huge story. Combined with the rumors about Winter Thunder Miracle, Linton, Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine vacationing all at the same location, a little hype would turn this into a colossal headline. However, Parker County Police had decided to hand over the investigation, naturally refusing to answer any direct questions. Faced with eager microphones, the site commander simply responded, "The case is too significant and has been reported to the FBI. No further comments." Huh. You think because of the severity of this shootout with heavy casualties, if you keep quiet, we can't report it? Some reporters noticed that the experts from the National Weather Service, who had been studying under the tower for days, were strangely packed up and looked dejected, preparing to leave instead of continuing their work. Something was definitely going on, possibly related to the shootout. Sharp reporters quickly broke away from the main group and approached the experts. "Excuse me, have your studies on Winter Thunder been completed? Are there concrete findings? Could you tell us if your halt in research is connected to last night's shootout? Can you elaborate?" The group of so-called experts turned pale. This was like opening old wounds. Seeing that research was completely stalled and surrounded by restless reporters, they had no choice but to say no comment and slink away. With the police and experts uncooperative, the reporters turned their attention to the guards under the tower. Unexpectedly, a leader-like figure gave an interview and provided invaluable information. Last night, the farm was attacked by over 200 armed assailants. Thanks to the farm guards' fierce defense, all attackers were killed. Among the dead attackers was a National Weather Service staff member who had been conducting research just the day before. "We suspect the attackers are connected to the National Weather Service, so the farm has halted the Winter Thunder Research Project." Wow, what a blockbuster. The National Weather Service's research had major breakthroughs. To monopolize the findings, they colluded with armed criminals to eliminate farm personnel, but failed utterly, with all attackers wiped out. The farm owner responded by shutting down the research site. Reporters quickly pieced together the truth. No wonder Parker Police dared not take over the case and answered reporters with the same, "no comment." Media is society's conscience. Reporters are the champions of justice. They could not let this darkness stay hidden. They had to expose it bravely. Linton, the farm owner, must be very troubled now. It'd be perfect if he'd grant an interview and personally accuse the National Weather Service on camera. Reporters flocked to the villa, trying to interview Linton and his staff. Unfortunately, the villa doors were firmly shut, and all staff had received Danny's warning not to speak about last night's events. As for Linton, who was expected to be distressed, he was actually happily enjoying wholesome games with Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine. No worries there. What made him even happier was how much faster his Starlight Spark ability was developing compared to yesterday. Still, considering the shootout wouldn't stay secret for long with so many reporters, he briefly informed the three women about the situation, omitting the bloody scenes, and advised them to stay indoors to avoid further paparazzi harassment. The three women found it strange that they had slept so soundly despite all the chaos. But under Linton's strong influence, they soon lost themselves, deciding that games were more important. It wasn't until 10:30 a.m. that FBI agents finally arrived, taking over the case. Their professional skills were far beyond Parker County Police. After carefully examining the scene, they sucked in a sharp breath, impressed by the farm guards' combat abilities. These were no ordinary guards, more like a highly equipped, ruthless Special Forces unit. Due to the case's significance and the involvement of National Weather Service researchers, they also refused to speak to reporters, stating, "No comment." All details will be disclosed during the press briefing. Next, they would require cooperation from both the farm guards and the 16 so-called experts for investigations and statements. David's side was straightforward, honestly telling the FBI everything about last night except for certain undercover scouting details. However, the Weather Service situation was more complicated. The FBI checked their channels and found that of the 17 on-site researchers, only 6 were confirmed legitimate. The other 11 had barely legit credentials, with work IDs just issued a few days ago. The deceased Ajax Smith was actually a private detective from the New York Goldenstone Security. Wow, this was deep. Could such a small FBI Montana field office handle this? No way. They had to report it to headquarters for proper management. At FBI headquarters in the Hoover Building, Washington, Director Lawrence quickly grasped the situation after the Montana branch report. It wasn't just the FBI. 10 different factions were attracted by the Winter Thunder miracle, sending intelligence agents who got temporary Weather Service IDs. They also identified Ajax's true affiliation as the Douglas family from New York. The armed assailants were from San Francisco's Black Tigers gang. Clearly a losing proposition. Had they uncovered a secret? The research had been halted, and Linton's decision to shut down the project was justified and supported by media and the public alike. One could say the Douglas family had seriously infringed on the interests of 11 other factions, including the FBI. Of course, the biggest victim was the National Weather Service, bearing all the blame. Not only was research stopped, but their reputation was badly damaged. Media and public criticism was overwhelming. It was time to coordinate with other factions to pressure the Douglas family, make them take responsibility, and provide a proper explanation and compensation. Especially the farm should be given sufficient compensation and encouraged to resume research swiftly. But that was not an immediate concern. The most urgent matter was the Weather Service Director, Buddy Hucks, who should take the initiative to contact them, so they hold the upper hand. As for the public's interest in the case truth, was it important? Not at all. Let them put on a show of investigations for now. Once Douglas pays up, just find a scapegoat to close the case. Chapter 278. Outing and Setting the Formation. Thanks to the efforts of the FBI and the Park County Police, all the bodies were cleared away the same day, and even the burned-out cars at the scene were taken away as evidence. Reporters and paparazzi, having gotten their big scoop, left satisfied. The farm finally returned to calm. Considering how many people were killed in the fight, with blood staining even the white snow red, the air was heavy with the smell of blood. Using his abilities, Linton summoned a heavy snowfall across a radius of several dozen miles that lasted all night. News coverage was overwhelming, not just entertainment news, but across all social news outlets. Everyone linked the incident with the Winter Thunder miracle, stirring up rumors involving Linton, Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine, pushing the story to a new peak. This time, almost everyone sided with Linton, praising him for his big-picture thinking. People admired how, upon discovering the Winter Thunder miracle in his territory, he didn't hide it, but immediately involved the National Weather Service and arranged guards to protect the researchers. They claimed this reflected the great American spirit. However, the National Weather Service was not content. They were found colluding with armed militants to attack the farm. This was seen as corruption and darkness, and media outlets condemned the agency heavily. Some radical media even called for judicial intervention. At the same time, public opinion toward Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine improved significantly, with less slander against them. Instead, the public praised their loyalty to Linton, standing by him in such danger. Their friendship was commended as tested and stronger than ever. That night, while playing, Linton felt his training pace accelerate noticeably. Seeing the news of the gunfight at the farm, Winnie, Madonna, Cameron, Heidi Klum, Christiana, Monica, and Sophie Marceau all called to check on him. Even Charlize Theron, Izumi Sakai, and Noriko Sakai sent greetings. After confirming Linton was safe, they all urged him to return to Los Angeles and leave the trouble behind. Linton spent nearly 2 hours convincing the women to calm down. It was almost like undergoing a battle himself. The next morning, snow had piled up 20 centimeters over the farmland, completely covering all battle marks and bloodstains with fresh snow. After a pleasant morning workout with the 3 ladies, they came down for breakfast. The snow had stopped, and the sun peeked through the clouds. It was a perfect day for a scenic snow outing. That day, Linton joyfully took the three ladies for a fun tour around the farm. They even went ice skating on the Montana River, which was quite a unique experience. In contrast, Buddy Hucks, the director of the National Weather Service, was in a miserable mood. A few days ago, under heavy pressure, he had illegally issued 11 work permits, something previously common among U.S. agencies. But the Douglas family had betrayed him and openly colluded with armed gangs to attack the farm. Who knows what secret or treasure they had discovered? Fortunately, all were killed by the farm's defenders. Otherwise, the secret might have ended up exclusively in their hands. Unfortunately, all the blame was placed on Buddy. He might even be forced to resign. No, he had to unite other forces to make the Douglas family hand over the secrets and provide compensation to the farm to smooth things over quickly and resume the research. He hoped the FBI had some information, so he called their director, Lawrence. At dusk, after a day of joyful play, the group returned to the villa. On the way, the big darling Jennifer started acting coy. "Honey, I'm too tired to walk. Can you carry me?" Naturally, Linton obliged, crouching down to carry her. Winona and Catherine were not happy about this. They both grabbed one of Linton's arms, pouted, and asked, "Honey, I'm tired too, what about me?" This was unfair. But since the three ladies together didn't weigh much, Linton decided to carry two in his arms and one on his back. After all, at Celestial Presence stage, this was just a light load, maybe a bit like an extension of their intimate time. What happened next shocked their bodyguards Danny, Carter, and assistant Mina. Linton carried Winona in his left arm, Catherine in his right, and Jennifer on his back, strolling through the snow as if taking a casual walk. He looked more comfortable carrying all three than walking empty-handed. Everyone's jaws dropped. When did the boss become a superhero? Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine looked at Linton with stars in their eyes, completely happy and cozy, leaning on him and enjoying the loving embrace. Linton thus carried two in his arms and one on his back, effortlessly walking more than 2 kilometers back to the villa. Back at the villa, the staff had prepared dinner. After washing up, they all had dinner. Jennifer cozied up, holding Linton's arm. "Honey, you must be exhausted from the trip. Let me give you a massage to relax." Yeah, you worked hard. "We'll both help you relax," Winona and Catherine eagerly added. "All right, let's go upstairs." Linton was more than happy to agree. Under curious looks, the four of them laughed and headed upstairs. Linton began to enjoy the beauty's massage. Somehow, the 3 pairs of hands massage soon turned into playful touching. The sweet and joyous game began again, with laughter filling the room. Until the early morning, when the fun finally paused. Linton gently lulled the 3 ladies into deep sleep. He extended this power so that others in the villa also fell into a deep rest. Linton then went downstairs to the storage room, took out some infused quartz crystals, and used the underground movement technique to disappear. Following the layout plan of the spiritual gathering array in his mind, he placed the crystals one by one 7 meters underground. This was delicate work that allowed no mistakes. Only Linton himself could operate it, as no one else could reach that deep underground. He worked until 7 in the morning, over 5 hours, to complete a quarter of the array. Chapter 279, Formation of the Spirit Gathering Array. Over the next 4 days, Linton spent the days with the 3 women, going out to enjoy the snow and the scenery, while the nights were reserved for different type of playing. After midnight, while everyone else was asleep, he used the underground movement technique to travel underground and set up the formation. Based on the layout and terrain of the farm, Linton positioned the core of the spirit gathering array near a small lake in the center of the farm. The terrain there was flat with a small river connecting the lake to a larger river, making it perfect for building a garden. Once the spirit gathering array was complete, it would gather the spiritual energy from all areas of the farm into an area of 4,000 acres centered on the small lake. This meant that a total of 4,000 acres would have enhanced spiritual energy. Naturally, the closer to the formation's core, the stronger the concentration. According to Linton's plan, this 4,000-acre expanse would no longer be used for ordinary crops, but carefully planned for special purposes. Within the central 200-acre plot, He intended to build a grand landscape garden inspired by the famous Italian Renaissance gardens like Villa Land, to serve as his primary residence and training ground. Although his training mainly relied on popularity, being in a place rich with energy would definitely boost his ability. It would also become the residence for his descendants, where the family could grow and thrive. Once the garden was complete, Linton planned to settle down, start a family, and establish his lineage. Surrounding the garden, another 200 acres would be set aside for a supporting township to house family staff and farm workers within the array's reach. Additionally, he would build 30 standard villa-style homes where each of his women could pick a place to accommodate their parents and families. Beyond that, the land would be dedicated to growing various grains and fruit orchards, along with a pasture for cattle and sheep. Even though the plants and livestock were ordinary, growing in soil enriched with this concentrated energy would make their quality and effects far superior. There would also be medicinal herbs garden, small tea and coffee plantations, etc. In this way, his family's descendants would live in a place abundant with vitality and nourishment, eating and drinking food cultivated from energy-rich soil. It would be hard not to be healthy, sharp-minded, and to live a long life. This place would become the family's foundation and sacred homeland. Of course, before Linton's Starlight Spark fully developed, all produce, grains, fruits, meat, and processed goods would be strictly controlled from leaving the farm. A food processing facility would also be built since they wouldn't consume all the produce fresh. Special attention would be given to storage-friendly products, especially various types of fine wines that improve with age. As for the cold climate, it wasn't an issue. Once the garden was established, Linton could deploy a simple weather control array, capable of adjusting local weather within a small area. Another reason for choosing that spot as the formation's core was its distance, a perfect 1.5 miles from the Iron Tower. The tower was just outside the coverage of the Spirit Gathering Array, a deliberate choice made when building the Lightning Protection Array to avoid interference. Since Linton's Thunder trial was impossible to hide, it definitely drew attention from many factions. And as expected, after the trial, multiple forces flocked to investigate. Many groups could be kept at bay, but the National Weather Service's expert team couldn't be rejected. Though the recent Black Tigers gang attack temporarily drove them away, they were bound to return. Yet, without enough benefits, they wouldn't have much to gain. Once the Spirit Gathering Array was complete, the land under the Iron Tower would be no different from ordinary soil. They could research and probe all they wanted, but would come away with nothing. For 4 consecutive nights, Linton carefully placed the crystals on all the nodes of the formation, leaving only the core node unfinished. In the early hours of the 5th night, he again traveled underground to the formation's core. After meticulously checking each crystal's arrangement with his spiritual sight, he planted the largest crystal, about 220 pounds, right at the core. Next came the infusion of his power to activate the array. With Linton's power output, invisible channels of aura energy formed underground, gradually creating a vast network spanning the entire farm. After more than 2 hours, half his power was spent, but the network was complete. A booming sound echoed in the spiritual realm, signaling the array's full activation. Despite being 7 meters underground, Linton sensed a slight flow of air. The energy from the perimeter was already gathering toward the center. From that moment, this land became a unique place rich with concentrated spiritual energy. Even a faint presence would bring endless benefits. A lasting family legacy foundation was finally established. Linton couldn't help but feel excited. After finishing the array, Linton quickly returned to the villa and took a bath to clean himself. Feeling this joyous, he needed to find someone to celebrate with. Luckily, 3 beautiful women were right nearby. As he gently released his power, the trio awoke quickly. A thrilling and intimate celebration began, accompanied by joyful, sweet melodies. During these 4 days, Linton and the 3 women enjoyed a blissful vacation in the secluded countryside of Montana, but outside, a meteor storm continued to intensify. However, the narrative had shifted to collectively condemning the National Weather Service and the FBI for corruption and inaction. Despite over 200 casualties in a major case, there was no progress. Linton, along with Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine, finally emerged from the whirlwind of public opinion. Interestingly, with the continuous winter storms, their scandalous rumors, and the armed assailant attacks, Linton's popularity surged dramatically. His fan base grew not only in numbers, but also in loyalty. Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine also overcame initial crises, turning their fortunes around. Their popularity increased as fan defections reversed and loyalty grew. As for the loyalty of fans, there was no way to test it for the time being, because there was no fan club organization and no internet tools of later generations. Chapter 280, Compensation. The FBI, as the largest law enforcement agency in the United States, was no pushover. They quickly identified the true identities of the armed attackers who had assaulted the farm, including their specific travel times to Montana and their means of transportation. They even discovered that the gang had close dealings with Gessler Architectural Design firm in the past, combining this with previous purchases of the lightning protection array blueprints from former employees of Gessler Architectural Design firm by the FBI and other forces. FBI Director Lawrence pretty much drew his conclusions. On February 8th, the Anderson farm witnessed the Winter Thunder Miracle. Following this, various factions sent intelligence personnel to investigate and saw the unusual iron tower and lightning protection array at the farm. They all sought to purchase the construction blueprints for the array from Gessler Architect Company. This drew the attention of senior executives at Gessler Architectural firm. It was possible that the leadership's greed pushed them to dispatch members of the Black Tigers gang to kidnap and rob Anderson farm. Or maybe they inadvertently leaked information to the gang, sparking the gang's greed and prompting them to travel thousands of miles to commit the crime. Unfortunately, they were outmatched and wiped out completely. According to investigator reports, Gessler's chairman and CEO Migras had substantially increased his security since the armed attack. Lawrence himself couldn't believe Migras was completely innocent regarding the incident. However, since all Black Tigers gang members involved in the operation were killed, it was impossible to trace the exact reasons. Moreover, Gessler, as the world's largest architectural company with considerable power and connections, was not so easy to investigate. Still, the FBI never figured out why two intelligence agents from the Douglas family showed up at the attack scene. Regardless, since they were present, the Douglas family had to bear all the responsibility. Though the case was mostly clear, Lawrence suppressed the investigation results due to pressure from the National Weather Service and other forces, demanding strict confidentiality to help pressure the Douglas family. After 5 days of complex negotiations and compromises, the Douglas family reached an understanding with the National Weather Service and other 10 influential parties. The Douglas family agreed to sponsor the National Weather Service with $20 million for scientific research, donated $6 million to the FBI for case handling, and compensated the other 9 factions $2 million each for lost work time. Of course, compensation to Anderson Farm was essential as well, with many eager to restart the Winter Thunder Research Project. This attack made everyone realize Linton's power wasn't weak. It was something even top-tier factions respected and wouldn't easily violate or suppress outside the rules. The agreement stipulated the National Weather Service would lead negotiations with Linton, and the Douglas family would compensate the farm $20 million for damages, seeking Linton's forgiveness and restarting on-site Winter Thunder research. This meant the Douglas family had to pay a total of $64 million in compensation, a hefty sum even for an elite family. The Douglas family wasn't even top-tier nobility, just a rising media dynasty representing Jewish Americans acknowledged by the country's elite. Being forced to cough up $64 million in cash stung deeply, even if it wasn't fatal. Yet, this was just the cost to settle the case. No other faction would let them participate in the ongoing research. Once the deal was reached, the FBI promptly released their findings. National Weather Service researcher Ajax Smith was conducting on-site studies of the winter thunder phenomenon at Anderson Farm when he noticed Linton along with 4 famous Hollywood stars, Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine, vacationing there. Greed took over, and Ajax colluded with San Francisco's Black Tigers gang to kidnap the stars for huge ransom demands. But they underestimated the farm's protection. When the gang launched their nighttime attack, they were decisively defeated and all killed by the defenses. That was the whole truth behind the armed gang's attack on Anderson Farm. Soon after, the National Weather Service spokesperson admitted mistakes in media interviews, acknowledging lapses in routine mental education for researchers that let this serious attack happen. With Ajax Smith dead in the incident, the National Weather Service accepted responsibility, issued a sincere public apology to Anderson Farm victims, and promised economic compensation for their losses. The National Weather Service finally bowed before the media, causing an uproar of media excitement. A victory for public opinion and free democracy. Though blamed, the agency received a $20 million scientific research grant, bringing hope for continued studies, much to their relief. Even more surprising, the agency's public acceptance of responsibility reversed its image in the eyes of media and the public, becoming a symbol of accountability and reform. Director Buddy Hux was stunned by this turn of events, unexpectedly gaining fame and fortune, emerging as a big winner. That afternoon, Buddy Hux and Lawrence sent capable aides to form a negotiation team, flying to Montana to meet at Anderson Farm to discuss compensation and restarting the Winter Thunder research. The team was completely honest with Linton, revealing the FBI investigation results except speculations about Gessler's involvement. Linton actually knew the case's ins and outs better than the FBI, but publicly accepted the findings and expressed gratitude. The negotiation team proposed the National Weather Service compensate Anderson Farm $20 million to restart the on-site Winter Thunder miracle research, informing Linton the money would come from the Douglas family as their due price. This pleasantly surprised Linton, who never expected such a large sum. It more than covered overseas base expenses that year. With everyone's sincerity, Linton accepted without hesitation. He thought, with the spiritual array already established and there were no issues with the tower anymore, there was no problem. He understood well that since the official investigation blamed Douglas family but held the National Weather Service responsible, the Douglas family had paid dearly. The National Weather Service, FBI, and other powers certainly gained substantial benefits. But what did it have to do with Linton? Receiving $20 million was an unexpected bonus. One shouldn't be too greedy. Not wanting to trouble the negotiation team, Linton readily agreed to restart Winter Thunder's on-site research anytime, only requesting, as the landowner, to have the right to know all research results once available. Naturally, the negotiation team agreed wholeheartedly, and both sides left satisfied. Chapter 281, Crafting Pendants. The National Weather Service and various other forces acted swiftly. That very day, they pressured the Douglas family into transferring $20 million to Thunder Security Company. Linton, naturally returning the favor, immediately lifted the restrictions beneath the Iron Tower, allowing the experts from the National Weather Service to enter the site and continue their research. That night, with the hefty compensation in hand, Linton was eager to share his joy with others. On the third floor of his villa, strange sounds and sweet, cheerful singing filled the bedroom. After an exhilarating first round of games with Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine, while they were still savoring the thrilling memories, Linton, as usual, used his power to put them into a deep sleep. Then he rose and went to his study, taking out top-grade white quartz pendants with a creamy white finish. He planned to use his spiritual awareness to carve rune patterns and arrays within the quartz, turning it into a magical charm. His plan was to engrave 4 micro-arrays on each pendant. Serenity Array improves sleep quality, gently nourishes the spirit, and enhances mental energy. Beauty Enhancing Array enhances physiological functions, boosts vitality, and slows aging. Purging Array wards off evil and unclean influences. Wearing it would repel ghosts and restless spirits, keeping them at bay. Diamond Array provides protection. When the wearer faces sudden attacks, this array automatically generates a strong defense to prevent harm. Of course, the protection had its limits. According to Linton's calculations, blades and knives would be deflected. Common firearms could be blocked up to 3 shots before the pendant would break. 4 high-powered weapons like the M500 pistol or sniper rifles, a single shot could shatter the pendant. As for the massively destructive M2 heavy machine gun, not even 1 shot could be blocked before breaking the charm. Once the 4 arrays were successfully carved, wearing the pendant would greatly benefit the wearer. It could defend their safety, ward off evil, nourish the spirit, enhance appearance, and even provide immunity to many ailments. A perfect, custom-made treasure for his women. Carving such intricate arrays on a tiny quartz pendant was extremely difficult. Though he had already reached the celestial presence stage, wielding strong spiritual power and using the best quartz for rune engraving, he still failed 3 times, destroying 3 pendants. After each failure, he carefully reviewed the process, analyzed the mistakes, adjusted methods, and then tried again. On the 4th pendant, he finally succeeded in engraving all 4 arrays internally. Once the arrays were inscribed, Linton infused his power to activate them. The pendant glowed with a soft blue light before the glow faded back inside. Visually, the pendant looked no different than usual, aside from a gentler sheen, but internally the arrays were active, automatically absorbing various energies from the air to stabilize the formations. The external carving was simple. With his spiritual power, Linton effortlessly sculpted a lifelike little cat. Having succeeded with the first pendant and gaining confidence, he continued, successfully crafting 3 more pendants with different patterns as requested by the women: Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine. Hours passed unnoticed. 5 hours had gone by and dawn was approaching. Feeling drained mentally, it was time to rest. He went back to wake the 3 women for more games and some spiritual nourishment to recover his energy quickly. The other pendants could wait for later. Time was plenty. The following day, the National Weather Service's expert team entered the farm to continue their research and testing. After this episode, Thunder Security's fierce reputation was firmly established. No other forces dared send spies, and the farm returned to peace. Thunder Security arranged only a small patrol force on the farm, while the others resumed their usual training. Over the next 2 days, Linton stayed home, spending every spare moment in his study making pendants. With experience from his prior success, the later production became smoother, and the success rate increased. On the 2nd day, he crafted 10 pendants successfully with 2 failures, achieving an 80% success rate. On the 3rd day, he made 11 successful pendants with only 1 failure, reaching a success rate over 90%. Thus, the 30 top-grade white quartz pendants he had purchased from his last trip to Hong Kong were all used up, with 24 pendants engraved with all 4 harem editions. After finishing and playing joyfully with Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine, Linton presented the pendants crafted especially for them. "Here are the pendants I engraved for you 3, he said. "Wow, honey, you're amazing. Did you really carve these yourself? They're so beautiful." Jennifer immediately took her cat-patterned pendant, clutching it lovingly against her chest. Winona and Catherine also accepted their pendants, eyes shining with delight. More than the beauty, they treasured that Linton had personally carved them. Proof of their special place in his heart. "Darling, could you help me put this on?" "Sure." Linton carefully placed each pendant around the necks of the 3 muses. "Wow, it feels so comfortable and warm." Jennifer noticed the pendant's special sensation. "Yeah, putting on this pendant makes you feel warm all over." "This is amazing," Winona and Catherine agreed. "Girls, I put a lot of effort into these pendants. They have many magical effects, including warming you in winter and cooling you in summer. I want you to never take them off and always keep them with you. Can you promise that?" "Darling, this pendant is so special, and it's made by you. I definitely won't take it off," Jennifer promised first. "I wouldn't take it off either, but I have a question. I've previously endorsed Harry Winston jewelry. What about necklace ads in the future?" Winona expressed her real-world concern. "Sweetheart, this is the most precious gift I've received. I won't take it off either, but when attending big events or walking the red carpet, what if the stylist's design doesn't match the pendant?" Catherine raised a similar practical concern. As major female stars, endorsing jewelry brands and attending commercial events were daily duties, and conflicts were indeed possible. But no matter the conflict, Linton didn't want them to remove their pendants. These were their talismans. If a security issue arose, it would be unbearable to regret. Also, losing or accidentally switching the pendant would cause huge problems. The pendant's magic was still a secret. If word got out about his powers, endless troubles could follow. He might even face military attempts to capture and dissect him. Although he had defensive power, he couldn't afford reckless exposure. Laser weapons, nukes were beyond his control. So he deployed his soul induction ability. This pendant is extremely important and must never leave your body. No other work or event should conflict with this. Since reaching the celestial presence stage, his soul induction spells had upgraded, having previously cured Winona's depression and kleptomania. This instruction engraved deeply into the three women's minds, becoming one of their highest principles. In the future, when endorsing jewelry, even at a financial loss, they would exclude the necklace category. For public appearances and red carpet events, any stylist design clashing with the pendant would be changed accordingly. Chapter 282. Departure, Estate Party. With that, Linton had completed all his tasks during his visit to the farm. Not only had he successfully passed the Thunder Trial and achieved the Celestial Presence stage, but the farm had also been blessed with a surge of spiritual energy. On top of that, the Spirit Gathering Array had been properly set up and activated, laying a solid foundation for the family's legacy for generations to come. The hidden dangers from the Winter Thunder miracle that occurred during the trial had been eliminated. Unexpectedly, he also received a massive compensation of $20 million. It was safe to say this vacation was incredibly fruitful, a perfect success. Counting the days, Linton's vacation was nearing 20 days. He hadn't expected everything to go so smoothly. A job originally planned to take 2 months had been completed quickly. That was good, though. He could return to Los Angeles sooner to handle company business, then attend the Oscars on February 28th. Coincidentally, Jennifer, Winona, and Catherine's breaks were also about to end. It was time to head back to Los Angeles. Before leaving, Linton called the farm manager, Tucalanca. Taking out a copy of the farm map, he drew a circle with a 2.3-kilometer radius around the Mirror Lake. The farm had 2 lakes that hadn't been named. Everyone referred to them as the Big Lake and the Small Lake. Linton decided to name them definitively. The Big Lake was Moonlight Lake, and the Small Lake was Mirror Lake. He also chose the flattest area about 1.5 kilometers from the villa, reserving a rectangular piece of land measuring 300 meters by 2,000 meters, about 150 acres, for future use. His private jet was expected to be delivered in May, so he needed a small private airstrip for easier travel. Tuck, when the weather gets warmer, arrange for people to mark the entire 2.3-kilometer radius around Mirror Lake with boundary lines. I'll be using this 4,000-acre land for a different purpose. Also, fence off the 150-acre area for the airstrip. For other farm areas, hurry up with irrigation repairs. Don't let it affect this year's crops. Understood, boss. I'll get the tech team to replan the waterworks. Should we fence off these 2 areas separately? No need to fence them off. Just leave them vacant as if used for crop rotation rest. Since the National Weather Service experts were still around studying the Winter Thunder miracle, Linton didn't want to raise suspicion by suddenly doing too much. Further planning or development would wait until their research concluded and the experts left. Got it, boss. But leaving those 2 large areas empty means many irrigation channels need rerouting and rebuilding. Workload will increase a lot. We can only start construction mid-March, but by late April, planting begins. So the available construction time is short. Costs might increase substantially. Then hire more people. Spending more money isn't a problem. Give me a detailed budget ASAP. Give it to Henry for review. Here's the map. My only condition, do not affect the farm's yields. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure the task is completed. After the incident when armed intruders attacked the farm, but were all neutralized, Linton's reputation soared. Tuck respected him even more and was somewhat in awe. He dared not question any of Linton's orders and promised to give everything to fulfill them completely. On the afternoon of February 17th, after 20 days, Linton and his party flew back to Los Angeles on a business jet. Back at the estate, Winnie, Madonna, Christiana, Monica, Cameron, Heidi Klum, and Shania, who had heard of his return, were already waiting. Naomi and Sophie Marceau were shooting a movie nearby in Los Angeles. They had told Linton on the phone the night before that they would take the night off to come back and reunite. Charlize called to invite him to visit her on set. Naturally, he declined but didn't entirely refuse. He said he was busy now but might consider it when he had time. Even Japan's Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai were planning to fly to Los Angeles soon for vacation and to visit Linton. However, he refused, explaining he'd only be around until after the Oscars ceremony on February 28th, then would leave again. He asked them to come later. All these women hurried to come because so many incidents happened at the farm during his visit. An enormous media uproar had been stirred, and a fierce shootout ended in heavy casualties. Women in Los Angeles and even Japan were deeply worried. Now that Linton and the group had returned safe and sound, they came promptly to celebrate together. The moment he got out of the car, one by one, the women threw themselves at him. Linton hugged and comforted each of them. Then the party kicked off. Everyone headed directly upstairs to the third floor, and soon the festivities were roaring. Various voices blended into a joyful symphony. Possibly because of recent worries and tension, even Winnie dropped her usual restraint and joined the wild celebration, much to Linton's relief. As a key member managing his finances and typically distant from the other women, this was a positive sign. This celebration was a chance to blend Winnie into the group and share the wild party, which made Linton very happy. The first stage of the party lasted until 8 p.m. After a quick freshen up, everyone went downstairs to eat and recharge. At that moment, Naomi and Sophie hurried back from the set after getting leave. The reunion was a flurry of hugs and kisses. After dinner, just as they prepared to start the second stage of the party, Linton brought out 9 quartz pendants. Each was carved with a pattern representing one of the women's favorites. He handed them out one by one. "My dears, I carefully carved these quartz pendants for everyone on the farm. Do you like them?" Hearing they were personally carved by Linton, there was no way they wouldn't like them. Each cradled the pendant lovingly, constantly gesturing near their chests and making requests. "Honey, they're so beautiful. I want you to put mine on me." Linton gladly obliged, personally putting each around their necks. Once worn, the women immediately felt the pendant's magic, each exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, so comfortable, so warm. Wow, wearing this pendant makes my whole body feel cozy. Amazing. Dear, this pendant is incredible, truly magical. I'm going to love you forever." Linton then asked them to never take off their pendants from now on. He used the soul induction ability, implanting, "This pendant is extremely important. It must never leave your body. No other duties can conflict with it." This phrase was deeply ingrained in their minds, becoming one of their highest guiding principles. Over time, they would naturally experience the pendant's magic. Later, even if the spell was lifted, convincing them to remove the pendants would be virtually impossible. Next, the party entered its second stage. According to Madonna's plan, everyone moved to the dance room to perform a Valley-style play. The lively, sweet symphony started up again. Chapter 283, Investing in Netscape. Back in Los Angeles, surrounded by his circle of lovely companions, Linton finally let himself relax completely. Thanks to Madonna's organization, the lively party went on all night long. By morning, except for Naomi and Sophie Marceau, who had to leave in a hurry due to ongoing film shoots, everyone else stayed at the estate to continue enjoying the festivities. Madonna naturally took the lead, organizing more parties by the pool, in the bedrooms, the dance hall, and the garden terrace. There were also various themed performances around the gym, cinema, study, and bathroom, continuing until the third day, when the ladies began to leave one by one to return to their busy schedules. After all, they were big stars with plenty to do. Winnie stayed behind to accompany Linton to his study and gave him a report on recent work developments. First, she updated him on the $118 million profit share he had received from Universal Music just before Christmas. Linton kept $18 million himself and donated $100 million to the charity foundation. Due to the implementation of the Information Superhighway Plan, both of them had long-term optimism about the computer and communication industries. They decided to invest all related funds into stocks in these sectors. After more than a month of continuous purchases, half of the $100 million had been converted into stocks of companies like Microsoft, Cisco, Oracle, Intel, Compaq, and Dell. They also paid a 15% premium using $50 million to buy a 4.7% stake in America Online from an institutional investor. Seeing America Online, Linton paused, a vague impression surfacing in his mind. He didn't recall much about this company, only that by the year 2000, America Online had grown into the world's largest internet service provider. In early 2000, It made a stunning $165 billion acquisition of Time Warner, the parent company of Warner Brothers, one of the major Hollywood studios, marking the largest merger in history at the time. However, this merger turned out to be a spectacular failure. The newly merged company faced a host of problems, and, combined with the bursting of the internet bubble, it fell into a deep crisis. 10 years later, the company split again, with America Online's market value plummeting by 98%, leaving just 2%. It became one of history's most infamous failed mergers. When Linton traveled back in time, America Online had already faded into obscurity, so he hadn't thought much of it. Now, seeing Winnie's investment details, the company's story came back to him. Though he didn't remember the exact market value in early 2000, it was probably over $200 billion. Otherwise, why pay $165 billion for Time Warner? It was surprising that the current value was under $1 billion. Even with future financing and expansion, if they exited before 2000, the investment could yield over 50 times the returns. Winnie had a keen eye. It seemed she was a lucky charm for him. Next, she informed him about the newly formed internet venture capital fund named Mangrove Capital. After more than 3 months of preparation, the team was complete, with regulations and risk control models gradually in place. Operations officially began on February 1st, with Winnie placing advertisements for Mangrove Capital on 7 properties owned by Linton's real estate company. That month alone, they received 13 angel investment applications. After thorough investigations, Winnie and the investment team shortlisted 5 companies for potential investment. One of the investment proposals is for Mosaic Communications Corporation, founded by 2 men. One is Jim Clark, a well-known entrepreneur in Silicon Valley who previously co-founded the Calculus company, where he served as COO. He has since left and is ready to start anew. The other is Mark Andreessen, who's even more impressive. Last year, while interning at the National Supercomputing Application Center at the University of Illinois, he developed a Unix-based browser called Mosaic, which was enthusiastically received by major research institutions and universities across America. Their plan focuses on the browser market, aiming to develop a Windows-based commercial browser. Their investment pitch asked for $2 million, valuing the company post-investment at $10 million for 20% equity. Since it fits perfectly into the first of our 3 agreed-upon focus areas, developing easy-to-use interfaces for internet applications, I believe this is a highly feasible project and should be prioritized first. We've completed background checks and are preparing for formal business negotiations. Linton initially had no impression of Mosaic Communications Corporation from his previous life. But Jim Clark and Mark Andreessen were legendary. They were the founders of Netscape. Why weren't they starting Netscape this time? Why the different company name? Curious, Linton interrupted Winnie. Hold on, give me the company's file. After reviewing the information, he relaxed. This was clearly the browser development plan. Surely the same as Netscape. Just the company name was different. No matter though, the name wasn't important. What really mattered was the core team and their business direction. Unexpectedly, the first deal for the venture capital fund brought such a thrilling surprise. A historic first big winner in the internet industry. Founded in early 1994, within just a year and a half, by the end of 1995, it went public with a market value approaching $3 billion. At its peak in 1996, the market value exceeded $8 billion. But good times didn't last. As Microsoft entered the browser market, the 2 companies clashed in a fierce browser battle. In the second half of 1997, Microsoft bundled its browser with Windows, a killer strategy that soon pushed Netscape out of the market. Its value dropped sharply, and in 1998, it was sold for $4.2 billion to America Online. It was fast and effective, with hundreds-fold returns in just 2 to 3 years. No doubt, we must secure this investment. The stake must be as high as possible, no matter the cost, Linton thought. Winnie, I think the company has strong prospects. We must close the deal and during negotiations, try to increase our stake, he told her. Isn't 20% enough? How can we raise the offer? Winnie asked. 20% is not enough. I'm confident about this company. I want to acquire 30%, even if we need to invest $4 million or more, Linton insisted. Darling, it's a great company. But is it necessary to value them so highly? This goes beyond their own ask, Winnie replied. Though she trusted Linton, as a skilled investor, she had her own views. Trust me, this company deserves the extra investment. First, they're addressing the biggest pain point on the internet. Currently, the internet is still an academic product, hard to use and requiring professional skills, which hinders mass adoption. The market demand is huge. This field has enormous potential. Second, the core developer Mark Andreessen is a real tech genius. He developed Mosaic while still interning at college. With him on board, we know the project won't fail. Third, Jim Clark, the other co-founder, previously co-founded Calculus and was COO, managing operations. The two founders complement each other, one focusing on tech development, the other on business, and they picked the right field at the cusp of the information superhighway. It's hard to imagine this company won't succeed. You make a strong case, but maybe we don't need to raise so much. How about proposing a $3 million investment for 30% equity in negotiations? Winnie suggested. You can try that, but with Jim Clark involved, it's unlikely the angel round investors will part with much equity so easily. $2 million for 20% is standard, but to get more shares, we need to pay more. I even think they might resist $4 million. I suggest we can go higher if needed, up to $5 million, Linton advised. All right, I'll follow your lead. I'll handle this project personally and try to secure as much equity as possible, Winnie said. Chapter 284, The Super Bowl Impact. After finishing the discussion about the Netscape investment, Linton was in high spirits. He didn't interfere with the other 4 venture capital projects since he hadn't heard of those companies. Besides, he wasn't familiar with the operations of internet companies. He was just relying on memories from his previous life. However, from his previous life, he only remembered a handful of the most famous and powerful companies. The companies he hadn't heard of might have been successful. After all, this was the pioneering era of the internet, hitting the rising wave of opportunity, so chances were abundant. Besides, even if the other projects resulted in losses, it wouldn't be a huge loss. Venture capital was about putting money into 10 projects to get one huge success. As for the newly acquired Fire Elf Games and Maluva Publishing, both were now on track, but results were yet to be seen. There was good news. The novels National Treasure and The Fault in Our Stars had already passed the review of Maluva Publishing's new editor-in-chief Alistair Kuhn. Eddie and Rosa had revised them twice, and the novels were ready for publication. Of course, the author credited was Linton himself, and all royalties belonged to him. Considering Linton was a top director and a big star naturally having fans and popularity, plus being the boss of the publishing house, the royalty rate offered was a generous 13%, a treatment only reserved for famous authors. Thinking about it, in just over a month, Winnie had brought such a huge surprise to him. Just with America Online and Netscape, the investment returns for each company started at $1 billion. Even with all the wealth and power he now held, Linton was thrilled. In his joy, he couldn't help but pick Winnie up and kiss her deeply. Baby, you're amazing, truly my lucky charm. I want to reward you. Tell me, what do you want? Winnie was already weak and limp. In his arms from his embrace and kiss, lying softly against him. When she heard Linton ask about the reward, her eyes lit up. Darling, can I ask for anything? Of course, as long as I can deliver, Linton thought to himself, hoping she wouldn't ask for something extravagant, like demanding he love only her forever. But once the words were out, he couldn't retract them casually. Luckily, Winnie was smart and didn't ask for anything outrageous. Darling, I want you to spend an entire week just with me. Seeing how considerate Winnie was, Linton felt even more affectionate and moved. The Oscars ceremony was on February 28th. He resolved to spend a week solely with Winnie. It would be no problem. No problem. I'll stay at your place for that week. Only with you at night. Really? Absolutely. That's wonderful, darling. I want to reward you, too. Then she took the initiative to get under the desk. Since he planned to depart for the 3 Asian countries after the Oscars to search for treasures and refine his sword, that journey would last at least 3 to 6 months. The relevant work surely had to be arranged properly. That afternoon, Linton went to the film company. Robert was the first to rush into Linton's office. Boss, I thought you were going to take 2 months off. Why are you back early? Yeah, I was on vacation at my farm in Montana. But as you know, too many things happened recently, and I lost the mood. So I ended it early. Such a pity. But I heard from Bella that the recent public storm had no negative effect on you. On the contrary, it brought great benefits. Fan numbers increased significantly, and their loyalty was much higher. It was manageable. We handled it well. How's the company doing? Boss, fantastic news. The Super Bowl on February 14th. Your idea to advertise our movie The Rock during the halftime show was pure genius. The effect was amazing. Really? Tell me more. Linton had been at his farm in recent days with limited outside contact, no newspapers, plus busy with the trial, setting up arrays, and dealing with the National Weather Service and other forces. So he hadn't closely followed the Super Bowl. It wasn't just good, it was super good. It was the first time a Hollywood blockbuster advertised during the Super Bowl, and our ad was especially well edited, grabbing the attention of audiences across America and worldwide. The day after the ad aired, all major newspapers, including the Los Angeles Times, New York Times, and Washington Post, reported on our movie The Rock, calling the promotional method groundbreaking. Many film company bosses, well-known producers, and distribution experts praised our marketing approach in various interviews, saying it represented a new era in Hollywood movie promotion and would be recorded in film history. More importantly, after the ad aired, Universal Pictures' publicity department's phone lines were overwhelmed. Many viewers who missed the live broadcast called to request the ad air on TV soon. Those who saw it believed the 30-second trailer wasn't enough and asked for a longer preview. Excellent. Keep monitoring the following work closely. Of course, Universal's PR team and ours are like they're on adrenaline, very enthusiastic. All tasks are progressing smoothly, including the promotional materials for Roger Moore, which are almost ready. How about CAA? Any reaction? Yes. After seeing The Rock's Super Bowl promotion efficacy, they reportedly had internal disagreements about whether to attack The Rock. More crucially, Warner Brothers, the production company behind Interview with the Vampire, backed down. They didn't want to confront us head-on, worried about mutual losses affecting profits. That's how it should be. Everyone's in it for the money. No one wants to damage their own earnings. It's a case of cutting off one's nose to spite one's face. No one would willingly do that. Exactly. But boss, I heard Michael Ovitz, the head of CAA, still hasn't given up. He's trying to persuade others to fight. If he insists on the fight, then prepare for battle according to our plan. I want to see how a movie that could have been highly profitable ends up severely underperforming or losing money. We'll also take down a top-tier star or even a megastar. No. One will want to work with them afterward. Understood. We're working hard to gather dirt on Sean Connery and Tom Cruise. If they dare attack us, we'll retaliate mercilessly and make them examples. How's everything else with the company? Going well. Post-production on The Rock and Pulp Fiction is underway and expected to finish by early March. Filming for The Fault in Our Stars and Get Out is also progressing smoothly. The renovation plan for the Linton building has been finalized, and renovations have already started. Good. And there's more good news. Chapter 285, Soul Slave Mark. As per your request, we proactively communicated with the Academy. They've invited the crews of Step Up 2 and Happy Death Day to participate in the Oscars ceremony. Along with Speed receiving 3 Oscar nominations, all 3 films we produced last year have crews attending the Oscars. I've already notified everyone attending to prepare. They're thrilled. Linton had actually learned this a few days ago since Jennifer, Christiana, and Monica all received their invitations for attending the Oscars and walking the red carpet. They were busy with preparations. At this year's Oscars, among Linton's circle and Hollywood's inner circle, Winona secured a nomination for Best Supporting Actress. Naomi starred in Sleepless in Seattle, which received nominations for Best Original Screenplay and Best Original Song. Catherine starred as the leading lady in Speed. Madonna, Sophie Marceau, and Cameron Diaz attended as guests. Jennifer, Christiana, and Monica represented their crews as special guests. All 9 women were attending and walking the red carpet, fulfilling last year's promise. They had been working hard these past days, choosing hairstyles, gowns, jewelry, and bags, all aiming to present the most perfect image at the Oscars. Additionally, Linton, Naomi, and Madonna were invited by the Academy as presenters. Does Universal think Speed has a chance at winning? Linton asked. Not likely. Looking at previous awards, the three nominated categories, Best Visual Effects and Best Sound, will probably go to Jurassic Park. Best Editing might go to Schindler's List. Forget it. Speed was always a summer popcorn flick. Getting 3 nominations is already good enough. Besides, the Oscars have long discriminated against commercial films, not just recently. Boss, I think next year we can push harder. Pulp Fiction, The Fault in Our Stars, and Get Out all seem to fit the tastes of those old men at the Academy. All right, get ready. Robert was indeed quite capable, with good taste in movies and solid management skills. The company operated smoothly during Linton's vacation over the past 20 days. With that, Linton felt confident about spending the next few months on a treasure hunt to refine his signature sword. After seeing Robert off, Linton had his assistant call Harvey Weinstein over. Having reached celestial presence, Linton had grasped a new curse technique, the soul slave mark. This technique was rather sinister. As its name implies, it allowed the caster to imprint a slave mark on the soul of the target. Once marked, the target unknowingly became a lifelong loyal servant, bound to obey absolutely without betrayal. All their actions would prioritize the master's interests and commands. Even if Linton ordered them to die, they would obey without hesitation. However, the target's other thoughts remained normal. Their intelligence and physical abilities were unaffected. Outsiders would not detect anything unusual. Even more impressive, if the caster died unexpectedly, the slave mark in the person's mind would lose control, instantly destroying their mind beyond salvation. The technique had its limits. It could not be cast endlessly. In the early celestial presence stage, at most 5 slave marks could be formed. Mid-stage allowed 2 more, and late stage added another 2, for a maximum of 9. If a marked person died, the slot would reopen. Frankly, the technique was dark and evil, but for some reason, Linton liked it very much. He learned it immediately after entering the celestial presence stage. Since Harvey was a wolf that couldn't be tamed, always scheming for independence and plotting to stay as Clinton's white glove, Linton decided it was time to cut him down. Better to be his own slave than Clinton's dog. Boss, the marketing and promotion for The Rock is going smoothly. Harvey thought Linton summoned him to check on it. That's not urgent. Harvey, watch me first. Harvey couldn't help but stare into Linton's eyes, feeling as if he was drifting into a vast starry sky, his consciousness soon fading. Linton moved his hands and chanted a spell. An invisible slave mark was generated and, following his hand gesture, landed on Harvey's forehead. Harvey immediately fell asleep. Linton watched as the slave mark expanded, enveloping Harvey's mind. After 10 minutes, the mark fully covered Harvey's mind. The spell succeeded. His first loyal servant was created. Snapping his fingers, Harvey opened his eyes. The first thing he did was kneel before Linton. Harvey pays respects to Master. Stand up. Yes, Master. Don't call me Master anymore. Call me Boss. Okay, Boss. Tell me, what have Bill and Hillary Clinton requested of you? Boss, Bill Clinton once valued my company's potential and hoped I could increase his influence in Hollywood, help him with election campaigning, and launder money for his funds. However, since your company acquired mine, I've been marginalized by him and haven't contacted him for a long time. But recently, Hillary Clinton arranged personnel to contact me to collect information on you and report back. What? Did you tell her? I told her about your usual filmmaking, novel writing, company profits, and information about your girlfriends. When did I have girlfriends? Naomi, Cameron, Jennifer, Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, Heidi Klum, and Charlize aren't your girlfriends? How do you know they're my girlfriends? If not girlfriends, why are you so nice to them? And you wouldn't even allow rumors about them with others. Damn, no matter how good the secrecy is, it seems attentive people will always find out. Anything else? No, nothing more. But a while ago, when you were on vacation, Hillary Clinton personally called me and asked me to gather info about your assets outside the film company, farms, charity foundations, and security forces specifically. How's the collection going? I haven't had time yet. All right, don't bother with them anymore. Focus on your job. Understood, boss. But I think they might be out to get you. I can keep in contact, play along with them, learn their moves, and report back to you. That's fine. Meanwhile, I've got my own plans. Don't worry, boss, I won't pry recklessly. I'll just casually play along. All right, go ahead. Make sure to do a good job on promoting The Rock and Pulp Fiction. After sending Harvey off, Linton marveled again at the power of the soul slave mark. Such a simple way to turn an enemy into a loyal servant with no flaws was simply amazing. The only pity was the limited number of marks available. Those 5 spots had to be chosen carefully, not wasted on insignificant players. After all, Linton wasn't a ruthless villain who killed without blinking. Chapter 286, Feeding Fish in the Pacific. That night, Linton kept his promise. After work, he didn't return to the estate, but went straight to Winnie's villa. Winnie was as happy as a songbird in spring. They spent a sleepless night together. The next morning, Winnie lazily lay in Linton's arms, a lingering blush still on her face. "Darling, being with you is simply wonderful," she said, her cheeks flushing again as she recalled their wild night. "Baby, you're amazing too," Linton replied with a mischievous grin. Seeing Winnie's shy expression, he couldn't resist starting their morning workout again. After finishing their morning routine, the two lingered over breakfast. Linton realized he would be away for at least 3 months, which meant he would miss the April tax season. He thought about it and decided since Winnie was managing his wealth and knew his finances well, he would have her call Goodman and Henry to meet at the Charity Foundation. At the Charity Foundation office, Linton informed Goodman and Henry about his upcoming trip and signed an authorization, confirming that Winnie would sign off on the personal and Charity Foundation's tax filings from last year. Winnie was deeply moved and vowed to help Linton manage his vast fortune responsibly. Goodman and Henry also confirmed Winnie's important status in Linton's life. According to Henry's estimation, though not the final figure, Linton's personal tax would be around $1 million. The Charity Foundation's tax would be under $200,000. The foundation's main expense last year was charitable donations, totaling $11 million. This year, the donations would exceed $16 million. As for the film company's taxes, the process was simpler since the company had a finance department. Goodman and Henry helped monitor and advise, while the final signing was delegated to General Manager Robert. However, the company made over $400 million last year, even after purchasing Miramax Films, a private jet, a new office building, and investing in 5 films and equipment. The estimated tax base exceeded $90 million. Under tax laws allowing maximum charitable deductions, Linton had already donated $9 million to the Charity Foundation through the company. After other tax avoidance measures, the total tax bill was about $26 million. After handling authorization, Linton stayed behind with Goodman to discuss the progress of the lawsuit against the Gessler architectural design firm for breaching confidentiality. "Boss, there's been a snag. We probably won't get as much compensation as we hoped," Goodman reported. "This signed confidentiality contract is clear, and the breach evidence is here." "How is there a snag?" Linton asked. "I thought it was straightforward too, but the other side recently submitted evidence. Gessler didn't breach confidentiality. They didn't leak any farm project info. Then how did those people get the blueprints on site?" It turns out 2 construction workers who participated in the site work had already quit Gessler. Before leaving, they stole blueprints and sold them privately. Gessler is also a victim. Can they avoid responsibility with that? Legally, the 2 former employees bear most responsibility, and Gessler will share some. So now there are 3 defendants, the 2 former employees and Gessler. Then sue all 3. The 2 ex-employees probably earned a lot selling blueprints and can pay. Based on precedents, the $1 million breach penalty probably breaks down to $400,000 each for the ex-employees and $200,000 for Gessler. That's acceptable, as long as someone pays the $1 million. The problem is that the ex-employees did cash deals for the blueprints, no bank transfers. We don't know how much they made, and the money likely isn't in the bank. Even if the court freezes their assets, we might not get much. That's a trick. Yeah, wealthy people wouldn't risk that. Only low-level employees desperate for money would. Wait, do they have resignation dates for those 2 on the submitted materials? Yes, I checked carefully. They quit on February 9th. They claimed several buyers came to Gessler to buy farm blueprints, but due to our confidentiality agreement, the company didn't sell. Then the theft and resignations happened. February 9th was just 3 days after his trial. February 10th, multiple parties were found holding blueprints at the farm. Quitting, stealing, and selling all on the same day. What a scam. Damn, this looks like a premeditated, organized scheme by Gessler to evade the law and protect their reputation. Keep an eye on Gessler. Make sure we settle their legal responsibility and compensation, Linton ordered. Their lawyer contacted me yesterday to propose an out-of-court settlement. $300,000 compensation, Goodman said. This case isn't complicated. Normally, they'd owe $200,000. Why offer $300,000? I don't fully understand either. Looks like Gessler's chairman and CEO, Migras, is scared after the violent farm security incident. He wants to settle quickly to escape trouble. But what Migras doesn't know is that they've already learned from the mob boss that he's the mastermind. No matter what, he won't let him off. Since he dared cross him, no one can save him. At best, he has a few months left before meeting the Reaper. As for the two small-time henchmen, if they got involved, they can't expect mercy. Fine, let's accept the settlement and get the compensation. Paid quickly. What about the two ex-employees? Should we keep going after them? Forget it. Give me their info. Got it, I'll copy it for you. After Goodman left, Linton called Danny and handed him the copied details of the two former employees who sold the blueprints. Send some men to San Francisco to capture these two and throw them into the Pacific to feed the fish. Each agent gets a $100,000 bonus. Make sure they stay safe. Since the law can't punish you properly, let the Pacific's fish handle it. He was still kind. He didn't want the fish to starve, so he was feeding them a few hundred pounds of fish food. Also, send 2 people in 2 months to check Migras's routine and security at Gessler. Stay on the perimeter, don't alert them, and keep safe. Understood. Then Aunt Kelly came to Los Angeles. First, to visit Linton. After the big commotion at the farm, her family in San Francisco had been worried. Second, to report last year's charity fund spending and this year's plans. Linton asked her to increase this year's charity donations in Cauca to $5 million, aimed at building schools and improving roads in underdeveloped areas, starting with the province where his grandmother's hometown is located. Before leaving, Linton gave Aunt Kelly a quartz pendant carved into a dog for her to wear. He also gave her 2 more pendants carved with patterns favored by her husband and daughter, for her to pass on. He specially instructed that these pendants must be worn 24/7 at all times. Chapter 287, Another Year at the Oscars. On February 28th, Pacific Time, the 66th Academy Awards ceremony took place at the Los Angeles Music Center, broadcast live worldwide by BC Television. Linton wore the latest Armani suit, a Timex watch, and Jones shoes. He walked the red carpet with Catherine, as they were the lead actors of Speed. Actually, on the night of February 26th, when he returned to the estate, all the members of his entourage who were attending the Oscars had also come back, including Sophie Marceau and Naomi Watts, who were shooting a film at the time. On one hand, they came to the estate's party to draw energy from Linton, ensuring they appeared flawless at the Oscars. After all, the Oscars red carpet is among the highest-profile stages in the world for any celebrity, especially for actresses competing to outshine one another. In the past week, with the help of their agencies, stylists, makeup artists, and sponsors from clothing, jewelry, bags, shoes, watches, cosmetics, and perfume brands, each had perfected their image to show their most glamorous self on the red carpet. They were lucky. Thanks to the essence of Linton's power, they didn't have to prepare as much as other actresses. Others had to treat walking the Oscars red carpet like a battle, preparing at least half a month in advance, with beauty treatments, diet plans, and custom gowns, strictly following nutritionist advice. On the day of the Oscars, starting from 10 a.m., they couldn't even eat or drink water. The process was extremely painful, but every star flocked to it eagerly despite that. But all these hardships, Linton's women avoided. They only needed to party happily with Linton a few times before the Oscars to soak up his energy. On the other hand, they wanted to secure the chance to walk the red carpet with Linton, since he, too, would walk it this year. Walking the red carpet alone with him would undoubtedly elevate their status and draw more media attention. Madonna, Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, Jennifer, Winona, Catherine, Naomi, and Cameron, the 9 women from his entourage attending the Oscars, all requested to be his date on the red carpet. Linton was troubled. Each of these 9 women was stunning and cherished. Choosing one without a solid reason would definitely upset the others. But not choosing anyone was out of the question. The 9 insisted that he pick at least one to walk with. Otherwise, it would just let the others have the advantage. In the end, Linton reminded himself he was the director and star of Speed. At the Oscars, he had to sit with the film crew, and Catherine, as the film's leading lady, was the best choice for his companion. After several years of continuous success, Linton was a big Hollywood star. His red carpet order was quite high, only behind Tom Cruise and Arnold Schwarzenegger. Of course, his popularity was undeniable. The moment he appeared with Catherine on the red carpet, it triggered waves of screaming, cheering, and applause. Cameras on both sides fired their flashlights nonstop. Linton and his team had analyzed that Speed's chances of winning were basically zero. They were likely there just for appearances. However, even without winning, having 3 nominations greatly boosted the film's subsequent rights and revenue. According to Robert, since the Oscar nominations were announced, video rentals and sales for Speed had noticeably increased. So Linton stayed in the right mindset, quietly watching the ceremony and serving as a presenter. This time, instead of presenting minor awards like Best Foreign Film, he was invited to present one of the 4 major awards, Best Actor. The biggest winner of this Oscars was Steven Spielberg's Schindler's List. Under the control of the Hollywood Jewish community, this politically correct film swept the awards, taking 7 prizes including Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Editing. Jurassic Park also did well, winning 3 awards including Best Visual Effects and Best Sound. Spielberg truly reached his peak moment. Thus, none of Speed's 3 nominations won, but Linton wasn't overly bothered. However, Robert and Catherine, sitting beside him, were tense every time award results were announced and sighed in disappointment whenever they lost, which Linton found amusing. The Best Actor award went to Tom Hanks for Philadelphia. With several big hits under his belt and this Oscar win, Hanks had truly entered the superstar league. An awkward moment for Linton came when he walked on stage to present the award and passed Sharon Stone, who had been waiting to greet him. Maybe feeling lonely from Linton not responding to her lately, she suddenly embraced him and kissed him openly in front of everyone, secretly slipping him a room key card, causing the audience to erupt in cheers and whistles. Linton, however, had no time for her lately. He had 9 beautiful women at home, and he was about to travel the day after tomorrow. Stone's passionate embrace opened a Pandora's box. Sitting in the front row, Madonna, Naomi, and Winona, unwilling to be outdone, also got up, blocked Linton, and gave him enthusiastic hugs and kisses. From the crew's seats to the podium, the few steps took nearly 2 minutes, as if he was walking his own red carpet. The crowd went wild with screams, chants, and whistles, shaking the music center's roof. When Linton handed the trophy to Tom Hanks, Tom joked, "Linton, how about a hug and a kiss from us, too?" Linton replied with a slightly dismissive tone, "Too bad you're not a beauty. I only like beautiful women." This sparked laughter and cheers from the audience. To make things even more exciting, when Linton returned to his crew's seats, Catherine gave him a big hug and a passionate kiss. This fully sealed Linton's reputation as a playboy. Jennifer, Christiana, Monica, and Sophie sitting in the back row were uncomfortable but had no choice. They couldn't just storm the front row for a dramatic scene. They could only curse Sharon Stone silently in their hearts. The backstage monitoring crew and NBC's broadcast team were ecstatic. This would surely boost ratings. Linton truly was a walking headline wherever he went, a guaranteed ratings magnet. No doubt, he'd be invited again as a presenter next year. Chapter 288, India. After the Oscar ceremony ended, the attendees headed straight to the Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills to attend the Vanity Fair-hosted Oscar night party. Linton didn't join the party. Instead, he took Catherine straight back to the estate. One reason was that last year's experience left him unimpressed with the Oscar night parties. Another was that he was preparing to leave on a long trip the day after tomorrow to gather materials for forging his sword. Time was limited, and he didn't want to waste it on other people's parties, eating and drinking. What could be better than throwing his own party at home and playing games? Back at the estate, the butler and the kitchen staff had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Linton and Catherine were indeed hungry, and started eating without waiting for the others. However, it wasn't long before other women gradually returned and joined the dinner. After dinner, recharged, big darling Jennifer took Linton by the arm. "Honey, how could you let that bad woman kiss you publicly at the Oscars? Yeah, that Sharon Stone is really something else. Right, that Sharon was such a BTCH, shameless. This is bad. Tomorrow's newspapers will probably splash all over your scandal news tonight. Dear, your Playboy reputation is probably going to get even louder. Blame that Sharon BTCH." Everyone started condemning Sharon Stone in unison. Linton was speechless. If they were criticizing Sharon Stone here, what about Madonna, Winona, Naomi, and Catherine's actions? Wasn't that just adding fuel to the fire? "Let's not talk about her. Let's hurry up with the next event," he said. Of course, he wasn't going to make a somber critique that would kill the mood. He just skipped right over it and started the party activities. All right. This time I want to go first. At the awards ceremony, I sat in the third row and could only watch you embrace and kiss publicly in front of everyone. You owe me now. Fine, then you start. As expected, besides reporting the Oscar winners and commentary, the next day's media unanimously devoted the second page to Linton passionately embracing and kissing 5 women at the Oscars. The untold story of Linton and Sharon Stone. The journey of Linton and Catherine, from acquaintances to lovers. Linton and Madonna, the old dating the young. How many girlfriends does Linton really have? Is Linton a big playboy? Such articles flooded the media, overshadowing the Oscar winners. Even the fresh Oscar Best Actor Tom Hanks and Best Actress Holly Hunter didn't get as much media coverage. However, Linton didn't care much. Even when his PR agent, Ellie, called to report the media coverage, he remained unfazed. After going through a storm of rumors at the farm earlier, he understood that this kind of behavior wasn't really a problem. Fans wouldn't lose favor or leave him because of it. Instead, it boosted fan loyalty and expanded his fan base. Moreover, this overwhelming coverage gave his popularity a significant boost, which helped increase his power. Since it was all beneficial, why bother? When Linton told the women that he would be setting off on a half-year journey around the world the next day, there was a chorus of opposition. They demanded detailed plans so they could take turns accompanying him. But in reality, his trip wasn't a holiday but a treasure hunt and sword-forging mission, so no one could come along. After calming things down, the women decided to make the most of their limited time. Even Naomi and Sophie Marceau threw tantrums to get a day off from their directors. Various themed parties, different scenic play, reenactments at Valley. On March 1st, Linton boarded a plane to India alone, carrying only light luggage, without any bodyguards or assistants. Before his trip, he had his assistant compile extensive background information about the country. India comprises 27 states and 6 union territories, with each state operating somewhat like a U.S. state. These states enjoy considerable autonomy, especially in areas like legislation and judiciary matters, including taxation. In fact, additional taxes are often imposed on trade between some states. Although India has no single official language, the central government primarily uses Hindi. However, more than half of the population doesn't speak Hindi. Interestingly, each state has its own official language, not merely dialects, but entirely distinct languages, highlighting the country's remarkable linguistic diversity. Because of its colonial past under British rule and the spread of English during that period, English has ironically become a common link among people across different regions. Initially, Linton considered learning one or more Indian languages, but after gaining a deeper understanding, he concluded that English would be sufficient for communication during his visit. Chapter 289, Discovery of the Treasure. Around 4 p.m., Linton's plane touched down at Mumbai Airport. To avoid attracting attention, he subtly changed his appearance and took a taxi to the Taj Mahal Hotel, which his assistant had booked in advance. Linton hadn't come to India for tourism or charity. His real mission was far more ambitious: treasure hunting. He remembered seeing a news report back in college about a temple in southern India, sealed for over 139 years and rumored to contain vast treasures, golden ornaments, jewel-encrusted crowns, and wealth estimated at over $11.2 billion. Though he couldn't recall the exact temple's name or location, it didn't matter. In his celestial present state, Linton's spiritual perception could scan a 20-kilometer radius and penetrate up to 400 meters underground. Any hidden chamber within that range wouldn't escape detection, especially given the construction limitations of centuries past. While South India is home to hundreds of temples with over 140 years of history, only a limited number matched the clues Linton remembered. He planned to investigate them one by one until he found what he was looking for. After settling in, Linton contacted India's leading travel agency, Mountain Tours, posing as an American enthusiast eager to explore the sacred architecture and spiritual legacy of South India. He requested a custom route covering all historically significant temples, with personal transportation and a guide cost no object. Sensing a high-value client, Mountain Tours quickly assigned him a guide, Prasha, a tall and strikingly beautiful woman. Though clearly Indian, her features carried a cosmopolitan charm, speaking fluent English with ease. She presented a curated list of 11 temples according to his filters, spread across Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu. Linton offered $10,000 per temple, totaling $110,000, and requested no more than a day per site. The generous fee earned him the company's full cooperation and Prasha's warm respect. Their journey began in Andhra Pradesh, at the ancient Srikalhasti temple. Upon arrival, Linton witnessed the depth of local devotion worshippers sat, lay, or knelt in silent prayer. One shirtless man leaned against a stone railing, lost in the deity's gaze, silent tears rolling down his cheeks. Others slowly performed full-body prostrations every few steps. The atmosphere moved Linton. It was his first direct experience of such intense spiritual sincerity. With Prasha's knowledgeable guidance, she recited legends, historical context, and symbolic details. He thoroughly explored the temple. Although there was visible wealth in its ornaments and offerings, it wasn't the treasure he sought. By evening, they retired to a nearby hotel. The next day, they headed for the famed Tirupati temple. Throughout the journey, Prasha occasionally flirted, trying to close the emotional distance. But Linton, long used to the company of extraordinary women, remained unaffected. Though he appreciated her charm and intelligence, he declined any deeper involvement. Prasha, admired by many for her beauty, lived in a conservative society where admiration rarely turned into action. Her sudden attraction to Linton wasn't just about appearances, it was something deeper. Even with his looks deliberately toned down, Linton exuded an unmistakable charisma, a calm, radiant presence amplified by his inner power, drawing attention wherever he went. After several subtle rejections, Prasha gracefully accepted his stance and focused on her role as a dedicated guide. They continued through temples across Andhra Pradesh, then Karnataka and Kerala. On the 8th day, at the Padmanabhaswamy temple in Kerala, Linton sensed something extraordinary. A vast subterranean chamber, hidden 200 meters below ground, filled with mounds of gold and jewels. He had found it. Within the sealed space lay mounds of gold, gemstones, and priceless artifacts. The legendary treasure, untouched for over a century. Now it was his. And with this gold, Linton could finally forge his sword. Chapter 290, The Massive Treasure. After confirming the location of the treasure, Linton saw no reason to continue with the original itinerary. As they exited the temple, he turned to the elegant guide, Miss Prasha. Miss Prasha, I've truly come to admire the Padmanabhaswamy temple, he said. I'd like to stay a while longer to study and absorb its cultural depth. Prasha blinked. Sir, what? About the rest of our journey? We still have 5 more temples on the schedule. Let's end the trip here. She hesitated. Sir, that may be difficult. We signed a formal contract with the company. No worries, Linton replied calmly. I'll pay the full amount as compensation for ending it early. Prasha smiled politely. Thank you for your generosity, sir. She had no reason to object. He was courteous, respectful, and still honoring his financial commitment. The next morning, they visited a bank, completed the payments with Mountain Tours, and then went their separate ways. Though Linton had reached the celestial present stage and could fast for months without discomfort, habit led him to stock up on bottled water and packaged food from a local supermarket. He packed the items in an ordinary backpack and returned to the temple, blending in with the other tourists. The Padmanabhaswamy temple, located in the heart of Tiruvananthapuram, Kerala, was originally constructed during the Sangam period, 500 BCE to 300 CE, and later renovated by the Travancore royal family in the 18th century. After Indian independence, the princely states of Travancore and Cochin merged with parts of the Madras Presidency to form modern-day Kerala. The temple continued to be managed by the descendants of the Travancore royal family. Inside, the scent of incense filled the air, chants echoed through the halls, and a stream of devotees and tourists moved steadily through the grand complex. Religion plays a deeply rooted role in Indian society. Over generations, many devotees had donated generously to temples, sometimes even family heirlooms or life savings, as acts of gratitude or devotion. As a result, temples like Padmanabhaswamy had grown not only in spiritual stature but in material wealth as well. The temple grounds were expansive. The inner courtyards, bordered by long pillared corridors, measured approximately 240 by 120 meters. Surrounding them, brick walls enclosed an outer courtyard nearly 350 meters on each side. At the eastern entrance stood an elaborately carved gopuram, flanked by towering guardian figures. The interior featured a flagstaff hall, two large interconnected worship halls, the main front hall, and the sanctum's vimana, all aligned along an east-west axis. The vimana itself stood atop a 25-meter square base, rising into a 13-tiered tower with sharp, angular edges, topped by a massive black granite dome weighing around 80 tons. Even without counting the golden statues and jeweled icons, the architecture alone was awe-inspiring. In a quiet corner, unnoticed by others, Linton activated his underground movement technique and silently sank into the earth. At a depth of 200 meters, he discovered an ancient stone passage. He moved about 20 meters through the narrow corridor until he arrived at a large chamber. It was clearly artificial, not a natural cave. Opposite the entrance stood a massive black iron door, carved in high relief with two immense cobras. Their coiled bodies and flared hoods seemed to slither right off the surface, as if preparing to strike intruders. In the silence of the underground, the door exuded an eerie and ancient menace. Linton pressed his hand against it. It didn't budge. It was sealed with a mechanism, likely one that required a special ritual or key. Brute force could crack it open, but the resulting noise and damage would alert the temple authorities and likely trigger investigations. It was a challenge for most, but not for someone at Linton's level. With a thought, he phased through the door using his movement technique and emerged on the other side. He entered a vast underground hall, about 3 meters high and 200 square meters in area, supported by 4 carved stone pillars. The walls featured faint reliefs, and the pillars were etched with strange beasts whose meaning eluded him. The faint breeze told him the ventilation system, likely designed over a century ago, was still functional, evidence of the chamber's incredible construction quality. And there it was, a shimmering mountain of gold. Stacks of bars, heavy chains over 2 meters long, several golden crowns, a 1.2-meter-tall elephant statue cast in solid gold, a smaller gold elephant, and even a humanoid figure standing roughly a meter high. The gold alone had to weigh at least 50 tons, more than enough to forge his life sword. From what he understood, the sword required refined gold, which could only be extracted from raw gold in minuscule quantities, often just 1 to 2 ounces per ton. A basic life sword required 2 pounds of refined gold, meaning at least 20 tons of raw gold. But as a first-time forger, he knew mistakes and losses were inevitable. 20 tons wouldn't cut it. To ensure success, and maybe even strengthen the weapon's power, he'd need more. That's why he came to India so soon after entering the celestial presence stage. In the US, quietly acquiring even 10 tons of gold would be impossible for someone like him. With gold priced at $32 million per ton, the cost of such quantities would exceed $1 billion. Even if he had the money, the moment he tried to move that much gold, the government would take notice. Financial regulators would flag him instantly. But here, in an ancient subterranean vault far from modern oversight, he had a rare opportunity, one he would never get in any developed country. Beyond the gold, the chamber also contained countless treasures: East India Company coins, Napoleonic-era currency, diamond-encrusted crowns, and an abundance of jeweled ornaments. Their total value likely exceeded even the gold, but for now, the metal was what Linton needed most. He stood before the treasure, silent. Linton reassured himself that the locals had long forgotten. This hidden trove, sealed away for generations, its existence buried beneath time and secrecy. He also knew that taking treasure from a sacred site might invite a curse or divine retribution, but he was prepared to bear that burden. With his current power at the celestial presence stage, he believed he could withstand, or overcome, whatever spiritual consequences might come his way. Chapter 291, Refining Gold. With a signature weapon, his flying speed, fighting ability, and defense would all qualitatively improve. Once he forged his signature sword, he could truly soar into the skies and unleash a single sword slash capable of separating rivers and mountains effortlessly. Now, possessing all this gold, the hope of crafting his signature sword was right before his eyes. Even with his current power, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming excitement. After calming down, he cleared a space and prepared to start forging the sword. The first step was extracting materials, refining pure gold from the raw gold. After reaching the celestial presence stage, he could generate fire, with the temperature reaching thousands of degrees. This fire was perfect for refining materials and forging the sword. He summoned the fire, began melting the gold into liquid, and then started extracting the precious pure gold. 20 hours passed. He consumed a total of 500 kilograms of gold and extracted a bean-sized lump of pure gold. With the pure gold extracted, the rest turned into worthless sand, without any metal properties left. Repeatedly using his fire and spiritual perception, even with his power, he felt some fatigue. Considering this was a long-term process, it was best to take breaks for a balanced work-rest routine. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring any of his women along. If they could have paired up to recover energy faster, it would speed things up dramatically. For now, he could only recover through meditation. He meditated for 4 hours, fully restoring his energy and spiritual perception. At this rate, extracting pure gold from 500 kilograms of raw gold per day, it would take 100 days to process all 50 tons, over 3 months. Adding the time to forge the sword, he'd spend about 5 months here. From then on, he began the tedious routine of refining materials and meditation in this deep underground cave, uninterrupted. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. After 102 days, he finally refined all the gold, from golden crowns, golden elephant statues, small golden elephants, golden humanoid statues, into pure gold. He obtained 4.8 pounds of material for the sword. A bit of waste, but the material was sufficient. With over 50 tons of gold gone, the hall felt much more spacious. Fortunately, he would remove the sand residue every few days. Otherwise, the hall would have been filled with useless sand. After completing the material extraction, Linton temporarily left the underground vault and returned to the surface. He found the best restaurant in Trivandrum City and enjoyed a hearty meal, satisfying his cravings. Then, he checked into the city's top hotel and rested for 2 days, fully restoring his vitality. To avoid worrying his family and company, before entering the underground vault a second time, he made several phone calls back to Los Angeles. The first call was to Winnie. "Honey, where are you? I miss you so much." Winnie's voice was filled with longing on hearing the call. "Baby, I miss you too. I'm still in India. When will you be back?" "Probably 2 more months." "So long? Can I come visit you?" "No, my schedule changes daily, no fixed location." "Be good. At most, 2 months. I'll be back when I'm done." "Okay. Please be careful and stay safe. By the way, why didn't you bring Danny and Mina this time? Who's protecting you and taking care of you? Can you manage without them?" "I'm a grown man. Of course, I can take care of myself." "Don't worry, I will." "Okay. Take good care of yourself." "Okay. Don't worry. How's everything at home?" "Everything's fine, but everyone misses you a lot." "Honey, I have 2 pieces of good news for you." "What news?" "First, the angel investment for Mosaic Communication Corp was finalized last month after completing all the procedures. We secured 30% equity. That's fantastic. Our Winnie is amazing. As you predicted, they initially only wanted to give up 20%. But after I increased the investment to $4 million, Jim Clark and Mark Anderson agreed to 30%. Getting 30% equity is already a huge win. Yes, hopefully, this company brings us good returns. Don't worry, I have confidence in them. What's the second good news? Your two novels, The Fault in Our Stars and National Treasure, were published in March. Sales have been great. For 4 consecutive weeks last month, they appeared on the New York Times bestseller list. That's excellent news. Any specific sales figures? By last week, The Fault in Our Stars sold 370,000 copies, and National Treasure reached 410,000. Not bad. Looks like they could surpass 1 million copies by year-end. Shouldn't be a problem. Alistair Kuhn is planning to promote both novels overseas. Good. How about The Farm? Are the National Weather Service experts still conducting their research there? In mid-April, the expert team left the farm. Before leaving, they gave David a report filled with technical jargon nobody understood. Did they say anything? Any conclusions? Will they return? No comments. When leaving, David asked if they might come back or if the site needed protection. What did they say? They said the research was over, they didn't expect to return, and no. Further protection was necessary. Good. Those folks finally left. Probably couldn't find anything meaningful, so they pulled out. Now I can proceed with my landscaping, orchard, and herbal planting plans. But I'm in no rush. We can wait until I return to Los Angeles to avoid any complications. All right. Take good care of yourself. I have to hang up now. Okay. You too. Stay safe and come back soon. Also, blow me a kiss over the phone. Moi. Chapter 292, Dominating. After that, he called his assistant again. Boss, you finally called. Are you all right? Where are you? When are you coming back? As soon as the call connected, the assistant, hearing Linton's voice, burst out with excitement and rapidly fired off 3 questions. I'm fine. Is everything okay at home? Boss, things aren't good at home. You need to come back soon. If you don't, we're all going crazy. Be specific. What's wrong? Linton's heart sank, sensing something was up. Mainly because you're gone and haven't been in touch for so long. We can't even reach you by phone. Everyone is extremely worried. Those women keep taking their frustrations out on Danny and me, blaming us for not fulfilling our duties as assistant and bodyguard. Anything else besides worry? Other than worry, things are okay. But with you gone, the house just doesn't feel right every day. Danny and I feel like we're about to lose our minds. House. The company. The company is fine. Shooting and post-production for The Fault in Our Stars are completed, with a planned release for August. Get Out has also wrapped up filming and is in post-production. Our Pulp Fiction crew attended the Cannes Film Festival in mid-May and won the highest award, the Palme d'Or. Thanks to the Palme d'Or, the marketing team successfully sold overseas rights to over 80 countries at Cannes, totaling $63 million in overseas rights sales, she added. Not bad, very good. It seemed Quentin really knew his stuff. Although they had changed production companies and 2 actresses, the film's quality remained guaranteed, and it launched him to stardom. Also, the Palme d'Or held significant prestige, and Cannes was a great place to strike deals. The overseas rights sales for Pulp Fiction far exceeded those for Step Up 2. But the marketing team said Pulp Fiction will aim for next year's Oscars, with the North American release planned for October. That's good. That was the plan from the start. How's The Rock doing? The Rock was released on June 10th, opening in 3,100 theaters with 6,300 screens. It made $51.57 million in its opening weekend, far surpassing Interview with the Vampire, which made $28.26 million and placed second. So Warner Brothers is competing directly with us? Linton was surprised. What were Warner Brothers thinking, letting CAA run wild like that? Yes, I heard CAA gave a lot of concessions to Warner Brothers, and they agreed to have Interview with the Vampire released the same day as us for a showdown. And we crushed them. I bet Warner Brothers regrets that now. How about the following box office numbers? After a full week, we've grossed $82.83 million, while Interview with the Vampire only made $41.73 million. Yesterday was Friday, and we took in $11.73 million, but were second to Disney's newly released The Lion King, taking second place. Interview with the Vampire only earned $5.42 million yesterday, less than half of us. Not bad. Looks like everyone is doing a great job. Boss, when are you coming back? I guess in about 2 more months. Then Danny and I will come over to take care of you, okay? No need. I can take care of myself. Later, please call Madonna and the others to tell them I'm fine and they don't need to worry. Boss, you might want to call them yourself. If I do, they'll probably chew me out. All right, I'll do it. That made sense. It wasn't appropriate for the assistant to make those calls. After hanging up and thinking it over, Linton decided to call every woman himself. He started with Madonna, then Jennifer Connelly, Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Winona Ryder, Naomi Watts, Shania Twain, Cameron Diaz, Heidi Klum, and also Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai, calling each one in turn. The conversations were naturally a mix of crying, laughter, and joy. Upon hearing that Linton was safe, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. Then each insisted on coming to see him. Linton spent quite some time calming them down and promised he'd be back in Los Angeles in 2 months. He pledged that upon return, they would all throw a week-long party together. Then he called Robert to get detailed updates on The Rock and the confrontation with CAA. Boss, you're back. Robert's first thought was that Linton's vacation was over. Not yet. I'll be back in 2 months. Sorry. Enjoy your time. The Rock is doing well and decisively suppressed interview with the vampire. Tell me exactly what happened in the battle. Boss, everything went as you expected, and we executed your strategy step by step. Enough flattery. Give me the details. At first, Warner Brothers and CAA played dirty with the movie's rating. They joined forces with Paramount, aiming to get The Rock rated R. Luckily, thanks to your warning, Universal acted early and gained support from other studios. The film was finally rated PG-13. Then, in early April, Sean Connery deliberately claimed on a phone-in talk show that he was originally interested in playing the agent role in The Rock, but was rejected by the production team. Along with the host, he hyped the controversy over not casting the best agent actor, but an unknown one, garnering massive media attention. How did you respond? Following the previous plan, we capitalized on the topic, starting a debate about the greatest 007 agent. We listed the box office totals from Roger Moore's and Sean Connery's 007 films, concluding Moore's 007 was superior. We released material showing that Roger Moore had actually served in British intelligence during World War II, proving he was a real-life spy, and that he portrayed the best 007, while Sean was just a decent 007 actor. With Universal's promotional machine powering the campaign, the topic exploded into a hot topic in early April. Some media even went to the British intelligence offices for confirmation. After verification, the buzz intensified. Roger Moore made a big comeback in public view and became an idol for many young people. The Rock became even more anticipated by movie fans, as having an actor with actual 007 experience was definitely a big draw. Chapter 293, Fall of the Superstar, Crafting the Sword. After all this hype, Sean Connery ended up shooting himself in the foot. Roger Moore completely overshadowed him, effectively using Sean as a stepping stone. The buzz around the Rock Island kept climbing. Originally, we had plans ready to unveil Sean's dirt, but before we could make a move, Roger had already crushed him. Sean's star power took a nosedive. He would never again be the top spy actor. After discussions with Universal, we managed to get Roger and the movie hyped up, so we agreed.